picked up by Cincinnati out across the 46. It was blocked by Nick Vigil. And the offense comes back onto the field for Cincinnati. A minute 10 left. Burrow, sideline, Chase, spin. There he goes. Jamar Chase.
Not catching him.
Touchdown, Bengals. Brixton Wood is fired up. The Bengals are fired up, and Jamar Chase has got his second of the night, 40 yards for the go-ahead point.
No, baby, is what Cowboy fans are saying this morning. Yes, yes, yes. Vontae's in traffic on his way over. I'll explain in a second. That was Joe Buck on ESPN last night, Monday Night Football.
I lost. I'm out.
You know, there's so many takeaways from that game, and we got a lot to get into today. I know we said a lot of things to get into. I know people say that at every show. Oh, we got a great show. No, legitimately, there are so many things happening in the world right now, and I've got some personal things I'd like to share as well. But I'm watching that game last night, and I don't know how many other people were in the same predicament as me. Fantasy football playoffs are going to happen based off that game. Think of how many people had Brown going, the running back, how had CeeDee Lamb going, how many people had Cincinnati defense, Joe Burrow. Well, I happen to be one of those people. I'm on the outside looking in fantasy playoffs, and I need Joe Burrow to not score one more point at the end of that game. Right before the Chase touchdown, I was up, 10 points, and Chase gets a huge touchdown, a 40-plus yarder, all the bonus points, and I'm winning by less than a point. And I go, if I win, I'm in the playoffs. And if other people can score some points here and maybe, some things can happen, guys are going to miss out on buys. And so I was glued to the television watching that Cincinnati Bengal Cowboy game, and my God, is it better when the Cowboys lose. And to lose in the way that they did, they block the punt. And a guy who was activated like a week ago touches the ball past the line of scrimmage. I just, classic Dallas Cowboy losers.
I can't remember the last time that's happened. Like, I know everyone's going to Leon Lett because of that whole famous play, because of the Cowboys, because of Thanksgiving, all that. But, like,
were you alive for Leon Lett?
I was probably like a 1-year-old.
I hate you.
But that's the thing, though. Like, that doesn't happen. But it happened twice to the Cowboys.
The poor special teams coach was like, yes, 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 no.
Oh, who is it? Fossil Bones, they call him, right? Yeah.
And I'm watching that game, and look, Cooper Rush can make a play here and there, but 9 times out of 10, I'm watching him, I'm like, he stinks. He stinks. How bad is Trey Lance if he can't get in front of Cooper Rush? But that's not my big takeaway. I'm watching that game, and there were 2 things that I thought about. First one, damn, Jamar Chase is an unbelievable playmaker. That's what a $30 million wide receiver looks like. A guy who can go over the middle. He can go deep. He can go on tunnel routes, these tunnel screens. He can do just about anything. You want to line him up in the backfield? So be it. He is tough. He is fast. He separates. He catches with his hands. He draws pass interferences. He is elite. And he's having one hell of a season. And then I'm watching the other guy, the quarterback. And we've talked a lot about Brock Purdy. And I think Brock's a very good player. But there is a clear Grand Canyon-esque divide between Joe frickin' Burrow and Brock Purdy. And that's not a knock on Brock Purdy. There's a lot of divide between a Dak Prescott, a Kirk Cousins, whoever you want to put in that kind of second, third tier of elite quarterbacks or good quarterbacks from Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, until the knife is through the heart with 0-0-0 on the clock, that guy cannot be counted out. He is an absolute stud. And if you think, because of some metrics or whatever stat you want to use as a crutch to say that Joe Burrow isn't good, you and I just can't talk football together. Because Joe Burrow, like Josh Allen, like Lamar, like Patrick, and I would even throw Matt Stafford into this, and I've given him that, and maybe I'm missing guys. You cannot count them out. That guy, when he drops back, I don't care what the score is, he's not dead until it's 0-0-0 on that clock. And there are very few quarterbacks in my life I felt like that about. Brett Favre was one. Russell Wilson for a long period of time was one. Aaron Rodgers was one. Peyton Manning was one. Tom Brady. Put Joe Burrow in that class. He is unbelievable. And the season that he's having, 33 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. And I know there's going to be advanced metrics and the QBRs and the yards per attempt and all that as Bonte comes in. What's up, buddy? And we'll talk about traffic in a second because I'm with you. I went through the same thing, and I have lots of thoughts on traffic.
You're on 101?
Because 280 was blocked off. You couldn't go that way.
I know.
It was a nightmare.
What a nightmare. My cousin Mike Hill out there in traffic right now. It's ugly out there. The one time I tried to come early, and we're gridlocked for 20 minutes. Then you drive through, and you get downtown, and you have to get off the freeway. It's a nightmare. By the way, as I was walking up, a rumor from Shams Charania.
Okay.
The Miami Heat are open to listen to the trade offers for Jimmy Butler. He's open to playing for the Dallas Mavericks, Houston Rockets, and the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I'm out on Jimmy Butler. And I'll get to that in a second. Now, shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online.
I appreciate your text back, fellas. Hey, Bonte, drive safely.
I was mid-show.
I mean, I just assumed you were good. You're in the Batmobile.
But other people
I saw you
that
tweet.
thread.
Well, you're good enough to tweet
safely. Oh, give them my love.
You were sick.
I was like, man, no love for my old show.
You were tweeting at KCBS, so I assumed you were fine if you were good enough to tweet, like Deebo Samuel.
Man, apparently it's not good. Apparently a dead body and brains and everything out on the road. It was nasty.
All right, well,
nasty.
Just ask First NorCal Credit Financing at the dealer, and we're also brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We're going to have Baldy on at some point, but Bonte, I'm watching.
Oh, there's Sam Lubman, 608. What's your ETA? Thanks, Lubman.
Did you watch that Monday Night Football game last night?
No, I didn't. I watched Disney on Ice. No, of course I watched Monday Night. What do you think I was doing?
Joe Burrow.
I don't watch anything but sports, Shaska. You know me by now. Joe Burrow's amazing, but Ja'Marr Chase is even better. I look.
There's a Grand Canyon divide. Those types of players, they're elite. I'm not knocking like Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel, guys like that, but like when we talk about paying players and premiums and how much and resetting markets for whatever position, like, can we acknowledge there are some elite, unbelievable playmakers out there? Joe Burrow's one of them, and Ja'Marr Chase. We can't just look at wins and losses. We've got to like watch the games, people.
So what's going on? So what's going on? Rewind the show for me because you're going off about Joe Burrow. What's going on with Joe Burrow?
I see a lot of people comparing Joe Burrow to Brock Purdy when it comes to statistics. And, Joe Burrow's injured. Joe Burrow, his team's not winning. And we're using team accolades as a determinator for who's a great and not great quarterback. And I watch Joe Burrow, and I put him in a category of I think he will come back at any point, any time, until it's 0-0-0 on that clock because he is that deadly.
Not to cut you off.
No matter what the circumstances are.
Who are these people? Are these just random
Niner fans? Niner fans cover the game.
Niner fans are saying that Brock Purdy's better than Joe Burrow.
Yeah, or they rather on the same platform, or they'd rather have Purdy.
They'd rather have Purdy than Joe Burrow. Well, we did this exercise like in week 3. I remember that was my walking back Wednesday. I was like, yeah, I was smoking a Purdy la.
Well, Joe Burrow has gotten injured a lot, but when you watch that guy play, there's not a throw on the field he can't make. He has 0 offensive line, and what he does every single time, like it was 30-27. I go, this guy's going to find a way to complete this.
Well, they got extremely lucky yesterday with the block punt. I mean, Dallas not saying poison.
No, they.
But to your point about Joe Burrow, I don't think there's a. Come on, man. Unless you're a casual, or unless you're David Lombardi, you're not taking Brock Purdy over Joe Burrow. Like, come on, man. Like, what are we doing here?
No, but I think when we talk about resetting the quarterback market and we're talking about pay scale and all that, like, I think the Niners have found themselves in this situation a couple of times. And one of them was the Brandon Ayuk situation where they kind of got backed into a corner and they had to give him, quote unquote, market value. And he's a really good player. But the difference between a Ja'Marr Chase, a Justin Jefferson, and a Brandon Ayuk is dramatic.
Oh, it's a Grand Canyon size.
And I would say that the same distance is equal between Joe Burrow and Brock Purdy. So as we talk about Brock Purdy's finances coming up, like, I understand he wants top of the market. I'm sorry, you're not a top of the market player.
Yeah, I don't even know who would, unless you're a casual again. 33 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. But Ja'Marr Chase, you talk about holding out, basically not going to practice in training camp and saying, I want to get paid. I want to get paid. Oh, I got one. Thanks, brother. Mike Brown, he's notorious for being cheap. And he goes out there without a contract. It says, I got to play. And I'm going to prove that I'm worth every single penny. Now, he did it a different way than Brandon Ayuk. Ja'Marr Chase went out there, 93 catches, 1,319 yards, and he's on one of my fantasy teams, and he's got me humming. I mean, you look at the point totals just in fantasy, but like he has monster games and he has pure hands. Guy has 15 touchdowns.
What?
15 touchdowns, and the connection between Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase takes a lot of reps, a lot of practice time. They've been doing this since LSU. There is not a more deadly combination in the NFL than Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. Now, unfortunately, it's a team game. Your defense has to play well. You had T. Higgins in and out of the lineup, a guy who I would not pay. Offensive line's been banged up. You lost Zach Moss. Chase Brown's a nice little running back.
So
they've had a lot of little flaws here. But Cincinnati has a great starting point. Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow. And there ain't a – come on, man. I don't know. I don't want to make it a Brock Purdy, Joe Burrow thing, but I watched Joe Burrow at Levi Stadium last season. All right? It's not a doubt in my mind I'm taking Joe Burrow over Brock Purdy, and I'm not hating on Purdy. It's not a hatred. It's not any slander towards Brock Purdy. Joe Burrow is that dude. He's amongst the Josh Allens, the Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
And that's that.
He's a get on my back and ride me type of a player. And that's why I look at franchise quarterbacks like, what has gone right for them on defense? Nothing has gone right for the Bengals on defense. In fact, their defense, he's thrown 9 touchdowns in 2 games that they've lost.
Yeah.
Okay? So this is a guy who's thrown 3 touchdowns over and over and over again, and this team can't stop a nosebleed. And I look at him as a guy that doesn't matter what the settings are, you know, how adverse they are, if I'm on the road, if I'm at home, if my defense can't stop anything, he is still an elite player. And that's kind of, to me, the differentiator between him and a lot of quarterbacks. Not just Brock Purdy, but I think that second and third tier of quarterbacks, what separates them is, can you get on my back no matter what? And he's one of those guys.
I'll take a Joe Burrow every day of the week and twice on Sunday over Brock Purdy. It's no slander over Brock Purdy, but I don't even know why we even get into this conversation. Who cares what?
Because I watch how great he is.
But yeah, but I don't even, there's not a fan I talked to yesterday that texted me and said, oh man, Brock Purdy and Joe Burrow. Like, I don't even watch the games like that. That's their situation in Cincinnati. The Niners have their situation now here with Shanahan, and Brock Purdy's very good. So I don't like internet fodder over people saying, "Oh man, I'm taking Joe Burrow, Brock Purdy." I didn't even know that was a thing last night.
People do that same thing with Josh Allen. I had no idea. Josh Allen can't win in the playoffs. Lamar Jackson can't win in the playoffs, and so we like to just completely diminish all of their regular season success and accolades and how great they are. And I find it to be an absurd exercise.
But Donnie, where's the Bob Fitzgerald drop? Stay off the internet. Stay off the internet. Stay off of it.
Yeah, got it lost in the shuffle, old building.
Stop. Oh, old building. Oh, boy, old building. By the way, good morning to everybody out there. Hopefully you're driving safely, especially those on 101 North. So I get on the 280, 380. The one day I don't take 280 because 280 and my entrance, they've been doing road work. So they make you get off at Westboro or whatnot out there from San Bruno. So I'm like, all right, the light's green. I'm just going to go 101 North. Not a problem. Maybe a 2-minute difference. As soon as I hit that ramp, stop and go, traffic, big mail trucks. I'm thinking, what's going on here? So 5 lanes on 101 North. You get veered over to 1 lane, and you're sitting there. I'm just thinking, boy, this is a while. And then you just see the red building on the ways. Building. So then finally get through them smashing. I'm like, all right, great. And then right around Silver Avenue, back to 1 lane. So I just got off through. So drive safely out there. Don't rush. If you're gonna be late to work, just call your boss and say, hey, I'm stuck in traffic for once. But look, Shasky, man, the whole Joe Burrow, we know Joe Burrow's great. We know that. I don't even know. There's nothing to me to get upset about or like about a fan saying, hey, man, I'm taking Brock, but like it doesn't even trigger me. You know what I mean? Like who's having these conversations?
What sports fans do.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, sports fans do this.
Who's doing this after last night though? Like, oh man, give me Brock Purdy all day long.
I watched this guy's team's 5-8 this year. Really, nothing's gone right, and I just find him to be just an unbelievable player. He's an unbelievable player, and when I watch him, the statistics are eye popping, but he's so much better than even the stats. He's just an absolute. He's a winner. He's an unbelievable winner. I keep going back to Joe Klatt when he was coming out, and he's like, he's the closest to Joe Montana. And I thought that was a crazy comparison. But the more I watch him, I'm like, Joe Klatt might have been onto something.
I think the way his pocket presence has evolved, the way he scrambles, Troy Aikman was talking about it yesterday on the broadcast, the way he gets out of the pocket, he wiggles out, he knows how to step up, he knows when to step up. He throws every single throw he can make on the field, out routes, deep routes, fade routes. He knows when to check. I saw him last year. The most impressive thing wasn't even a throw last season at Levi Stadium.
I know which one.
3rd and 10. They're in the empty 5 wide, empty, empty, empty. Joe Burrow checks, hits the helmet, check, and checks to a quarterback draw, picks up a first down. And I said, damn. 3rd and 10, my guy checks to a quarterback draw, picks up the first down, and it's the awareness and the film study and the preparation throughout the week and throughout the offseason that prepares him for moments like that, to where he has the gall to check to a quarterback draw on 3rd and 10. Now, mind you, he's making all the throws as it is, but a 3rd and 10 check to a quarterback draw. So he's in that short category. We see him lead Cincinnati to a Super Bowl. Hell, he won a playoff game in Tennessee, getting sacked 9 times.
But the thing that's like mind-boggling to me when I watch him and Jamar Chase, everyone knows the ball's going to Jamar Chase, and yet he finds a way to get it to him.
Yeah.
And they dial plays up time and time and time again for the two of them. When I watch Kansas City, the biggest play of that game the other night that had to be made, you knew it was going to Kelsey. Did we not all know it was going to Kelsey? And somehow, some way, they find a way to get it to him. Now I go back to that Niner game on Sunday, and I throw my hands up, and I'm like, how does Kittle not have more opportunities like we saw on Sunday? How is there not more game plans with him clearly as the apex, clearly as the number one? Why am I left in so many of their losses at the end of seasons or in the middle of the year? Why am I left with 1, 2, and 3 targets for one of the greatest tight ends to ever play in a Niner uniform? Probably the best one.
Doesn't make much sense.
But that's the part that's frustrating, I think, as a Niner fan, is you're watching all these other teams around the league. If you're going to go down, they go down throwing to their best players. I feel like the Niners go down and we're married to our scheme, and it just frustrates me.
I saw something in yards, like the separation in yards gain this year, and it's like the Eagles, the Bills, the Niners, and the Lions.
This is in like route running?
No, in terms of just total yards gained. Total yards gained. They've outgained their opponents by over 1,000 yards.
I see what you're saying.
Philly, Buffalo. I think it was Philly, Buffalo, Detroit, and then the Niners. I don't know if I screenshotted it or what, but I was like, wow. So it's not like the Niners haven't moved the ball this year. They just haven't been able to score touchdowns. And that's been the theme of the year for me is, when we talk about the Golden State Warriors, we always talk about turnovers. Can you keep the turnovers down? What's your turnovers look like? Are you giving up points off turnovers? Well, with the Niners this season, it's been all about the red zone. That has been the difference in their season so far. So let's continue to touch on that. 888-957-9570. Also, Deebo Samuel. What the hell is going on Twitter with Deebo Samuel? Just put the phone down. Again, Bob Fitzgerald, stay off the internet.
Stop!
It's not good for anybody, especially for multimillionaire athletes who are struggling. There's no point in tweeting. Stop. Stay off the internet. So we'll talk about Deebo coming up here, brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking
If you love Philadelphia, there's a high probability that you hate these two. It's the Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Love you guys. Most of the time.
All right, real quick on Monday Night Football. I know everybody's bringing up Leon Lett from Thanksgiving. Back in, 93, 94, when they played the Miami Dolphins in snow on Thanksgiving night, and they blocked the field goal and Leon Lett touched it. I've never seen a punt block, and the team that blocked the punt touched the ball, not pick it up, and then all of a sudden Cincinnati was able to recover and get a first down. I don't think I've ever witnessed that before.
Well, I was listening to, did you watch the Manning cast, or were you watching the
I was watching Buck and Aikman yesterday.
Yeah. So the Manning cast was basically alluding to, in every special teams, meeting or whatever, right. This is what they were saying. I don't know. That basically, once it passes the line of scrimmage, no one can touch it.
Yep.
And they reiterated over and over and over and over again. And so, I don't know. I mean, the poor guy had just been activated like a couple of weeks ago, and you could see the special teams coach on the sideline.
Bones Fossil.
And he's yes, no.
Bones Fossil.
And it's, yeah.
Yeah, Bones Fossil. And wow, I'm looking at Brandon Graham here. One is trying 11, could get a little better with how he responds with things. They was friends before this, but things have changed between Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown. So we'll get to that in just a second. A lot of drama going on in football. But I was thinking, I didn't even think about Leon Lett. Aikman said it after the game, that Leon Lett, this and that. He said it went through his mind right away because it was a field goal block. And I remember watching that live on Thanksgiving back in the mid-'90s. But I hadn't seen a punt like that. And, boy, you thought with the way Cincinnati season was going, that was going to be the final play for them, and Dallas was going to go out there and steal a game, which I thought coming in that Dallas could steal that game with Cooper Rush and company, but they didn't because they're the Cowboys, and they find a way to lose.
Well, they lost their linebacker, and there's a lot going on.
They find a way. Isn't it great, though? There's a little satisfaction in the Cowboys just struggling over and over and over. They've won one home game this year. One home game. How?
I don't know.
Number one.
Oh, because they played the Giants. That's why.
Micah Parsons is, look, he was running out of gas at the end of that game. He is spectacular. He's spectacular. He's a great player. How he fell to 11 is just beyond me. He is unbelievable. They have talent. They lost Overturn or whatever. What's his name? Over something or other?
Yeah.
That knee injury was gruesome.
Yeah, okay.
But to your point about captains, right? You were talking about Jamar and Burrow and everybody. I've seen a lot discussed about Deebo Samuel and him being a captain. And I think there's just a sentiment when I've been thinking a lot about the George Kittle quote from over the weekend. And I don't want to read too much into it, but at the same time, I feel like we've got a pretty good feel on George Kittle. And when he says something at a podium, at least in the last couple years, it's felt very genuine and sincere and direct. And I don't know who he's, pointing at regarding effort and consistency and fighting through adversity. I can only speculate. But when you see some of the things that have been going on, my interpretation of what George Kittle was saying was man, I get it. And he's paid, so it's easy for him to say that. But it does feel like there's been a lot of side missions on this 49er journey this year. And for whatever reason, personal, professional, a variety of things on and off the field, some that make total sense as a family man. I get it. They have been distracted as a unit, and they haven't been as focused. And when you're questioning effort level and all that stuff, then you're tweeting out and you're worried about touches Deebo Samuel after a big win?
Yeah, Deebo Samuel tweeted yesterday, not struggling it at all, just not getting the ball. Just because I voiced my opinions mean I'm not hating on any of my teammates. Be for real. Well, we're trying to be for real, but your tweets aren't for real. And I love you, Deebo. I really do. But not struggling at all, just not getting the ball. Well, we're watching you struggle get off the line of scrimmage off a press man. Do you still have a burst? Sure, we see it on the kickoff return. There's something there. But for whatever reason, the ball's not hitting you. You're not catching it, or you're not running the right route. I have no idea. But the tweet like that on the short week to create a little more drama within that locker room where you've had 85 receiving yards over the last 4 games on 11 catches. Just you don't need to, and that's coming off of, the Tampa Bay situation with Tabor Pepper.
Yeah.
That's coming off the Green Bay game where they get smoked 38-10, and you choose as a captain of the football team to not talk to the media. I see Fred Warner, Brock Purdy, George Kittle talk to the media every single week as a captain of the team. Now, you may not think this is a big deal, but as a leader of the team, and your team gets beat down, the press wants to talk to the captains of the team. They want to talk to the guys who are up on the pedestal who hold weight in that locker room. Well, Kittle does, Warner does, Brock Purdy does. I thought Deebo Samuel did, Trent Williams does. And for Deebo to not even talk after the Green Bay game, and then he didn't do it again after Buffalo, and that's coming off the quote with T.O., who said it on this show that he may be more worried about his pregame outfits or whatnot. It's spiraling out of control for Deebo Samuel. And this is a big deal. I'm sure the locker room will police it. But at the same time, I'm sure there's a couple guys in there giving a side eye like, really, dude? Because I'm reading this quote from Brandon Graham, who's a longtime captain of the Philadelphia Eagles. He's out for the year, and he's on 94 WIP. Oh, you have the sound? Check this out. Check this out.
The person that's complaining need to be accountable. And I'm just being honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he know this. I don't know the whole story, but I know that one is trying. And I mean, 11 could be a little better with how he respond to things. And they was friends before this. It's like, man, but things have changed. And I understand that because life happens. But it's the business side that we have to make sure that we don't let the personal get in the way of the business. And that's what we got to do better as right now, because we know it's an issue. Everybody's seeing some things, but we need to be able to talk things out as men. But we need to let personal stuff go and let's get right for this game, because, man, it's like a lot of stuff, most of the time, it's just a conversation that just need to be had. But the person with the problem got to want to talk to the person other than others. Okay. That's all I'm saying. So
now Brandon Graham has told ESPN that, hey, he took it a little too far with his comments about that. But what's real is real, and what you said is what you said. And what you said, because Brandon Graham's an honest guy. So I don't know what it is about the wide receiver position for many, many years where guys just need to speak out about not getting the ball and being divas or whatnot. But it's just A.J. Brown. Your Philadelphia Eagles are rolling. You get a big win against Carolina. You're going to get yours. Trust me. You're the number one target in the passing game. And then you got Deebo Samuel, who Shanahan is trying to find ways to get involved in the game plan. The run game's not working with Deebo. The jet sweeps no longer work. But, hey, I'm not struggling at all, just not getting the ball.
Well, I would file both. I would file both of these under. It's just so unnecessary. You could air your grievances behind closed doors that it doesn't become public. Like, you can have a one-off with your coach. I mean, everyone knows Kyle and Deebo are close. Now, maybe they've grown apart. Who knows? I can't speak to that. But A.J. Brown, Deebo, what's the point of putting that out there after a win? It's unnecessary. It's a bad look for you. And now you're going to be asked a million questions about your relationship, your happiness, all of this. It's so unnecessary. And all of this, whether it's the contracts and everyone having to get paid and trying to make money, and Deebo's in a walk year, he thinks, and he might be dangling this. It's hard for me to drum up empathy when the backdrop of what I saw last night was Jamar Chase playing without a contract, okay, balling his you-know-what off all season long outside of one game to start the year. So it's hard for me to drum up a ton of empathy when I see other players in comparable positions. Charvarius Ward doesn't have a contract at the end of this year. He's probably going to be gone. There are a lot of players in the league that don't have money left to them after this. So I get all the contract stuff, and everyone feels it because it's personal to them. But at the end of the day, there are certain things that you are doing to yourself that are unnecessary and putting way too much stress and drama on a situation that doesn't need it. The Niners just had their best win in weeks. And what are we sitting here talking about? Deebo not getting the ball? Come on, man. It's just unnecessary. And I would say the same thing about A.J. Brown in Philadelphia. Like, come on, man. Like, you don't have to be the star role every single week. You're getting paid handsomely. You just got an extension. He just got an extension. I don't understand it.
Yeah, it was not good. A.J. Brown said it was incredibly tough to get to a rhythm as a receiver when the offense wasn't passing the ball much. So it may not work here for A.J. Brown ever, because Shanahan is not going to get pass happy out there. So, I was thinking about Jamar Chase and coming into camp and playing, and I don't think he plays if Joe Burrow's not there. I think the relationship that Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, I don't think that's something we could just shrug off so easily. They've got that report from LSU, and, it's maybe the reason why I think Cincinnati passed up on Penei Sewell for Jamar Chase, or it could have been
Burrow wanted him.
Yeah, he wanted him so bad. Yeah. They're boys. They won a national championship together at LSU or broke records. I don't think Jamar Chase plays if Joe Burrow's not the quarterback of the Cincinnati Bengals. I think he holds out. I think he completely holds out. But Joe Burrow is such his dog, and he loves football. And he's like, I can't do Joe Burrow like that.
Well, but he sat out all of training camp and showed up the week of the first game because he wanted to get paid. Because he knows he has to play that.
Well, he was a hold-in. He was a hold-in.
I know, but he didn't practice at all.
Yeah, I know. He didn't practice at all. But I don't think he plays. I don't think he plays.
How could you quantify that?
I don't think he plays if Joe Burrow's not the quarterback. I think that relationship, I think we're underrating that relationship between Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. They played a lot of football together. And I think Jamar Chase is a real one.
Still there.
And I don't think
the risk is still there of getting injured. Like,
there's no doubt.
The original point of a lot of these holdouts, like, just real quick, the original point of almost every holdout is, my next play could be my last. That's what most players say when they're in these situations. At any moment, I could get hurt. And I'm watching a guy really risk a lot of stuff, Jamar Chase, and he's having a banner year.
Yeah, but I don't think he risks that if Joe Burrow's not the quarterback. That's all I'm saying. You even look at the AFC North Hard Knocks in the meeting room. Who's sitting next to Joe Burrow? It's not the backup quarterback. It's Jamar Chase.
Yeah, but he would still have to play 15 game or 16 game, whatever the number is before, because you don't get to free agency. So you have to play in X amount of games.
I think he dares Mike Brown because Jamar Chase also the same guy during the COVID season saying, yeah, I'm not playing. I'm sitting this one out. And a lot of people didn't like that.
I mean,
yeah, but a lot of people didn't like that. You think if Joe Burrow's a quarterback at LSU during COVID, he's not playing?
I don't know how I can quantify that. I don't know how I can.
I quantify it by looking at their relationship over the years, building their rapport on the football field, their rapport off the field, the way they talk to each other. I think they are tight. Like, they're not just friends. They're brothers. I think they're brothers. And so I think Jamar Chase feels like, you know what? I got to go out there and ride for Joe because Joe rides for me. That's all I'm saying. But he's a one-off. He's a one-off. CeeDee Lamb held out. He got his money. And look, man,
he's balling too.
He is balling. He is balling, but he held out of camp. And he's balling with guys like Cooper Rush. So anyway, Deebo Samuel, what do you make about it, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. I do want to talk some Warriors and talk some real sports because this drama stuff is driving me insane. I mean, come on, man. Just put the Twitter down for once. This is just ridiculous. You're not having a great season. The Niners are not having a great season. And for some reason, you need to reply to Joe Schmo on Twitter because people are saying you're struggling, or we're talking on the radio saying, wow, Deebo's only got 85 yards receiving over the last 4 games. You feel the need to tweet saying not struggling at all, just not getting the ball. It's not going to help you in this situation. It's not helping you. All right. Baldy's going to join us in a moment. We'll have some Doobie Award details coming up here. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Have you been asking yourself,
with Monte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Monte.
0 for 2 today, Steve. 0 for 2. It's like a turnover, man. Nobody's scoring off him, right? Nobody. 707 Comcast Business Text line 8. Bonte, will the stretch lab improve my golf game? I think so. Should.
Absolutely.
More flexibility. Get to move around, wiggle
flip your
a little
hips,
bit. Yeah, absolutely.
Shoulder turns, absolutely.
I can't wait to get back on the course.
Loosen up your wrist for the short game.
There you go. 888-957-9570 is the number. Pardon me. The Doobie Awards coming this Friday. Not this Friday, but the next Friday, December 20th. And you may want to take the day off, and the roasters are invited. Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale is going to be a celebration. It's going to be a celebration of the show, the listeners, the station, free food, drinks. Get there early. Go ahead and RSVP at 957thegame.com for more details. Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale for the 3rd annual Doobie Awards. Yes, we're giving out trophies. We got some things. Sorry, I tried to get the YouTube chat back up, but it doesn't look like that's happening. Looks like
I can't even believe you said that.
Yeah, that may be done forever. Forever.
It's personal now.
Yeah, it is personal. I miss my YouTube chat. Chris and Clovis.
Clovis.
I feel like a kid, man, where something, hey, you sit in the corner right now. You don't get that toy. You don't get it. It's like, man, just give us the damn YouTube chat for crying out loud. We can police ourselves. When the ratings are sky high, I had no problem with the YouTube chat. It's interaction. That's what I like to do, interaction. We're not like Mike and Mike where we don't take calls or read texts or anything and just talks. We like to interact with the fans, so come on, Matt Nahigian. Get the YouTube chat back up. Chris and Clovis, what's up?
What's going on, man? Speaking of Debo, man, let me just chime in for 30 seconds. Debo, instead of complaining about the targets or the whatever, we're going to have some issues with Grindle if he doesn't play. Might as well just put Debo at running back, man. He did it in 2021. Why not give this guy more touches? Problem solved. He won't complain.
We got 5 carries Sunday and 13 yards, Chris.
Yeah, 15 more touches will do if we're short on running. If Grindle doesn't play, maybe you give Debo as much touches as he wants.
How you feel about that, Shasky?
I mean, he just hasn't been productive this year. All the numbers are down. The touches, everyone's pointing like all the touches are comparable. He's on pace for the same amount of touches as years prior. Yeah, but his yak is way down.
Yeah.
And his overall yardage is way down. So the productivity is like slashed in half. So it's a combination of where he's catching the ball, the execution around him, his speed, him not breaking tackles. When was the last time you saw Debo break a couple tackles?
It's been a while.
Now, I also believe teams are keen on him. He's getting gang tackled a lot. That would go back to, it's very predictable when and where he's catching the ball. It's been a crummy year from the guy. And the thing I can't get out of my head is damn, man, you're really going to go out like this? Really, you're really going to go out this sad and this angry and this whole way? Man, dude, it just really sucks.
You know what's been underrated is that Brandon Ayuk has been out and Christian McCaffrey's been out. You talk about spacing. We always talk about spacing with the Warriors and the gravity of Steph and having shooters out there and not having non-scores or whatnot. You think about the small ball lineup on Sunday with Buddy Hield and GP2. They had enough spacing to get shots up, but spacing to get Jonathan Kuminga rolling downhill. Well, the spacing that Christian McCaffrey creates for Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel has been a bit underrated. I think you look at the numbers last year in the offense, it was the perfect storm. Number 1 in the red zone, number 1 in yak. You have 4 guys go over 1,000 scrimmage yards. And now you take that away, your red zone numbers are affected, and some of your top playmakers are affected. Now, Brandon Ayuk may not have had the season that he had, but Juwan Jennings is baller, right? But I don't know if teams respected Juwan Jennings the same way they respected Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk. And so I do think that's had an impact on Deebo Samuel. With that said, when you pay a guy the money that you're paying him, you expect him to make some plays and step up here. So is it on Purdy? Because that basically, when you send a tweet out like that, and I do want to transition to the Warriors in a second, but when you send a tweet out like that, you're kind of throwing the quarterback under the bus.
You think
throw
it was
the head
quarterback?
coach under the bus. Yeah, when you say I'm just not getting the ball, that's a shot at Colin, that's a shot at Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I took it as both of them, I guess, not just one or the other. I This is so unnecessary. But here's the thing, like, and this is where I guess I push back on your point is well taken on Brandon Ayuk and McCaffrey in the space. And his best season, Debo's best season, came when there was no Christian McCaffrey. And I believe Kittle played most of those games. He might have missed a couple in the 2021 season. And we know Ayuk started slow, but came on a lot as the season went on and was a better player down the stretch. I just don't know what the excuse is this year. There are so many teams that would die to have George Kittle and the running game as efficient as the Niners have it. It doesn't matter who's back there. Feels like they're getting 4+ yards a carry, right? And so you do have some semblance of a run game. Yeah, I don't know if Jawan Jennings is getting what they call cloud coverage or bracket coverage from safeties and a guy pressing him, but he's certainly getting open and he's making plays. There are enough playmakers for Debo to go out there and make plays. I don't understand exactly what's going on.
Well, 2021 is a different year, right? Because the league hadn't really seen much of the Debo jet sweep. They saw glimpses of it in 2019. They saw glimpses of it during the COVID year, but 2021 was just an unbelievable season.
But they don't really run the jet sweeps this year.
Well, it's not working. It hasn't really worked.
I know, but when they give him the ball, 9 times out of 10, it's been him at right. Well, in the gun runs. It's like a gun run where he comes up alongside the quarterback, and then all the passes that he gets, like 9 out of 10 are on the edges, but they're not like screens per se. Those have been wiped out.
No, what I want to say, though, is when they have run the jet sweeps, and they haven't run it much because I don't think it's worked much over the last couple seasons. Teams are on that stuff, the jet sweep. I can't recall how many times people have called and said, man, stop running the jet sweep with Debo. The league's on it. So, look, man, the Niners are, and I want to know this from Niner fans. Forget the Debo tweets because I'm drummed out. They're 6-7 right now. I can't deal with the tweets about not getting the ball, whether I'm getting the ball. I don't.
But isn't this what Kittle was talking about though? Before we go on, like, isn't this kind of exactly what Kittle was saying the day before?
I guess. So did you have the Kittle sound? Could you play the Kittle sound?
Like,
you play the Kittle sound.
Because my big takeaway from Sunday is like, where has this been all year? Like, what the hell?
Well, the Bears. They haven't played the Bears all year.
Well,
that's how I feel. That's how I feel about it. How do Niner fans feel? Here's George Kittle after the game on Sunday.
I think the message was we need to play with more of a sense of urgency and play desperate because you just haven't really sensed that. And, like, I've been on teams where it felt like, was it 2 years ago we were on whatever, like 8-9 game win streak, whatever that was. And it literally felt like every play people were just scratching, clawing, and fighting for everything. And I'm not going to call anybody out. Like, we've all like not taken a play off, but, like, just not fought our hardest on every given play. And that was kind of the message, like, guys, just put it all out there because we have the players, we have the playmakers, we have the play call, and we have everything to win games. But, like, we have to do it out of desperation. And when you're playing desperate and you're playing like, hey, if we don't win this game, our season potentially is over, that desperation fuels guys in different ways. And it's just how you take that and how you channel that energy. And I thought our guys did a great job of that today.
Yeah, look, he's the captain of the team. The way I received that message was that they just haven't played button-up football. And has they played desperate? I thought they played desperate in Tampa Bay. It looked like desperation to me coming off the bye week. The Dallas Cowboys game was desperation. They played like desperation especially in that third quarter when they were down. They just haven't been consistent all season long. And so I don't know if that has to do with urgency. I don't know if George Kittle's calling on a particular player or whatnot, but it is what it is. They've been inconsistent this season, and they've lacked execution on both sides of the football. They've lacked execution of special teams. That's a unit that hasn't played necessarily desperate. They've just been beaten, and it hasn't been their year. But I don't know if he's calling somebody out. I'm not gonna, and I think it's reckless to speculate that he's calling out George. Let's see Debo Samuel, or he's calling out this player, that player, this player, that player. I don't know who George Kittle's calling out.
I'll speak for myself. Like, I think you don't need a microscope or a telescope to find out. Like, Debo does this the very next day. It's like, come on, dog. Like, this, he may not have been talking about you yesterday, but this is exactly what I think he is inferring. Like, all the side missions and stuff. Like, everybody, can we just play football?
Yeah, they're boys, though, man. Debo and George Kittle are boys, man. They're part of the Cabo clique. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if he's calling out Debo Samuel or whatnot. I don't think Debo Samuel has played desperate. He just hasn't played well enough. I mean, I saw a dude with urgency when he, the way he got at Tabor Pepper told me, he was like, look, it wasn't right that he did that to his teammate, But Debo was irate that they were missing field goals. He wanted to win. That tells me that he wants it.
In the snow game, and he's not the only one. He just looked like he didn't want to be out there. And I'm just going off what I'm seeing through my television.
We had the big kickoff return in that game. He had the big kickoff return, and I don't know.
Slowest screenplay I've ever seen in my life. It looked like the guy had tennis rackets on the bottom of his shoes.
Well, the guy hasn't played in the snow much, right? He's from South Carolina. He's playing in the SEC. I don't know. He hasn't played in the snow much. But I don't know who George Kittle. I'm not even gonna put words in his mouth. I don't even want to speculate that who he's calling out or what he's calling out. I think he was just sending a message to the team saying we got to play desperate because there are a lot of guys on this team that are now in positions to help this team win, and they haven't been there before. There's a lot of newcomers on this team. You got Dominic Pooney, who's a newcomer. He hasn't been around the block. You got Malik Mustafa in the back end. He's a rookie. Tick Brown, he's got a little experience, and he hasn't played well. Hufanga's been hurt. Obviously, Brandon Ayuk's hurt. Trent Williams is hurt. Nick Bosa's hurt. Javon Hargrave is out. I mean, there's a lot of dudes out of this lineup here, so I don't know if George Kittle's calling anybody out. It's just the message of that team meeting saying, we got to play desperate. We got no tomorrow.
I'm thinking back to like that final season with Sherman and how frustrated you were with just some of the things that he would say and just maybe the way he was playing and whatnot. And like, I'm seeing, and I wasn't necessarily all the way with you, but now I'm seeing it with Debo, and it's like, God dang, man, like, what is going on? Why does it have to end so ugly? And it feels like this is ending very ugly, and it's souring what was a really, I thought, great 49er tenure.
Well, Sherman was talking about, how he's not going to be here because this guy's going to pay, that guy's getting paid. Debo's not pocket watching because he's got plenty in his pockets. and he was supporting a lot of guys who were getting paid. Debo was on point with a lot of these guys getting paid, so it was a little different to me. And he's a homegrown talent. Richard Sherman came over from Seattle. I was always skeptical of that. And it was just a little weird. I don't know. I thought it was a little weird with Sherm or whatnot. And he just, that COVID year, being in Glendale, the way he was talking, I was like, damn, that's how we going to do this, man? We pocket watching already. We got 6 games left. We already talk about not being here next year. Can we get through the season first? Like, that to me was completely different than this Debo situation. Now, I'm reading reports from people who think, executives that think that Debo's not going anywhere. They think he's going to be back on this team. So I have no idea.
I've been hypothesizing just in my own head, like, okay, where's Brandon Ayuk in the rehab process? Is he even going to be ready for the beginning of the year? I don't know. Who knows? Like, I have no idea. So, like, let's say he's not ready at the beginning of the year. Can you afford to not have Debo? Is it worth having Debo on the team if he's going to play like this? What's his price point? I know he renegotiated some of his guaranteed money and they can get out, but like, does his number drop significantly? Because there's so much like shadiness when it comes to these cap numbers and what actually hits and when it's going to hit. I have no idea. I know the guy I don't want to lose is George Kittle. Yeah. And George Kittle has got to get somehow re-upped, renegotiated, move the money around, find a way to keep George Kittle on this team long term.
T-Boss, the community note on his tweet, not struggling at all. Just not getting the ball. The community note said he leads the team in drops. He is struggling.
That's just I mean, how does it, is that like Wikipedia? Anyone could put that in there? Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's
not wrong.
He's struggling, man. They're all struggling. This has been a struggle bus. The whole damn team's struggling, but sending that tweet out there after some of the things that's happened, and certain media members are going to pick it apart. It's an absolute disaster. So that's why, even if you did feel good about the win on Sunday against the Bears, I don't know how it made you feel, but it didn't make, I was like, whatever. Does it make you feel about Thursday night against the Rams? Does it make you feel better? Oh, you got to win. You still got a shot.
I mean, they do still have a shot. I mean, as faint as it might be, they still have a shot. Do I believe they're going to go on some magical, mythical run? No. But, I'm more frustrated. Like, as a fan of the Niners, it's like, where has this Leonard Floyd been? Is it, like, to your point, like, is it just the Bears? Is it just that the Bears stink? Did we, like, all of a sudden turn it on? Have we figured something out? Why have we not made adjustments? What they have? 4 consecutive third down sacks? What? Is it that simple? Is the answer just the Bears are one of the worst teams in the league?
Yeah, I think to me, my big takeaway was the Bears are one of the worst teams in the league. And
it's the Bears.
Going into the game, I thought the Bears had a shot to win. I really did. And then what I underrated was that although Matt Eberflus is not a good head coach, I'd be interested in having him as a defensive coordinator because he can call a defense. And And you know what? I'm looking on the sideline saying, oh, wait, they lost their defensive signal caller. I haven't seen the second level of a defense look that confused against the 49ers in ages. I mean, it was embarrassing. Embarrassing. Now, 209 saying covered sacks on Sunday because the coverage was great. The initial pass rush wasn't there.
Sure. I don't know.
We got Baldy coming up at 7:30. We could ask him. We could ask him about that. We'll ask him at 7:30. But to me, I was just thinking, wait, Eberflus calls their defense. Oh, wait a minute. This new D coordinator they had, I think it was Eric Anderson or something. I think his name was. I was looking above. I was just like, all right, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Shanahan against a guy who's filling in for Matt Eberflus calling the defense. Yes, that's a mismatch. That's a mismatch. But Matt Eberflus wants to be D coordinator of the 49ers. I'd be willing to listen, man. That guy can coach defense. He coached a great defense with the Colts, man. He can coach defense.
I'm not mad at that suggestion because I think you're right. But, like, that would be 3 defensive coordinators in 3 years.
Hey,
I think that, or is that 4? No. D'Amico's here 2 years. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot of D coordinators, but I'm not mad at that suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to upgrade. That's all. Let's go to Richie in San Jose. Richie, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to make a comment about the desperation thing and how Shasky was saying, why haven't we seen this stuff all year? This year has been so frustrating for me particularly because I feel like there's been stuff on that we just haven't done that's been so obvious. Like, why have we not run any screenplays? Like, we saw it work on Sunday, and I don't know why Shanahan hasn't done that all year. And I think the whole desperation thing was the reason why Shanahan finally let go of whatever stubbornness that was holding him up. I don't know if he was just so stuck to his system and like wanting to play McCaffrey. So maybe the luck aspect bad luck in a weird way was good luck because McCaffrey wasn't there, so he couldn't use McCaffrey. But I think the desperation, Shanahan finally had to just do like maybe have some humility and like maybe made him more creative by having to do the stuff that they should have been doing all year. That's all I want to say.
I got a bunch of plays written down in the beginning of the game, like the first 4 drives, and it just felt like to me like he made an emphasis, Shanahan, because everyone's talking about adjusting, evolving, etc. There's a Kittle screen that was just absolutely gorgeous, designed just for George Kittle. Okay, it was absolutely gorgeous. Then they had a Kittle tunnel screen on the 3rd drive that was awesome. Then they went right back to George Kittle again on a short one. And then later on in the 4th drive, a play action where he's the sail route. They run it a lot, but it felt like they hadn't run it for a month or two with Kittle as the crosser. It just felt like there was an emphasis to get George Kittle specific designed 85 plays that were working and gashing him. Now, I know the defense is going to dictate a lot of that and where you are on the field and down in distance and all that. It felt like to me there was a priority to get George Kittle involved, and I agree with that. I would love to see more and more of that.
Yeah, at least 8 targets a game. He only got 6. He made everyone count. 6 from 151. 6 targets, 6 catches, 151 for George Kittle.
What a game.
I mean, I would like to see more targets for George Kittle. I mean, we discussed this in the Super Bowl. We discussed it in Super Bowl 54, Las Vegas. I mean, it goes on and on and on. As that segment was sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. So, 888-957-9570. We do have Warrior news. A lot going on with the Go to State Warriors. I can't wait to talk some basketball. The Sunday's win make you feel better about the season? Niner fans. Did it make you feel better, the win on Sunday? Because it doesn't feel like, I know, and Boss Man talked to me after the game, because if I was listening to you, I would have cut it off because you weren't happy about the win. You just didn't care. It's like, it's the Bears. The season feels like it's over.
Well, not every win is going to feel the same.
Right.
We agree on that. And not that the season's over. It's just, it feels too little too late. Right. I think, and that's where I go back to being frustrated. More than anything, that game made me angry. It made me angry that we haven't channeled more of that throughout the year. It made me angry that we didn't get more George Kittle. It made me angry we didn't see more Garendo earlier on in the season. I know injuries play into that. It made me angry that like Juwan Jennings did get hurt and missed all that time. Like, I was just more angry and frustrated. I can't believe that win made me that frustrated.
A win made him angry. Shasky, he's angry.
Because I'm like, where's that been? Like, where has that been?
Right.
And I know the easy retort is, Joe, the Bears are just that bad. And I'm like, all right, I hear you. But like, if I would have told my earlier version of myself on August 10th, hey, by December 10th, the Niners will be in 4th place in the NFC West, I'd be like, what happened? Everyone must be hurt. And it's like, well, no, you still got George Kittle. Purdy missed one game, but he's still out there. You know, you're still getting over 4 yards a carry from whoever's running the rock. Juwan Jennings is actually having a career year.
Yeah.
It's like, well, something good might be happening.
Yeah,
but, Bosa's not there and CMC's not there. I don't know. It's just, I do believe that the one thing that we have not talked enough about, and you reference it, the Ayuk injury has been massive. And I think a lot of the hidden yardage that other people get has been accumulated because he's out there dictating certain looks from that secondary and opening things up for others. We haven't talked enough about it.
Yeah, I was just like, ho-hum. Like, this was the first time all season. Usually when the Niners game comes on, I enlarge the screen. It's Niners on the big screen, and it's Sunday Ticket on the laptop or whatnot, or on my phone. I just went quad box all day because I was like, it's the Bears. And I'm watching the Niners, but it's the Bears. I want to see what Buffalo and the Rams are doing. I want to see Josh Allen and Matt Stafford. And now, look, this is a division game on Thursday. It's going to be a tight game, I believe. I really do.
After the win of the year for the Rams, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tight game. Division games are different. The Rams have not been able to win up here at Levi Stadium in quite some time. I know they're desperate for a win to stay in that race. And they feel like, hey, we beat this team without Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp.
Tutu Atwell.
At the same time,
he destroyed us.
Now, contrast that to the 49ers, and you look at their sideline, and they're saying, well, we blew one to the Rams. We should have won that game, and we didn't have Debo. And did George Kittle was out in that game, too.
Yeah, Jennings had the monster game in that one. And they got Blake Corum going. They got Kyron is really humming right now. Like, the Rams offense is a juggernaut, but they're coming off a huge emotional win.
Look, to get me excited about the Niners again for this season, win on Thursday. Then I'll pull up my chair and say, okay, all right, let's see what happens in Miami afterwards. But right now, you got to show me.
I think a lot of fans feel that way.
All right.
I don't think you're alone in that.
Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lo Neal, 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Your phone calls plus Baldy at 7:30. Baldy at 7:30 right here on The Roast.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's
Hypotheticals.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Baldy in 12 minutes. 12 minutes right here on the Roast, courtesy of the River Islands Gas Line. Doobie Awards coming up Friday, December 20th, so take the day off, man. I'm telling you, take the day off. It's going to be a lot of fun, man. I'm telling you, it's going to be a great party. Great party, celebrate the year. Celebrate
sounds from the year that have made our award show. Some of the bad, which is so bad, it's great.
Some of the roast moments of the year. Mike Florio is a great. He knows how to instigate, man. He is really good. He just randomly thought about, I wonder if we should do more coaches trades, and what if the Bears would give up 2 first-round picks for Shanahan? To the point where now Shanahan's getting asked questions about getting traded to Chicago, man.
It's not like we haven't generated some conversations.
No, I know. I was giving Mike Florio credit.
Oh.
If you listened to me, I just give him credit, said he's so amazing.
I mean, not only did he give one market talk show fodder for a week, he gave 2 markets talk show fodder for the top 5 markets.
Yeah, top 5 markets, man. That's why I was giving him credit. I wasn't ripping him.
It's like us creating the CMC trade. Or the Chris Bryant trade. And the other one I want to speak into existence is the Kyle Tucker trade. But we'll get to that a little later.
I thought you were going to talk about all the content you make in Philly, too.
It's true. Though I have to admit, I have so many of them blocked online. They must be stunting on me right now.
I smoke with Mike, though.
I mean, the Eagles are just on top of the world, and the Niners just feel so far. I mean, we're in the moat.
Just juxtapose out the Warriors and Sixers, then you'll feel better.
Warriors play good ball, man. Warriors. There's some things cooking.
My Warriors.
There's some things cooking. Well, you asked a question during the break. We'll get to JJ and Concord in just a second. Have Niner fans emotionally checked out? For me, it's different on Sundays when there's a Warriors game. When I know there's a Warriors game on a Sunday, I'm in Warriors mode.
Well, yeah.
So I'm watching football, but I'm watching football as a casual. It's completely different. I'm not as locked in as I am if the Warriors are not playing. So I'm doing notes. I'm taking my notes. I'm watching the game back from Friday night. I'm watching the film and looking at the fourth quarter over, jotting down some things that maybe I didn't see, and just getting all my data together and, communication with the show. What are we going to do? Hey, this segment, we're going to do this. Oh, hey, Pilo's going to stop by here and blah, blah, blah. And so I'm not as locked in as, say, the fan who was at the game.
Well, I think
I don't know what the temperament. I don't know what the tenor of the energy or what the energy was like at Levi Stadium at all. I don't know. I didn't hear about it. I saw a lot of people at the game. They got to see a win, which is cool. But I don't know if people are emotionally checked out right now. It is football, and I want to see how it ends.
I do believe that there are a lot of people that are frustrated that they haven't seen more replication of the performance that you saw on Sunday. Like, that's the first time they scored 4 offensive touchdowns in a game all year. That's crazy. Like, for a team that just lit up the scoreboard last year, it felt like at will. You would think, even with the firepower that's been out, they've got plenty of firepower to be able to score 4 touchdowns in a game, and they've only done it once. That was kind of crazy. And to play suffocating defense for the first time in what felt like forever, like, that was crazy as well. As bad as the Bears are, like, they are an NFL team. And we've seen, like, there have been some wild wins. Like, we saw Jameis beat the Ravens, for crying out loud. We've seen some crazy things happen. I mean, Bryce Young, I was ready to say maybe he should go to the CFL, right? And then all of a sudden, he looks like a competent, good quarterback the last couple of weeks. So it is the NFL. Anything can happen. But for them to do that, it's like, damn, where's this been? So I was more frustrated and fired up. Like, come on, guys. Like, if we would have just gave half this effort 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks ago, we'd be 1 or 2 games better. It'd be totally different.
See, I completely disagree about the effort. I think the effort's been there. There's a lot going on in this locker room. You can't. The season starts off with Brandon Ayuk holding in, but also Ricky Pearsall got shot. The first-round pick got shot. All right? Travis Ward lost a kid. Lost his daughter. Trent Williams, his lovely wife, had a stillborn. There's a lot of stuff going on inside this locker room that affects your on-field performance. Who the hell is Trent? Lord knows something happened to my baby girl, and knock on wood, hopefully never. It will affect my whole life. Andrew Wiggins, we just saw with the Golden State Warriors. His dad, sick. He had to miss time. He had to leave the game that he loved to go tend to his dad. He couldn't focus. And who could blame him? Who could blame him? Trent Williams, probably dealing with this all season long. And still out there trying to give quotes and everything like that. But Charvarius Ward, he's out there playing in the snow. He's playing last Sunday. You got people tweeting nonsense about him. And the guy lost his daughter. So there's been a lot going on off the field with this football team. So I'm not one to say, hey, they haven't give maximum effort. They just haven't executed at a high level. I mean, just because you don't execute doesn't mean that they're not playing hard.
I'm just taking George Kittle at his word, right? Like I'm taking one of the leaders and one of the voices of this team, and he's basically telling you that like he didn't feel like they played
desperate.
And I'm reading between the lines as hard as they could, and what am I supposed to do? Like I'm taking them at face value. I thought that was impactful. I've never heard anyone question that during the team. And to your point, like I thought that way a couple weeks ago. But when I heard George say that, I was like, oh, well, maybe they didn't. Like, this is a leader on the team. And all those things that happened, the totality, those things are crazy. Like, I don't push those aside. I don't diminish those at all. That being said, they also have had, like, wild collapses in the fourth quarter that have nothing to do with what's going on throughout the week.
And I don't think that's effort. I don't think it's effort that Geno Smith scored that touchdown and went right down the field. It's a lack of execution. And a lack of playmaking ability by the defense. When you go to Green Bay, I thought they fought their ass off in Green Bay. And then Brandon Allen throws the pick, and that's that in the third quarter. But I thought they battled after a slow start. I thought they battled in that Green Bay game, and the score looks a little lopsided at the end of it. But I thought they battled, man. I thought they tried to give Buffalo early on, man. They were battling in the snow. Then McCaffrey knee blows up and looked like an Achilles. It blows up. And then James Cook just goes 65 yards because Fred Warner's off the field, and Jalen Graham gets swallowed up, and Jake Brown takes a terrible angle. I don't think it's lack of effort. I think it's just lack of execution. That's my opinion on that one. Let's go to the lines real quick before we get to Baldy. JJ Concord. JJ, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, I love what you're saying here about this lack of execution, but to me, it's kind of like a notion of expectations versus execution. You know, I've been thinking a lot about Dan Campbell and the way this guy goes forward on fourth down, and I was thinking about with regards to the Niner game and how, you know, Shanahan went for it on that fourth down, which I was just totally shocked at early on, could have kicked the field goal. And it's like, to me, it's like there was this new expectation, like we're not going to kick a field goal here. We're going to get a touchdown. I'm thinking about, you know, I'm 50 and I grew up, you know, watching the Niners in the 90s, whatnot, and you know, we're not going to see you know, teams blowing teams out like we did San Diego, 6-7 touchdowns in the Super Bowl. You gotta fight for every little inch, you know. And I think that Dan Campbell knows that. And you know, I think I agree that maybe the season is come to an end. Maybe we're, you know, not going to go on some magical run. But for anything or for nothing else, man, I hope Shanahan's finally got his head wrapped around the idea that, you know, field goals ain't getting it done, and the expectations have got to be a lot higher. And we got to start doing some uncomfortable things, you know, some things that people are like, that's kind of crazy. But, hey, if you don't have a quarterback who can go off script like Patrick Mahomes and make magic happen when it really matters, then, you know, you could talk about playing good football all you want, but you're not playing championship football. That's all I got to say, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with you. They're not playing championship football. Real quick, TC and Sack, and then we got Michael Lamore. TC, what's up?
What's up with my bros, man? Top of the morning.
Top of the morning. You're not going to call me Willard, are you?
Nah, listen, hey, bro, hey, you know what? Hey, I was coming in hot, bro. I had so much going on. Hey, I apologize to the homie. I ain't talked to Gooden in a minute. I was tripping, bro. My bad.
It's all good, TC. It was funny.
Hey, yeah, for sure. Thank you. Hey, no, listen, hey, the answer to the question is, if they're emotionally checked out on Shanahan, man, the team. I mean, that's why Debo out, acting crazy, doing all that talking, because, you know, that Shanahan boy. Ain't nobody else backing up that dude, bro. They emotionally checked out on that dude, man, no matter what you say. That's all I got, man.
That's it, TC. You really want Shanahan out of here, huh?
Yes.
Who would you want to coach? You want Ben Johnson? Who's give me your top 5 candidates right now.
I'm going to just give you 3.
Okay.
I'm going to give you Ben Johnson. I'm going to give you Ben Johnson, Robert Saleh, or I even go get the OG Rex Ryan.
All right. That's TC and Sack.
Who in the league? Like,
when does that crack come into play for you?
That is running a team right now is taking Robert Saleh or Rex Ryan over Kyle Shanahan. Come on, TC.
Now, so the cocaine's happening.
Exactly.
Oh, did you ask TC if he was coming to the Doobies? Hopefully you asked him. Let's go to Michael Lamore before Baldy. Michael, what's up?
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
So Bill Belichick had said something a while ago that resonated with me. If you want to sustain success over the next 10 years, you can't pay everybody. And I kind of wanted to disagree with you guys about bringing George Kittle back, because that's our problem right there. We've kept this culture together way too long. The guys are getting tired of each other. And if we continue to do that, then we're going to see the same exact results we are getting this exact year, going nowhere. I love George Kittle. He's my favorite player, but eventually you have to break up sometime. You know what I mean? Like, you know when you go visit family somewhere and you haven't seen them in a while and you miss them, and then you're there for like more than 3 days and you kind of get tired of them. Like, okay, I can kind of see what you guys, we get tired of each other real quick. You know what I mean? Like, you got to eventually break up with them is my point. You know what I mean? Like, you can't keep them together forever. You know, like, I love George Kittle. He's in the same conversation as Antonio Gates and Tony Gonzalez as far as talent level goes, and a future Hall of Famer. And he's going to retire a 49er for sure, but eventually we have to move off of these players.
Here's what I would say to you, and you make a very salient point, but for every Willie McGinnis that was allowed to leave in free agency, or a Richard Seymour whom he traded, he did keep a Vince Wilfork forever. Forever, it felt like. He did keep Gronkowski for a long time. He did keep Julian Edelman for a very, very long time. So I think it's case by case. Your overall arching point I agree with. I think Kittle is the unique player in this circumstance that you do keep. But I would agree that you cannot keep everyone, and they've tried to string it back and run it back. It hasn't worked.
Working, yeah. And that's why I'm a little hesitant of paying Brock Purdy. I love Brock Purdy, but if he doesn't accept more than, if he goes south more than $45 million, then we just got to move elsewhere, honestly, because every contract that we sign in the offseason has came back to bite us where the sun don't shine.
Good call.
All right, time for Shark Week. All right, joining us on the River Islands guest line, Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Baldy, good morning to you. And, you know, a lot of Niner fans are just kind of ho-hum about the win over the Chicago Bears. We don't know how to, we don't know what to do about that win, but they do play the Rams on Thursday. They still have an outside chance at winning the division title, albeit being very challenging due to their schedule and record in the division. But let's start with Deebo Samuel, because he was on Twitter yesterday, and Twitter can never be a good thing when you're struggling as a football team. And Deebo basically tweeted, I don't know if you saw it, Baldy, but he's basically tweeted saying, I'm not struggling, I'm just not getting the ball enough. And then later on saying, I'm not trying to hate on my teammates, I'm just being for real. Come on, be for real. So you tell us, you watch the film, he's got 85 receiving yards over the last 4 weeks on 11 catches. Is Deebo not getting the ball enough, or is he getting off a press man? What's going on with Deebo Samuel? Because according to him, he's just not getting the ball.
Well, he's not getting the ball, but, last week, obviously, they made a concerted effort to get the ball to George Kittle. George Kittle was a little icy after the game in the loss the week before. That sort of got Kyle Shanahan's attention. I said on the show last week, I could draw up 5 plays to get George Kittle the ball. And they used all 5 plays exactly the way you would want it. Like, you do the same thing with Deebo. If you want to make it so that he gets the ball, you can do that like they did Jamar Chase last night. First play of the game, put him in the backfield and throw it to him. First run of the game, hand it off to him on a fly sweep. If you want to get him the ball, you could get him the ball. And if that feels like that's going to make him happy and make the team better, then you should probably do that. But I don't know that, we have seen him with the ball in his hands this year. He's not been a dynamic player like we're used to seeing from him. I mean, was it just 2 years ago that he led the league in, yards after the catch? Like, we're not seeing that right now.
So, are you seeing a physical depreciation from Deebo, if you were speculating based on film and whatnot? Or is this a schematics thing? Like, what's the bigger issue?
I don't know if they, I think he's the same speed he's always been. He's never been a burner until he gets going. And once he gets going, he runs away from people. But it's not like he's got the fastest first step or the best quickness or anything like that. He's very tough and he's very strong. He breaks tackles. But, you know, like all these guys, the more you feed them, the better they look. And if you're not feeding them and you're not finding them, then you find flaws, you find deficiencies. We've said this for years about Kittle. Like, why can't they get him the ball? Well, it's the same thing with Debo. Like, if you want to make the effort to get him the ball, maybe get away from the offense a little bit, you could do it. But, you know, they're winning 24-0 last week. It's time to melt the clock. You know, I mean, run the ball, run Guerendo, you know, run Taylor, like, run it. Like, there's no point. Like, they even finished the game with the starters last week.
Yeah.
You know, they had a chance to put younger guys in, guys that don't play a lot. Like, that doesn't happen in the NFL very often. But, like, the game dictates what happens to a player. I mean, 24-0, let's just run it and get out of here and get the win and get ready for Thursday night.
Well, Baldy, does that sit well with you as a teammate when the next day or even the postgame we saw A.J. Brown kind of, you know, critique his quarterback? We've seen Debo critique the amount of touches. Like, that would bug me in a win. Like, that would bug me as a teammate. Would it bug you? Well,
yeah, it would bug me. But here's the thing. Forget about my thoughts. Like, honestly, these receivers that do this, and I'm taking a shot here at Debo, but honestly, nobody wins the Super Bowl because of the receivers. Nobody. They help you, but you win the game because of your quarterback and your defense. Your quarterback helps the receivers. But T.O., Randy Moss, I mean, you go through the list of great receivers that we've seen in this league. They don't win Super Bowls. The Eagles won a Super Bowl 7 years ago. They didn't have a receiver that had 1,000 yards receiving. They didn't have a running back that had 1,000 yards, but they were a great team. So you winning 24-0 for the first time you got a lead last week. Like, and you couldn't win a game for a month. Like, just take the win. Take the win. Thursday night, national TV, you got the Rams. They beat you earlier this year. Go do something to help win the game against the Rams. Throw a block for Guerendo that springs them. Like, just do the little things. Like, the ball will come your way when you start winning games and you're holding on to the ball and you're getting a number of possessions and you're taking care of it. The ball will come your way. The offense is made to be spread around. And so that's what I would tell. I would tell any receiver. Like, Jamar Chase is having an all-world season. They're not going anywhere. So who cares? Like, honestly, like, you're right here on the precipice of knocking yourself right out of these playoff hunt. But you got to keep winning. The only way you're going to do is winning. And, like, really drawing attention to yourself at this point, the season you're having, which is a disappointment for everybody, coming off a Super Bowl loss in overtime. Like, honestly, just go to work and do everything you can to help everybody out. That's what I would do, and that's what I would say.
It's pretty disappointing to see the tweets because I personally try to stay off of Twitter more so nowadays because it's just toxic. It doesn't help anybody. And to see that, I don't know why you play that sound. Seriously, I don't know. I don't get why Debo tweeted those streaks out. So a common response out here in the Bay Area about Sunday's game. A lot of people weren't fired up about the win. I was one of them. It's just like, hey, it's just the Bears. Mm-hmm. Is that fair? Yeah. Is that fair to say, it's just the Bears, whatever?
It's not fair. I mean, you know, that was an interim head coach that's auditioning for a head coaching job. Like, he thought he had the team ready to play. Now, they didn't play well at all. I mean, you sacked Caleb Williams 4 straight third downs in a row. Like, the ball just kept, you know, and it just, the sinkhole just got deeper and deeper for the Bears. So I wouldn't say that. Like, the 49ers took the fight to him. Guerendo had a great game. Like, he's a talent. And the offensive line, you lose Barch early. You got you're down to your third team left guard. Those guys played their butts off up front. You know, it's probably Jalen Moore's best game he's ever played. You know, so you won a game, you know, without Trent, you know, without some of your stars, and that hadn't happened in a while. So I think there's enough to, you know, you saw a defensive line get active. We haven't seen Yetur Gross-Matos do anything in this all year. Like, he had himself a great game, back-to-back sacks. No, I think it's important. Like, you getting back on the winning track feels good. Practice feels better. It's a short week. You know what's coming to town. Stafford was all-world last week. They got their hands full. When he's playing like he played last week against Buffalo, you know, you better be you got to be able to score some points because they're going to put some up.
Before we get to the Rams and move forward with this matchup on Thursday, it's a monster matchup at Levi Stadium. Just give me your overall thoughts on Caleb Williams during this rookie season. Is some of the sacks on him? Is he holding on to the ball too long? Is he seeing it? How would you assess Caleb Williams during his rookie season as a #1 overall pick?
I feel sorry for the kid. I do. I mean, you fired the offense coordinator, you fired the head coach. He doesn't have a great offense line in front of him. He's trying, can he play better? He can play better. He was under siege all day yesterday or on Sunday. The receiving core is good. I think Rome Odunze is the best, but they struggle in a lot of areas. But there's just, for example, if you see what Sam Darnold's doing right now, a big part of Sam Darnold's really excellence this year is what he learned in San Francisco last year. He saw what stability looks like. He saw what game planning is all about. He saw what, when you have the best left tackle in football, can do to your quarterback and the confidence it gives him. He learned all that. Now he's taking it in a really, really bright offensive mind in Kevin O'Connell. And so the point is, the quarterback, and I was talking to Daniel Jones about this on the sideline the other day, because he's never had that in New York. A quarterback's got to be in a stable place. He needs help around him. You need a lot of things to go well for your quarterback to play well. C.J. Stroud's not having the same year he had last year, but nobody commits more penalties than the Houston Texans. And they lost, some receivers. They lost Nico for a while. They lost Mixon. And all of a sudden he's not playing as well. So to criticize Caleb, I think I've seen some all-world talent from him, some all-world great throws. You don't see anything on a consistent basis because the players around him aren't very good, and there's no stability in the organization.
Yeah, I had a difficult time making any evaluation on him. I just thought that everything around him looked terrible. Back to the Niners. George Kittle, you referenced it. We referenced it. It just felt like, to me, where has this been? I wanted to see him get prioritized. You're talking about Jamar Chase. It's a priority to get him the ball. A lot of the great playmakers, the final play for Kansas City, we all knew, it's going to Kelsey. Somehow, some way, it's going to Kelsey. I got a beautiful screen on the first drive. I've got a beautiful George Kittle.
Fourth play of the game, Joe. Fourth play of the game. It was the tight end screen.
It was beautiful. The Kittle tunnel screen later. Kittle immediately right after. Then they get the Juwan Jennings slant on the touchdown. Then a Kittle crosser. The whole first half felt, and Jennings as well, but it felt very Kittle-oriented. We are going to prioritize him. And I'm just left going, why am I not seeing more of this? And I'm almost frustrated by it. And I don't know if that's fair or not.
No, it's totally fair, Joe. Honestly, I played tight end before, I blew out my knee and gained a bunch of weight and moved the offensive line. But, I could tell you, that tight end screen, everybody runs that play. You just got to call it. The tunnel screen, it's just a middle screen setup. They're easy. They're actually easy, to get the tight end the ball. Because most teams, if you're in man coverage, all right, Kittle's going to beat man coverage. If he's up on the line of scrimmage, he's going to beat him off the line of scrimmage. And then, after the catch, he's as good as anybody in this business after the catch. Anybody, receiver or tight end. And so you get him on the move like that. I said on my one breakdown of him, there's three certainties in life. That there's death, there's taxes, and Kittle's not going out of bounds. He's always going to draw a little bit of blood. That's how he was raised. That's how he was coached. He's not going out of bounds. And so he's an energizer. And they should do the same thing this week to the Rams.
I agree. We talk about the Super Bowls where George Kittle gets 3 or 4 targets. Even Sunday, I get it. They got a 24-0 lead, but 6 targets. He catches 6 balls for 151. I need 8 to 10. I see David Njoku in Cleveland getting all the targets from Famous Jameis. We see Kelsey every single week. It's criminal how underused in the passing game George Kittle is. But moving forward here, Brock Purdy. I thought he had an excellent game on Sunday. He was on fire. He was on point. But there was a couple misconnections. And one, we want to figure out what's going on with Ricky Pearsall. Because we touched on it last week where he had 63 targets in the previous 3 games. He had no catches on 3 targets. What do you see from the young man? What did you see from the young man on Sunday? Because we know Purdy was excellent. There's the misconnection on the deep ball there where Pearsall looked open. Purdy took accountability for it, but I don't know, Baldy. What do you see from Ricky Pearsall, the first-round pick out of Florida?
Not much. They only threw it 25 times, and so, 6 are going to Kittle and, 7 or 8 are going to Juwan just because of his size alone, and he's dependable. And so now you're spreading around to Garendo and Pearsall and Debo. There's just not a whole lot of targets there in that type of a game last week. But, you're not seeing any sort of priority where he's, okay, this is this is the progression. It starts with Ricky, and it goes like that. That wasn't really there. So, Brock is going to throw it to the open guy, and wherever that is. And he's got a backup, left side of the offensive line in there right now. Like, he's going to prioritize getting the ball out quick, and whoever's open, whether it's the progression or whether what he sees, that's where he's going to go right now. But I would say that connection needs a lot of work right now.
What about Purdy's arm, shoulder? Couple underthrows. I mean, he completed the pass, so this feels foolish for me to break this down. But as you're watching it, are you seeing anything that maybe, I don't know, concern, or maybe he doesn't look 100%?
I don't see anything like that, Joe. Normally, when a guy is battling any kind of an injury, you can see, like, after he makes a throw or getting up off the ground or whatever it might be, you can see some kind of adjustment or grabbing something. You don't see anything like that would hint that something isn't right. That he's never going to have Matt Stafford's arm. Okay, that's okay. Like, he's got an accurate arm. That's more important. But there's only a couple of Staffords in this business that have that type of a slingshot. So we're never going to confuse him with that. But still, he's got more. Joe Montana didn't have that either. But we all know what Joe did. So, like, I think it looks fine to me. It looks like nothing has lingered from that 1 week.
Well, Stafford looks like he's on fire. You mentioned him earlier in this interview, Baldy, and Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp. I mean, this Puka kid made just unbelievable play after play against Buffalo. And just with the Rams coming into town, they look like they're headed for one of those late-season surges. Impressive win last night, even though they gave him 42 points. Josh Allen was remarkable. But Puka Nacua, man, who does he remind you of?
I guess he's a bigger Wes Welker. Like, he just has unbelievable quickness. He can see, he's always open, and you can't get the ball to him enough. Like, look if you want to defeat the Rams, you have to defeat their quick game. Their quick game is ridiculous. That means watching Hufanga come back in. That was nice to see. Like, he looked a little bit like Talanoa last week. Mustafa right there. Like, you've got to defeat wide receiver blocks. If you let those guys shield you, get up on you, Nacua and Cooper Kupp, they'll throw 10 of those in this game on Thursday night. Like, you got to defeat that at the point of attack. It's got to be a high priority, because if you let either one of those guys get going, they run right through arm tackles.
Yeah. How does the Niners secondary look right now? Charvarius obviously returning to form, everything that's been going on. Deommodore Lenoir coming back. It was nice to see him make a play. But that young secondary for the safeties, with Talanoa returning, Tig Brown at times not on the field. Malik Mustafa got the wind knocked out of him or got hit in the neck or whatever. How's that secondary looking? This is probably the toughest test they've faced in weeks.
Yeah, because if you just think that Nacua and Cooper Kupp are going to beat you, Demarcus Robinson's beating everybody all year long. Like, when both those guys were hurt, he's the go-to guy. And you can never, and Kyron Williams is just a great football player, just a great player. So, he could beat you in a lot of different ways, that guy. He's a fantastic player. But, like, just Demarcus Robinson and Tutu Atwell, like, one thing that Stafford does, which is really, maybe Burrow does this a little bit, but not that much. Like, he'll just throw the ball to a spot, and he'll just trust his receivers are going to go get it. And it's the darndest thing to watch, because these guys aren't even close to being out of their break, and the ball's going to a spot. And Stafford and those guys, Kupp, Robinson, and Nacua, their adjustment to the ball in the air is ridiculous. It's really something special to watch. Nobody else throws with that level of anticipation in this whole league right now. So that's just something to watch as a fan. But I watch it every week in the film room, and it's like, you just don't know. You just don't see how he sees it so fast, where these guys are going to be.
No, they're in sync. Sean McVay, Matt Stafford, he's not getting touched. They're throwing for a bunch of yards here. Kyron Williams running tough. Blake Corum's involved in the game plan, the rookie out of Michigan. But defensively, what's the best way to attack this defense, the LA Rams defense? And a lot of people don't know about it. They got the two young rookies from Florida State. But other than that, not a lot of people know about this Rams defense. Baldy, break it down for us. How the Niners going to attack this defense?
Jared Verse could easily be, the rookie of the year. I mean, that guy plays so hard, number 8. You see him, if you put a tight end on this kid, he's going to abuse him. I don't care, run blocking, pass blocking. He's physical. Fisk is a ridiculous athlete with a great motor. You look at Kobe Turner, had 7 sacks last year as a rookie. Like, he's a really good – he wins one-on-ones. Like, him and Pooney inside is going to be fun to watch. I would say the weakness is probably their corners. Like, you watch, the safeties are good. I always like Cam Curl. He was in Washington, a rookie in Washington. He's a good football player. Cam Kitchens has been the defensive rookie of the week, or defensive player of the week twice this year, one on a 100-yard interception return. They've got a young defense, very young, but they play really hard. Josh Allen was just Josh Allen last week. That's all you could say. Like, he was just – no, he's just the MVP. Like, there's no other talent like him in this league. And so that's how they put up the 42. Like, he just kept slinging it. But I'd say that this defense can only get better because they've drafted the right guys. They've got a really good young core of players. Byron Young, you just go through all these guys. They're really talented, and they play the game the right way.
So they lose CMC for the whole year, basically. Lost Elijah Mitchell in training camp. Jordan Mason was running it like crazy. Everybody's running it like crazy on this team. He goes down. Now he's probably out for the rest of the year. And then you get Isaac Orendo, who I thought looked spectacular. I thought the little passing angle route where it turned into like a crosser was just a gorgeous play design. He has great hands. I thought his eyes were great, and he was figuring out how to run in this system. And then he goes down. How big of a loss is this? And just overall, their ability to plug and play at the running back spot, I mean, are they going to feel it on Thursday?
Yeah. Yeah, eventually you feel it. I mean, even that crosser that you talked about out of the backfield, now that's a McCaffrey play, but it's a choice route, and he just saw a zone, and he saw an opening, he just kept going. Like, normally you sit down in the middle on a Texas route, but I think he just saw it and just kept going. Like, he read it properly. That's not easy to do. He got one-on-one, with Sanborn down the stretch, down the seam, Purdy fed it to him perfectly. I don't know if they have another guy right now that can play like that. It's next man up, but they've had 3 step up and all play great. And, they're still trying to replace McCaffrey, but Mason, Orendo, they were great. I don't know if they have another guy that can play like that.
Well, we know Jauan Jennings is playing out of this world right now. If there's a positive moving forward, Niners give out this award called the Lynn Eshmont Award for most inspirational. Jauan Jennings, what a season he's having to become the 49ers' top wide receiver, man. We can't go through this interview without bringing up Jauan Jennings, man. He plays, if there's anybody who wants it, this guy's played like he's wanted it every single week he's been on the football field, Baldy.
He's unreal. I remember talking to Jimmy Garoppolo about him one day. I'm like, what? Because I was just trying to figure out who he was and who he reminded of. I remember Jimmy just telling me, well, he's not very fast. He's not really quick, but dang, he gets open. And that's kind of him. Like, he's got a big body. He plays the game the right way. He can separate a little bit. He's a great blocker. Great blocker. He really is talented in that department. And as you have to be to play in that system. But he's just the ultimate team player right now. Team player and dependable. Like, every team. I remember, like, when Michael Thomas was in New Orleans with Drew Brees, and his Twitter handle was, "You can't guard Mike." Yeah. And honestly, I feel like that's a little bit like Jauan. Like, you can't guard Jauan. He's always open. He just knows how to attack the football. Like, he's aggressive to the ball in the air. And that's a good I think that's a good quality to have.
He's got that box out, he's not this player, but very similar to Anquan Boldin, where he used to just vice grip the ball in traffic, and I was just so impressed with him. One thing that is going to get lost in the win, and you're winning that by a lot, the kicking game. I mean, I know there's new rules. I know people are trying things out. Jake Moody didn't even get it to the appropriate distance twice in this game on kickoffs. I don't know what to make of what's like the snow game. Like, I just kind of throw it to the side. It's really difficult to kick. He hasn't been great this year. I don't understand exactly what's going on. Is this an issue? Is this a problem? What's going on with Jake Moody, the kicker?
Well, it's a nightmare for any defensive coordinator when the offense is starting at the 40. It's a nightmare. Like, they've talked about it all preseason. Every coordinator I talked to, they said the same thing. Like, who wants to start on defense at the 40-yard line? So these kickers, like, they're honestly, they should never buy a home. I don't care what their name is. Like, you should never feel like you have security. That's kind of how all their careers go. you look at guys like Graham Gano, whatever, like they're just on a carousel. They just get on the next bus, they go to the next stop, because they all lose their stroke at some point for whatever reason. It could be injury, it could be in their head, it could be I don't know, just how they are perceived by the front office, whatever. Like there's not too many that basically you watch Justin Tucker just fall apart right now. He's been the best in the history of this whole game. He's fallen apart. Like it just happens to these guys, and you got to have the next guy up and ready to go. You never know when they're just going to lose it, and when you might have to move on from them.
Jake Elliott in Philadelphia, man. They're ready. Justin Tucker struggling, man. What a nightmare for kickers around the league. Baldy, where are you going to be at this weekend? Hopefully not in Minnesota. You've been there back-to-back weeks. I'm
taking a break. I'm going out to L.A. I'm going to see the Harbaugh and the Chargers against the Bucs this weekend. Two teams battling for playoff spots here, so it should be pretty fun.
I love Derwin James, Baldy. I love him.
Yeah,
I wanted the Niners to draft him over McGlinchey. I did the draft show then. I love watching him play.
So in that draft, Joe, you'll remember this. There was two safeties. There was Minka and there was Derwin. They remember, like, it was like, how could you go wrong? It was sort of like that. And I remember, Minka gets drafted by the Dolphins, and they can't really figure out how to use him. They got him in the slot. He's a nickel, and they traded him. I forget who the GM was. And as soon as he got to Pittsburgh, his first game was against the 49ers.
Yeah, I remember that.
He had 2 takeaways in that game.
Yep.
I'm like, Minka's a Steeler. That's what it is. He's a Steeler. And both those guys, first of all, the game is unbelievably important to both those guys. They're both if you're doing a 4-hour radio show, Joe, you'd want Derwin or Minka sitting right next to you talking football. You wouldn't get enough. They love it. They love talking about it, playing about it. They love their teammates. It's just their credit. Both of them are a credit to the game.
Yeah, no doubt. Chris Greer, GM of the Miami Dolphins there. And the Bucs, man, they got my boy Bucky Irvin, who left the game last week with a back injury. But I like this Tampa Bay team, man. Baker's scrappy. Bucky Irvin's running hard. Mike Evans is back. Tampa's going to steal that division in the AFC South, Baldy.
I don't think there's any doubt. I mean, unless Atlanta goes to Michael Penix Jr., they're not going to win that division, because I've seen enough of Kirk Cousins here. Yeah. His arm is dying on him, like it does to all old quarterbacks. It's literally dying. But I picked Tampa to win that division earlier this year. Todd Bowles is just a good coach, and they've got a toughness about that team. They're like everybody else. They've had a ton of injuries, lost guys. You lose, Godwin and Evans for 3 straight weeks. You lose to 1 and 2. That's tough to overcome. But they got rookies. Jalen McMillan stepped up from Oregon last week. He looked really good, or from Washington, I should say. Washington.
Yeah, Washington. Yep.
Washington. Yeah. He was there with Rome. Yeah. No, I think they're going to win. This is going to be a good game. They got to win this game.
That's a really good game, Baldy. It's a hell of a game down at SoFi Stadium, Tampa Bay and the Chargers with Jim Harbaugh and company. All right, Baldy, man, we'll talk to you next week as the Niners take on the Rams. Good stuff as always.
Yep. See you guys.
All right, Brian Baldy here on the River Islands guest line. With that said, let's get straight to the injury report.
Ow!
All right, Isaac Guerendo, foot sprain. He's going to be closely monitored all week long. He was seen in the locker room yesterday without a protective walking boot, so that's good news. Shanahan did not expect Guerendo to participate in practice today. It will most likely be a game-time decision Thursday night against the L.A. Rams. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises. Baldy, at the earlier interview, let's talk about Deebo Samuel. Now, I do want to get some fans' thoughts on this. 888-957-9570. Baldy mentioned that wide receivers don't win Super Bowls. Wide receivers don't win Super Bowls. Do you buy that? 888-957-9570. Certainly feels like you need one to get there, but do they win them? We'll love to hear your thoughts, plus much more. We'll get to the Golden State Warriors as well. I've been dying to get to the Warriors here on the Morning Roast.
Many architects and builders who team up with Golden State Window and Door Design are familiar with their list of vendors, including Marvin.
All right, oh baby, a Tuesday morning in the Bay Area. Hopefully you're driving safe and hopefully the traffic cleared up on 101 North just past the airport. It was a nasty, nasty accident. I'm not sure what exactly happened, but it was brutal this morning. But hopefully everybody is safe. All the teachers, all the students, all the high schools getting ready for state championships this weekend. Who else do we got? Of course, the overnight dancers. I don't know how business is during the holidays, but hopefully you're making somebody. Shout out to Laughing Mug Brewing, December 20th. Doobie Awards. You want to be there. Take the day off. It's a celebration of life, celebration of the station, celebration of the Doobie Awards. I had to say that. I had to say it. Baldy just joined us. Doug Russell, my guy Doug Russell from out there in Milwaukee. Milwaukee is going to join us at 9:20 to get to know Willie Adames. He texted me last night. Really likes the player, said great things about him. So he'll join us at 9:20. He's from 97.3 The Game in Milwaukee. We will get to some Warriors. I need to keep teasing Warriors. We'll get to the Warriors, man, because there's a lot to get to here. But Shasky, good morning to you, man. What's going on?
Good morning. There's so much to get into. Obviously, the baseball world is buzzing. We'll get to that in a little bit. Giants making big moves. Sounds like Nolan Arenado's on the move. Yeah, the stuff that Baldy said is hitting me this morning pretty hard. I mean, he's basically talking about wide receivers and how they don't win you Super Bowls. Like, we all agree, like, you got to have some competent players out there. But it does feel like the majority of the Super Bowls in our life, they're won and lost in the trenches and with the quarterbacks. Right?
No doubt.
Of course you got to have playmakers. You got to have a Julian Edelman, and you got to have an elite tight end out there. Like, it feels like that's kind of like the unlocker, whether it's a Gronk, whether it's a Kelsey, et cetera. But you got to have competent playmakers. No one denies that. But I kind of feel him on this, and this is where we go back to team building, and I look at the 49ers strategy on team building, which made a lot of sense on paper. But, like, when you're a team that's a run-first team, to spend $60 to $75 million on 4 wide receivers when you really only target any one of them on a given game like 4.5, 5 times, it isn't the greatest business model unless you have rookie great linemen.
Are we going to start turning wide receivers into running backs where you just don't pay them top dollar?
Well, I'm a little more discerning on, like, we had this long, like, offseason with Brandon Ayuk, for example, where I think everyone agreed, like, he's a really good player. Like, we all agreed. I don't, anyone who said he's garbage is like, oh, come on, I'm not taking you serious. But he's a really good player. But the question wasn't like, is he really good? It's like, does he fit what the Niners want to do? And is it sound team building strategy to pay him what he was asking on this team, knowing how this coach wants to play football? And it was like, well, maybe there'll be an evolution in how they play football. Nah, they're going to always run the ball first. And they're going to be a pass second kind of a team in terms of how they want to win. And so, like, I don't think it was great money spent. And I wanted to keep him too. Like, I'm contradicting myself. Like, I wanted to keep him, but, like, now knowing what I know, it's like, jeez, man. We had Juwan Jennings in the fold the whole time.
Well, they should have given him the money from the start. But to Baldy's point, that you don't win Super Bowls with wide receivers, you don't know what quarterbacks are trenches. And, yeah, there's no doubt you have to control the trenches. But you're telling me that you don't need playmakers either? And that's where I kind of push back with Baldy. I watched Cooper Kupp dominate and win the Super Bowl MVP against the Cincinnati Bengals. Dominate. The one wide receiver out there, Odell Beckham Jr., and he went out there and dominated. We've seen Rice and John Taylor many, many years. We've seen Michael Irvin many, many years and Alvin Harper. We've seen great wide receivers. You know, Spinotti, during the break, he was just talking about the Tampa Bay offense that gets no love. Brady, Antonio Brown, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin. Wow, Rob Gronkowski at tight end. I mean, who's who? We also saw the NFC Championship game in which Kyle Williams, it'll be remembered for Kyle Williams fumbling. You know what else I remember for? Being 1 for 13 on third down because you had no playmakers on the outside. So they may not win Super Bowls, but damn it, you need a playmaker in the passing game, and you need some elite wide receivers to stay in football games. I would push back on that. I think you do need wide receivers. That team
is a great example, actually. Like, Mario Manningham comes to mind. He wasn't elite. He made a couple of really big plays, for them. And your point about
Hakeem Nicks was really, really good.
Sure.
Hakeem Nicks was really, really good.
I don't think anyone would, like, put him in a top 25 of the last 10 or 15 years.
But during that era, during that year, Hakeem Nicks was like a top 10 wide receiver.
Okay.
I'm just saying, during that year, he was he not? He was legit. Hakeem Nicks was legit for that short period of time for the New York Giants. Wasn't he a first-round pick, too? I mean, he was legit.
I don't know. I remember that Super Bowl for the Rams versus Cincinnati as more of a defensive struggle. Yes, Odell Beckham and Cooper Kupp were awesome. But to get there, I thought it was Aaron Donald in that fourth quarter just taking over.
Well, Cooper Kupp was Super Bowl MVP.
No, I know. But I'm saying I remember it with Aaron Donald.
And in the 49ers, Cooper Kupp couldn't be guarded. I mean, watching him in the slot just cook K.Y. Williams for the game-time touchdown. I mean, but Cooper Kupp was dominant. Their wide receivers were dominant. I disagree that if you go out there with just some media like Julian Edelman, it turned out to be an awesome wide receiver and made plays. You need playmakers outside. Yes, you need the trenches. You need a good quarterback. You need a good defense. But I still think you need playmakers on the outside. You don't get playmakers on the outside, all of a sudden you can't take the top off the defense. All of a sudden the defense is playing 15 yards within the line of scrimmage. All of a sudden the defense is like, yeah, we ain't worried about anything outside. We're going to just stuff the run and play 8 in the box and just slam it. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, I think where he's going is like, yeah, you could be an important player on the team, but I think that there's a disproportionate amount of money being spent on the wide receiver position in general league-wide, and I do believe there tends to be a personality type that is more team disruptor than team lubricator in terms of like gelling everyone and getting everyone on the same page. Like there is a consistent theme. One position complains, it feels like, more than maybe the other ones publicly, and I think that's where he was kind of going at, like. You know, like I look at the Kansas City Chiefs. Like they moved off of Tyreek Hill. They won a championship with him, but they moved off of Tyreek Hill, who's one of the best players in the entire league, and they got lesser players on the outside, and they still found a way to win because of Chris Jones and Patrick Mahomes and other things.
Travis Kelce, who's a wide receiver.
Kelce's all time.
Travis Kelce too. So when you have a Travis Kelce, it's easier to move off of a Tyreek Hill to fix your books, reset your books, to say, all right, we have this great quarterback in Patrick Mahomes who's going to elevate lesser talent outside. Now, I don't think we're there yet with Brock Purdy. I don't think we're there at all with Brock Purdy yet, but you have a Patrick Mahomes, which is an outlier, right? When you have a Tom Brady, it's an outlier. When you could have lesser weapons outside. So,
but I also believe, like, and this is more of a function of the NFL, when you look at, like, in December and in January and then into February. Obviously, most of the Super Bowls are played in domes, controlled environments, but you're outdoors in the elements. It's more difficult to throw the ball. I've heard Packer fans complain for years they're a throwing team, yet they play a lot of home games in frigid, below zero temperatures where it's very difficult to throw the ball. And so their number one weapon is kind of neutralized. And then it becomes a trench game, and they've lost a lot of trench games over the last few years.
Yeah, they've been soft up front. There's no doubt about that. But Julian Edelman was a Super Bowl MVP. I'm just looking at the Super Bowl MVPs here, so I don't know. It depends on how you want to build your team. But I love having me a top flight playmaker. Let's go to Bay Rob. Bay Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Top of the morning, Bonte and Butcher Boy.
What's up, man?
Hey. I'm just like you. I agree with Baldy, but at the same time, I disagree with Baldy. I keep telling you, Bonte, everybody know we have a NASCAR running back. They know we got a NASCAR tight end, but they know we don't have NASCAR receivers. They know this. Debo them can barely beat people one-on-one, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yep. They can barely beat people one-on-one. That's a problem for Purdy. That's why Purdy don't, you know what I'm saying? That's a problem for Purdy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to have trust in somebody to beat somebody one-on-one. If you know that's going to happen, you go throw the ball. Look at Chase last night. You think Burrow worried about Chase? He's willing to risk an interception to throw the ball to Chase. That's how much confidence he has in Chase. So until we get them NASCAR receivers, bro, ain't nothing going to change. What John Madden say on the commercial of the John Madden thing? He said, speed's kids, right? Mm-hmm. Look at everybody who got speedy wide receivers. Look at Detroit. Detroit got heat. Look at the LA Rams. LA Rams got heat. Look at Seattle. Seattle got heat. Everybody who got these receivers that could scare you got a chance to win the game. They have a shot. You know what I'm saying? People just go keep circling around us, making a bubble, and waiting for us to make the mistakes that we make and turn over the ball. And they're going to stack that box for Christian McCaffrey, and all our running backs will get killed because they waiting on them.
Right. Nah, good points, Bay Rob.
Ain't nothing going to change, dude.
Yeah, good points, Bay Rob. Look, from my philosophy, when I team build, if I'm running the franchise on Madden, I love linemen, defensive linemen, offensive linemen. I remember I got told to by the boss many moons ago, hey, you're talking too much offensive line, nobody cares about it. But I do, because I think offensive linemen are the key to your offense functioning at a high level. Your quarterback can have success if he doesn't get time to throw the ball. Your running backs can have success if linemen aren't blowing holes open left and right against defensive linemen. The defensive linemen, your linebackers are not running around making 150 tackles a season if your defensive line is not stabilizing the front. Your quarters, they don't want to guard for 7 seconds. You need a D-line to get after the quarterback. So my team-building philosophy has always been up front. I like offensive linemen, defensive linemen. It's not sexy at all, but I start from there. But with that said, you need playmakers out. You need some great skill positions. And to Bayrod's point, you look at Detroit, they invested in Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't think anybody's batting an eye on whether or not he's worth every penny. They invested a first-round pick in Jameson Williams coming off for torn ACL at Alabama, knowing that he may not be ready his rookie year. They still invested. You see the Eagles and their investments out wide. And, yeah, they're complaining and bitching right now, but they'll figure it out. They have Saquon Barkley, and you know what? Teams are scared to death. Reason why Saquon Barkley's going crazy right now? Well, teams can't go 7 in they can't go 8 in the box because you got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. So, hey, look, they may not single-handedly win because you need a quarterback to throw them the ball, but I think having a top-flight wide receiver is very vital to being a contender in the NFL.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'll see with Jameson when he hits free agency because I believe he's supposed to be a free agent. He got suspended for gambling. There's been a lot.
Yeah,
he's had a good year.
He's got a couple years.
And then you have Tim Patrick, who's had a monster year as well, who's kind of like their third guy. And, they've – so we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing. But I just think the majority of what Baldy is getting at is that they complain a lot. They get paid an exorbitant amount of money. And when it's, crunch time late in the year, it does feel like, more players on the field are making more of an imprint on the game. Not that they're not needed. It's just that, like that Super Bowl. We came away from that Super Bowl. I think we talked a lot about wide receiver. The Niners went out and drafted a wide receiver. Really, it was like, yeah, the quarterback play could be a little better. And in the trenches, they got dominated on both ends. They couldn't get stops when they needed to in the second half. The Niners, offensively, they couldn't block up front. And they had tons of miscommunications. And they doubled down on wide receiver, and they haven't had a great year. And I think if they would have doubled down maybe on some offensive line or maybe an edge rusher or something like that in the draft instead, it might have behooved them a little better this year.
Yeah, I just... The targets, yeah, we talked all about it. And the one guy who did get off press, man, was the guy who wasn't getting paid right away and then finally got paid. Now he's out for the season. That's Brandon Ayuk. So it's a very interesting conversation. Let's go to oh wait, he's not ready yet. Where's the Baldy cut here? Baldy, all right, call it out, Debo, and wide receivers complaining about targets. Here it is.
These receivers that do this, I'm taking a shot here at Debo, but honestly, nobody wins the Super Bowl because of the receivers. Nobody. They help you, but you win the game because of your quarterback and your defense. Your quarterback helps the receivers. But T.O., Randy Moss, you go through the list of great receivers that we've seen in this league. They don't win Super Bowls. The Eagles won a Super Bowl 7 years ago. They didn't have a receiver that had 1,000 yards receiving. They didn't have a running back that had 1,000 yards, but they were a great team. So you winning 24-0 for the first time. You got a lead last week, and you couldn't win a game for a month. Just take the win. Take the win. Thursday night, national TV. You got the Rams. They beat you earlier this year. Go do something to help win the game against the Rams. Throw a block for Garendo that springs them. Just do the little things. The ball will come your way.
I think a lot of Niner fans are hearing that, and they're like, yeah, 100%. We haven't won in however many weeks. We're explosive. And, yeah, I want everyone to ball out every single week. But, that game was in hand. We had all the Brandon Allen came into that game with 8 minutes to go. We went all rooks and all random backups at the end. Why are we coming out of a game we finally won and we looked awesome and we're worried about who's touching it and where we're getting come on, guys. The season's falling away here.
Season's already gone. Let's be real. Does anybody out there really believe?
Hope, though.
Does anybody that's where I want to get to. Does anybody really believe that this team has a shot to make the playoffs? I feel like the season is shot. I do. You got Miami, you got Detroit, you got Arizona. With the way the season is played out and everything, it just feels like a lost year. The Opens have been there staring at us in the face, starting in training camp. Should have known it. The minute Christian McCaffrey came up with a calf injury. Hell, the first practice we see Isaac Guerrero pop his hamstring. Elijah Mitchell doesn't even get on the field. What? I would love to hear 888-957-9570 from Niner fans who truly believe that they could spark a rally and get into the playoffs. Now, those guys in the locker room believe. They don't believe they're dead. Kyle Shanahan doesn't believe they're dead. But I'm watching the team, and I'm watching around the league, and I'm saying to myself, I don't know. I don't see it. I just don't see it.
What's changed for you? Because 3 weeks ago, heading into Green Bay, you felt very optimistic.
Well, heading into the Seattle game. It was the Seattle game. Once they lost to Seattle, and they're going on the road, and Brock Purdy doesn't play against Green Bay, it's like, yeah, this is going to be very difficult. Because the Buffalo game was a nail. That was a nail the minute the schedule got released back in March. So once they lost to Seattle at home in the way that they did, and we talked about it on the show, yeah, it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Mathematically, you're still in it, but then all of a sudden Seattle's winning games, the Rams are winning games. So, yeah, we're deeper into the season. We're in December. You're 2 games behind Seattle. They've only got 1 division loss. The Niners have 3 division losses. I'm sorry, Niner fans. I'm not the one to sell fake hope. I'm not going to do that to you. Now, you could be optimistic all you want to. I'm not deterring anybody away from doing that, but I just don't see it. Normally, too many injuries.
No, I think most people don't see it. We haven't seen it for a while, but like this team's played poor football, especially in crucial situations for a long time. That's why, again, why Sunday was so like alarming. It's like, where's this been? You know? And so, but like, in normal situations, I'm like, tank, pack it all in. And there are certain guys like Nick Bosa, probably not going to see him the rest of the year. That's just my guess. Probably going to get some sort of a surgery. Maybe at some point when they're mathematically eliminated, Fred Warner bows out. But, you know, normally I'd say, yeah, get the better draft pick. I kind of want to see them play this thing out. Like, I want to see some of these guys play hard down the stretch. I kind of don't want to see certain guys pack it in. I think all the smack talk and all the money and everybody squeezing us in the offseason for every single penny, there's a part of me as a fan where I put my hard-earned money in this team. I'm kind of like, you owe it to me to work this thing out and kind of play hard down the stretch. I'm not saying you got to win every one of these games, but don't just give me a bunch of backups the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, I don't think effort level has been a problem. I haven't taken away losses saying, boy, that's a lack of effort. Boy, they're not playing hard. It's been a lack of execution, in my opinion. A lack of execution. Third down defense. Execution. Not getting off the football field. Converting field goals into points. Lack of execution. Not making field goals.
Sucks, Monte. Like, yeah. The field, they whiffed on that pick. It's okay. Like they whiffed on Trey Lance. They whiffed on Jake Moody.
Why are you coming at me like that?
Pick. No, I'm just saying in general. That pick has been horrible.
He did suffer an ankle injury. I mean, maybe his ankle's not right. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. But lack of execution by players that you paid, that's been my biggest issue. I think they've played hard. I've seen effort. I've seen a lot of effort. Look at these games that they've lost. The Rams game, they had a fourth-quarter lead. The Cardinals game, they had a fourth-quarter lead. The Seahawks game, they had a fourth-quarter lead. It wasn't because of effort. I mean, they had the effort, but the lack of execution let them down in the fourth quarter. So I'm not buying the fact that they haven't played hard. Ike and Hayward, what's up?
Hi. Yeah, I've been a 49er fan for a long time, and I think they've missed the playoffs maybe 5 times since I've been a fan. So, yes, I expect them to make the playoffs. I expect them to get further in the playoffs. Just because they had a few injuries, I don't give up on the season.
Wait, what's that? So you spent more hold on, Ike, stay there. You spent more time on the phone with Sam Lubman than you have making this phone call.
He doesn't expect them to just give up on the season, and I kind of agree with him on that.
Who says they're going to give up on the season?
Well, I think when these things happen, the teams start circling the drains. You know, the quote-unquote business decisions are made about availability.
Guys are playing for contracts and future jobs. This is why this goes back to 2021. I hate to bring this up. But you brought up Trey Lance, just saying about the whiff pick. Now, remember that season. A lot of people, they beat the Texans in a do-or-die game. The Niners don't win that game in 2021 against the Houston Texans. They don't go to the playoffs, and they don't advance to the NFC Championship games against the LA Rams. And I remember I was saying it in real time on the show that week. I said, look, we could laugh at the Texans and say they're terrible, and they were terrible. but guys were also putting things on tape for future employers. They're trying to get a job in the future with other franchises if they don't get retired by the Houston Texans. So they're going to get maximum effort from that team. There's a lot of teams that, even the Jaguars and Titans, for crying out loud, not a lot of people watch that game. Those guys are playing hard because your future contracts, your future money is on the line. So I do not anticipate the Niners just melting again under Kyle Shanahan. I've never seen that from them. Even during the COVID year, when they had to play in Glendale, Arizona, they beat the Cardinals down there. Remember they beat the Cardinals? They played their asses off. They lost to Washington that year, but they played hard. I never questioned the effort of a Kyle Shanahan-led team.
But I think where I'm now illuminated is that George Kittle was the one questioning, not Joe Shasky, not Rob and Sam Bruno or whoever who calls in, like not someone on the internet, like the one of the primary players on this team.
I just think it's just a player at a podium. You know how many times Steph Curry has walked up to a podium and said, yeah, we need to play with more urgency, blah, blah, blah. It's not an indictment on the team not playing hard. It's just we need to play desperate. That's the same thing I got from George Kittle. I actually think this quote is being blown out of proportion here. Here's George Kittle on the team finally playing with desperation.
I think the message was we need to play with more of a sense of urgency and play desperate because you just haven't really sensed that. And like I've been on teams where it felt like, was it 2 years ago we were on whatever, like 8-9 game win streak, whatever that was. And it literally felt like every play people were just scratching, clawing, and fighting for everything. And I'm not going to call anybody out. Like we've all like not taken a play off, but like, just not fought our hardest on every given play. And that was kind of the message, like, guys, just put it all out there because we have the players, we have the playmakers, we have the play call, and we have everything to win games. But like we have to do it out of desperation. And when you're playing desperate and you're playing like, hey, if we don't win this game, our season potentially is over. That desperation fuels guys in different ways. And it's just how you take that and how you channel that energy. And I thought our guys did a great job of that today.
So, to me, the way I interpret it, and I could be completely off here, but sitting in a lot of pressers in my life, I've heard that message before. Yeah, we got to play with desperation. We got, we're not playing with much desperation. We're not playing with urgency. We're not doing, and I don't buy that. I think the Niners did play hard. They just got their asses kicked in Buffalo and Green Bay. They just got beat by better teams.
Yeah, I don't know. When I see George Kittle the week before complaining about the touches that he gets, the amount of routes that he's running, I don't know. I think you're getting a candid version of Kittle these last couple of weeks, and I think his leadership is emerging.
Those are two different things, though. He's saying I need to be involved more in the offense.
When has he ever said that?
Well, he's probably kind of alluded to it. It's like, I'm running blocking, blah, blah, blah. So he's right, though. Especially without Ayuk and without Chris McCaffrey, he should be seeing 10 targets a game. Should be. But I don't know. I think it's much ado about nothing. Maybe I'm wrong there. That's just me. All right. More coming up in the game brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers'
Bay Area. This is Jonathan Kumingi. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, JK, we'll get to you in just a second. Hell of a game from you on Sunday. Big win for the Warriors, 14-9. They'll get ready for the Emirates NBA Cup, flying down to H-Town today, and then they'll take on the Rockets tomorrow night in the quarterfinal, and the winner advances to the semifinal Saturday in Las Vegas. And I just need to know when the Warriors are going to play after Wednesday. So win or lose, if they win, they play Saturday. I believe if they lose, they will play Sunday against an opponent, TBD. But Shasky, I think we found a Niner fan who still believes they have a shot. Fozzie in the East Bay believes they have a shot. Fozzie, what's happening? Fozzie going once? Going twice? He gone.
Fozzie Bear, was that the Muppets?
Fozzie may have, yes, he was. Fozzie may have believed in the 49ers, but his phone didn't, so it just didn't connect.
There you go. Greg in Oakland.
He tried, though.
Greg in Oakland.
Stranger things have happened.
Like?
So they're not, well, just they've happened. That's not what I'm calling. I'm calling about Jake Moody.
Oh.
I'm calling about Jake Moody. I'm extremely triggered by Jake Moody because when you look at all the great players that the 49ers find deep in the draft or on the free agent roles, and you look at this season where they brought in 2 kickers who you could argue were better,
yes,
or at least just as good as Jake Moody, who they found literally on the streets, unemployed. It's like, has anybody done a deep dive on the great offensive linemen or defensive linemen that they passed up to take frickin' Jake Moody? I mean, that one, listen, to me, that one is worse than Wiseman on the Warriors or Trey Lance. You know, there was a time when I used to say, which was a worse pick, Wiseman or Trey Lance? The answer, Jake Moody.
Let me ask you this, Greg. How'd you feel after the Super Bowl with Jake Moody?
They missed it.
I'm just asking a question.
Not great. Not great. I mean, listen, I think that those specialists are kind of, I don't want to say they're throwaways. I mean, once in a while there's a superstar that emerges, but they must have thought that he was like Tucker, like he was like a guy who was like going to be a Hall of Famer to take him third. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, how did they ever justify that when they find these great running backs like Eli Mitchell or even Guerendo? Was Guerendo what, a 4th rounder? Like, they find these guys on the scrap heap and they turn them into superstars. You know, remember Mostert? Mostert had been cut by like 7 teams, and they found him and he turned him into a really great player.
Greg, I'm not trying to sway you here at all. And I'm not trying to make excuses for the guy, but he has been hurt this year. Last year, this is why, maybe this year is an outlier. Last year as a rookie, he was 21-25 in terms of field goal makes, 84%. He made all but 1 extra point. Now, I get it, kickers, and I don't like kickers because they've cost me plenty of money in the past. There's no doubt. He did make the 2 50-plus yard field goals in the Super Bowl. Greg hung up. I guess he doesn't want to hear it.
Well, but to me, it's not just exclusive. For me, it's not just Jake Moody. It's also Cameron Latu, who was taken like 2 picks later. It's also, you know, other guys that they took later on in that draft who didn't even make the team. Now, look, you're going to find this in every draft. Puka was in like the 5th or 6th round of that same exact draft. I'm not saying the Niners were going to draft Puka, nor were they going to develop him and utilize him the way the Rams did. But I think when you look at some of the misses in that draft, Jake is highlighted because it is a position. Yeah. Like, I get the point of, hey, if we get the right guy here, we have the right guy for 10 years. Yeah, I understand that thought process. But you hear Baldy telling you, like, literally, it feels like you should never even rent. You should just have all of your clothes in a bag, in a car, ready to go across the country. And guys that they signed off the street who played on 4 or 5 different teams this year have been serviceable for a lesser of a draft pick. And I understand allocation and value and all that. And they just missed on it. I don't know. The selection doesn't trigger me as bad as the performance.
No doubt. I'm looking at Jake Elliott. He was a 5th round pick. He's struggling. He's been with Philadelphia since 2017. He's had a good career. Good career. Tucker's missed a lot of kicks, but he's had a great career. You know, Vinatieri. So if you find the right one, You're fine. I mean, I guess Moody's been down, but, we can say the same about Ricky Pearsall, right? People are talking 100%. About Lat McConkey and Keon Coleman and,
100%.
First-round picks haven't been great. Javon Kinlaw wasn't great. Solomon Thomas wasn't great. So they've whiffed on a number of picks. Moody hasn't been great. The kickoffs have been very, very disappointing. Special teams as a whole has been a disaster. It's been 100%. A disaster. So,
I mean, every time Cowing just catches it and gets like 2 or 3 yards, I'm like, what a win.
Because last year, Moody, we early on in the preseason, we freaked out. Turned out to have a good rookie year. He did. I'm not even trying to cape for him. Trust me, I cannot stand kickers. But he had a solid rookie year. That's all I'm saying.
He was all right. Yeah, he was fine.
21 to 25.
Yeah, but he also cost them a game. I'm not trying.
Last year?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, against Cleveland?
I mean,
okay.
He did.
Yeah, but the offense didn't play great. He missed a field goal, and it's tough to see.
That's what the kicker's there for, though.
Yeah, but you know what, though? You can say he cost them a game. It's the same thing like saying Brandon Podzinski cost the Warriors a Denver Nuggets game, and he even played the last 5 minutes.
Well, no, Jake Moody literally had a kick to win the game. There's a difference.
But it shouldn't have came up. It shouldn't have led to that play.
No, but that's the whole point of a kicker on your team.
The quarterback didn't play well. P.J. Walker beat you. P.J. freaking Walker. P.J. Walker. I don't know if this is true or not, but wow. Ali Connolly, he's a newsletter at Read Optional and a writer at The Guardian, saying that Bill Belichick has agreed to become the next UNC head coach. Belichick handed the school a 400-page organizational Bible with structure, payment plans, staffing choices, decisions on whether to commit with UNC. He's expecting another decision within 24 hours.
Ooh, and this comes on the heels of 105.3 The Fan in Dallas interviewing Jerry Jones this morning, and Jerry Jones hyping up Bill Belichick. It's been all over ESPN. I think that if I'm Belichick, I'd wait out on that UNC thing and just take a look at what's going on with the Cowboys.
Tell Bill Belichick negotiations with North Carolina include a guarantee that Stephen Belichick will be named the school's head coach in waiting. UNC is open to that guarantee. Discussions are not a bid to gain leverage for NFL offers, and Bill Belichick is open to the move. Interesting stuff.
Well, Bill Walsh finished up his career going back to college, but it was such a different time of collegiate athletics and where Stanford was at as a program, where he was at in his life. And later on, he regretted not going back to the NFL or staying in the NFL longer than he did.
Well, you watched that Super Bowl when they beat Denver, and he started regretting, like, damn, I should be on that sideline. And he knew early on in that game that it was going to be a blowout, and the Niners blew them out. All right, Warriors real quick. Before we get to Doug Russell at 9:20, we'll talk a little baseball and Willy Adames and who he is as a player. And, of course, we're getting Juan Soto's contract. Interesting stuff Friday night with the Golden State Warriors is Jonathan Kuminga got to start. Draymond Green come off the bench. Now, Draymond Green ended up starting on Sunday. Andrew Wiggins was out. So if Andrew Wiggins is healthy, very eager to see what the lineup will look like moving forward. But there's been 13 different starting lineups with the Golden State Warriors. However, Draymond Green's postgame was very interesting. As Steph Curry touched on it, Steve Kerr touched on it, about J.K. and passing the torch to Jonathan Kuminga. So I'll start off with Draymond Green. This is after the loss Friday night, which the Warriors scored a season low, 90 points. They committed a season high, 22 turnovers in that game. But after the game was about J.K., who struggled at that start. He balled out on Sunday. I think overall had a great week. Here's Draymond Green on the J.K. conundrum is what I'll call it, the Jonathan Kuminga conundrum.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm sure I'll close most halves. But not starting is not starting, you know? You're taking on a different role. And so, I don't necessarily look at it as like this demotion. I'm a starter in the NBA. I know that, So I don't look at it like that. But, if it's something to try to help this team win, I'm always going to be for it, I hate losing. So if you got something that's going to help us win, you're not going to get an argument from me. And as I've always said, I care about this organization. And I know a lot of people in this organization, including myself, think he's next. And so if he's next, at some point we got to see it. And for him to do that, he needs the opportunity. And like I said, if the opportunity falls on you, being me, then that's what it is, and you got to figure it out. And so he's earned the right to get that opportunity. And when I come back here in 10 years and I'm even more great than I am now, I want to see this franchise thrive in. So if he's the guy that's going to do that, which I think he's more than capable of, great. It's perfect.
What do you make of that?
Well, which part? Because it was like the beginning was hilarious to me. There's this cachet was starting. And this is like the most obvious thing in the world. Like I'm a starter in the NBA. I know that. Like, of course there's a currency. Like in terms of NBA players, there is value to being perceived, known, being a starter. Like that is, and I don't diminish, the closing lineups and things like that, because which is equally important to Draymond Green. But you could tell, like, we better be winning because I view myself as a starter, right? And then he's going on and on about Kuminga, and it does feel like they're reaching a point. I don't know if we're necessarily there yet, but there will be some sort of a metaphoric or actual lineup changing of the guard at some point, and Kuminga getting more opportunities at the 4, playing at the expense of other players who mean maybe more to the overall Wikipedia page of the Golden State Warriors. Like, there's going to be a point in time where that torch will be fully passed, and I feel like we're in the process of seeing it handed. We're just not 100% there yet.
Not there yet, but it's very interesting as we got trade rumors swirling all today from Shams Charania about Jimmy Butler having Golden State on his list of destinations. Cam Johnson, Dennis Schroeder, Dorian Finney-Smith in Brooklyn. They're on the market with the Brooklyn Nets, and apparently the Warriors are interested in them. So it's very interesting. Here's what Steph said about whether or not he was consulted about J.K. moving to the starting lineup.
Same process with all type of decisions. You give your input. Like I said to Jeannie's question, it's about the culture and the commitment of how we do things. Like, I've come off the bench plenty of times. Draymond's come off the bench. Wiggs, JK, like everybody's been in that situation where we're trying to figure it out. So who knows how long it'll last? Who knows if it's 1 game, 5 games? Who knows? You know, every day is us trying to figure it out, especially when you're in a situation we've been in where we start 12-3 and been on a big slide. We got to, be all in on that.
And then on Kuminga starting, here's what Curry said about that.
For us to be good, you saw it in the Houston game. You've seen flashes. We need him to be the best version of himself. We have to be able to figure out whether it's play calls, whether it's certain rotation or lineup combinations, what can unlock his ability to get downhill, put pressure on the basket, demand attention from the defense. And he's a big weapon for us. So, yeah. And especially the way the early season's gone, games that we've handed away after big leads, tough scoring nights like tonight, you got to... The challenge of this team, we're a different team than we've been the last 3 years, and the experimental phase of trying to unlock new looks, new go-to sets, put the ball in his hands, it's time for that for sure, because we haven't had results otherwise, so we got to lean into that, and it might not go well every night, but that's what we're trying to build.
So empowering JK and maximizing him felt a little weird in this sense that, yes, sure, you want to maximize JK, but also you want to maximize winning. And does J.K. help you do that? We saw last week, I thought he had a really good game in Denver, really great game against Houston, taking over down the stretch and being the dude, taking the ball. And we heard from Steph and Dre empowering him like, yo, go get the ball. Go out there and go get the ball and go to the rim and go finish with authority. And he also went 3 of 6 from the three-point line. But also, watching him Sunday, engaged in that third quarter, defending at a very high level. I thought he was special, but hearing that Steph and Dre trying to pass that torch, saying, Kuminga, we need you. Steph's dealing with the bilateral knee tendonitis. He's 36 years old. He's moving well, but he's seeing long, active defenders. It's going to be a struggle every night trying to free up Stephen Curry, man. He is the number 1, number 2, number 3 option on the Scotty report. They're trying to take him away, no doubt. Draymond's dealing with a calf, and he's beat up, and he's had a lot of miles on those legs, and he's banged with these big men in the league for a long, long time. But is it a changing of the guard? Is this what Warrior fans want to see? Kuminga being empowered. And do you trust that Kuminga is capable of taking this franchise into the future as the guy in this franchise? You hear from Dre, you hear from Steph. They've talked to All-Stars. They talked about how good he is. But do the fans believe in JK the way Steph and Dre believes in JK. Interesting stuff there.
I've waffled so especially in the last 8 months. I've been so back and forth on this, and it feels like there has been a changing of the tide in the last couple of weeks. And I think I go to the Steph and Dre specifically. I think they're actually acknowledging their own mortality, and I'm not saying that they're done, and I'm not saying that they're saying that they're done, but you do see some of the age. Let's say I'm this hypothetical that Steph Curry at his all-time peak was at a 100 overall. What's he at now? 96.
Probably.
All right, and we're just spitballing here, right? He's at 96, okay? By year's end, maybe he's at 95, 94, you know? And I think that he's realizing that, for this team, there's probably no magic bullet trade that makes them contenders, and he's the number one player on that team, and everything flows through him, and every single piece on that roster has to be catered to how he plays basketball. And I think there is some sort of an acknowledgement of their own mortality as they look at a younger guy who's so far away from being where they're at, but yet they can see, if he keeps going forward, it's going to make my game a little easier. And as I start to slowly tick down, okay, he'll make my game a little easier. I'll play a little better alongside of him. He'll start to elevate. His time is coming. It's not now, but his time's coming. I actually really like what I'm hearing from Dre and Steph because it's very self-aware. And I think that that's one of the things that has been missing the last couple of years. The last couple of years, it's felt like we, the vets, are being let down by the others, the rookies, the other guys, the role players. And now it's we need help. And that's a far cry from where we were a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, where it was all the young guys' fault.
It's very interesting. And just the position of Steph and Curry, because you're right, it felt like, and I think it was more so for the fans, maybe the youngsters here.
You're probably right.
It was just nauseating at times, not just even thinking about it.
It was unfair.
It gives me a headache. It was just wow, okay. Especially because games were coming down to the wire. Your veterans are in the game down the stretch. It's like last week with Podziemski. I'm like, wait a minute. I get it. Podziemski had a terrible sequence, awful sequence, and Steve Kerr called him out. But he also didn't play the last 5 minutes, and you increased the lead. Once he left, you actually went up 8. So you got to make plays out of stretch. Again, execution. They weren't executing. Feels like the word of the day. Execute, execute, execute. Because I don't think there's a lack of effort with either the Niners or the Warriors. But when it comes to Kuminga, and I'm interested to see what Steve Kerr tries out there tomorrow because Steve Kerr's been on record saying Kuminga's a 4. Draymond Green before the season said he's a 3. Now, I think he's a mix in between. I think Kuminga is he's a player, right? Possessionless basketball. He goes out there and gets you a bucket. He gets to the free throw line. Is he a great three-point shooter? He's only shoot 31%. Sometimes when he's playing defense, if he's not on the ball, kind of like Klay Thompson back in the day, when he wasn't on the ball, he would get lost off the ball, play a weak side. So that's where JK is at defensively. Sometimes he does get lost off the ball, but when he's on the ball, holy smokes, this guy can defend. So I don't know if he's a 4, if he's a 3. I just know the guy can help you win games, and he's a bucket. When you give him the ball and you clear out the section, you get him on the mid-post, the guy gets buckets.
Well, I think this is not just a Kuminga question. This is also a conundrum, excuse me. It's also Steph Curry and Draymond. We all would acknowledge, Steph's a very unique player to play alongside, both on the offensive side and the defensive side. And I think the fair other counterpoint is that so is Draymond. Draymond's kind of a tweener. That's kind of what he came into the league as. People didn't know if he was a 3 or a 4. Well, really now the question is he more of a 4 or 5, right? If you play him at the 5, that comes with certain shortcomings because of the wear and tear, and he's not going to be able to match up with every 7-footer the same way. If you play him at the 4, who you play him alongside really matters in terms of spacing and fit on both ends. So, part of the conundrum with Kuminga is made a little more difficult because of Draymond specifically and Steph specifically. And I think that's kind of baked into the whole Kuminga equation. And I just think it's really hard. It's hard to find the right pieces that fit alongside those 3 players.
Steve Kerr's trying to find the right formula here. He's trying to find the right formula without DeAnthony Melton. Now, the trade rumor is, and I would love to hear from Warrior fans at 888-957-9570, Sean Sharania this morning saying the Warriors have interest in the Nets trio. The Nets have received trade interest in around forwards Cam Johnson, Dorian Finney-Smith, and guard Dennis Schroeder, who we just saw a couple weeks ago when Brooklyn put it on the Warriors. They went on that monster run, hit a bunch of threes. What, they hit 19 threes in that game, 23?
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord. They beat Sacramento over the Warriors and then Phoenix. They had a hell of a week. But Brooklyn, they've got a lot of cap room. $60+ billion in salary cap space next summer, 12 first-round picks, 11 second-round picks. And, look, they're obviously rebuilding for the future. They traded Mikal Bridges in the offseason to the New York Knicks. Warriors are among the teams that have expressed interest in those three players. 31-year-old Dennis Schroeder having a good season, making $13 million. He's averaging over 18 a game, 6.5 assists. Rival teams believe the Warriors are open to using injured guard D'Anthony Melton's $12.8 million expiring salary, along with draft incentives, to make a potential deal for that salary range. So that would make a lot of sense, right? Now, the other rumor, as Shams Charania reported out, was Jimmy Butler. The Miami Heat, I think Pat Riley's sick of Jimmy Butler. He is.
That, to me, is a red flag.
He's sick of Jimmy
Is it
Butler.
not?
Absolutely. And the Heat are open to listening to offers for Butler and making a deal if the proposal is right. League sources told ESPN. And he's open to destinations such as Houston and Dallas and the Golden State Warriors. Now, also, he's
him and
a
Dylan
native
Brooks.
Houston.
That would be interesting.
So, who knows?
Are you in on Jimmy Butler?
No, I'm not on him. With the way the Warriors play, he's a ball stopper, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
But he's a hell of a player. I'm not diminishing. Jimmy Butler's a hell of a player.
He's old.
And I'd be open to it, but
it's
35, 36. What's his three-point percentage?
He doesn't really shoot threes.
Yeah, well.
He does get to the free throw line.
In the playoffs, he hits threes. In the playoffs, he turns into a different player. But you got to get through the regular season to get through the Western Conference.
He's the reverse Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, taking a shot at Jimmy.
Well, it's just,
Jimmy Butler, 19 points a game, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. He's actually shooting this year 36% from three.
He's taking 2 a game?
He is taking less than 2 a game.
Okay.
Last year he shot 41%, taking 2.5. I'm looking here. Wow, he's a lifetime 33%. So, Warrior fans, you open to a trade or you want to ride with JK? Do you want to ride with this roster right now? Now, Dennis Schroeder, I'm all in for because you can use Melton's slot.
I would agree.
So I'm cool with that. Maybe you can sign Melton in the offseason. No hard feelings whatsoever, but business is business. We're trying to get back into the playoffs here. I'm all for Dennis Schroeder because they do need another playmaking guard.
Absolutely.
They're missing that tremendous. That's the big hole right now.
I'm reluctant.
Playmaking guard.
I'm reluctant to trade Kuminga currently. And again, I've fluctuated. I've gone back and forth. But currently, I feel like he's hitting his stride and finding his zone. It has to be a blow away, knock it out type of a deal. And I'm just not willing to do that right now.
Nah.
And I don't think the Jimmy Butler even comes close to. Okay, hypothetically, you add Jimmy Butler. It's going to cost you more than Kuminga. You're going to probably have to attach Wiggins. Are we sure?
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Well, but you got to have the salaries match. And this is a guy who also wants a salary extension at 35, 36 years old. I'm good off that.
Yeah, I am.
There's a lot of wear and tear.
Cousin Nick back in June. Oh, when did we have Cousin Nick on? Was I out? Was he on with us? Who was he on with? Here's his thoughts on Butler and the Warriors.
Jimmy Butler's name has popped up in the conversation of rumors, and would the Warriors give him the money and the contract he wants? I think it is a fit on paper, but having covered Jimmy long enough, one, I'm not exactly sure how he fits into that locker room as the alpha personality that he is, and two, I don't know if after all the wear and tear on his knees, especially over the last few years, if you're the Warriors, if you want to give him that type of extension, that would scare the hell out of me, because I think if you could say, all right, well, Jimmy's going to be healthy and he's going to play in the postseason and he's going to pair with stuff, great. But nobody can say that because he's missed a lot of time over the last few seasons.
He hit him with Max Dre.
Something me and Cousin Nick agree on.
It's a bonus agreement?
It's a bonus agreement. I mean, I can't get over the bonus championship. It's one of the most disrespectful things I've ever heard said from a reporter. Just call it, but I'm going to move off of that. 559 saying Robert Williams from Portland. Yeah, I'm in on him.
There are lesser deals on paper that I think can help the Warriors, in a variety of ways, differently.
You don't need a star. I don't think the Warriors necessarily need a superstar to make noise in the Western Conference. Just look at the Dallas Mavericks. Now, they had Luka, and he's in his prime. He's entering his prime, or if he's in his prime, Kyrie Irving not too far off of his prime. He's still a special player. Steph Curry, probably not in his prime, but damn, he's still one of the 10, 15 best players in this league. There's no doubt.
Let's say he's 90,
playing.
What do you think, 96, 97% of his prime?
Yeah, he's still.
But he's still, like, we all acknowledge.
Slowing down a little bit, but you're going to slow down a little bit as a guard.
Yeah, a little.
And don't tell Steph Curry that because he's going to look at us with a side eye. And
I'm not trying to be
I know.
disrespectful. I'm just saying, I'm trying to acknowledge the reality. Like LeBron. If LeBron was 100%, currently maybe he's 91%. But again, LeBron at 91% is better than 95% of the league.
So when I look at deals, when I look at deals, and Dallas, they laid the blueprint out for today's NBA with all the salary cap and the first apron, second apron, tax purposes. They traded for P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford. They're able to advance to the NBA Finals with two little subtle moves that completed their team.
Caught lightning in a bottle, played really good basketball.
Yep, and I still think right now they're playing well, too. They've won 7 in a row, and they're a factor in the Western Conference. Because Luka's going to win you a game, Kyrie's going to win you a game. You bring in Klay Thompson, you got the bigs, Lively. They're a really good team. The Warriors, by making some subtle moves like it did at Schroeder and Robert Williams, oh my gosh. Oh my Lord. Now we're cooking with hot grease. Those are the type of moves that I think you can make. Now, can Robert Williams stay healthy? That's a big key with him because he's a hell of a big, but Boston had to give up on him. Yeah. They had to. He couldn't stay healthy for him. But if you could stay healthy and you play him 10 to 15 minutes a game, especially with TJD, seems like he's out of the rotation as of now until he finds it. Currently, he's out of rotation, and that flips with Steve Kerr.
Yeah,
we know Steve Kerr. It's a long season.
And there's going to be matchups where they'll need
But Kevon Looney's playing excellent basketball, and he's a winner. He's a winner.
So if you could add, like, let's say it's not one of these superstar names.
Dennis Schroeder and Robert Williams are right up my alley.
So I'm kind of, well, I would like to, I don't think this guy's available, but if you could poach Trey Murphy out of New Orleans.
Oh, my gosh.
That would be the type of move.
Well, Trey Murphy III is special, and they're going to blow it up in New Orleans.
You think that's for sure?
Brandon Ingram's gone. Right?
He's got a big ankle. Love to have.
Trey Murphy. I didn't tell you the pre-draft story about Trey Murphy.
No, tell me
Trey Murphy III pre-draft story.
Wait a minute.
Not a king. No, not a king's tale.
It's a king's tale.
This sucker.
What was that last part saying?
Oh, I didn't vote for you.
King's tale. Trey Murphy III, when he was in the draft, and he was in the same draft class with Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody. Oh, don't you worry about that.
One of my noble lords.
Don't you worry about where I got the intel from. Well, definitely got the intel.
Little birds were talking.
Trusted agent. A trusted agent, as Jim Harbaugh would say. Trey Murphy III was out here for the pre-draft workouts.
Okay.
He was out here for like 3 days. And they said the guy stayed at the gym. And there were some disagreements. Some people was like, man, we got to get this Trey Murphy III kid. They selected Moses Moody out of Arkansas. We don't know how good Moses Moody is yet. Right now, he's hurt with a knee injury. He's uncertain to play tomorrow. But Trey Murphy III, there are people in that organization that love this guy. Loved Trey Murphy III.
I love when these things come out after a player is proven to be very good. I'm not saying that you're wrong. What I'm saying is like I love when like nobody wants to take credit for the Moody pick. No. And everyone wants to take credit for. I knew Trey Murphy would be good.
But no. People told me this shortly after that draft. They told me this shortly after that.
So I brought it up a couple. Off on this King's tale.
I brought it up a couple times. You just don't be listening to me. You guys worried about everything.
It's tough to keep up.
Yeah, but so I had to bring it up again. But a few months after that draft, some people was like, "Oh, it's Trey Murphy III kid. Look out for him. This guy was in our gym shooting. This guy's legit." So, yeah, would we like Trey Murphy III? Yeah, that's probably too good to be true.
Did he get extended?
He did get extended. Well, it was the contracts, but don't
give it to me.
Because I know Love is he's chilling. He's ready to get on the microphone.
Well, it is his birthday.
It is?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Sam Lubman. No wonder you're in a good mood.
Can't spell Lubman without the U.
Oh, you know what? It is his birthday. I forgot. Lucas Alexander texted us yesterday. Said, hey, just in case you want to do something for Sam Lubman, it's his birthday. Maybe we'll go out for breakfast. We want to get a bite to eat after the show. I got time. Today. But I was like, man, let's get a special guest on for this guy. And Lucas said, we're working on it, and I haven't heard from him since. So, sorry.
No idea who that could be. But.
Yeah, I try to get Michael Irvin. I try to get Ed Reed. I try to.
Those guys aren't going to say.
We can get FP on. Trey Murphy
he's definitely not going to say yes.
He signed a 4-year, $112 million contract.
4 years, $112 million deal.
Yeah.
How much? What's the AAV
And when
on
does that kick in?
This year it kicks in. So $25 million cap hit this year. 27 the following.
Melton Moody.
Yeah, check that. So this kicks in next year.
Okay.
So 25 million next year. The year after is 27, then 29, then 31.
I would surrender a future first-round pick for Trey Murphy.
Oh, they're going to want a lot for that. You would have to think.
I mean, how many firsts?
This guy's a 3-and-D guy. He is in 559 saying the Pelicans most likely give up Herb Jones. Herb Jones is a hell of a defender too. A little inconsistent from the 3-point line, but I like Herb Jones. I like Herb Jones a lot. Trey Murphy, if there's anybody on the Pelicans I want, it's Trey Murphy III. Now, 408 saying, hey, I would take Naz Reid over Trey Murphy III. You know how I feel about Naz Reid. You know how I feel about Naz Reid. Man, could you pry him out of Minnesota? Damn, that would be a haul. But, look, they definitely need, I think the Warriors need one more piece. And Schroeder for Melton and the pick seems like it's doable.
So you're
it's
done.
Realistic.
You're done shopping for the superstar.
Yeah, I've unless it's Giannis, like you know me, same position. Paul George, I'm out on that. Yeah. Lauri Markkanen, I was out on that.
I don't consider him a superstar.
Some people do.
That's fine.
He got paid like a superstar.
Sure.
You know, $238 million.
Got to pay somebody.
So, you know, I'm Dennis Schroeder. Robert Williams, a Vucevic from Chicago.
I like
a little subtle move,
yeah.
a little subtle move like
that.
that. You don't need a star. I got Steph Curry. I got Draymond Green. If I keep Andrew Wiggins and I can keep Kuminga, now we're cooking with hot grease, man. I'm telling you, they're close. They're close. And I think Dunleavy and Lacob, they're working these lines, man. They're
really
working these lines.
You know, you played that long cut from Draymond about Kuminga.
Yeah.
God, I appreciated how much he had to like shoehorn in there. I mean, I view myself as a starter in the NBA. I am a starter in the NBA. It's so funny how the currency, like, it matters to these guys so much.
It does matter. It does matter, but look at Steve Kerr, man. Look at the championships they won. How many times has he tinkered with the starting lineup in the NBA Finals alone?
Yeah, and they were lucky that guys bought in. Not all those teams.
Well, when you win.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the key.
Yeah.
You have to win. You have to win. By the way, did anybody check out the Simpsons broadcast at all?
I saw some of it. You're talking about the Simpsons. They were doing like a simulcast on a different channel. And there was basically the game that was being played was avatared by the Simpsons characters in like a 3D type of a deal. I don't even, am I describing it properly for
No, that's about right. They do this with the Winter Classic on Disney Plus every year. So they have like Big City Greens or they have whatever cartoons popular on Disney Channel. And they have each character being a certain player on the ice or in this case,
Lisa Simpson had a touchdown.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Okay, let's go to gotta say I love his birthday, man. Lucas Alexander just ghosted me.
Hey, Sam.
Happy
birthday, buddy.
Yeah, happy birthday.
I love you, pal.
Look at this. I was
not
texting.
all the time, but definitely today.
Hold on. Let me pull up the text. I'm gonna throw Lucas under the bus because I just feel like it.
It's fine. I'm sure Lucas tried very
I'm gonna
hard.
throw Lucas under the bus because I just feel like it.
So
could you just please save that dismissal of the year?
Yeah, no, boys, just a heads up. Tomorrow's Sam's birthday. Not that you have to do anything special, but just want y'all to know.
Why would you put that in there?
So I replied
Not that
those.
you have to do anything
You're right.
special.
So I replied,
Thanks, Lucas.
So I replied, is it possible to get Michael Irvin, Ed Reed, Clinton Portis, etc., Eddie Cade's legend? And so that was at 10.
Heaven forbid the King do any of this work.
Well, I'm not the producer of the show. We got producers. What do you want me to do? I got a baby to take
you
care
had
of.
Michael Irvin on a short list of people that you're friends with.
I
Maybe
wish
you
I
play
did.
fantasy football with him in the Darrell Wright League.
You know what? I could have probably got Michael Irvin now that I think about it. Think about it.
If Mully asked for Michael Irvin's number, could you have gotten it?
No. I could have hit up Mitch
But it was
Richmond.
Loveman, so you're like...
No, I could have hit up Mitch Richmond now that I think about it, but I wasn't thinking. It was 10:48. I was sleep deprived.
Yeah.
So it was 11:05. I asked, hey, is there anybody out
last
there?
night he brings us up?
Huh?
No, I think it was
10:48 at night
yesterday.
he brings us up, Lucas?
No, 10:48 in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was asleep by then. 11:05, I replied. 11:05 a.m. Is it possible to get Michael Irvin, Ed Reed, Clinton Portis, etc., any Canes legend? Nothing happens in a thread. So at 1:46 p.m., like you guys, kind of did me this morning when you guys don't text me back, I guess nobody likes to text me back at this station no more. It is what it is. Yesterday, 1:46 p.m. Anything?
Time out.
Anything? Hold on. I'm not done yet. Lucas, 12 minutes later, working on it with Matt. And that was the last time I heard.
This is from the guy the night before. I said I was texting the thread. No one texted me back. And you're like, yeah, I got nothing to contribute. And
well, no. You're texting me during the Warriors game when you know I'm at work getting ready for the show. It's a little different there. I'm writing my notes down. We got a show to run. Got to put it together.
Happy birthday, Sam.
I mean, so Sam, I tried. Sam, I tried.
It's all right.
I tried, dude. I tried to make something happen.
I know you did.
I think we got a special guest though on the line though, Bonte Hill. That maybe did she go to the University of Miami? Sam
She did
Lubin?
not. No.
Oh, okay.
Where did she go?
Well, this is Allie in Oakland. We'll
it's
ask her.
Allie, my friend Allie. You know, Allie brought the pets up. What's the company? What's the foundation you work for, Allie? She brought the dogs up. We had them on a pregame show. One of the dogs peed on our carpet. Good morning, Allie.
Yes, the Peninsula Humane Society and SPCA in Burlingame.
Yes, I wanted to get one of those dogs, man. Let me know when you guys got some. Man, my daughter wants a dog so bad, Allie. I'm still in the thunder, man. It's your boyfriend's birthday.
It is Love's birthday. Thank you so much for speaking up about him. I just wanted to call to give a birthday shout out to my darling boyfriend. I love you so much.
Wow.
You are the kindest, most generous person I have ever met in my life, and I am so lucky to be with you. I love you forever and ever, and I cannot wait to celebrate with you tonight and for the rest of the week because you're that special.
Wow. So what's in the cards for the night? Wow, now I got to know.
Who is this person you're talking
we
about?
don't know this Sam Lubin, Allie, but maybe he's a different guy.
Is like smashing oatmeal and sausages in the morning.
Well, the guy's so
around the studio.
Yeah, the guy's so tense and his veins are popping out of his neck. You don't even know if you can talk to him sometimes. So what's on plan? Forget that. It's his day. We're not going to rip him.
God,
what's
I miss young love. You know, like when it was new. God, my wife hasn't talked to me about like that 15 years.
Well, we understand why.
Wash the dishes. Wash the dishes unexpectedly.
Trust me, I promise.
You know what? I got to say, Anna tells me some nice things. She does. She keeps it. She keeps the flame going, man. I'm not gonna lie. She's doing a good job with that. Allie in Oakland. Sam Lubin's girlfriend. So what's the plans for the Big Bird? What do you do for Sam Lubin?
I just do whatever Sam wants to do. I ask him over and over and over and over again for like weeks in advance to make sure that something happens. We're going to do a couple dinners. We're going to do a Sharks game. Yeah, it's going to be good.
He probably wanted to go to the Pop-Tart Bowl too, right?
I have no idea what that is.
Of the Miami Hurricanes, since they failed on getting to the college football playoff because they blew a 21-0 lead, they're heading to the Pop-Tart Bowl. I don't even know what type of Pop-Tarts it is, but yeah.
That's literally what we said. Yeah. How was the Niner game with Sam on Sunday?
I did. Thank you so much, Shasky, and thank you so much, Lucas. That was my first Niner game ever.
You know what? That's another.
Absolutely
You know what?
incredible.
Allie,
do not thank Lucas.
You know what? That's another problem I got with Lucas. Yeah, Doug Russell. See if he could do 925 because I got something else on Lucas Alexander. Sorry, Allie. Lucas is. His stock is so down. It's not even funny. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Who do you trust more with a game-winning field goal, Jake Moody or Lucas?
I don't know Lucas that well, but I don't trust Jake Moody with anything. So,
Allie, when you guys coming back to the gay house, man, with those cute dogs, man? It was a lot of fun.
I will hit them up and I will let them know I'm not with them anymore, but they're still my family, so I will let them know.
All right. I love it. Hey, Allie, those are so kind words. Those are the kindest words that I've ever heard. I can't say it with a straight face. I can't say, Allie, you're the best. Yeah. God bless your soul for dealing with this gentleman every day of the week.
Yeah, you must be a saint.
You're going straight. The pearly gates are going to open up wide open for you, Allie. I'm telling you.
Thank you, guys. That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Hey, it's the first time for everything, Allie. First time for everything. I love you, Allie. Have a good day. And happy birthday, Sam Lubin. Luke, hey, Bobby in Los Altos, you hang tight because I love this. I love your thought process on Jonathan Kuminga. I do. I see you, Bobby. Hang tight for me, buddy. But I'm going to get to Lucas Alexander on the other side. This guy's running around here, running amok as a director of sports. I have no idea what he does. He doesn't get anybody credentials. I get my own credentials. I mean, this guy, it's right on point. Doesn't get credentials, parking passes. These guys, and he's a USC guy. It makes sense, right? It makes sense. He deserves Lincoln Riley. He deserves that fraudulent football team. He deserves to get pounded by Notre Dame at the L.A. Memorial Coliseum. He deserves to lose to Maryland in the fourth quarter. He deserves all these L's because this guy's unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Need a little extra holiday cheer?
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
Loon Dog. Kevon Windex Looney. Because all he does is clean up the glass. Schleprock with the nickname of all nicknames. That's a hell of a one. Looney approved. I say, Loon, you like this nickname? He goes, hell yeah, I like that. That's creative. That's cool. By the way, the Niners are getting creative when it comes to their salary cap. They've reportedly reduced Javon Hargrave's 2025 base salary from $19.9 million to $2.1 million. So you got a little cap space here, a little cap space to help out on some future
How are you
deals.
going to remember that contract?
Like Gabe Wilkins, back when he signed from the Green Bay Packers with the 49ers, just, not good.
Who gave you more bang for the buck? Jonas Jennings, Nate Clements, Gabe Wilkins?
Nate Clements. He made some plays.
I like Nate Clements.
He made some plays. By the way, don't miss the kickoff show is it Thursday? Are we
Thursday,
doing
yes.
Thursday. Yeah, good job, Lemon. Says Sunday, but, nobody works around here, especially Lucas Alexander. We'll get back to him in just a second. Just a second, Bobby. You hang tight. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday, or this Thursday, with Evan Giddies and Lorenzo Dale. 2 hours before the start of the game. Hilton Hotel, Santa Clara, delicious food, great drinks. I think I'm going to stop by this Thursday, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight. They make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Doobie Awards, December 20th, but you guys know that. We'll have more on that in just a second. But Lucas Alexander. So he ghosted me on the thread yesterday, trying to do something special for, and he'll come in here all hot and red. Oh, Ponce, how could you rip me? It's all in good fun. But you know what? What's not in good fun is what he did with your tickets over the weekend. I cannot believe the audacity. Now, you can break this story down. Don't be filtered. I know that's your boy. But apparently, Shasky gave his tickets to Lucas Alexander. Lucas, for whatever reason, couldn't make it to the game, and he gives away Shasky's tickets.
Okay.
Like, not even his tickets. If you can't go to the game, you give the tickets back to its rightful owner. Say, hey, I can't make it. I appreciate the gesture. You don't go ahead and decide on yourself, hey, let me shop the tickets around and just give it to somebody. I mean, that is, whoa.
A month ago, he hits me up and goes, hey, I really want to go watch Caleb. Would you mind if I go to the game with you? And I go, yeah, I got 2 season tickets. I'm like, yeah, sure, we'll go to the game. And he's like, great, that's awesome. Well, early in last week, I was supposed to go over to my goddaughter's house for her birthday, Anthony's daughter, Lake.
Shout out LaRocca.
And I was like, all right, well, I got some stuff to do in the morning, and then, I might as well. It's gonna be a long day for me, and I can't leave my wife, alone with the baby that long all day. I gotta, I'll just stay home, and then we'll all go to. In like the fourth quarter or after the game, immediately after, we'll go over to Rocco's house. That way it's just not like a long day.
You're a better guy than me because like, Adam, man, I got to go to this game. You got Chaz, right?
Well, I love spending time with my son.
I do. It's not, I spend time with Chaz, but sometimes you got to have a day.
I early in last week, I go, hey, Lucas, is there any way that maybe you want to like take your dad to the game? Because, I know his dad loves sports or whatever. He's like, oh, dude, that'd be awesome. I was like, you know what? On me, all good, because I'm a great friend. And I say, yeah, he's going to take his dad, and I know his dad would enjoy it. At 7:54 on Saturday night, he goes, so, and that's literally how it's texted, so my dad broke 2 ribs playing basketball today. He ain't coming to the game tomorrow. You have anybody else who can use the tickets? It's a messed up situation. I'm sorry, brother. And then an hour later, Sam's going to use them.
And you didn't even reply to that text yet?
Well, I had called him. I'm like, what do you mean your dad has... You call me at Saturday night and say your dad has 2 broken ribs and you can't go to the game? You can't find anyone on the earth who can go with you? I already gave them to you. It's like, well, I asked everybody at 95 and I'm thinking, dude, I gave you the tickets free. I'm coming out of pocket for my season tickets because I'm a good friend and I know Caleb and USC means so much to you.
You're better than me.
And then it comes to find out Sam goes to the game.
You're better than me.
Now, I'm happy someone used them. And Sam, that is a retroactive birthday gift. Just want you to know that.
Thank you.
Wow. Hey, Sam, we'll go out to eat after the show. That'd be my birthday gift.
Yeah, I wasn't happy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy.
For Steiny and Evan today, so maybe another time.
Oh, wow. Well, snooze, you lose. The rest of the week might be tough. Rest of the week might be tough. Maybe I'll go get you some.
Dude, the 1970s called. They want their guru drop back.
Listen, man. Listen, I sell my tickets I give some tickets away for free, but for the most part, some people hit me up like, yo, face value, it's all yours. That's what I do. I mean, you're a better friend. You're a better man than me, but hey, shout out to Lubman who got the tickets, but I would have been hot. It
was just unnecessary drama for me on a Saturday night. As I'm dealing with multiple funerals and things like that on Saturday, I had a lot going on. It's like, Lucas, I really don't need this right now. As my son's throwing up, by the way.
Bobby at Los Altos. Real quick before we get to Doug Russell. My man Doug Russell to talk some baseball. Sorry, Doug, we got you on hold. Bobby, real quick, man. We got you for about a minute here before we get to Doug Russell.
Oh, no, a minute. Okay, so I wanted to talk about J.K.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess real quickly, first of all, don't trade for a superstar. I want to see, this 12-man rotation experiment play out. I think Jimmy Butler at Houston would be good. I think him and Brooks would be a special kind of crazy. I wouldn't be mad at. I wouldn't mind seeing that. But as it relates to J.K., look, the pressures by Curry and Dre, much to do about nothing. I mean, what do you expect them to say about J.K.? Of course they're going to encourage him and call him the future. It's just like the Kittle speech, predictable. So that being said, look, here's the thing. J.K., for me, I think his ceiling, I'm sorry, J.K., I think his ceiling is Aaron Gordon. To me, he's all about athleticism and not skill. And I'll counterpoint that with Ant-Man, who I think is athleticism and skill. But that being said, we need to extend the brother. And the reason is that the salary cap, it just keeps increasing. It's 141 this year. In 2 years, it's going to be 171. It's going to be $30 million higher in 2 years. So give J.K. his contract. It's not going to be that restrictive in a couple of years. Give him his extension. But no, I don't think he is. I just think he's an Aaron Gordon, unfortunately. But he will not be that restrictive or that expensive relative to the salary cap in 2 years.
Good point, Bobby. I like that comp, Aaron Gordon. I like that comp a lot. I do like it here on the Morning Rush. All right, moving on. We're going out to Milwaukee. Good friend of the program. Good friend of mine, Doug Russell, 97.3 The Game in Milwaukee. So happy he's back in the game. He's been doing radio up there for a long, long time. He knows the Brewers. He knows the Packers. He knows the Bucks. He's all over the Milwaukee sports scene. Doug, and he joins us here on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Yeah, Doug, we're not talking Packers football. We're talking some baseball here. Doug, how you doing this morning, man? Long time no talk. I think I talked to you a couple of weeks ago before the Packers kicked the Niners' ass. That was not fun.
Well, depends on your perspective, I suppose. Good to talk to you again, Bonte. Yeah, we're heating up the hot stuff. You guys got a good one in Willie Adames. You really do. I think you're going to really like him once he gets to town.
Well, my guy Joe Shasky over here might be the biggest baseball fan outside of Sam Lum, and he's got his Giants gear on, and he can't get enough of Willie Adames. So I want you to explain to Shasky the type of player the Giants are receiving and what you texted me last night, Doug.
You're going to get a hard-nosed player. You're going to get somebody who plays every day. You're going to have to just beat him upside the head to get him out of the lineup. He wants to play not only every game, he wants to play every inning. He's a great teammate, good leader, good in the community. He's got all the intangibles that you could possibly want from a player, and hits with some power. He's a good fielder. You'd like to see the batting average maybe come up a little bit. You'd like to see the strikeouts come down a little bit, but boy, you give me a team of Willie Adames's and you're going to be a pretty successful team.
Yeah, I think again, from afar, I don't watch him every day, so I'm sure you can jump in at any moment, but I see a guy similar to Matt Chapman, like a very good glove grinder, a guy who's going to strike out a lot, but he's also going to, work the count, and he's going to try to hit bombs. He's going to try to hit for power. Like, I'm not mad at that. And I'm looking at his defensive metrics the last couple of years. I mean, he's one of the top-rated defensive shortstop. But this year, it felt like in July and into August, he had a rough stretch. What happened defensively to him this year where it wasn't as good as the years prior?
Yeah, sometimes you just get the yips, and I think that's what happened to Willie a little bit. And he was aided by the fact that Bryce Terang was a Gold Glove second baseman, actually a Platinum Glove second baseman right next to him, so that helped a little bit. But overall, you look at the overall course of his career, and he's been outstanding with the glove. A couple of, like I said, yips here and there, but this is a guy who's got postseason experience. He's not even 30 years old yet. He's played in the World Series. Didn't happen in Milwaukee, happened in Tampa Bay, but he's been in the playoffs the last several years with the Brewers. So he comes up with some big hits. He's got the clutch gene. Just an overall, just a very good, hard-nosed player. He's everything you want a Major League ball player to be. Big loss for the Brewers. And like I said, I mean, what you get on the field is one thing. Some of the intangibles that you get in the clubhouse, Pat Murphy, Brewers manager, was talking about this after it was announced that he had signed with the Giants. And he's like, man, we've lost other guys. We've lost Corbin Burns. We've lost Josh Hader. But I don't even want to talk about losing Willy Adames, not only for what he does on the field, but what he does off the field as well.
Wow, talking to Doug Russell, 97.3 The Game in Milwaukee. Been doing it for a long time up there in Wisconsin here. So you talk about the player he is in the clubhouse, off the field, on the field. Ideally, where's the best slot for him in a lineup? Is he a cleanup guy? Is he a 3-hole hitter? Is he in the 2-hole? What's the best spot for him in a lineup?
I see him as a 2 or a 3. I don't necessarily see. I mean, he hits a lot of bombs, sure, absolutely. For a shortstop, he's got as good a power as just about anybody in the game. But I see him as a 2 or a 3, and he's a guy who can get on base. He can make things happen. He can, steal you a base. He can win games in different ways. He's not a leadoff hitter. I don't think he's a 4. I don't think he's a 5. I don't think he's a 6. But you put him in a 2 or a 3, I don't think he's going to flourish.
No, I like that. Yeah. So it's funny because I feel like Tampa Bay gets this. Everybody loves Tampa Bay, the way they operate and how smart they are. And I told Bonte forever, I'm like, dude, I like the way the Brewers are run. I don't think we give enough love to the way that the Brewers have been built. And they're also a team with a lesser payroll and just how shrewd some of the moves that they make are. Why couldn't they, or why didn't they try to retain this player? Because he is a very, very good player. And it's ironic that you got him from Tampa Bay. But is it strictly the money?
Yep. Straight cash. That's it. The Brewers don't have the margin of error, I guess, that maybe the Giants or another larger market team would have. Like you look at the Dodgers, you look at the Mets, especially what they did with Juan Soto. You look at the Yankees; they can afford to miss on a guy. The Brewers can't afford to miss on anybody. And when you're looking at a 7-year, $182 million deal, which Willie deserved, he earned it. Market set the price for him, and he took it. So no shade to that at all. But the Brewers just can't afford that. So what they're going to do is probably move Joey Ortiz over from third base to shortstop, and then they'll replenish through the minor league system. And that's the only way that a team like the Brewers can be competitive, or a team like the Rays that you mentioned, or a team like the Kansas City Royals, who have gone to 2 World Series in the last, I guess a little bit more than a decade now. But that's the only way that they can operate. And that means that you're going to lose players like Willy Adames. You're going to lose a player like a Corbin Burns, who they traded to the Orioles last offseason, to bring in younger prospects to replenish the draft system. And by losing Willie to the Giants, they did make a qualifying offer that Willie turned down, as was expected, but they get a first-round draft choice out of that as well. And they'll just use that to restock the minor leagues. And eventually the hope is that their player development system, which is as good or better than just about anybody's in baseball, because it has to be, they'll churn out another major league player, and hopefully somebody who can, maybe turn into another Jackson Chourio, who they signed to an 8-year contract before he set foot on a major league diamond at the age of 19. And that has, in his first season turned out to be, a different operating mode for a team like the Brewers, but something that they had to do. They have to make calculated risks, but they just can't make every calculated risk.
Yeah, Jackson, I was just going to bring him up. He's an absolute stud, and he really came on in the summer months and had a spectacular rookie season here. And I know the Brewers have some pitchers coming up in the pipeline as well that I was watching in the Futures games. They got some dudes coming up, so you're right on that, Doug. From afar, how did you view the Giants the last few years under Farhan Zaidi, and what did you make of the Buster Posey move as he's now running the show out here in San Francisco?
I think that's interesting. He was such a good player. Such a great catcher, and I'll always put up for catchers, either most specifically being managers. We've seen that so many times, but you don't often see a player move into the front office and have success. So I'll be very interested to see long-term how the Giants are going to operate under Buster Posey, but I think it's an interesting move. You know Buster a lot better than I do, but this is a team that you look at that division, and it's always going to be dominated by the Dodgers, but can San Francisco make some inroads there? I mean, they were a team that was about 500 last year, but still in 4th place. Arizona had a good season after winning the National League pennant the year prior to that. San Diego's always going to spend a lot of money. You got Colorado bringing up the rear, so Colorado's going to be Colorado. But I think it's a very competitive division, even against the Dodgers. And I think that San Francisco is a team that they've got a great fan base. Obviously, it's a great city. Players want to play there. And you've had success. You've seen 3 World Series championships in not that, I know the memory's probably fading a little bit for some of your fans, but I haven't forgotten about those 3 World Series championships. I know you haven't either.
Doug, it was at least post-internet. We were looking at the 49ers, and it was pre-internet, and the video of the Niners beating the Chargers of that Super Bowl in Miami just gets grainier and grainier and grainier. This is the Giants. We at least had the DVR option, right? It's not
right, but at least the 49ers were in the Super Bowl last year. I know it's not going to happen for you this year, but it's a great city with great sports teams.
Yeah. You keep referencing Corbin Burnes, who you guys traded last year to the Baltimore Orioles. He's got almost 1,000 innings pitched in the bigs, a 3.19 ERA. I mean, this guy is a beast. And I look at guys that I want to, bet on. You obviously can never tell with these elbows and shoulders and whatnot, but these broad-shouldered dudes, the Matt Cains, Josh Johnsons, dare I say Curt Schilling, that's what this guy reminds me of. He reminds me of someone who's just an absolute hog who you want to give the ball to in an August, September start. Is he worth investing hundreds of millions of dollars into, or are you a little more skeptical on Corbin Burnes?
It's not Corbin specifically. It's just somebody that you mentioned how many innings he has on his arm. And the other thing that the Brewers are really adept at doing is knowing that, statistically speaking, and this isn't a knock on Corbin, it's not a knock on Willie, it's not a knock on anybody else that they've traded, but the facts are what the facts are. The best portion of most guys' career, and there are outliers, but the best portion of most players' careers in Major League Baseball is between year 4 and 8. And that's where the Brewers' kind of sweet spot is. So if you look at Corbin Burnes long-term, a couple of years down the road, is that going to be fool's money that is spent on him? I think that is probably the case for most pitchers. Again, there are outliers, but I think most pitchers probably aren't worth that much money. And that's why one of the reasons why the Brewers traded him when he did. I mean, even a guy like CC Sabathia, who is a Hall of Fame pitcher, had a marvelous run with the Yankees. The best part of his career was that 3 months that he spent half the season with the Brewers in 2008. After a certain number of innings, there is the law of diminishing returns on mostly pitchers, but pretty much all baseball players, if you look at the statistics long term. So I don't know how this Juan Soto thing's going to go either after about 8 or 9 years, but I guess we'll see. That's the Mets money, not mine.
He's got that out after 5 years. I mean, I think he's opted out. He's already probably clicked on that clause. Doug's like, after 5 years.
The Mets hope he opts out after 5 years because I don't know that they're going to get much return on the investment after 5 years.
Yeah.
It's some, but probably not, $51 million a year worth.
Yeah, no, that's wild there.
I told Bonte, and I'll go to my grave. Outside of Mahomes, I don't think there's a player in sports I'm giving a 15-year deal to, period.
Josh Allen?
I don't even know if you give it to Mahomes. I mean, and that's no shade on Mahomes. He's already playing with a gold jacket, and he's not even 30 yet. But you give a 15-year contract to anybody, and man, that spells trouble. I don't know if anybody's going to live up to a 15-year deal.
You better have those incentives and those opt-out clauses. Real quick, Doug, are the Packers going to do the Niners a favor and try to beat the Seahawks? What is it? Monday Night Football, right? What is it? Monday Night Football or Sunday Night Football?
Sunday Night Football.
Sunday Night Football. Yeah.
They came off a tough loss against the Lions. I think the Packers are a really good team. They just have to start beating some other really good teams. Seattle's a good team. I don't know if they're a great team, but it is on the road, so could go either way.
Yeah, no doubt. Doug, you're the best, man. I love always talking to you, man. You're a good dude, man. Thanks so much for the time and a little insight on Willie Adames.
Bonte, anytime. Joe, thanks for having me on. Always a pleasure to be on with you guys.
Absolutely. Doug Russell, one of the best up there in the business. He works with our guy, what's our guy? Name's evading me.
Bill Schmidt?
Bill Schmidt. Yeah, they go back. Bill Schmidt, they're all part of the same family up there. 97.3 The Game in Milwaukee. Doug Russell on Willie Adames. Now the meetings are going on right now in Dallas, Texas, right? I've seen some people post up about the winter meetings in Dallas, Texas. What will the Giants do next? Is Corbin Burnes on your wish list?
I would go with Corbin Burnes. I mean, I wanted Blake Snell. I understand why they didn't, and I understand why he wouldn't want to. It makes a lot of sense. But I think if you got Corbin Burnes, even if you overpaid for a 4 or 5 year deal, I would do it. I absolutely would. I think he's an absolute stud. Having him and Logan Webb at the top of your rotation would be outstanding. Knowing that the last 2 years might not be great. They just might not be. But I would bring him in. And it takes so much less pressure for guys like Birdsong and Harrison and Keaton Wynn or whoever you want to put into the rotation. I know Roop is a guy that they're really high on. Tristan Beck is another guy. You got to have 7 or 8 starters ready to go in the bigs now. And I look at it now, it says Logan Webb, and I don't know where Jordan Hicks figures into this. I think he's back into the bullpen.
Yeah, I think that's his best spot.
But you need another guy to co-anchor the rotation alongside Logan Webb.
I wouldn't be mad at Jordan Hicks becoming a closer next season.
Well,
I wouldn't be mad at that because I don't know what's going on with
Ryan
Camilo
Walker's
Duvall.
Pretty reliable.
Ryan Walker was good.
These things are cyclical.
Ryan Walker was really good. I'm not mad at that, but I think his ideal role in the future, Jordan Hicks, man, I wouldn't be mad at that. But on top of the rotation, you have Logan Webb, you have Robbie Ray, you have Kyle Harrison.
I totally forgot about Robbie Ray.
Robbie Ray's back.
Totally forgot.
He opted in, and Robbie Ray wasn't bad. Now
he had a handful of starts.
He had a handful of starts. He wasn't bad though. Wasn't bad. Let's see what it looks like.
I'm weary on him. He's an electric player when he's on. I'm weary on him because he's coming off the Tommy John. You just don't know. It's unknown. And so I would be prepared. I would sign another frontline guy. And when you have the two young players, Birdsong and Harrison, same thing. You kind of just don't know. And I love Birdsong. I'm very high on him. Harrison, I'm a little more skeptical on Harrison, but both young players have failed to eclipse 150 innings in the big. So you need some more infrastructure. Ideally, the modern Major League Baseball season, you want to go into this season with 6 legitimate starters.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if that's going to happen, but Robbie Ray, Logan Webb, I'm maybe a little higher on Robbie Ray than you are. Because I do think it's a contract year for him. He opted in, so he's going to be playing for new money here. The rumor around Major League Baseball, why'd you look like that?
Everyone's always playing for new money.
That's the way. Aren't you performing for new money? Here on Radio London, are you performing for new money? We all want money. That's what makes the world go round.
Yeah, I know.
Like Bitcoin's blowing up, Coinbase and everything. We're all performing for new money. We all want new money. We all want to be rich. We don't want to buy things that we couldn't buy when we were children or whatnot, man. That's, unfortunately, that's the way the world works. Athletes, guys working in construction, Ash Rocco's doing construction. He's performing for new money. He wants new money. He wants more money.
I understand what you're saying, but we act like it's an automatic motivator and they're going to play better. Like Debo's playing for new money and he's playing like poop.
For a lot of guys, it is motivating. A lot of guys, you pull a lot of players. You pull a lot of players. Would you rather have the money or the ring? Taking the money.
Soto just proved it. I mean, trust me, I'm aware.
Well, he's already got a ring now, so now it's time to get paid, right? He's got a ring from the Nationals. He got his ring. He's chilling. I can go be with the Mets and get paid. We're all playing for new money, but ask the Astros, who, look, they had a great run. Astros had a great run. But apparently, Houston Astros owner Jim Crane has not gone beyond 6 years in his offers to players. And it's pretty clear that if Kyle Tucker stays healthy, he is going to be offered big money, big years as a free agent next fall. So Houston has a choice similar to Boston when they had Mookie Betts in 2019. Trade him for value this winter or next July or watch him walk away.
This would be the ideal move for me because he's a left-handed outfielder who could play either corner position. I'd have to know more about him defensively to see, because our right field is very unique.
He got injured last year, only played in 78 games.
He's a beast, though. That launch angle, he's an absolute monster. I'd love to see him in this lineup. If you had a Ramos, Tucker corner outfield scenario heading into next year, I would trade Luciano. I'd be open to trading Doval. I would trade them Casey Schmidt because it looks like they're going to lose their third baseman, even though that's kind of like a throw-in. I would trade a lot of things. Like, for example, what are you doing with the young man Luis Matos? Because it sure feels like there's not a spot for him currently.
Well, he could be in the deal too because
that's what I'm saying.
Kyle Tucker, he had a 3-year run here, and he's a young player who finally cracked into that Astros lineup.
What's his OPS career?
Dude, well, OPS career 870. Awesome, right? So he had, check it out, his breakout year. I remember fantasy baseball.
I'll take him or Yordan.
Dude, his 2021, he had 30 homers and 92 RBIs, but he also added 14 stolen bases. 2022, you're looking at 30 home runs, 107 RBIs, and 25 stolen bases. In 2023, you're looking at 29 home runs, 112 RBIs, and 30 stolen bases. So he was a home run shy of 30-30. Kyle Tucker's a hell of a player. And if the Astros want to do business, then damn, I'll do it.
So if you
I'll do it.
If you went and again, this is why
and by the way, Bryce Eldridge, since you guys are all talking about him, start it from day one, please.
Well, no,
just start it from day one.
We'll see what happens there. But I keep coming back to, I feel like Goldschmidt's coming on a 1-year deal. I just think that's like one of the most logical things that could happen. You got him at first base, teaching a Bryce Eldridge how to play the game. One of them is DHing, the other one's playing first base on any given day. And then you've got some sort of an infield of Tyler Fitzgerald with Estrada, I'm assuming now as a backup.
Yeah, I want to upgrade that.
He's a backup.
Yeah, I want to upgrade that.
I'm thinking it's Fitzgerald at second. Right. I think they're going to give Fitzgerald a long run at second base, and I want to see it. You got Chapman at third. You got, obviously, the new signing, Willy Adames at shortstop. I love Patrick Bailey behind the plate, but you probably need another backup catcher. And then your outfield with Jung-Hoo Lee, we'll see, Mike Yastrzemski, and Ramos. If you could get one more outfielder, a legit, and that's why I like the Mike Trout deal, I would all in on Tucker.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
On Tucker.
I'd rather trade for Tucker.
I would too, but
Mike Trout's still like, you want a prospect or two? I'm not selling the farm for Mike Trout.
Well, you're
money.
taking on the contract.
Yeah, I'm not.
The one thing the Giants have at their disposal is money, right? And so they need to be able to flex their financial muscle here. And you have prospects. So like Wizen Hunt's in the system right now.
Trade
the left-handed starter.
Trade him.
You've got obviously a lot of other random starters that, Tristan Beck and the Roots.
Trade him.
Yeah, sure. It's easy to say. Matos, Luciano, Camilo Duvall to me is someone that I think is desirable.
Trade him. You see what's going on in L.A.? You see what's going on in San Diego?
I think LA's going
you see what's going on? You see what's going on in Arizona? Trade him.
I like what the Giants have done this offseason.
Well,
they just keep plugging away.
Wait, how many moves have they made this offseason?
Well, think about this.
Wait, how many moves have they made? Honestly,
they re-signed Matt Chapman. That was the start of racing. So you got a third baseman for the next 6 years at minimum. Then you've got your shortstop of the future and the current.
Willy Adames.
Yeah, a guy who's also locked in for 7 years. You've carved out a role because you allowed Conforto to go for Ramos. So there's no question. Ramos is playing every single day. Okay. Obviously, Bryce Eldridge is in the fold somewhere. I don't know where. You're moved Tyler Fitzgerald from shortstop, which I didn't think he was a shortstop, to second base.
I don't even know if he's a second baseman.
Well, we'll see.
The way he's moving. I want to upgrade that spot real quick.
He hit for a lot of power last year.
Yeah, no doubt.
He was really good.
Morning, Jits. Question to Bonds. Hey, now that we can look back at the Giants, do you regret not moving Blake Snell for a top prospect or two? See, I don't think the Giants were going to get a top prospect for Blake Snell.
Well, I would have taken anything over nothing.
But at the same time, I would have rather keep Blake Snell because the Giants told us they were going for it. Their actions showed us they weren't going for it. So, look, Farhan Zaidi botched that situation.
No, that was the wrong move. It's okay.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Because the wrong move was not committing to one side or the other. The wrong move was not committed to buying or selling. They said they were buying, and then they sold off a couple parts and said, oh, we got the best rotation of baseball. It was bad execution. Again, word of the day, execution. That's the word of the day. We should do that every day, word of the day, or word of the day.
I'll go to my dying graves thinking that they should have traded Blake Snell. He was the most coveted starting pitcher on the market.
Were you going to get a single A prospect to have him in Arizona for nothing? I mean, come on.
No, but this is called asset allocation. When you give up a second-round pick to sign a guy on a one-year deal and you have inclinations that he's not going to sign with you, you owe it to your organization to get something for him when you were mathematically eliminated with a month to go.
Well, you owe it to the fan base and you owe it to your team to go all in if you're going to keep Blake Snell. And they said they went all in, yet they didn't go all in. So it was bad business by Farhan Zaidi, and that's why he's gone. Bye-bye. Tony in Oakland. Hey, Tony. Coming to the Doobies, right? Please tell me you're coming December 20th, Friday. Please tell me you're coming down.
I am. I was all prepared to go to the Laughing Monk in Santa Clara, and I hear it's in Sunnyvale.
There you go. Well, at least you know you're in the vicinity, Tony.
Okay, what I wanted to say, though, is, I don't know if I can watch the Niners next year if Shanahan still has his butt on the sideline. You know what? This is the mystery. We're all looking for the mystery. This is the Christmas season, right? It's the kiss, right? When you've got the son and the head honcho, and it's filling you. And not everyone has this, but people like Campbell and John Harbaugh, and then the new guy for, Seattle. But Shanahan, he's anyone can think of a play. You know what I'm saying? But to give them the juice, we have to do some. It'll be another losing season. I know I have railed about this, but for some reason, you all think you got to trade people. So, okay. People, players are great, but not everyone has the stuff to make them into Superman. We got all these people in the Bay Area that think, like Nietzsche, that the human is Superman. No, he isn't. You've got to have the divine source. So we have got to forget all those trades. Put Shanahan upstairs and put someone on sideline with the juice, because this is like everyone's church. All you people who don't feel it.
Hey, Tony, you know
you recognize Henry Cavill or Christopher Reeves as the real Superman?
Oh, God. You know, I go to the head. The real Superman, not this human whatever. Let's play Superman.
Hey, Tony, you know you're in the running for the Morning Roaster of the Year, right?
Oh, thank you.
I mean, you're also in the running for Call of the Year.
You know, Bonte, we could be in the running for putting our butts on that sideline and getting them to win. You know, you've got the stuff, and, you know, we could mirror it, and it could be great again.
Tony, I do believe I have the stuff. Maybe John Lynch is listening.
Great again, Bonte.
I think I could make the Niners Super Bowl winners,
okay.
Tony.
Well, when we meet up, not this Friday, next Friday, you'll see.
I can't
and then
wait,
we
Tony.
can go out
Tony,
there.
I'm really looking forward to meeting you. Do you need a ride?
Okay.
Do you need a ride down to Sunnyvale? What are you driving? You driving a Range Rover down to Sunnyvale?
I will be. You'll see what I'm driving, and it has flags on the back of it. And when I come up, I'll be doing the MAGA dance.
Oh, no. Don't do the MAGA dance, Tony. We don't need the MAGA dance. Don't do that.
Right now.
Oh, gosh. Oh, no.
All the athletes are doing it.
Oh, no.
She said she's going to have flags.
Oh,
that's your girl.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, no. 415. Tony's on the air, so I switched to the other station. I completely blame Ponte. What's new around here? I get blamed for everything. Even though I take accountability for everything, I get blamed.
We didn't have to go to Tony.
Blaming everything.
Dude, oof. Yikes. You okay?
That flag comment's got rattled.
A lot of flags.
That one hurt Bonte.
Tony just took Bonte out of the zone.
Brian and BPA going to the top spot in Bonte's power rankings?
No, not even close.
I know where his allegiances lie, and it's not there.
Yeah, he's
Hi, how are you?
I don't know about that. Whoa.
I have a big mouth
I've seen
sometimes.
some of his tweets. I know where he aligns. He's not doing that dance.
I don't. Go ahead.
You just saw how the sausage was made, and you didn't want to try the sausage.
Stop! Not a sausage guy.
Oh,
hey, you know what? This one's for you. Sam Lubman, I love you, buddy. Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you, Joe.
The older I get, the more depressed I get on my birthday, realizing that I haven't accomplished as much as I would like to, and things just aren't necessarily always perfect. But also, at the end of the day, I do remember how blessed and how lucky and how grateful I am for the people in my life that are very, very important. And so, tell everyone in your family that you love them. And happy birthday, buddy. And I hope you have a great day, a great week, a great month. And thank you, because as crazy as you are, I am happy that you're in my life.
Who's our Morning Roaster of the Year candidates?
Stand by. I'll talk him in the meantime when Sam brings that up. Happy birthday, Sam. He helped me out the last couple of weeks because my car broke down and I had to make some payments and stuff like that. So he gave me a ride in the morning because they had to fix that and it took forever. So shout out Sam Lubman.
Was it quiet time, like right before Thanksgiving dinner?
No, we talked.
What was wrong with the car?
Basically playing the entire show out on the drive-in.
Radiator problem. Those are never good times.
Those are never good times.
A lot of money.
I should have had you go.
Radiator Springs.
I should have had you go to my boy Marcel. Marin Auto Works with the crew up there. They would have took care of you.
And if I went to Valvoline, they would have caught this early, I'm sure. Right, Bonte?
Probably. 15 minutes in and out.
There you go.
Who's our Roasters of the Year? Who's in the category?
So right now, the Roasters of the Year, BPA, Robin San Bruno, TC in Sac, Nick in Berkeley, Tony, Nick in San Jose, Adam in the city, Verducci in the El Dorado Hills, Philmo Mike, Antonio in Oakland, Rhea in Lancaster, and Samita in Los Gatos.
That's a loaded category.
This is like the Heisman race, right? When you see that Heisman candidate and he goes in the conference championship and throws 3 picks and that team loses the game.
Or just doesn't get to take the field for 4th down in a game that'll decide whether or not you go into the playoff or not. Shout out to Cam Ward, official Heisman finalist. That's going to be my final thought. Big shout out to him. Love how you represented the U this year. Thanks a lot. And you know what, Cam, you're going to be playing in that Pop-Tart Bowl. Respect to you, Heisman candidate. Go eat those Pop-Tarts and destroy Iowa State. We love it, baby. That's
Tony in Oakland, kind of like that Heisman candidate that threw 3 picks in the conference championship. She just cost herself the Heisman, a.k.a. the Roaster of the Year award.
It's a good thing we nominated her for about 7 different categories because I think she's going to win something.
Yeah, she will win something. But you know what? We don't discriminate with Trump supporters, Biden supporters, Republicans, Democrats. You do you. I don't discriminate at all. You have your beliefs. I have mine.
Just don't be a Dodger fan. That's where I discriminate.
Or a Dallas Cowboy fan.
Well,
I would rather be the White Sox.
I just humiliate those.
Or a LA Laker fan. The Lakers! That was Fast Five. Brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My entire family's obsessed with all things.
Timothy Chalamet. All righty. Evan Giddings in the house tonight. This morning, rather.
Tonight?
Yeah,
well, I'll be here, I guess, until 2 o'clock. 5 o'clock somewhere.
A bad start for me. Hey, happy birthday, Loveman. Yes, sir.
So when did you find that out?
I saw the birthday cake.
Okay.
And did you see what the cake had written on it? It was pretty clever.
No.
It was pretty clever by the boss. Happy birthday, Loveman. You don't have Loveman without the U, meaning Miami. That's where he went, and he's very proud.
Neither does the college football playoff.
Hey, boy, one day feeling good about those Niners, and the next thing you know, somebody's complaining. Deebo Samuel took to Twitter. Was it Twitter?
Yes.
Okay, Twitter.
You're on Twitter. You got to know these things. That's the whole point of you being on social media.
I should have just said he took to social media. Then that puts the umbrella over it. And he said, not struggling at all. I'm just not getting the ball. He's a poet. And he knows it. Deebo Samuel not getting the ball enough?
What do you think?
Don't do that. Why? I'm asking you. I asked you first.
No, Goo's not in this chair today. I get to ask questions.
He's getting the ball fine. He's getting the ball fine. He's comparable to last year. He's just not making the plays that he's made in the past. The real problem I have is why after a 38-13 win do you do this? After Brock Purdy might have had his best statistical game of the year, and I get it, Deebo only had 2 catches and 5 rushes, but don't you have to hold on to that until you get beat?
Well, he had 3 opportunities to do it. I mean, they were on a losing streak. They got absolutely pummeled. You feel like that kind of tweet tends to come after a game in which you scored 10 points, which they did twice in a row. I'm with you. I think I do differ, I guess, than you and maybe Dibbs, who talked about it yesterday. He's not getting the ball as much as he used to. He's right. Because he doesn't deserve the ball the way that he used to deserve the ball. What he's done with his opportunities, and we talk about this all the time with a lot of young guys, we don't typically tend to do it with established stars or former stars, fading stars. Just because you used to get the ball a certain amount of time or a certain amount of touches in the past doesn't mean you deserve that every single year. I think we saw it with McCaffrey in his return. He clearly wasn't 100%. He shouldn't have gotten the ball probably 20 to 25 times a game like he did last season. Deebo Samuel is not getting the ball as much as Juwan Jennings or George Kittle or McCaffrey or Garendo, basically anybody not named Ricky Pearsall, because that's where Deebo Samuel is at. Even when Brandon Ayuk was healthy this season and was not playing very well, Brandon Ayuk got more targets than him. We can go through the per averages if you want, but Deebo's right. He's not getting the ball enough because he's not the same player. And that's what happens when you take a step back, when you're not as good, you're not as big of a part of the offense. And I think it hurt him. I think it cut him deep that yesterday or on Sunday, the team had its most convincing, dominant offensive performance probably in 365 days, it felt like, and he wasn't a part of it. I think it hurt him.
So let me ask 49er fans, do you think Deebo Samuel's not the same player and that's why he's not getting the ball? Or do you think he's not getting the ball because he's not the same player? You know what I mean? Like, how can he be the same player if he's not getting the ball? Well, maybe he's not getting the ball because he's not the same player. Which one is it? I do think it means something that a week ago George Kittle talked about only running 6 routes, and then the next week he gets 9 catches, and now everybody gets in on the action. Brock Purdy's 20 for 25 for 300+ yards, and Deebo Samuel talks about not getting the ball. I mean, to me, when I saw it last night, I thought, it's just kind of the latest indication or another indication that something's just off with this team. And I guess you could say, well, if he doesn't tweet that, nobody knows, and then it's no big deal. But I do think it's a big deal whether he tweeted it or not, because that's the way he's feeling. And My question, too, is who's he talking to? Who do you think he's talking to? Is it definitely Kyle Shanahan? Is it Brock Purdy? I think he's talking to the fans. But I don't know who he's talking about. But I do think that if Deebo Samuel's aware at all of what people are saying, then he's hearing people say, well, he's not the same player. You know, he's lost a little bit from 2021 for sure. And I think he's hearing all that and saying, no, I'm the same player. I just am not getting the ball. I mean, it's kind of like when Fred Warner was asked about, hey, you know, what's going on? It doesn't seem like you're matching the level of play of the first 3 or 4 games. And he said, well, I'm playing with a fractured foot. Well, that explains it. I mean, does this Deebo Samuel tweet explain or not explain what's going on with their offense?
Sorry. By the way, he deleted it, the tweet.
It's too late.
No, but I'm saying that indicates to me that he regrets it or someone told him to take it down because it is different than Fred Warner. It is different than Kittle talking about the Buffalo game. I think this is independent of those two. If you want to file it under the Niners are together argument, that's fine. But to me, Deebo's in a completely different place than those two guys because Fred Warner and George Kittle are still first-team All-Pro players. Warner might not have played like it this season because he's playing with a fractured ankle, but Kittle might be the best tight end in football this season. Deebo Samuel is trying to figure out where he fits on this Niners team, and so who's he talking to? He's probably talking to social media, probably talking to people that are in his DMs or people that are bashing him or I don't know. I mean, Greg Cosell on this very station has called Deebo Samuel a gadget player. Brian Baldinger has made references as such. And I don't think they're incorrect, but that noise eventually gets to you as a player, and I think he kind of snapped. You know, I think he snapped because that's the kind of game on Sunday that you're supposed to be involved in. I don't care if you're the number 1, number 2, number 3 option. You're supposed to get the ball when a team scores 38 points and demolishes its opponent and outgains them 330 yards to 4 in the first half. And he didn't feel like he got enough love. You know, he wasn't a part of that win as much as he wanted to be. And I'm sure the frustrations that he felt during the losing streak boiled over when the team finally was having fun, and he couldn't have none.
I think that's part of it. And then he also tweeted out, I don't know if he deleted this one, but it says, just because I voice my opinion doesn't mean I'm hating on any of my teammates.
I believe that too.
Well, if he's not hating on any of his teammates, then that's got to be a message for Kyle Shanahan. He's sending a message through social media that he's not getting the ball enough. And now I guess we'll see in the weeks to come whether that changes or not. But my question to Niner fans is pretty simple. I mean, you just won 38-13, and a day after you beat the Chicago Bears, Deebo Samuel saying, I'm not struggling at all, I'm just getting the ball. My question to 49er fans is, does Deebo Samuel have a gripe? Does he have a gripe that he's not getting the ball? I mean, my quick answer in these cases is usually no, he doesn't have a gripe, because that's what guys do on teams that don't win. They complain about not getting the ball, regardless of the sport. We hear it in basketball. Guys not getting enough shots. We hear it in football. Receivers not getting thrown to enough. It's like it's hard to get the ball to 7 different guys enough times where they're all going to be healthy. And maybe they don't have 7, but I'm just interested to know what 49er fans think of Deebo Samuel, who was once, I mean, in 2021, he carried the 49ers. At the end, halfway through the year, then into the playoffs. He was phenomenal. And is he not that player at all anymore? Is he kind of that player, but he's not being used effectively? I'm asking 49er fans what you think about Deebo Samuel. I would guess, like, I think Deebo Samuel's not the player he was 3 years ago, because that player almost can't exist in consecutive years. He carried so much of the workload. But I just wonder where 49er fans are at with it at 888-957-9570. What do you think of what Deebo Samuel said? that he's not getting the ball enough. Because I kind of chalk it up to a season of frustration, a season that hasn't gone well, and the reality of the situation is that there have been a lot of guys that haven't had the years they've had in the past this particular year. So Deebo Samuel is absolutely shaking things up with these comments because it's, again, another indication that maybe not everything's going right with this team. But what do you think, 49er fans, at 888-957-9570? We're also going to get into the Warriors today. What they're doing right now or trying to do is pretty interesting. And we're going to talk about that. But what's coming up on the game? It's all presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Plus, that segment brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families have been loving our life.
the game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. And I'm just looking at the TV, and there's Aaron Rodgers on Pat McAfee, and it just doesn't work anymore. It just doesn't mean anything.
He's homeless.
You think he's jumped the shark?
Yes. They're 3-10. As the great Gary Radnich once said, nobody cares. Nobody cares, Aaron.
So if they were 10-3, they would care?
Probably. Yeah, I would say so.
See, I think there's something about his shtick is just kind of getting old. Like,
yes,
it's just not. At first, when I saw him on television, oh, that's Aaron Rodgers. That's kind of cool. Nobody really does that.
Right.
No quarterback does it weekly, and now it's like, oh yeah, Aaron Rodgers is on again. Huh?
Exactly. Doesn't work. Got to get some. Got to get a winning. Got to get a winning. Got to get a winning quarterback in there.
Get Zach Wilson in there.
Hey, we got Deebo Samuel. He's not happy. He's not happy. He's not struggling. Not struggling at all. He's just not getting the ball. That's what he tweeted, since deleted. And I'm asking 49er fans what they think about it. Certainly not the first receiver that's complained about not getting the ball. Now, a lot of running backs don't complain about not getting the ball. So, yeah, he's kind of a running back, too. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, what? A lot of running backs.
I mean, he got 5 touches out of the backfield 2 days ago. Like, he ran the ball 5 times.
Yeah, actually came close to his season long, 12 yards. No, look, I mean, I actually do think that Deebo has a gripe. If his point is he's not getting the ball as much as he used to, he is correct. I know that people have thrown out these, like, the extrapolated numbers, like the amount of touches and all the rest, but in comparison to his teammates, he's effectively the third or fourth option, including the carries that he gets as a running back. What I think Deebo Samuel is really talking about is his lack of involvement as a receiver.
Right.
If you want to make the case that it's because he doesn't separate or he doesn't have the speed that he used to, that's fine. I kind of believe that might be the reason he's not getting the ball as much. But he's not wrong. Like, just Juwan Jennings, in games that he's started, receives about 8 targets per game. Deebo Samuel is less than 6. When Brandon Ayuk was on the field before he tore his ACL, Ayuk received nearly 7 targets per game. George Kittle isn't as involved as far as target share, but he has more receptions than Deebo does. Like, he's more of a threat than Deebo Samuel is. So Deebo's not wrong. Compared to the rest of his pass catchers, he doesn't get the ball as much. So the idea that he's not touching them, sure. But to me, he's asking Kyle to throw him a bone. Like, that's the game where you get thrown bones, where you're up by a bunch, you're up 21-0 or 24-0 at half. And it's like, dude, how come I can't get it? You can't give me a layup. You know, there were some plays, we went back and watched the tape earlier this morning where Brock Purdy might have had a chance to get Deebo the ball in the first half, but maybe got sacked, maybe got pressured. But a lot of time it's because if you go watch the tape, he's looking at 15. He's looking at 85. He's not looking at number 1.
I think that, I mean, when I look at the 49ers game against the Bears, I said this yesterday. I was like, man, and Willard said it. Felt like that game was from last year. They look so good offensively, particularly in the passing game. And I'm watching that game Sunday. I'm like, man, these guys are so open, it's not even funny. And so usually when a guy complains, it's when a quarterback doesn't have a great day and doesn't look his way. But, like, I'm hard-pressed to think of any throws that Brock Purdy made on Sunday that weren't the right decisions.
I mean, he's 20 for 24.
Exactly. And maybe this has something to do with the whole audible situation and that the plays that Kyle Shanahan is calling, or the plays that he's calling, maybe Deebo's not the first option most of the time, and Purdy never gets past his first or second option, and sometimes his third option's Deebo, and on those kind of plays, maybe he's not going to get it at all, or hasn't been getting it as much as a third option as he has in the past. I don't know what the answer is, but if you ask me if Deebo Samuel's the player he was in 2021, no, he's not. But that was a one-of-a-kind year. I mean, he had 1,400 yards through the air. He had almost 400 yards rushing. He rushed a lot the second half of that season and into the playoffs. Evan, I looked at the numbers, and he had, in 2021, they had 3 playoff games. He had 27 carries in those 3 playoff games, 10, 10, and 7. So they're not, in terms of touches, they're not getting him as many touches, obviously, as 2021, but that was an outlier season because they lost their running back, and he was the best alternative they had. But then if you remember, we went into the offseason, and, he wasn't crazy about carrying the ball as much as he did. And he ended up getting paid like a wide receiver. But to my way of thinking, it's going to be impossible to duplicate that year because it was such an incredible year.
But also what I meant earlier about him not, again, he isn't the number 1 or number 2 or even sometimes number 3 option he wants to be, but he hasn't performed, I think, to change the mind of the play caller or whoever is initiating the play, Brock Purdy, because he hasn't been as effective. The easiest way to get the ball into Deebo's hands is through the running game. Okay, he's averaging less than 3 yards a carry. He has just about as many carries this season as he did all of last season. But last year, he was averaging 6 yards a pop. The year in 2021, when he was first-team All-Pro, he averaged 6 yards a carry. Even in his down year after that, he was above 5 per carry. So I agree that he's not being used as much. But it's because when they do give him the ball, he's not as effective anymore. And so it would be asinine to believe that an offense should run through a player that's not as productive as they need him to be when you have better options to give the ball to. It's just how it goes.
I will say this. If somebody called me a gadget player...
Well, yeah. I mean...
Or, he needs to be schemed open.
Well, they called you not a traditional host.
That's true. I didn't take it personally, though.
So, wait. You're not telling me the boss basically called you a gadget host, right?
This guy is such a D.
I'm sorry. That was too early.
I don't know. What do 49er fans make of it at 888-957-9570? I mean, to me, again, it's just it's one more it's just one more indication that there's more going on with this team than meets the eye. That's kind of where I'm at. But where are you guys at? Let's start with Brendan in Alameda. What's going on, Brendan? How you doing, man?
The murder.
I'm great. Sun's out. Got another day. I'm seeing a team in decline. The minute you pay the quarterback anything other than league minimum salary and don't get that over performance, then you don't have the talent on the field anymore. And the Bears are terrible. The Bears are objectively terrible. And for Deebo to say, yeah, you need to burn some downs on me. With the 49ers don't have that luxury to kill a drive to just see how Deebo does on his whatever. So plus minus, right? Is he gonna spike a ball and lose some yards? They didn't, even though it was a blowout, they can't afford to do that at this point in the season. I see what they have is kind of, they're starting to get creeping in is what Bill Walsh called the disease of me. And the minute everybody, and it started with Ayuk and other people, and the minute they're all like, what am I going to get? What am I going to get? What am I going to get? You know what you're going to get? You're going to get off of a team that had enough talent to actually win. That's my thing.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Brendan. I think that's Pat Riley. But Bill Walsh said get off a player a year early rather than a year late. But the point is taken. The point is taken. From the 650, Deebo might have 1 or 2 gripes. Maybe 1 or 2 bad throws from Purdy. Deebo is definitely not the same player from previous seasons. The only real success he's finding is as a kick returner. You know what? I mean, that's what I jotted down. He looks like Deebo Samuel when he's returning kicks. How do you manufacture that kind of play or that kind of running in a formation? I don't know.
But that in itself is a sign of decline.
What's that?
The fact that you're returning kicks.
Oh.
Because, and I know that the new kickoff rules are trying to aim at not as many injuries, but one of the reasons you don't have your star position players return kicks and punts, because many of them Deebo Samuel included, have done it before, is because you do not want them to get hurt on special teams. Deebo Samuel can return punts. He did it in college. He did it early in his NFL career. He did it when he was a first-team All-Pro. He did not return kicks. The reason is because you cannot risk a player getting injured on special teams that's going to help you for the rest of the game and in the most important phase that they contribute on, which is offense. So, to me, they're using Deebo Samuel on special teams because, maybe they don't have a better option to return, but because Deebo is more expendable to this offense than he's ever been, if we're just going to put the rat on the table. They have other players that can step in and do similar things. And Deebo is still a great 49er. He will always be. And he's given a lot to this franchise. But right now, the tweets that we saw yesterday indicate a player that to me is grappling with, I don't know whether it's his football mortality or the fact that he's not playing as well or the noise is getting to him. But I can't understand why that's the time after your best win of the season that you feel the need to fire 24 hours later on social media about not being the player people think you are.
I mean, when I think of Deebo Samuel, what I always hear is, they got to get Deebo the ball. Well, if Brock Purdy's got it, think about this. This is the way I look at it. If Brock Purdy's in the pocket and he's looking downfield, and Jennings, who's he going to throw the ball to if of these receivers if they're not wide open? He's going to throw it to Jennings because Jennings will compete for the ball. He's going to throw it to Kittle, who's going to compete for the ball. But Deebo is a guy that's a little different. I don't think you throw the ball to Deebo Samuel if he's covered well. He doesn't make those kind of catches with the regularity of those other two guys. And so I think on some level, Brock Purdy feels like the only way I'm going to Deebo is if it's loud and clear, he's wide open, and I can throw him the ball. But I don't think, given a choice, you want to throw it to Deebo Samuel and lead him to a spot or, throw it out of his break, because if it's a 50-50, he's not as adept as coming down with that as Kittle or Jennings or certainly even Ayuk when he's healthy.
Well, and honestly, look, Purdy has developed more of a relationship or a pass-catcher chemistry with Jawan Jennings than he has with Deebo Samuel. Since Brock Purdy took over as quarterback, we've seen Kittle's numbers, specifically the touchdowns, go up. We've seen Jawan Jennings, his numbers go up. We've seen Brandon Ayuk's numbers go up. Who's the one player whose numbers have diminished since Brock Purdy has stepped in and become QB1? It's Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
Well, for whatever reason, it could be Kyle Shanahan's play calling. It could be Brock Purdy's, proficiency as quarterback. But that pairing that delivers the football, Shanahan and Purdy, Deebo's not in their, he's not in their eyesights as much. It's just, that's the fact. And so, again, I feel for Deebo because he is a dynamic player, and he has been a dynamic player. But this season, and even sometimes at last season's, and also the year before in 2022, he hasn't been. And the Niners, I think this is the biggest difference and probably why you haven't heard the displeasure from him prior to, is they've been winning. They've been winning a lot of games doing this. And Deebo has also had his Deebo Samuel games. Last year, Deebo only had, he had 1,100 scrimmage yards.
Okay.
But he had a $120 and 3 touchdowns at Philadelphia. Like, he had a big game on Monday night 2 years ago against the Rams. He's had Deebo Samuel games to remind us how good he is. And this year, he's had maybe one on Thursday night against Seattle. Maybe one Deebo Samuel game of old. And he's probably like, how come that's happening?
Well, I look at, we joke around how the boss has said, well, you're not a real host to me. I mean, and this is going to sound harsh, but Deebo's not a real receiver. He's not as skilled as Ayuk. He's not as skilled as Jennings as a receiver. And I could see why Brock Purdy doesn't Deebo's never been a guy outside of 2021 that you can lean on consistently.
Debo has a special package.
And the only other thing I'm thinking is, he was kind of their wild card player that you could give the ball to in some situation 10, 12 times a game, maybe 4 running, 5 running, and 5 catching, something like that. But that hasn't been happening this year. 888-957-9570 is the number. Debo Samuel says he's not getting the ball. He's not getting the ball. Whose fault is that? Who's his gripe with? Do you think there's no doubt he's talking about Shanahan? Do you think he might be talking about, or do you think he might be talking about Purdy? I mean, those are the only 2 guys he could be talking about, right?
He's not talking about Josh Dobbs.
No, he's not.
I think he's talking to Kyle. And I don't know if he's necessarily mad at Kyle because by all accounts, their relationship is really good. Like Debo Samuel, Kyle said, was sending him shirtless pics this offseason. I don't know. I think they are on good terms. But I also think that because of that, Debo Samuel is looking at his play caller and saying, dude, for the past 6 years, you've got me the ball when and how I need it, and this year you're not. Brock Purdy is probably a player that, I don't know, Debo likes, doesn't know as well. But I don't think that Debo is, I don't know, people have thrown the diva Samuel. That's pretty good from the 650. I don't think he's been that player over the course of his career. So when I think he's voicing frustration, it is with the play caller because this offense is whatever Kyle Shanahan wants it to be. If Kyle Shanahan wants to make you priority, you're going to be a priority. You can also look around the rest of the NFL. If you have a playmaker on your team, you figure out how to get them the ball. You don't think that last night the Dallas Cowboys didn't know that Jamar Chase wasn't going to get the ball? And he still ended up with 14 catches, 200 yards, and 2 touchdowns. That's because Jamar Chase is incredible. But they also can find ways to get him the ball. Kyle Shanahan has not made Debo Samuel a priority this season. He just hasn't.
Right.
And maybe that's the reason why they're 6-7. I would like to believe it's because of a lot of other reasons. But Debo Samuel might also be thinking that gosh, Kyle, if you had prioritized me in a certain way, got me the ball how I'm used to, maybe we wouldn't be 6-7. I think that's the competitor in him.
Right.
But it's also his relationship with Kyle because Kyle has made him the dude in past years.
Brian Baldinger was on with the Morning Roast, and they talked about Debo Samuel and what he tweeted and his production this year. Take a listen to Baldy.
Well, he's not getting the ball, but, last week, obviously, they made a concerted effort to get the ball to George Kittle. George Kittle was a little icy after the game in the loss the week before. That sort of got Kyle Shanahan's attention. I said on the show last week, I could draw up 5 plays to get George Kittle the ball. And they used all 5 plays, exactly the way you would want to. You do the same thing with Debo. If you want to make it so that he gets the ball, you can do that like they did Jamar Chase last night. First play of the game, put him in the backfield and throw it to him. First run of the game, hand it off to him on a fly sweep. If you want to get him the ball, you could get him the ball. And if that feels like that's going to make him happy and make the team better, then you should probably do that. But I don't know that, we have seen him with the ball in his hands this year. He's not been a dynamic player.
He's not been a dynamic player. And I always wonder about this in football. Is it chicken or the egg? Is he no longer a dynamic player, or is he no longer a dynamic player because he doesn't get the ball enough? Let's go to Philmo Mike. Wants to talk about Debo Samuel. What's up, Philmo? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, it hurts. It hurts to see one of your – Debo is one of my favorite players of all time. Like, literally, he's one of my favorite players. So to see his downfall is not cool for me. And to hear y'all talk about it, I feel some type of way. But at the end of the day, it's a production business. So you gotta come with it. And for whatever reason, I don't know what it is, he hasn't been coming with it. But of all time, Debo is one of I love Debo. I swear to God, I love Debo damn near just as much as I love Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens. Because the way he used to play, he was just a boy. And so just to see him not getting the ball or whatever you guys are saying about him, I feel some type of way. But at the end of the day, we got to produce. And so if he's not coming with the production, you know what I'm saying? Like, what can you say?
Yeah,
I'm a real fan. Like, I really love Debo. Like, Debo is one of my favorite. I swear to God, he's one of my favorite players of all time. I've been watching the Niners for 40 years.
Right.
He's one of my favorite players, literally.
Yeah.
And so to see him, to see his, I don't even want to say downfall, but just to see him not getting what he not doing what he normally do, it kind of hurt. It kind of hurts me. I'm gonna keep it real. It kind of hurts me. Like, I want Debo to shine. Like, when he not getting the ball, like, I do notice that too. Ever since Brock Purdy came around, he's not getting the touches that he normally get, but I'm not, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I'm not looking at like I want the team to win, but at the same time, I do notice that conundrum or that fact. Real talk.
Appreciate it, Phil Mo. Good stuff. I mean, one of the things I always think of in this situation is, okay, let's go back to 2021 and the way he played. And then they paid him. But what was the concern? The concern is, man, this guy is so physical. We've got to have concerns about his durability. And maybe what we're seeing is this is the result of the wear and tear of the last 3 years with Deebo Samuel. And the way he played the last 2 or 3 years, how physical he is. I mean, he never, ever, ever got tackled by the first defender that made contact with him. And if that defender did make the tackle, Deebo was going to get 4 or 5 yards on forward progress. Like, we're not seeing that anymore. Saw it a little on kickoffs, but maybe that's because he can get a full head of steam. I don't know.
Listening to Phil Mo Mike talk about how he feels about Deebo, and I'm not a Niners fan, but I do love watching Deebo Samuel when he's in the zone. 2021 Deebo might be the most unique player I've ever seen in my entire life. Even last year, again, it's not as if he hasn't had big games since his first-team All-Pro season, but they've been fewer and further between. I don't know. I might be off base when I say this, but that call and the conversation we're having right now reminds me a lot of the conversations we had last year about Klay Thompson. A player that is beloved by the entire fan base, but is not as good as he used to be, and we can all see it. And that player is clearly struggling with the fact, for very different reasons,
right,
that they're not the same player they used to be. Klay's a champion. Deebo, I know, doesn't have a ring, but listening to Phil Mo and the callers talk about how important of a player he was to the 49ers when he was at his peak, it reminds me a lot about how we talked about Klay last year.
Yeah.
And how he might be trending towards the backside of his career. And that's a difficult thing for people to watch. It's a difficult thing for athletes to grapple with, but it's reality. And unfortunately, the Niners have been about a 500 team this year. And for much of last season, when Klay Thompson was going through his roller coaster ride of emotions in a contract season, which Deebo very may well be in this season, he's also struggling with that.
Here's some text from the Comcast business text line from the 408. And I wonder what Niner fans think of these 2 or 3 tweets or texts because I think they're interesting. 408 says, Deebo's a tweener. Kyle has to find a way to get him the ball in space like he used to. The side-to-side action isn't working anymore. Those sweeps have not been yielding the yards they have in the past. And I don't, again, is it blocking or is it Deebo losing a step? And then the 5.62. It's not maybe, Steiny, it's facts. His body is wearing down. But it's also obvious he was never a favorite target of Purdy. That makes sense to me. And now here's the last one. Tell me what you think of this one. Kittle had 6 touches for 151 yards. Jennings had 7 touches for 90 yards and 2 touchdowns. Deebo had 7 touches for 35 yards. End of story. I mean, they all had 6 or 7 touches, but I don't get the sense Deebo Samuel is talking about running the football. I think he's talking about catching the football.
I think he is too. And look, on the other side, I know we can continue this, but to me, it's Deebo trying to wrestle with the player that he's becoming. Oh, wait, sorry. I was looking at the wrong clock. My bad.
What's up, Spino?
You good, Spino?
Well, I thought we had to break too. No, are we not breaking at 42? I don't know.
Oh, that clock is
10:23.
We got to go. You do notice that clock hasn't moved.
Oh no.
Oh no. All right, so we got to go.
The downfall is near.
I was going to say, man, this segment's not going anywhere.
We've been moving.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a broken clock. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Don't miss the kickoff show this Thursday with Willard and Dibbs, live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged? Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. That segment also sponsored by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect gift,
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Question is, who's Deebo Samuel? Now, we know that Deebo Samuel doesn't get targeted. The question is, who is Deebo Samuel targeting with these comments? That's the question.
I'll give you I was going to give you a 1 because that's his number, but I'll give you a 3.
All right. Because initially, I thought maybe he's upset at Purdy, and then I'm like, no, it's got to be Kyle. And now I'm thinking, well, maybe he is mad at Purdy too. 916, Brock just doesn't throw to Deebo. Brock has a tendency to throw and sometimes force it downfield. We saw that a lot last season. But we see Deebo running short routes to the middle, and he's always open. Brock just doesn't throw him the ball. It's more Brock than Kyle. That's the difference. You might be right. I don't know. I don't know. I just know that Deebo Samuel's production has dropped in a big way, and the question is he still the same player? Is he partly the same player, or is he not even close to the same player that he was in the past?
Well, let's just take what we know. We know that when Deebo was at his best, Jimmy Garoppolo was the quarterback.
All right.
Jimmy Garoppolo typically threw the ball at or around the line of scrimmage. That's generally where Deebo Samuel gets the ball. His game is all about yak, yards after catch. Brock Purdy, I know that everyone likes to say that he doesn't throw the ball down the field, but where does Deebo typically not get the ball? It's down the field.
Right.
And I know that Brock Purdy isn't, Mahomes or Allen, but he does throw the ball downfield more than Jimmy G did. I also think, too, that for whatever reason, Brock has had, and actually this is why I was kind of throwing it during the break. Like, Deebo might be more frustrated with Brock than he is with Kyle, because even last year, Deebo was not the number one receiver. Brandon Ayuk was. Well, who's in that role right now? It's Juwan Jennings. He plays the X. So Brock Purdy clearly has more of a, just like he's more into that kind of guy. I also think that because Brock Purdy's game is predicated on it, more anticipation and precision, he needs a guy to be in a certain spot at a certain time. One of the things that made Deebo Samuel great is that he kind of improvises.
Yeah.
He's like a jazz musician. You don't really know what note he's going to play at a certain time. And if you don't know where he's going to be, well, then it makes it hard if you have to anticipate when and where to throw the ball.
I don't disagree with that at all. And if you just think about Brock Purdy, I think also Deebo Samuel is now paying the price for a quarterback like Brock Purdy, because Brock Purdy is. I look at him as like a by the book quarterback in a way. He's gonna do exactly what Kyle wants him to do, and he's gonna essentially try to use the first or second option. I think Deebo Samuel right now is paying the price. We've talked about it for years. Well, he's not the route runner that Ayuk is. He's not the route runner Jennings is. Well, guess what? If you're not the route runner those guys are, and you lose a step, and especially if he wants the ball down the field, how do you throw it to him down the field if he's not a great route runner and he's not getting as open as the other guys? I mean, to me, there's a logical point of view here with the 49er receivers. Not that Purdy throws 50-50 balls, but if you're throwing a 50-50 ball, you're going to throw it to Jennings first, Kittle second, and probably Deebo third. He doesn't, if you close your eyes and imagine the great plays Deebo Samuel makes, very few of them are in traffic. You know what I mean? Very, very few of them are when he competes for a ball and wins the catch. So,
and those are the catches that he more oftentimes has to make because he doesn't get as open or isn't as separated as other guys. The other thing that Brian Baldinger got into, and we can get to, is how George Kittle had a big game after he kind of took a shot at whether it was Kyle or Brock. I think that game was different because in Buffalo it was snowing. Purdy only completed 11 passes. Deebo Samuel, oddly enough, was the guy with the most receptions in that game with 4, but Kittle clearly wasn't happy with how many routes he ran. So that's more of a Kyle thing. Deebo, I think, has more of an issue with Brock because Purdy clearly doesn't have that rapport with him that he does with other players. And so I do wonder now that Deebo, and he didn't do it like Kittle did, which was after the game and in front of the media. He did it on social media and has since deleted it. But I also wonder if that means that on Thursday, we see a Deebo Samuel that is prioritized because he's had big games against the Rams before. And this is a Los Angeles team that is much healthier than it was the first time they played. The Niners are about as banged up, maybe even more so than they were the first time they played. The Niners are going to need to score points. And Deebo Samuel might need to be a bigger part of this offense on Thursday. I wonder if that kind of shot across the bow actually gets him what he wants.
It's a great question. I mean, it's a great question. And, I'm looking at his numbers from last year. He had 890 yards through the air, and running the football, he had 225 yards. And now he only played 15 games last year. This year he's got 40 catches. He's under the pace of last year, and he's catching balls for a yard less. But the big issue is the running average. I mean, the running average has gone from 6.1 yards per carry last year to 2.9. I mean, that to me is dramatic enough to believe it's not just one thing. I don't think he's the player he has been in the past, but I also don't think that the 49ers offensive line is as good as it's been in the past. And I think it all adds up. I really do. But the idea, my biggest takeaway from Deebo Samuel and what he tweeted is this team's not together. And I know that's easy to say after one guy, but it's been a season where I don't feel like winning has been as much of a priority as and I know it doesn't sound right, but it just doesn't feel like guys are all in on winning, and maybe it's because they sense this thing's coming to an end. I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. What's going on, Dennis? How you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Good. Yeah, if you look at what they did last year, is that, like you guys were saying, they threw down the ball down the field to Ayuk. And Ayuk Ayuk and Purdy had a real good chemistry going on there last year. And but people, I think, have gotten wise to us with how we use Deebo, is that they're clogging the middle of the field. However, I don't know how they're covering him but he's not getting the ball on those quick routes, a quick hit to him so he can run the ball, and that's where he seems to be at his best is those quick shots to him, and then he can run after the catch. But he doesn't gain much separation down the field. He's like we've said, he's not your typical wide receiver. And so I think that's been hard for him, and it's been hard for the 49ers without Ayuk. To have a guy that you look at Purdy. Purdy's, I think, average. I think he led the league in passes beyond 20 yards.
Yeah.
I think he was like 60-something%, and the next guy in line was Mahomes, who was like 30-something%. So they did throw the ball quite a bit down the field last year, and they're not getting that this year.
No. And you know what, Dennis? If you're going to throw, and thanks for the call, if you're going to throw the ball down the field, like that's what I mean. Deebo's not your first choice. In fact, he's not even your third, probably. You'd probably rather throw it downfield to Pearsall than Deebo Samuel. But I'm trying to remember this year, Evan, just a play where you line Deebo Samuel up at wide receiver, take the snap and throw it to him and let him work up the sidelines. I don't even, it doesn't feel like they've utilized that play a lot this year either.
Well, there's been only one, and it's, oddly enough, the only receiving touchdown he's had this season, which was, I think, week 6 on Thursday in Seattle. They threw him, I don't know, just the ball on the outside. He took it for 76 yards for a touchdown. That's the only Deebo Samuel play that I can recall in which he's looked like someone of his former self. One play. That's also, again, the only receiving touchdown he's had this season. He's only had one rushing touchdown, and it was in week 1. That's the other part about Deebo that, and I don't know, again, if it's a Kyle thing, if it's a Brock thing, if it's a Deebo thing. It's probably all three. But Deebo Samuel always had a nose for the end zone. He always scores. Like whether he had big games or big runs or big receptions, he scored. And I think he is probably suffering the most of any player from the 49ers' red zone deficiencies this season. Because when the Niners have Deebo Samuel, I mean, he used to hurt you between the 20s, but he would really punch home drives and kill you and help you capitalize when you got to the red zone, when you got to the money area. And this year, the Niners as a whole haven't done it. They're towards the bottom of the league. They've been there all season. And Deebo Samuel has 2 touchdowns this year. That's not a very Deebo Samuel year. I mean, I don't care whether you're not catching the ball, whether you're not getting open, whether you're not getting a lot of touches. Deebo Samuel scores. He has 40 touchdowns in his career. I think it's only a few less than George Kittle, who's been in the league for longer. Like, Deebo Samuel gets you 6. And this year, he hasn't done it. So that's another thing that I'm looking at him and wondering, gosh, well, maybe around the end zone, to your point earlier, Stein, he can't break that first tackle. He can't run over a linebacker the way that he used to. Is it him or is it the play calling? It's probably both. But either way, it's been a drastic drop-off that you really can't ignore.
Well, the other thing, too, you look at the two touchdowns, and it is an alarming number. But to me, it's even more alarming because you haven't had McCaffrey. You didn't have McCaffrey for 8 games, and you would figure that Deebo Samuel could pick up a little of that slack. This is one for you, Evan. It's time to trade Deebo and get off that contract.
Oh, boy.
Going into next season with Ayuk and the young receivers with George Kittle is fine. We can sign a vet. Go ahead.
Well, the Niners made that a lot more difficult on themselves this last offseason when they restructured his deal. And the reason being, because I was right with our text line, our Comcast Business text line. Well, this is going to be the year you can just move off of Deebo. Well, if you cut him or trade him prior to June 1st, you incur close to $30 million of cap losses. So That's massive. If you cut him after, which you can, I believe the dead money is closer to $10 million, and he counts also against the cap. His cap number next year is $15 million. So what the Niners have to figure out is, I think kind of similar to what the Warriors did this offseason with Andrew Wiggins, which was, all right, what is he worth to us if he bounces back and plays even just a little bit better? Because this has been, I don't think anybody would tell you that Deebo has had a worse season than this. This has been the bottom of Deebo's career so far.
Right.
Andrew Wiggins last year had the worst season of his career. So whether or not he's going to be infinitely better, unfortunately Wiggins has done that, is it worth it to you to move off of him and try and find a replacement for him or basically sell him for scraps, then just eat essentially a $5 million difference between dead loss and the cap number he costs next year and pray or feature him, do whatever you want, but basically allow him to come back next year and try and be somewhat of a similar player, which would also be the last year of his deal.
I mean, complicating it is the Ayuk injury, too, because if you come off Deebo Samuel and Ayuk's got to miss the first month or two, well, now you're shorthanding yourself at receiver. I mean, if you get a sense for when Brandon Ayuk's coming back and it's not right away, I don't know that I can lose Deebo Samuel during the offseason. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Joe. Joe's in San Jose. What's going on, Joe? How you doing?
Oh, my God. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Here's the problem. Debo used to be the player that gets the party started. I mean, he was that spark that get the 49ers going. And then Steph Curry used to be the player that gets the party started. But those players not the players they used to be. And so right now, the player for the Warriors that get the party started is Buddy Hield. But he hasn't been playing good. But he had a nice game last game. And then McCaffrey is the new player that gets the party started, and he's out. They don't have that player that can get the party started. And these players like Debo and Steph Curry, they can't get the party started like they used to. What do you guys think about that?
Well, Curry can still start a party. I mean, he can still start a party.
He can also drop the ball at midnight if he needs.
Now, he doesn't party like he used to, Curry. I mean, he used to be able to get after it 4 or 5 times a week. Now he just he parties once or twice a week. But
he was partying on Sunday. I don't know if it was a full moon, but there was no howling.
I'll tell you what.
What? Hey, all right. Do you want to leave this alone? I know it's difficult for you to talk about
what
your Wolves.
No, it's not.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Why are you doing this?
Look,
where's Goo?
Well, it's a Tuesday.
Shut up! Sorry, no, we'll jump into the Warriors after this. But, last Sunday night I'm watching the Timberwolves-Warriors game, and it was game number 700 where Curry's making shots, and I'm just like, this is just ridiculous, the shots he makes. You can't defend him. You just can't defend him. Let's go to G-Rock in San Jose. What's going on, G-Rock? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, fellas? How you doing? I'm loving what y'all talking about. I'm kind of frustrated, though, because people are calling in and making comments like, is Debo. Have you seen the record? That means it's a team problem, first of all. Second thing is, to me, it's a play-calling problem all the way, because have you seen the plays that's been getting called to Debo? 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, a pitch out, a pass, stuff like that, where other teams have caught up to the Niners' offense that Shanahan is running in-game. I'm going to say this, Shanahan is not a good in-game coach. He always falls behind, and once he falls behind, he seldom can catch back up. He loses leads at the end of games. We've seen that in Super Bowls, playoffs, and other things. I think Debo is still the same player. I think if we mess up and get rid of him, he's going to go to another team, and we're going to see this great player that we saw before. We better hold on to this guy. Shanahan needs to draw up some better plays, give this guy some run so that we can see what he's still capable of doing. That's my take on it.
Appreciate it, G-Rock. You and Mark Willard. I think he's still playing at a high level. It's just what's going on around him. He's going to be 29 years old. Debo Samuel is going to be 29 years old in January. It's not young for a football player, but it's certainly not washed either.
Well, but, I mean, you have called him a running back. He'd be old for a running back.
That's true.
If you are judging him based on that, running backs fall off after the age of 28. So, say that tongue-in-cheek. My point is Debo Samuel, his body is clearly aged more than an average receiver. And even some receivers break down by the time they're 30 years old. So, look, it sucks that Debo has caught, I think, the brunt of a lot of criticism that deserves to be spread around the team. But what makes it different is that he sent that tweet after they won.
Yeah.
Not after they lost. George Kittle was pissed that he didn't get a ball in a game that they got blown out in Buffalo. That makes sense to me because you think that if you get the ball more, you're more involved, you can win a game. It makes sense why Fred Warner's talking about his broken ankle because they lost. They're in the middle of a losing streak, and he can't stop it because he's hurt and he's diminished. Debo Samuel said, I need the ball after you won by 25 points. And you absolutely blitzed the hell out of the Chicago Bears. They have never looked better this offensively this season. And he still said, it's not enough for me. That is a problem.
Is it better to complain after a win or after a loss?
Oh, that's a good question.
I just,
I know.
you know, I mean,
that is a good question.
I mean, I do think if you do it after a loss, it sounds like sour grapes. But if you do it after a win, it's like, why now? Like, why now? It'd be like the Warriors that just played a great game against Minnesota, and it would be as if, trying to think who would be the equivalent of Deebo Samuel.
Well, what does it
Maybe
look
Draymond.
like?
Maybe Draymond Green saying, I wasn't involved in the offense enough against Minnesota. It's just not, it doesn't feel like it's the right time. And this is the other thing. Why isn't, you've had McCaffrey, this is why I think he must be a little bit diminished. You haven't had McCaffrey for 10 games, 8 or 10 games. You haven't had Ayuk for the last 5 games or 6 games. You didn't have Pearsall the first 4 or 5 games. It's like Jennings missed a game or 2, I believe. Kittle's missed a game at least, I'm pretty sure. It's like, and Deebo's only missed 1 himself. So he's been a constant this year. It's like if he can't get the ball when this team is missing some of its weapons, that just can't be on Kyle Shanahan entirely or Brock Purdy entirely for not getting him the ball. You can't tell me they haven't tried to get him the ball in a year where they've been missing weapons game in and game out. That's the part that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but he's been there the entire time, and so but I don't think he's been the number one for any of them, and I think that's why he's frustrated. Is as a receiver, he's not getting the ball. And look, I mean, to your question, it's true. I mean, whether win or loss, like, gosh, I think A.J. Brown has complained every single time he doesn't get the ball in Philly, and they're a 10-win football team. You know, they've been on top of the world, and he still complains about not getting the ball. I think CeeDee Lamb has done the same. Jamar Chase, I don't know. Like, top-flight receivers want the ball. Devontae Adams literally talked and demanded a trade, I think after they won a game, if I'm not mistaken, Spadone. So my point is, this does happen, but it feels like this has been something that's been brooding for some time.
Right.
And it's not just your average, well, I'm not getting the ball as much as I want.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are, we're talking Deebo Samuel and the fact that he tweeted out he's not getting the ball. I mean, it's pretty simple. He doesn't think he's getting the ball. We'll revisit that maybe a little later, but I do want to get into some Warriors news because there's a bunch of it. There's a bunch of it. And it hit me this morning when I was thinking about the Warriors that what they're doing right now is very, I don't know if the word's unusual, Evan, but it's very important, the message that they're sending right now. And I'm wondering why they might be sending it. I will tell you what I'm talking about on the other side.
It is unusual.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Hey, Bay Area, it's Joe Shasky.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. And Evan Giddings is today in the house for Daryl the Guru Johnson. What about this sucker?
No Tuesday jokes.
Just no Thursday jokes.
He's homeless.
No jokes about Goo.
It's a wrap.
Oh, man. Does Deebo Samuel have a gripe? That's the question we're asking. We'll finish up on this topic and then jump to some Warriors. But Deebo Samuel, if you haven't heard, tweeted out yesterday that he's not struggling at all. He's just not getting the ball.
Can't wait for his next podcast.
Is that the one with Kay Adams?
No, but he did. That's the other part about it, too. Deebo Samuel is on a lot of platforms. So, again, it's really confusing as to why he wouldn't just wait for either media availability, a hit that he does on Up and Adams, which I think is on FanDuel with Kay Adams, or it's some podcast involving the name Cleats. He's got like 3 different places that he can go and talk about whatever his disgruntled issues are, but he went to Twitter.
Brian Baldinger was on with the morning show, and he was asked about Deebo Samuel. And in no uncertain terms, he made it clear.
These receivers that do this, I'm taking a shot here at Deebo, but honestly, nobody wins the Super Bowl because of the receivers. Nobody. They help you, but you win the game because your quarterback and your defense. Your quarterback helps the receivers. But T.O., Randy Moss, you go through the list of great receivers that we've seen in this league. They don't win Super Bowls. The Eagles won a Super Bowl 7 years ago. They didn't have a receiver that had 1,000 yards receiving. They didn't have a running back that had 1,000 yards, but they were a great team. So you winning 24-0 for the first time. You got a lead last week, and you couldn't win a game for a month. Just take the win. Take the win. Thursday night, national TV. You got the Rams. They beat you earlier this year. Go do something to help win the game against the Rams. Throw a block for Garendo that springs them. Just do the little things. The ball will come your way.
Brian Baldinger. And you know what I heard in there was it's one thing for a number one receiver to talk about not getting the ball. But is Deebo even in that class of receiver? I think most people would say he's not. Thank you.
Baldy is correct. And I'm not taking a shot at Baldy.
Oh.
Baldy is correct.
Crack.
That wide receivers are not necessities to win Super Bowls. Say more than top-tier quarterbacks, right?
Okay.
Cooper Kupp won the Super Bowl for the Rams. He broke the wide receiving record in 2021. He was the Offensive Player of the Year. He was the best wide receiver in football. And in the Super Bowl, he caught 2 touchdowns and had almost 100 yards. Cooper Kupp is the kind of receiver, and there are number one receivers that can swing games. One of the big reasons why the Cincinnati Bengals have had the biggest amount of success against the Chiefs, both in regular and postseason, has been when they got Jamar Chase. Now, Joe Burrow is obviously a big part of that too, but it isn't as if number one receivers can't swing games and important games. But to your point, Sonny, that's not what we're talking about.
No.
We're not talking about number ones. But we're talking about a number 3 or even maybe a number 4 on a given day, talking about not getting the ball enough. And Deebo Samuel used to be that guy. He no longer is. And that's where I break from Deebo as far as wanting him to get the ball more.
888-957-9570 is the number. This is more on Brian Baldinger. And now he's talking about George Kittle. And you know what? I do believe if I had a bet, so Samuel had 5 rushes and 2 catches.
Yes.
I'd be willing to bet that on Thursday he'll get the ball more. It just feels like that's always the way it works. Kittle got the ball more after he said he only ran 6 patterns after an initial route against the Bills.
Yeah, but George Kittle.
Tight end screen, everybody runs that play. You just got to call it. They're easy. They're actually easy, to get the tight end the ball. Because most teams, if you're in man coverage, all right, Kittle's going to beat man coverage. If he's up on the line of scrimmage, he's going to beat him off the line of scrimmage. And then, after the catch, he's as
good as anybody in this business after the catch. Anybody, receiver or tight end. And so you get them on the move like that. Like I said on my one breakdown of them, there's 3 certainties in life. There's death, there's taxes, and Kittle's not going out of bounds. He's always going to draw a little bit of blood. That's how he was raised. That's how he was coached. He's not going out of bounds. And so he's an energizer. And they should do the same thing this week to the Rams.
Meaning use Kittle, not Debo. Meaning use Kittle.
Well, Kittle's back to being their number one player, their number one pass catcher when they need him to be.
I mean, the other thing is it's obvious that if you want to get a goal, if you want to get a certain someone the ball, you can get a certain someone the ball. So it tells me that it's not a high priority for Kyle Shanahan to get Deebo Samuel the ball. It's been a much higher priority in the past. And maybe the reason he's not prioritized as much as he has been in the past is because Kyle's not getting the production out of Deebo Samuel that he hasn't in the past. It's pretty simple.
Well, I think there's criticism that this offense deserves, and particularly Kyle. I mean, they haven't performed that well when they needed to in the red zone. I don't think that Kyle has been, I don't know, maybe as creative as he has in years past, but I also think he's been searching because when he has given the ball to someone like Deebo Samuel, Deebo hasn't been as productive with it. Again, the longest run that he's had this season is 12 yards. I realize that blocking is a big part of it, and I realize that scheme is also probably a big part of it. But we were just watching tape today from his runs against Chicago. And yes, there might not have been a hole here, a hole there, but it feels like to me in past years, those are plays where Deebo Samuel, instead of 2 yards, gets 5 or 6.
Right.
Instead of 8 yards, gets 12 or 14, where he can make a guy miss and get a first down, where he doesn't get hit and goes backwards. He's not as good as he used to be, in my opinion, from what I've seen this season. And so Kyle Shanahan is probably saying, well, I can't wait for Deebo to figure out how to be Deebo again. And in doing that, he's been searching for other players, and Juwan Jennings has emerged. George Kittle's been a fantastic red zone target. So those are the players I'm going to go to. Kyle Schultz, he's also talked about this more so in the running game. But basically, if something ain't broke, don't fix it. And he doesn't have time to try and fix Deebo Samuel. I think that's what Deebo's frustrated with, is that he doesn't feel like he's been allowed to figure out how to be the next version of himself, or maybe the former version he wants to be. And it's because the Niners haven't really had time to do that. They haven't been winning football games. And I get it. It's frustrating. It sucks to lose. But you're not the biggest issue with this team. He's not the priority.
No, he's not. And that's got him upset, clearly. Here's my question about this whole situation. So what do you do if you're Kyle Shanahan?
Throwing the ball 10 straight times.
No. That's not what I mean. I mean today or tomorrow. What kind of coach do you think Kyle Shanahan is? A guy tweeted something, then he deleted it. Do you think Kyle will even approach Deebo Samuel and be like, so I saw, your tweet, let's talk about it? Or does Kyle Shanahan not even mention it or bring it up?
The latter. I don't think he broaches the subject at all. Number one, I don't think Kyle would have seen Deebo's tweets. He'll probably be told about it by some PR.
By their Raymond Ritter.
Yeah, by right. Corey, who's also does a great job for the Niners.
Okay.
Kyle Shanahan, the only reason that he will be aware of that tweet is because whenever he speaks next, I don't know if it's today, it might be tomorrow, he will be asked about it. That's the only reason that he may talk to Deebo. But again, I think they have a good relationship. I think they both really like each other. I've seen them mess around in the locker room after both wins and losses. Like, I don't think Kyle Shanahan is saying, hey, Deebo, I got to talk to you for a sec. And I know you had some happy Twitter fingers last night, but you just can't be doing that. Does that really sound like Kyle Shanahan to you?
No, I don't think Kyle would say you can't be doing that. I think he would say, well, how do we solve the problem? Or what do you think the problem is? Is it me? I'm not prioritizing you? But I tend to agree with you. I don't think Kyle Shanahan addresses it with Deebo Samuel. And maybe because Deebo deleted it, Kyle Shanahan feels even less of a need to do so. But, yeah, he'll get told about it for sure. I've just always been interested in, I know how it works. Steve Kerr or Kyle Shanahan's at practice, and then they meet the media, and there's a 5 or 10 minute lag time, and the PR guy will say, well, just so you're aware, you may get asked these questions. Deebo said he wasn't getting the ball enough in a tweet. Or, Steve, Draymond said this on his podcast last night. He said that, you and Bob Myers messed up the situation with Kevin Durant. You know what I mean? I mean, they got to be aware of it so that they're not blindsided. But I don't know how much time they want to talk about, an individual player when it's about the team. But George Kittle, of course, after the game, talked about how the team was lacking a little bit of urgency. Well, Kyle Shanahan was asked about that yesterday, and we talked so much about it yesterday, we got to give Kyle Shanahan his opportunity to address it. But he was basically asked why the grit, if you will, has been missing this year, which is something that George Kittle alluded to.
There isn't one thing to say. It comes down to making the plays and getting it done when you are in those situations. And, I could say, you're not in those situations every single week. We were versus Tampa Bay, and we got it done. So I can say that was a real gritty win, and we played with some grit there at the end. But, I mean, that's just trying to put a word on the situation. It's how hard these games are to come by at the end, and teams that can pull those off consistently usually are the teams that are in the playoffs. And when we have been in those situations, we haven't pulled many of them off this year. I always keep going back to those 3 games we lost. Tampa was the opposite. We were able to get that one done. But usually most teams are going to be in a lot of those games, and you got to win more than you lose. And it hadn't been that case for us, and we wanted to make sure that coming into this game, we knew our backs were against the wall, and we thought it was going to be an opportunity to come out and show that we can do that and finish it no matter what happens. And I think we came out so well at the beginning, and we continued that we were able to be a little bit more comfortable there at the end, which is always more fun. But we were prepared for any type of game, and we planned on winning that any way it would go.
All right, so he basically saying, I don't really feel like we haven't been gritty. We just haven't won 2 or 3 games that we should have won. And had we been able to win them, then we would be talked about as a gritty team. I don't necessarily disagree with him there, but I do think that the phrase sense of urgency is something that we've discussed all year long. And I do think there's something to it. And I do think it has something to do with the long playoff runs of years past and maybe the heartbreak of losing to the Chiefs last year and the way they lost it and the understanding that this year was going to be incredibly difficult from the start.
Well, it was going to be more difficult, I think, than last year. But, all right, in principle, I agree with Kyle. In reality, I don't. I don't. Why did people not label the Tampa Bay Buccaneers win off a bye week in which you had about a double-digit day rest advantage against your team, against the Buccaneers team that played on Monday night, that played you without both of their star wide receivers? Why did they not label that win as gritty?
Why did they not? Or I think he's saying it was gritty.
Yeah, it wasn't. They limped to the finish line.
Gotcha.
They could have easily lost that football game. And it's as much about the prism we view it as the result itself. But when you basically gift wrap a final drive for Tampa Bay due to 15-yard penalty after 15-yard penalty, and you miss 3 field goals, and your star running back doesn't look like a star running back anymore, and you barely beat a Buccaneers team that's underwater, that again played on Monday the week before when you were coming off a bye week, yeah, I don't think that's a gritty win. Combined with the fact that the other 2 opportunities that you've had to win gritty games against the Rams in week 3 and the Cardinals week 5, you blew. And then the week after you won a quote-unquote gritty game against Tampa Bay, you lost that same situation against Seattle. So forgive me if I don't buy wins and losses determine if it's gritty or not, because this season they have not been that sort of team. And that's the reason why they're 1-3 in those 50-50 games.
Exactly. I want to get to this, too, because we talked about how Kittle talked to the team and Purdy talked to the team. I'm looking at a soundbite here where it says on why Kyle Shanahan asked Brock Purdy to talk to the team, and I hadn't realized that Shanahan may have asked him to do that.
I mean, just trying to change it up. Sometimes I'll have somebody speak differently and just to switch up the routine a little bit. But, I mean, when you ask guys to speak, you want to make sure it's guys that people truly respect, and they respect how they play and how they carry themselves and how important the job is to them. And those are two guys we got a number of guys like that on our team, but those two guys, I just know how much our team respects them on and off the field.
So I'm assuming he's talking about Kittle and Purdy there.
I think the other guy that spoke was Diamador Lenore.
Okay, that's right, Demo. Demo. You're correct. I mean, I find that a little bit interesting. Sometimes the message from the coach isn't getting through, and you tell a player or a couple players to go do it.
But why those players?
Because I think that...
Why not Kittle? Why not Warner? Why not Bosa? Why not Trent Williams? Why not one of the veteran Super Bowl core members? Why two players that are 25 years of age?
That's a great question, and maybe the only thing I can come up with is because they're the young players. I think clearly, yes, you're right. I would pull Fred Warner and Kittle aside and be like, you got to talk to the team.
Yeah.
So the fact that he didn't maybe tells me that he wanted that those guys kind of are spokesmen for the team. I know it's different than addressing the team, but there had to be a reason why he wanted those two guys. And maybe it was just their voices. You can't tell me Brock Purdy gets up and talks in front of the team a lot. And I'm sure Lenore's the same way. So I think maybe he just chose those guys on purpose because they aren't or haven't been the traditional voices of the team. And maybe there's another subtext here of, yeah, you know, we're a veteran team with a lot of guys who have been here. So I'm going to get two guys who haven't been here for the last 5 years and select two guys that have only been here for the last year or two, but whom I know are leaders and are respected. Maybe Shanahan feels like, you know, it's just like a coach's voice. Let's get two new and different people in there to talk to the team that we don't hear from a lot.
And to be fair, I think Kittle also spoke, but Kyle Shanahan specifically asked Brock Purdy and Diamador Lenore to speak. And I think it is purposeful. And I think it is because they're 25 years of age. And I think it's because they are the two future leaders of their respective sides of the ball for the San Francisco 49ers. Now, Fred Warner, as long as he's around, he's always going to be captain on defense. You know, as long as Trent Williams or McCaffrey's around or Kittle's around, he's going to be leader on offense.
Right.
But Brock Purdy and Diamador Lenore, by all accounts, are leaders by example. They don't speak a whole lot. Kyle Shanahan, I think, recognizes he needs those players to come out of their shells, not just for this season, but for the future. Lenore just got paid $5 for 92. Brock Purdy, by everyone's estimation, is going to get paid a large sum of money this offseason by the Niners. These are the two future leaders on offense and defense, and he needs them to figure out how to lead when the chips are down. Not just for this season in case it goes awry, but for the future years that they can both lead with how they play on the field and how they act off it. I think it was purposeful. I think it was intentional. And I think it was the right choice by Kyle Shanahan to pick those two guys and say, I need you to speak to the team and speak at a time in which things are not going well.
From the 480, Brock is the starting quarterback. He's considered a leader. Lenore is having a great season. Why not those two? That's Laura, our girl Lori in Phoenix. No, it's not why not those two. I get why, but usually I think, I don't want to read too much into it.
He didn't have to choose that.
Exactly. That's right.
There are other candidates and people that he could go to say, you're going to talk.
No doubt. And the first to me would be Kittle. Obviously, Fred Warner is another guy.
Could have picked Debo. I don't know.
But I do think he picked Purdy and Lenore. And maybe that's just a little indication of, I don't want to say transitioning, but transitioning.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, these are the guys who are going to be here, and this is going to be, it's going to be their team in a couple years, probably sooner rather than later. So that I do find interesting, and the more I think about it, I kind of get it. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. What's going on, Dave? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I'm doing well, man. Just on the whole Debo situation.
Yeah.
I think the bigger concern, in my opinion, is not even the targets or, production from Debo. It's the targets or lack of production from Ricky Pearsall. They spent a first-round pick in the all-in year on a wide receiver, which at the time I thought was kind of, didn't make sense. And based on the situation they already had Debo, they had Ayuk, they had Jennings, the position was pretty much set. So you can say, oh, it's probably for next year. Well, even if you're looking at next year, you still don't know what you have in him. So I don't know, other than the Tampa Bay game, what you have in him. So, I mean, from my, recollection and accounts, he's healthy and he's not getting the ball. So forget what Debo's talking about. What do we have in Ricky Pearsall, your first-round pick? Like, why is he's not getting targets? That's, to me, that's more concerning with Debo situation, because Debo, he's always been a gadget guy. He's not really the best route runner. He's never been that. So, I mean, he's been figured out for the most part. When he's in the backfield, they're going to hand it off. Defense know that for the most part. So I'm not really concerned about him. But Ricky, we drafted him because he was supposed to get open. And he's not getting open, he's not getting the ball. So to me, that's the more concerning issue, in my opinion. So I'd like to hear what you guys think about that.
Well, how about what Brian Baldinger said about Ricky Pearsall?
Not much. I mean, they only threw it 25 times, and so, 6 are going to Kittle, and, 7 or 8 are going to Jawan just because of his size alone, and he's dependable. And so now you're spreading around to Garendo and Pearsall and Debo. Like, there's just not a whole lot of targets there in that type of a game last week. But, you're not seeing any sort of priority where he's, okay, this is the progression. It starts with Ricky, and it goes like that. That wasn't really there. So, Brock is going to throw it to the open guy, wherever that is. And he's got a backup, left side of the offensive line in there right now. Like, he's going to prioritize getting the ball out quick, and whoever's open, whether it's the progression or what he sees, that's where he's going to go right now. But I would say that connection needs a lot of work right now.
And he's talking about Ricky Pearsall, a rookie. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Another interesting report out of Warriors camp from Shams Charania. We'll get to some Warrior talk on the other side, and they're talking about a player that we've talked about in the past, and I'm going to have to ask you how you're feeling about it. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal. It's 2 hours before the start of Thursday's game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. That segment also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
We'll see. Head to Safeway this week for this digital deal and tons of other offers.
Our relationship is on the brink.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. That's not why our relationship's on the brink.
And I'm not in because their relationship is on the brink.
That's true. That is true. No. We'll be back tomorrow. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. We're talking about Purdy and Debo. Let's take Pat in Foster City, and then we'll get into some Warrior stuff. What's going on, Pat? How you doing, man?
Good. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Yeah, watching this last game, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being overly critical, and I want to get your guys' take on it. But I watched a few of those, plays back, and I'm not blaming Purdy for Ricky Pierce's, move. Where I think it was just a misread by Pierce, and you could see that Purdy was frustrated. So I'm not dinging him for that throw. That wasn't his fault. But there were, I think 3 long passes that it reminded me of a high school game where the high school quarterback drops it back and just heaves it in the general area of the receiver and hopes the receiver can somehow fetch the ball. It just seemed like they were underthrown. And fortunately for the Niners, the Bears defense was so bad, there wasn't any defensive guy in the picture. So the receiver caught the ball, but had to come back and basically fell down. Right. A good quarterback, I think those are 3 touchdown plays to me instead of they could have well been either deflected or intercepted if we had a decent defense against us. That was sort of my take. I don't know if I'm being overly critical. Maybe you give them credit for just getting rid of the ball under those circumstances, but I don't know. They didn't look like very good throws to me.
Yeah, I mean, they were both underthrown. He got away with 2 out of the 3. The third one I think that you're referring to was the one with Pearsall in the middle of the field. I thought there were 2 defenders close by, but I think first of all, let me ask you this. Do you think Brock Purdy's arm is completely healthy?
Probably not.
And to me, it's not what he excels at, the long throw like that.
Okay, well, all right, this is it's a little bit of a fallacy that I think is...
He can't reach him.
Yes.
He can't reach him.
Steiny, he literally has more 20-yard plus completions than any quarterback in football.
But these are the kinds that are where in theory a receiver would get behind a defender.
He's also up there in 30-plus yard completions. He's up there in 40-plus yard completions. He can't throw the ball from end zone to end zone, but that's not what you're asking him to do.
I'm just saying some guys throw deep better than others, and when I think of a deep ball, I think of a fly pattern. And to me, he does tend to underthrow those, but if the guy's open by as much as he's open, he's going to catch him anyway.
Well, he's not Dante Culpepper or Randy Moss who's just running a go route from the sideline. Well, it's also
not, I'm not saying, that's not what Kyle's ever done, though, really, offensively.
Yeah, he uses a player I don't know if it's Pearsall, Debo, whoever. He will use that deep route to clear the middle of the field, which you saw against the Bears, who were playing primarily zone coverage, to clear that area out. And I don't think that it's a coincidence that the Bears, who were in zone for much of that game, also got decimated over the middle of the field, because that is where Kyle Shanahan and whoever is his quarterback wants to live. And I think Brock Purdy is extremely good at throwing, maybe not outside the numbers as much, but he can deliver the ball over in between the hashes, whether it's 20, 30, 40 down the field. Taking the top off the defense is not something he's looking for.
I don't disagree with you. And it might not, to me, it's not.
But it isn't because he can't do it. That's what you've been saying for this entire season.
He doesn't excel at it. To me, there's a difference between a guy running a 30-yard pass and you throwing him the ball in the middle of the field when he's gone over the middle, making a cut, and a guy taking off up the sidelines who might be open for a 45, 50-yard pass down the sidelines. I'm not saying he can't do it, but why would you do something if his strength is accuracy from 10 to 30 yards?
Well, also because throwing a deep ball is not a high percentage play. I don't care who your quarterback is.
I don't think we're disagreeing here.
No, what I'm trying to impress upon you is Brock Purdy can throw the ball deep.
Yeah, he does other things much better.
Sure.
Okay, we go to there? Yeah. Just doesn't have a strong arm. Can't reach him. All right. By the way, we got some Warriors news. Shams Charania of ESPN. He's the their NBA insider, has a report that the Miami Heat are considering trading Jimmy Butler. He's got another year left on his deal, but he can opt out, and apparently he's told the Heat he's going to opt out and become a free agent. And Sharani is reporting that Jimmy Butler is willing to play for two of the three Texas teams.
A contender.
Houston, Dallas, not San Antonio. And the third team is the Golden State Warriors. And
oh my God.
Partnered with that report, yesterday, Sharani said, the Warriors are still looking for that big fish, looking for that number 2 to put on Steph Curry. And I'm just thinking about where the Warriors are right now and what they've publicly said over the last week. And the more I think about it, the more I'm really wondering about not necessarily their motives, but what their thought process is. Why, essentially, five days ago, did the Warriors come out and say, Steve Kerr and Draymond Green, that we're going to Kuminga. We're going to play Jonathan Kuminga. It's interesting, and I got to give the guy his victory lap. I think he said it on Wednesday that Guru said, this guy's got to get 30. I would just go 30 minutes a game at least. And I said, well, maybe. I don't know. But the next day or two, Steve Kerr comes out and says, we've got to get Kuminga on the floor more, and we're going to make a commitment to Jonathan Kuminga. Why? Why did they decide? Was it just because of the losing streak? Why have the Warriors been so adamant and public about we are now entering an era where Jonathan Kuminga flat out is going to have a bigger role than he's ever had on this team before?
You want to know what I think?
Yeah.
Because it's all about time. Time that they...
Pink Floyd.
I don't know that band.
Taking away the moments that make up a dull day. Fritter and waste the hours in an offhand way. Go ahead.
He's too old.
You done?
I am.
All
That's
right.
the only words I know. I know the first lyric or two.
Well, that's a lot more than I know. But it's about time. It's about the time they don't have with Kuminga, either because they choose to trade him, they choose to not sign him, or maybe they choose to keep him around. But they have to make a choice. The Warriors do, and they don't have a lot of time. On him, they also don't have a ton of time left for perhaps Curry and Draymond. And so those guys and the Warriors have to figure out if Jonathan can be a player that can help the Warriors and their two aging stars with their lack of time. And the Warriors have to figure out if they want to give Kuminga more time on this team or if they want to get rid of him. It's showcase time.
Here's the one thing, my one question is, and I've never been the guy who say, we got to play him, you got to play him, you got to play him. I mean, if he deserves to play, he should play. But there is something to me that's a little bit off with the Warriors not giving him an extension, telling him to play on the $7 million or $8 million, whatever it is, playing 20 games where he's just a role player, and now you give him that opportunity where you're saying, yeah, go show us what you can do. It's like, and I know hindsight's easy, but why didn't they do this last year? Why didn't they try to do this last year with Kuminga and see him in this kind of role, half the season, so they could make a decision on whether they wanted to extend him or not this summer?
Yeah, I think all the recent rumors and talks are about JK. It's about him. I think the Warriors are trying to ascertain the answer to the question, which is, are we going to give the keys to this guy?
I do think I've always been interested in the idea of showcasing a guy because my first thought is everybody knows everybody in the league. And there's no need to showcase anybody because every team's got multiple scouts and every team's got guys that watch every game played.
But not in the kind of role.
That's true. And that's what I was going to get at.
Okay, sorry.
That's what I was going to get at. Absolutely. Is if you saw film of Jonathan Kuminga 2 out of the last 3 games, and I get it, he didn't play well Friday, but he played great against the Rockets on Thursday, and he was terrific Sunday against the Timberwolves in the win. I do think a team looking at those kind of games is thinking, this guy's pretty good. I'm just wondering why it hasn't happened a little bit sooner if that was the route they were going to go, because they do have to make a decision on Jonathan Kuminga. And if it involves Jimmy Butler, which Shams Charania is reporting, I don't know. I'm not... Because to get Jimmy Butler, you're probably going to have to lose Kuminga and Wiggins, and some picks, and that's the one I'm out on. When I saw the possibility of what the trade might be, I think it was Butler, Josh Richardson, another guy or two as filler, and it was going to be for Kuminga, Wiggins, Peyton, and maybe even Melton was in there. For contract purposes and 2 first-round picks.
What if I told you the picks weren't a part of it? Because I know you're big on picks.
I am. I still wouldn't do it. I would not. Although, here's the other thing. You can't bring Jimmy Butler in here if Kuminga's not a part of the package. I don't, and you said it, this team, obviously they lose. But so you're building Kuminga up to take a bigger role in this team right now, and then you're going to bring in Jimmy Butler, who kind of bumps him down in the pecking order. He's 35 years old. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I'm not as interested in Jimmy Butler as maybe some other guys, but I got to admit, when I think about this kind of player coming to the Warriors, I can't figure out who it is. I can't figure out who the guy is.
Well, I think you're in the majority. I don't think a lot of people would want Jimmy Butler. I can make the case for him if you'd like. But the one that's a little more interesting to me are the Nets, because the other part of the Shams Charania report was that the Nets are looking to trade guys.
Right.
And there's interest from the Warriors in some combination of Cam Johnson, Dennis Schroeder, and might have even been Cam Thomas. I don't know. But I also think that, again, this is all about timing. Why are the Warriors trying to push Kuminga? And why is Shams Charania trying to push the Warriors on the rest of the league? The Nets are the one team that is going to have $60 million in cap space this upcoming offseason. That's a team that could legitimately acquire and pay Kuminga, because that's the other part of it, too. If you get him, you probably want to pay him. I don't know if the Miami Heat want to pay him, but I agree that if you bring in some other wing, you got to send Kuminga out, because you're basically just setting him back.
Assuming Wiggins isn't part of the deal, right?
No. Even, let's say you can get Cam Johnson and you don't have to give up Wiggins or Kuminga.
No. I'm saying if you give up Wiggins in a deal that doesn't include Kuminga, could you get a wing?
I don't know. Huh. Maybe. But it can't be Jimmy Butler. It can't be an alpha. If you're going to swap out Wiggins to me, what the Warriors are trying to do is, in one breath, elevate Kuminga to this top-tier alpha role kind of player and see if he can do it. And they're seeing if he can do it because they either need to figure out whether or not they're going to trade this guy or they're going to extend him. They cannot let him walk in free agency. Either he's valuable to some other team or he's valuable to you, but you have to make a choice. Also, Curry and Draymond are beginning to show signs that their age is something they can't control. Not because maybe they've declined as players. I think Draymond's played really well when he's been on the floor. I think Steph, his numbers are down, but he still played really well. Obviously, on Sunday, he was incredible. But he's got tendonitis in his knees. Okay, you can't control that. Draymond's got a calf injury. He's 35 years old. You can't control that. You need to figure out whether or not Kuminga can be a guy that you lean all the way into and say, this is going to be the next stage of whatever the Warriors are, or you got to trade him and bring in someone else.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think Mike Dunleavy's doing right now? I read a story in The Athletic from Marcus Thompson, and right now the Golden State Warriors are 14-9. They've played 23 games. He's calculated that they have 27 more games until the trading deadline. So the Warriors will have played 50 games by the time the trade deadline comes around. So what do you do? If you have an opportunity to get Jimmy Butler right now, would you do it? If it involves Jonathan Kuminga? Would you wait to do it? I mean, honestly, if I'm Mike Dunleavy, I got to see this team play more. I've got to see this team play more together because I'm still not sure what we have. They started 10-2, then they lost a bunch of games. Now they've won 2 out of their last 3. I'm not convinced that I know how good this team is. I really don't. Sometimes I think it's a 40-win team. Sometimes I think it's a 50-win team. At least in the regular season. I don't want to get into the playoffs and what they could do or can't do with the team they have right now because I really have no sense of that. But what I'm saying is, if I'm the Golden State Warriors, I'm not doing anything right now because you've just given Kuminga this role. So you've got to at least see it play out for a few more weeks. I don't know, 8, 10, 12 games to see how he handles it. But I'm at the point now where, boy, this kid's 22 years old, all right? And I know that he's had trouble getting on the court and staying on the court, but he's 22 years old. And if I'm the Golden State Warriors, I'm not bringing in a 35-year-old if it costs me my 22-year-old and Jonathan Kuminga. What do Warrior fans think about that at 888-957-9570?
No, what do you think Curry thinks about it?
That's a great question.
Because I do believe that Curry, as well as Draymond and Steve Kerr, think that they could legitimately win one or multiple postseason series with Jimmy Butler. Whether it happens or not, I don't know. But I think that they believe that threesome could win playoff series more than right now with a 22-year-old Jonathan Kuminga.
It's hard to argue with because I don't disagree with you.
Now, would they be able to even get to the postseason is a very different question because those guys are pretty old.
And that's what I'm most worried about. You look at the games played for Jimmy Butler. I mean, he doesn't play more than 60, 62, 64 games a year.
Well, 60 is the new 70.
You know what? And it is, but if you're a team like the Warriors, and I'm telling you right now, Draymond, Steph, and Jimmy Butler are all going to play 60 games each, and you don't know which times one guy's going to miss a game and what time, how many times all 3 or how many times just 2 of 3. I can't do it. Because I don't think we can do enough in the regular season to put us in a realistic place where we can actually go into the postseason and make noise. And I know the Warriors got in 2 years ago as a 6 seed. I happen to think they got a great matchup with the Sacramento Kings. But for the most part, it's going to be tough to make a run from 6 or beyond.
I mean, I think even if somehow the Warriors are, I don't know, top 5 or top 4 seed, just because of how stacked the West is, I think it is going to be tough no matter where they're at. But, okay, as you asked what Mike Dunleavy Jr. is doing earlier.
Yeah.
I think he's waiting. I think he is waiting to see if a deal comes to him, and that's why the Charania report or reports are interesting to me. The timing of it after Kuminga has his career best game, Next day, Warriors in the market for a top-tier superstar. Today, the rumors come out that the Warriors there's mutual interest between Jimmy Butler and the Warriors.
Right.
Or there's mutual interest between the Nets and the Warriors. I do think what it signals is that you're right. The Warriors will stand pat. They will wait and use the next 27 games to have basically an evaluation period. But the report signal to me is that the clock is now ticking. It has begun, and the clock is on Jonathan Kuminga, and the clock is on the Golden State Warriors. And by the trade deadline, we will figure out whether or not he is here for the long term or whether they decide to move him in an attempt to upgrade at the deadline.
This from the 408 on the Comcast Business text line. Another old star? Give me a break. That's kind of where I'm at on it. But, you know, it's funny. We came in today and we were talking about Deebo Samuel and him saying he's not getting the ball enough. And I look at the TV screen and they're discussing whether or not the Lakers should entertain a trade of LeBron James to the Warriors. And the discussion point was, does LeBron James deserve to get traded to the Warriors? So we know that Joe Lacob a year ago, or
does he deserve
less? Yeah, like would he, or should he have to kind of stay in LA? You know what I mean? Like would LeBron going to the Warriors be just like a bailout favor you're doing for a guy who's maybe in a situation where they're not going to win it this year?
You got to take Bronny.
And I said, are we missing the boat? LeBron James? I mean, is that the guy we're talking about? And you know, I mean,
we talked about him last year.
I know we did. I just, the idea of an older player is just not, it just doesn't do it for me. Especially because even though it's pretty early in the season, you know, I mean, Steve Kerr likes the chemistry of this team too. And I get it if you can get a player that you think could take you to a title, but I don't see Jimmy Butler being that kind of difference maker for this team.
I mean, look, if you're assuming that if you're acquiring a big name superstar that you're going to have to send out a lot of guys that quite honestly create the chemistry and the togetherness that Kerr purportedly enjoys about this team. You know, insert big name player. I'd throw Jimmy Butler out. If you're acquiring a $50 million player, Wiggins is gone. One of the two or both between Kuminga and Pods is gone. Melton's gone. GP2 might be gone. Like, those are all players that you just saw on Sunday, not named Melton, helped you. I mean, Gary Payton was fantastic on Anthony Edwards. He actually started that game, which was new.
Right.
Andrew Wiggins was, well, he was unavailable, but he has been good this season. Kuminga was obviously good. He played 36 minutes. You know, are those the kinds of players that you want to involve in a deal? Because no matter who it is, I don't care. If you're getting $50 million back, you're going to have to send out a lot. And so I think the other question they need to answer, the Warriors, is do they want to give up what has made them successful this year? Their depth.
Right.
Because if they do, then star players on the table. If they don't, we shouldn't be talking about Butler, but we shouldn't be talking about Giannis or, I don't know, Paul George is also a player that I believe on Sunday becomes trade eligible. There are a lot of players that make a lot of money that the Warriors could look at and survey. I don't know.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Christian, I see Will. We'll get to your calls on the other side. We got to take a break right now. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
The Warriors will be a boneyard.
Have you been asking yourself, what's the secret to getting my excess weight off fast and
Do you know?
Yeah, they go to
I
Las
have no
Vegas,
idea.
so they win.
Okay, let's say they win tomorrow. Then what happens?
Then they play, I think, either Saturday or Sunday in Las Vegas.
Okay.
And if they lose, then there'll be a game that they... Oh, God. I hate this game. Like, I don't have that great recall as far as the rules and the simulations and the breakdowns. I'm just spending time trying to figure out how the 49ers are going to get in the playoffs. God, give me a break, this Emirates Cup.
Wait, I'm sorry. What about the Niners in the playoffs?
So someone asked me yesterday, well, do you feel like, do you feel better about their chances to make the playoffs after beating the Bears? And I said, yeah, 8% better.
They went from 8 to 16?
Exactly.
They could have gone higher if they would have gotten some help, I got to imagine. Right?
Yeah, maybe.
I think so.
Well, actually, if Seattle had lost, I think that would have helped. But again, got to beat the Rams.
Yeah.
The boy geniuses.
You got to win this weekend. I'm sorry, Thursday. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you're just joining us, we're talking some Warriors right now. Shams Charania of ESPN is reporting that the Miami Heat are willing to listen to offers for Jimmy Butler, and the three teams that have been mentioned have been the Dallas Mavericks, the Houston Rockets, and, of course, the Golden State Warriors. Let's start off with Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider. This is what he said back in June, because back in June is when essentially Pat Riley told Jimmy Butler to shut up after Jimmy Butler said something like we should be in the playoffs right now, but they weren't. So Pat Riley and that organization's figuring out what to do with Jimmy Butler. So this is Nick Friedel from June. How would he fit here?
Oh.
Jimmy Butler's name has popped up in the conversation of rumors, and would the Warriors give him the money and the contract he wants? I think it is a fit on paper, but having covered Jimmy long enough, one, I'm not exactly sure how he fits into that locker room as the alpha personality that he is. And two, I don't know if after all the wear and tear on his knees, especially over the last few years, if you're the Warriors, if you want to give him that type of extension, that would scare the hell out of me, because I think if you could say, all right, well, Jimmy's going to be healthy and he's going to play in the postseason and he's going to pair with stuff, great. But nobody can say that because he's missed a lot of time over the last few seasons.
Yeah, I view Jimmy Butler as high risk. That's me. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go. Let's get some more people involved. Let's go to Will. Will's in Moss Beach. What's going on, Will? How you doing, man?
Hey, Evan and Steiny, love the show. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Trades are hard.
Yep.
But two guys that like to go, I'm out on Jimmy Butler. Injury prone, half a season, $50 million contract, wants an extension. It's all negative. Don't want to give up all their athleticism and Wiggins and Kuminga. That's just too much risk. But the players I do want to go after is, and I think they're attainable, would be, the first would be Dennis Schrader. $13 million contract matches up with Milton's contract, throwing a pick. Done deal in my book. I think he gives us scoring, a little bit of defensive liability with him and Steph, but I think the scoring is what they need. The other one I'd go after is Kelly Olynyk.
Toronto?
Yeah.
Yeah. Stretch big, just came back from injury, can hit the three, gives us another big off the bench. I think those two would be half the price of Jimmy Butler and a good fit. But, yeah, trades are hard, and I don't think there's that big splash player out there for us to get. Thanks.
Yeah, no, appreciate the call. You know, the name you brought up that was interesting. By the way, I've got to tell the caller, and if I do it to Goo, I got to do it to you.
To Will or to me?
Both.
What did I say?
Because you both got it wrong.
What?
The guy's name is Dennis Schroeder.
I said
You said Schroeder earlier.
Well, it's because we go down to the bar named Schroeder's every so often. I'm sorry. I just get it,
I believe that the O has an umlaut over it.
Scandinavian?
German. He's from Germany.
He is German.
So, well, the last caller, Will in Moss Beach, would rather go the role player route. I tended.
So, Well,
I don't like any of these guys who are going to be available.
Like anybody. The thing about Schroeder,
yes,
is if you make that move, you're essentially saying Podziemski is no longer our backup guard.
No doubt.
You're out of the rotation.
No doubt.
So if that's something you're okay with, then by all means, flip Melton for Schroeder and let it ride. The case for Jimmy Butler. All right, I am generally with you, but here's why I think there is actual interest.
All right.
If you find out in the next 27 games that Jonathan Kuminga, because I think all of this revolves around him, maybe unfairly so, but if you find out in the next 27 games that Jonathan Kuminga is not the player that you want to pay this offseason, well, then he's sunk cost anyways. And you use him along with Wiggins to go out and acquire Jimmy Butler, who's a player that, yes, wants a contract, but the Heat have already told him he's not getting it. And so Jimmy Butler, I think, in fact, said that he's not opting into his player option this upcoming offseason. That gives you an opportunity. If you really want, if you don't like Kuminga long-term, I do think it makes sense to go get a player that can help you maybe win a playoff series or two this season and then comes off the books if he opts out. And so you essentially remove yourself from paying Kuminga,
right?
Which in this hypothetical you didn't want to do anyways. You get off of Andrew Wiggins' next 2 years, and you bring in a player that comes off the books for $50 million, and that's a max slot that you can then use this upcoming summer. Again, you're basically resetting again, and you're not giving yourself a whole lot of investment in those young guys. But if you don't believe in those young players, because if you think that you want to get Schroeder or another wing that steps into the place of Podziemski and Kuminga, or maybe a center like Robert Williams, who Bonte was talking about, I think he's a good player. Well, that prohibits Trayce Jackson-Davis from playing. Right. So what the Warriors need to figure out in this next month, essentially, is whether they want to elevate and feature their younger players or whether for this season and potentially the future, they want to give up on them. I think that's the case for Jimmy Butler.
I hear you. I'm still out on Butler.
That's fine.
And the one thing I've always said about Kuminga is if you're going to move him, you better be very, very careful. And I got to be honest, the last two games, two of the last three games, I can't deny it. Like, Kuminga's shown me something. I mean, he is showing something. And again, I get it. He's going to have a Friday game sprinkled in there every once in a while because he's 22. But let me tell you what else I'd be scared of. Trading Jonathan Kuminga to the Heat. There's just something about that that scares me a little bit. At 22 years old, you're trading a guy like Jonathan Kuminga to the Miami Heat. I'm not moving Kuminga for a guy like Butler who's that old. You mentioned another interesting name, and it's a name that's obviously been out there, and that's Paul George. You said he's eligible to be traded this weekend.
On Sunday, yes. He becomes trade eligible, and that's somebody that the Philadelphia Sixers might want to move because their season is looking like it's going nowhere, and it's obviously a name that's been connected to Golden State.
Yep. Do you think...
You like Paul George?
Well, I mean, he has less value now than he did in the summer, doesn't he? Or am I overreacting to the first 23 games? He's been playing.
No, but if you're the Sixers, you would want to get Kuminga back.
No doubt.
And I think they also have a decent amount of cap space. They were actually two teams. I forget which report it was, but that was a team that caught my eye because along with the Nets, they were also rumored to have interest in Kuminga. And I don't think it's a coincidence that that's also the place that Paul George went, who was connected to the Warriors this summer.
How can they have money if they got Embiid, Paul George, and Maxey all under big money?
You would get off of George.
Oh, right. And I'm assuming then they'd have to go pay Kuminga, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. What's going on, Christian? How you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing well, man. Thank you.
I think everyone's selling the talent that the Nets have short for what Steve Kerr's trying to do with the Warriors. He looks at this Warriors like the 22 that beat the Celtics. And the drop-off right now that we're seeing, it says no Melton. So if they can bring Schroeder and Cam Thomas for Kuminga, that's 40 points a game. They can't trap Steph no more. That's always the downfall in the clutch games. Last year we had, 40-something clutch games? We lose those because Steph gets trapped and there's no scoring. And, Buddy Hield's a poor man Jordan Poole at this age, so they need more scoring. And I think the Nets, if we're going to just get rid of Kuminga and keep Wiggins, that's really the only option. Other than that, you got to break it up. And then if you break it up, go for Miles Turner. He's got 1 year left, and that's the best option in my opinion.
Miles Turner, of course, for the Indiana Pacers, kind of a stretch five type player. I mean, the Cam Thomas to me is interesting. Obviously, he can score. He's averaging 25 a game this year.
Yeah, look at how much he shoots the ball.
I was looking at his numbers, but salary numbers. But I'll do that for you.
Well, no. But I'm saying that's also a player that I think. Like what has been the biggest issue with Kuminga, for example?
That he's not to the point at his career that you'd like him to be to help Steph Curry.
And I think that's because he needs the ball. Bringing in another player that needs the ball doesn't help the Warriors, I think, like people assume it's going to. Also, Cam Thomas doesn't really defend. So, yes, in a vacuum, dropping a 25-point-per-game score on this team would help them because they struggle on offense. But bringing in Cam Thomas hurts Kuminga. It might also hurt Wiggins, who you ideally would like to keep, because then Wiggins gets dropped down. And also, how is Cam Thomas going to feel when the ball's not in his hands because it's in Curry's at the end of games? So I think the Warriors are trying to I agree with most of the callers that an ancillary piece is the most likely path for them to go down. Honestly, I think the biggest need for the Warriors is a center. Now, not a scoring center, but someone who can legitimately defend the rim and maybe a backup big to Kevon Looney or someone who can start. Because I think that the guy who's taken maybe the biggest step back to me of the young players is Trace Jackson Davis. He's virtually a ghost on most nights. And you're going to need bigs to play with the Oklahoma Cities, the Denvers, the Minnesotas. And right now, they really lack someone, not even that can score the ball in the post, but someone that can defend for 30 minutes a night.
They also need a ball handler.
They do.
I mean, oh, by the way, did you see on Sunday night, Kuminga brought the ball up court, and they just let him kind of walk the ball up court to initiate the offense. And then that happened one time, and Finch is like, please pick Kuminga up full court when he's dribbling the ball up the court. And boy, did he struggle. He turned it over. So, that's something to me that I don't know if you're going to be able to do that, is let Kuminga initiate the offense unless the defensive team is not going to pressure him up the floor. Because I do think he can be pressured. That's just one little aspect of his game. I'm not saying that that's a deal breaker. That's going to hold him back from being a really good player. I'm looking at Shams Charania. Where do the Pelicans stand with Brandon Ingram?
I was just going to ask you, speaking of wings, how does someone like Ingram fit? Because he's, I think, more of a player that you would like as far as his age and, I don't know, maybe his upward trajectory. Also, his cost is less than Jimmy Butler.
I mean, he's going to be a free agent at the end of the year.
Yep.
We're talking about Brandon Ingram. I'd rather have Kuminga than Brandon Ingram, to be quite honest. And I'm not saying Kuminga's a better player than Ingram right now. But, again, I keep, the last week has made an impression on me with Kuminga. It just has. And now I'm really more in the camp of you got to be very careful about trading him at 22 years old. 22 years old. I mean, I'm just philosophically against losing a 22-year-old for a guy like Jimmy Butler when you've already got two players who are your most important players who are 35 years old, one's 34, one's 36 or whatever it is. But I'm thinking doubly more now about not trading Kuminga.
Who do you like less? Sounds like Butler. Between him and Ingram.
Boy.
See, I'm with you.
I want Butler at Ingram's age. That's what I want. I want Jimmy Butler at 27.
Yeah, you know who else does? The Miami Heat.
Yeah.
That's why they're trying to trade him.
You're right. You're right.
He is. Yeah.
You're right. I feel like I think he's all right, but I think he is who he is. Like, I don't think he's going to get much better.
I would feel much more comfortable paying Jonathan Kuminga what he reportedly wanted this summer, which was $35 million per year, than paying Brandon Ingram what he reportedly wants, which is $50 million a year.
Do you believe that Kuminga wanted 35? For some reason, I don't buy it.
Yes.
I think he wanted more.
Oh, I see. I mean, to me, I think that was like the floor. Like, I actually do believe the rumors that I might have said it this summer. Like, when I saw Franz Wagner get paid $200 plus,
right?
Kuminga's immediately like, all right, that's the starting point. That's where I'm at.
I'm sure that's what he was thinking.
And the Warriors are probably like, you must be out of your gourd. But to be fair, he's kind of playing himself into maybe that range. You know, if Kuminga plays the way that he has over the first 3 games in which he's really been featured and made the primary focus on offense, by the end of this season, if they choose not to trade him, Kuminga might be a $200 million player.
He might be.
By the way, my bet with Willard is looking
what is it?
Very good.
Oh. What was it?
That Jonathan Kuminga would average more points by the end of the season than Buddy Hield.
That's a good.
Thank
that's
you.
Almost like a guru bet from Willard.
Willard doesn't usually make those kinds of bets. He was, and we could talk to him about it in the crossover. But
yep. We'll do that.
He's officially jumped him.
Tom's in Dublin, even after Hield's big night.
15 points per game for Kuminga, 14.5.
That is a lock.
For Buddy Hield.
That's a lock.
Well,
Willard made a bad bet.
I think he also believed it, and we're going to have to discuss this too. If Kuminga gets traded, we might have to revisit it.
Well, that's true. Tom's in Dublin. What's going on, Tom? How you doing, man?
What's up? Good. What's up, guys?
All right.
Yeah, for starters, yeah, I agree. I would prefer Kuminga over Ingram and Butler, just for starters. But for the Jimmy Butler trade, you know, it sounds pretty outrageous. You know, I feel like just the way that trade is set up, I feel like it's pretty much the Warriors saying we have no confidence in this season and we're going to go ahead and bank everything on Jimmy Butler for the whole season. And I think the Warriors are a really smart organization. I think this year is one of our best chances to win a championship over the next couple of years, if possible. And, you know, I don't think the Warriors are going to do that. I think that's just kind of dumb. I think, you know, leads me to believe that, you know, this talk about LeBron James, Jimmy Butler is just kind of a publicity stunt to get some ratings up with the NBA. But, you know, that's just me. I also, you know, I really like Cam Johnson you guys are talking about. I think he could be a good fit for possibly what we have to trade for him. I think a caller mentioned Kelly Olynyk. I kind of like him too. So, you know, I was wondering what you guys think about that.
I mean, it's a question of you know, what kind of player you want to bring in here. Yeah, like the one thing that, all right, I'm not saying I know Mike Dunleavy, but I've known of Mike Dunleavy for 2 decades.
You covered him for a long time.
I knew him as a player, and I think he's the same kind of GM that he is a player. He's very patient. He always let the game come to him. He never tried to do too much. And in my heart of hearts, I do not think that Mike Dunleavy wants to trade for a 35-year-old player and have to include future first-round picks. Like, that to me is a terrible recipe. If you can get Butler and not have to give up any picks, that's a slightly different story, and I'd be more apt to entertain it. But you can't acquire Jimmy Butler, lose Kuminga and another young player, and then not have picks 2 years from now. That's a death sentence in my mind. And maybe that's dramatic, but You can't. The one thing this team cannot afford is if Steph gets banged up next year and all of a sudden you're in the lottery and now you don't have a pick. Like, and I get it. There's no sure things in the draft, but I don't just look at a pick as, well, you got to take a swing at a player and sometimes it misses. Well, up until you acquire a player through the draft, I don't care. A number one pick's an asset. It's an asset, and the minute you move it, it goes away. So right now, it's an asset, and I'm out on Jimmy Butler at 35, and then, we'll also give you a 2025 first and a 2027 first. I mean, that's, to me, close to insanity.
Well, you're also out on him, even if there aren't picks included.
Probably.
But I agree that the place you can't be in is a place where you're considering rebuilding or resetting with nothing to rebuild with. You can't be in that position. And I don't think, to his credit, I don't think Mike Dunleavy Jr. would ever let it get to that point because I think he's smart enough and also respectful enough of the new NBA rules and the second apron and all the rest. He's respectful enough of that to not let it get to that point. The thing that I was concerned, the caller also mentioned someone like the Nets, right? Let's take Cam Johnson.
Okay.
The thing about it is if you get Cam, you have to move one of the two between Wiggins and Kuminga, and the Nets, I think, would probably prefer Kuminga because they have the cap space, and we're talking about that. But the issue with him or the Nets is that I actually think that's a team that is going to want a lot for whatever player they're giving up because they just got 4 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges from the New York Knicks. Cam Johnson specifically is also on a really good contract. To me, he would be a perfect player. I think he makes like close to $18 or $20 million a year. You have him under team control for a couple more seasons, including this one. So he would be a great player. I think he'd be a great fit. But also you have to ask yourself the question, do the Warriors need another alpha? Do they need a second scorer, second star player like Shams Charania is reporting alongside Curry? Or is that a player that's in-house?
I know that some people may disagree with me, but there was a name on the television 10 minutes ago. You told me to look up, and I said, yeah.
Big Gumbo.
I mean, if you'd have a chance to go get Zion Williamson, that I might try to do.
We can bat that around on the other side.
All right. I see Scott and Marin. I see Matt in Oakland. We'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think Mike Dunleavy is thinking right now about making a move, not making a move, sitting tight, seeing where this team ends up, maybe playing some more? Or if you want Jimmy Butler? Who's on your wish list? 888-957-9570 is the number. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Do you often worry you left the garage?
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I buried the lead. We'll have John Sally on tomorrow.
Yep.
John Sally tomorrow.
We'll also have former Rams head coach Mike Martz on tomorrow.
I like Mike Martz. He tells it like it is.
Yes, he does.
I was afraid you were going to say former Rams coach Dick Vermeil.
Oh.
Who you hung up on last time.
No. See, you guys have been blaming me for this. Well, Goo doesn't, mainly you. For the last, year and a half since it happened. Something like that.
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Dick Vermeil is at...
got to be really careful here.
That stage in his career, a little bit past his prime. And so he hung up on me. And the dial tone, which we have the drop in there somewhere, proves it was not my fault. Now, you guys did a fantastic interview. We got to the end. But right when he was about to give that send-off, click.
You really hated to see it.
You did. He's a Hall of Famer.
Yes, he is. By the way, we're talking Warriors, and we're throwing names around. Shams Charania of ESPN is reporting, hey, Warriors still looking for that big fish. And it also coincides with the emergence of Jonathan Kuminga and whether perhaps what he's doing right now is raising his value to a point where you could move him for a better quality player than maybe you could have 3 weeks ago. I'm out on Jimmy Butler, and the guy I brought up was Zion. But I've gotten some pushback. Hell no from the 954. We don't want Zion. That dude doesn't like playing basketball. He likes the basketball lifestyle. There's a difference. I don't like guys like that. And then 408, seriously, Zion, he's a walking injury and a bad influence for your younger players. Well, clearly, I would be taking into account the so-called Warriors culture when it comes to Zion Williamson. I just, I like his age. I like his talent. Obviously, he's been hurt. But we had a player here a decade or so back who battled injury for the first 3 years of his career and ended up being a pretty good player and not quite an Iron Man, but a guy who could be relied upon.
Who's that?
Steph Curry.
Oh.
Steph Curry. No on Zion from the 510. All right.
All right.
Okay. Anybody with me on Zion?
I'm not.
You're not.
All right. What was the word chronic ever attributed to Steph Curry's ankle?
That's my guru.
It very may well could have been.
It was thought to be possibly
because it kept happening, right?
Yeah, he was getting compared a little bit to Grant Hill.
And then he went to the lab. He started to work on his base. That's not something Zion Williamson needs to work on, by the way. But the hamstring that continuously prevents Zion from being healthy, not even next to the meniscus or the other lower extremities, issues that Zion seems to have trouble with, the word chronic is attributed to his hamstring. I don't want any part of that. Because on paper, I'm with you. You buy low on Zion. I think he's under contract for the next 3 years, and he's on a rookie deal, which in a few years is going to look like a steal because he makes something 35, then 37, then 39. Zion Williamson, and it would take him up until his age 27 year, and then you could decide whether or not you want to pay him again, and you have those rights and all the rest. I'm with you, but his entire life he hasn't been healthy. Steph Curry didn't deal with ankle issues in college. He didn't deal with ankle issues when he was in high school.
I mean, obviously, I'd have to get the clearance from Rick Celebrini. I mean, if I were talking to Mike Dunleavy in a private moment and said, what's going on with Zion? And maybe people in the NBA are like, he's never going to be healthy, ever. Then, obviously, I'd be out. But I got to find out if that's definitely the case or if it's just a young guy who's I just think he's a hell of a player when he's playing.
He is. He might be the best college player I've ever seen. I mean, he was unbelievable at Duke. But Again, it's not about the work ethic. Like, I believe that the Warriors could try to help him work harder and, to work on his weight, whatever. But if your body literally just cannot support you, that to me is more like a Yao Ming situation than a Steph Curry.
All right. Let's go to Matt. Matt's in Oakland. He's been hanging. What's up, Matt? What's going on, man?
Howdy, gents. How we doing this fine day?
Doing well.
Chilling.
All righty. I wouldn't say I'm a hard no on Zion, but there's nothing in, the information that either one of us would need to make that decision is not available to us. It's probably available to Dunleavy. He just seems like a guy who doesn't give a crap, and he's really young and he's already hurt. All those other names, I'm just not there. Hard no on Butler. Ingram and Thomas are not that much better than Kuminga. And if you're going to talk about getting some scoring with no defense, I would go for Vukovic. And we discussed this before.
Right.
I do not want to include GP2 on that one. Not after the way he's been playing. I'm wondering if Melton plus a few other guys who don't play would work. It might not. It might cost you picks. The only other name, which I haven't really heard, and it's probably crazy, is if the Lakers are going to blow it up, I don't want LeBron. What about Davis? I don't know. Maybe that's crazy, but otherwise, I would let it ride. Things are looking pretty up. Dunleavy's a smart guy. He'll figure it out. I'm with you on not selling the farm. Giving up picks is nuts. So I don't think there is a game changer out there unless you're talking about somebody like Davis or Giannis. But I don't think those guys are there. And I trust Mike. Maybe nibbling around the edges. Olynyk seems okay. Schroeder would be okay if you didn't have to give up too much for him. He can score, but that's what I got. Looking forward to tomorrow, and we'll talk to you guys later.
Appreciate it, Matt. Yeah, Matt and I kind of on the same page there, except for Zion. If you can say yes to Zion, why no to Brandon Ingram? Because I think Ingram's who he is, and I think Zion's got a chance. Oh, that's great point. Great point, 650. Bogut appeared to be damaged goods, and that worked out pretty well for the Warriors. He says yes on Zion.
But wasn't that due to a freak injury?
He said he had a bunch of them, yeah. He did. He had a few injuries that were kind of unusual. One, he fell after, I think, a dunk.
Yeah.
When somebody undercut him, and he missed time.
Well, I think the reason is Zion, let's just say he never gets better. If he plays, I don't know, in my opinion, he's a significantly better player than Brandon Ingram.
That's what I think, too, when they're playing. I'm looking at he's played 6 games this year.
Well, it's funny because all the names that are out there as far as guys that can, that are acquirable in trade, like how many of them actually do what the Warriors are missing supposedly in Melton? Like if they're looking for a guard, that was another part too. So like I think they could use a backup center or big man, whatever, rim protector. We've discussed the big name that is Butler. Ingram's a wing, a lot of wings, but there's not really a two or a shooting guard that at least I don't see one out there.
Well, and I know this guy's hurt, but when we talked about maybe bringing Schroeder in here, you said, well, then you gotta live with the fact that Pods probably isn't going to be a big part of the team in terms of rotation wise. But the more I think about it, if Melton was the player that he showed through 6 games, Pods was in trouble anyway, wasn't he?
Yes.
So, if Melton would have continued, if Melton doesn't get hurt and that's who he was, Podziemski might have been in some trouble in terms of playing time. So what I'm getting at there is I don't think the Warriors are afraid to upgrade if it's at the expense of Podziemski. But I don't. But
That's
I think
a really small backcourt.
It is. It is. I would look, and the other thing is your fourth guard and Buddy Hield isn't very big either. So you'd have Hield, Schroeder, Curry, and Pods. Pods the only guy with size in the backcourt. That's fair. Let's go to Scott. Scott's in Marin. What's going on, Scott? How you doing?
Yeah, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Really good. Listening to you, Steiny, about I'm not interested in Butler or or George. What's the other dude?
Paul George
from Philly. George. I'm not interested in 35, 36-year-old guys or whatever their age is now. I mean, they can't do that. But I do have an issue with a couple of things that concern me about the Warriors. And Kuminga is he should not have been bringing the ball up the floor the other night. That was a disaster waiting to happen. He does not have the handles to do that. And Buddy can't handle the ball that great himself. But I'm really concerned about this free throw shooting. I mean, he's shooting 60% from the line this year. He was shooting almost 75 last year. I don't know what the hell's going on, but the Warriors are dead last in the league. And you know how Steve likes to talk about, well, we can't afford turnovers anymore, or we're not good enough, we can't overcome those things. I think that the same attention should be to this free throw shooting, because that's another thing they can't afford to be doing, be in the bottom of the league. And I don't understand, how do you go from 75 to 60? That's insane. I mean, what is the remedy for some of this stuff? I have no idea, but I think Kerr kind of downplayed the free throw shooting a little too much for me. But
that's fair.
Anyway,
no, thanks, Scott. I think that's fair. I don't know. I think Kuminga's a 70+% guy from the line. Like he's got a good stroke from the free throw line. I think maybe 75 is the high side of what he can shoot from the line. 60 is the low side. I mean, he's got to get better. There's no doubt about it. But I am with Steve Kerr. It's like you can't say, all right, every practice, 100 free throws, everybody. And I know some people out there might be like, why not? I mean, guy like Buddy Hield's a good free throw shooter. Steph Curry's a good free throw shooter. Draymond Green is a 70% free throw shooter. Kevon Looney is playing more. He's not a great free throw shooter. Their two centers are not great free throw shooters, Looney and Trace Jackson-Davis. So that's always going to be a problem. The issue is that you want your poor free throw shooters to be the guys who don't go to the line a lot. If Steph Curry the other night, I think he missed 2, but the game before that, I think he was 8 for 8. If Curry's getting to the line 8 times, well, that's a good foundation to shoot well as a team. But if Curry's not getting to the line, then you got Wiggins. I don't think Wiggins is ever going to be a great free throw shooter. I don't think he's ever going to be a great shooter with his form. But I kind of do agree with Steve Kerr. I mean, there's not a lot you can do. I mean, let me take that back. For a guy like Trace Jackson-Davis, he's got to become a better free throw shooter, and he's young enough to become better. I think Kuminga's going to be okay from the line. And I think the more he plays and the more he gets to the line, the more we'll see the percentage come up.
Well, I've been doing some scouring of players that I like. Okay. I don't know if they'd be acquirable, but okay.
You know what? Hold on one sec. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. All right, hit me.
Okay, so if you're looking for instant offense at the guard position, since that we were talking about before, to me, 2 guys would be obviously Schroeder. Terry Rozier is another one for Miami. But honestly, the guy, I don't know if they'd be willing to come off him. It's Marcus Smart in Memphis. And
that's an interesting name.
He's a player that was hurt for most of last season. He starts and comes off the bench depending on if Ja or Desmond Bane is available. So I don't know if they'd be willing to move him, but he makes about $18 to $20 million per year. I think he'd be a perfect fit at that second guard opposite Steph. Again, I don't know if you could get him because Memphis is playing very good basketball, and he's probably, a featured member. But they got a lot of young talent, specifically at the guard position. I don't know. Marcus Smart, to me, I think would be my dream 2 alongside Steph.
All right.
At this point.
207, the Warriors need a player the caliber of Derek White, okay, or Drew Holiday. Well, Drew Holiday's a hell of a player. For Drew Holiday, the Celtics traded Malcolm Brogdon, Robert Williams, both start. Brogdon is a guy that I could see the Warriors have an interest in if he's healthy. Absolutely, I could see Brogdon as somebody the Warriors would be interested in. Guy who can play both guard positions, pretty good defender, and if he's healthy, he's a good, solid player. And the Wizards got to do something, you would think.
Yeah, 650 is right, too. A Norman Powell type player would be.
I'll take Norman Powell in a sec.
Yeah. Again, it's like trying to find players that teams are willing to move. And that's why I know it sounds stupid because a lot of fans don't want to hear it, but that's why trades are hard.
Exactly.
It's why they're hard, because you got to find a guy that you're willing to go get who another team doesn't want, but then there's a reason why they may not want him.
And then you got to figure out if you're going to pay him. But you haven't seen him over the course of his career and don't really know him.
Well, and I think you said it perfectly earlier. Like a player like Jimmy Butler, he's right now the biggest star that's available to be traded.
All right.
Okay, why is he available to be traded? If he was so good, or if he was younger or more healthy, the Miami Heat wouldn't want to move him.
Right. Because
he helps them. And he actually helped them just beat Cleveland the other night, the best team in the NBA. So, again, I think that the Warriors are best served right now standing pat and, more importantly, trying to figure out what the ceiling of this season is when Jonathan Kuminga is featured as a prominent on-ball wing. Because so far, I think, yes, you've seen inconsistent returns, but it's only going to go up. And I think Jonathan proved that last year when he got to start for an extended period of time. And so far, I think the Warriors can win games doing that.
They can probably win enough, I would think. I mean, I think this team, I really don't know what to gauge this team. I said 40 or 50. I think they could be a top 6. I do think that. But they got to play like they've been playing 2 out of the last 3 games, and Kuminga's got to continue to do what he's doing. Here's the one thing. Jimmy Butler's a guy you're right, he's the biggest name out there. Let me tell you, of all the things that I don't like about Jimmy Butler, the one thing I don't put into the equation, and no disrespect to Nick Friedel, who's our guy, I have no concern about bringing Jimmy Butler, another alpha, into the locker room. Like that doesn't even cross my radar. If he's truly the guy that a lot of people think, and he's all about winning, we can figure that out. That's just what about him and Draymond? What about him and Draymond? I don't see a big problem there.
Well, and also I think it's interesting that what was the big selling point for Chris Paul last offseason from Dunleavy? I repeatedly heard him saying he wins everywhere he goes. Every team is better when he's been on it. Every team has gotten more wins than the year before. Now, that actually did happen last year because the Warriors won 2 more games with Paul on the roster. But I think Jimmy Butler is another one of those players. That's why, again, if the Warriors do not want to pay Kuminga, I actually think that the Butler avenue is one that they would highly consider because he has a track record of wherever he goes, especially the first season, of helping them win. I don't think it's a coincidence that before he got to Minnesota, that was a team that hadn't made the playoffs in like a decade. When he got traded to Philadelphia, that's the furthest that Joel Embiid has ever gone to the postseason.
Right.
And they were a triple clank away from making the Eastern Conference Finals. The Miami Heat were left pretty much a dormant franchise between when LeBron was there and then when Jimmy Butler got there. So, yes, his stats aren't unbelievably impressive, though he's shooting 56% from the field this year. My point is that if the Warriors got him, I wouldn't be worried about the fit. He would help them win.
I'm with you there on the fit. And he might help them win more, but I don't know if he helps win enough for what you're going to end up giving up long term.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jason in Philly. What's going on, Jace? How you doing, man?
I'm good, guys. Hope y'all are doing well headed into the holidays.
Thank you.
You too.
Thanks. I just wanted to say that this season was kind of determined in the off season. There hasn't been a trade made during the trade deadline that's led to a championship, but other two times. One when Rasheed Wallace went to Detroit, and the other when Gasol went to Toronto, and that took us getting injured for them to win. So I think they should deal around the edges so that they can build in the all season towards something. And 3 names that I think would fit are Schroeder, A lot of people brought him up. He can do a lot of the things Melton did, but bring some experience in the ball handling aspect. The other is Jordan Clarkson. They desperately need somebody who can score off the bounce, get their own shot. And I know he's not a defender, but we need someone who can consistently get to the rim, put some ball pressure, and touch the paint a lot, and is a threat to score. And then another name that I think would be a really interesting fit, and I think he would play well and open up the lane for Jonathan Kuminga and Draymond, is Zach Collins. He seems to be falling out of favor a little bit at San Antonio. He's a career 34% three-point shooter, 7 feet, aggressive on the boards, solid defender. And he finally gives us that stretch big without, risking a whole bunch of money on Vucevic or Valanciunas. So yeah. I want to hear what you guys think.
I don't hate any of those names. I think I like Zach Collins the least. But, I mean, I wonder what Utah's thinking, too. But, it feels like a lot of people are in on Schroeder. I like Schroeder. I think he'd help. But I do wonder you're right. What would that do to Brandon Podziemski in his role? And maybe the answer is who cares? We got to win, and he's not having a great season.
How badly do you think the Warriors believe they need a trade? Because they've been involved in all these rumors.
Right.
Typically, I understand, Houston or Dallas, just taking Butler, for example, because those teams might legitimately be a Jimmy Butler away from believing that they can win a championship. Why are the Warriors a team that's been floated in all of these trade talks? Because I love the roster. I think they played really well. I don't think they're a player away from contending for a title. At least one that's been named, like a big name star. Especially because, and Bobby Marks said this on ESPN earlier, if you're looking at Butler to Golden State, and so I assume this rings true for another big name player, you're essentially trading 4 or 5 players for one. I don't know if what you give up in the 4 or 5 for even a Giannis, does that automatically make you a championship contender in a unbelievably stacked Western Conference?
I will say, if you have an opportunity to get Giannis, I do think that's a different story. He's a little younger. What's he, about 30 now?
Yeah.
30 years old. I do put Giannis off to the side in terms of, if you could get Giannis, I would really lean into that, especially if you could keep Draymond and then have Draymond, Steph, and Giannis. And that way, at least, if Steph really declines in the next year or two, you still got a Giannis who just becomes the number one automatically, if not right off the bat.
But you're considering the future. I'm just talking about this season. Does one player that's out there really catapult the Warriors into contending this season?
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Evan.
Okay.
I'm going to use some discernment here. I'm going to go to break. I'm going to tell Cody in Portland and Shaka in Berkeley to hold on, and then I'm going to give you the answer. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5- Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy. What's your question before the break? I forgot.
How desperate do you think the Warriors are to make a deal? Because it feels like, I don't know if all the trade rumors are purposely because they actually want to make a move, or maybe they're trying to elevate the value of some of their players. It could be strategic, but like, how desperate do you think this team is to make a trade?
I don't think they're that desperate right now. Now, that could change in 6 weeks, because I do think something, you're right. What they have to figure out in the next 27 games, and that's when the trade deadline will be after the Warriors play 50 total games. They've got to decide something internally on Jonathan Kuminga. And if they want a big boy and they have to get rid of Kuminga, then they got to think really hard about that and who the big boy is. If they want to tinker around the edges, then maybe Kuminga's not part of the deal, and they get a couple role players in here that they think will help. So I think right now, I don't think the Warriors right now are desperate at all. And that's the other thing about Mike Dunleavy. I just don't think he's a desperate type of guy. Now, if they were 9-20, we might have a different story. But as long as they win at this pace, I think they would. I think they'd be willing to make a deal, but they wouldn't have to make a deal. I mean, to me, if you can get to 6 or better, that should be the goal. And to me, I think they have a shot at getting 6 if they can stay healthy and basically keep playing as hard as they've been playing.
See, I think they can get to the 6 if Kuminga proves to be the player that they want him to be. Because I think that whether it's due to injury or age, I think Curry and Draymond, I have a hard time believing that Curry's going to play as many games by the end of the season as he does. And Draymond might wear down over the course of the year. I don't know.
Yeah,
The thing that gives me the most confidence in this roster to be able to get to a top 6 seed is the fact that they are 4-1 without Steph. So small sample size, but they've already won more games without him this year than they did last year. And they've proven that, whether it's because of strength in numbers or, I think, there are other players emerging, that they can weather the storm of no Curry, which has never been possible before.
Well, Steve Kerr agrees with you, because he said that last week, that he thinks that the roster they have right now is better equipped to win games when Steph's not playing. So I think what you're saying is what Steve Kerr believes. Let's go to Shaka in Berkeley. What's going on, Shaka? How you doing?
Hey, man, y'all killing it, man.
Oh, thanks.
Like the Vikings.
Shout out to Guru, man. Hey, man, I'm looking at our young player, man, and he's looking like a budding star. They put everything on him, give him 30 minutes a game, starting to look out for him to lead the team. I think the team's at a great point. We're not doing as bad as everybody's saying. We're 14-8. We were up by 17 in consecutive games and lost. So you add those 3 games in that we should have won, we'd be like 17-8. We're not as bad as that. We just have some laws on defense and turnovers. But I think we got to run with Kuminga, man. I think trading him makes no sense at this point, because it would be like, hey, like the caller said about him going to Miami. Steiny said, I don't want to send him to Miami and he turns out to be a star. Nobody wants to be a part of that. So I just think we're going to run with him. I would love to add Brandon Ingram. I think I think he just fits with us. He's not the big star, but the guy who can get his now, make a name for himself. He's still young. With teaming up with Kuminga, that would be a great move. Dunleavy would have to make some magic. He can make his bones, too.
Yeah, appreciate it, Shaka. And by the way, your Vikings look pretty good. They look pretty good.
Well, you're just on them because Sam Darnold threw like 18 touchdowns for your fantasy team last week.
Minnesota! That's part of the reason. Absolutely. You're absolutely right about that. I mean, is there an incongruity here with the Warriors Mike Dunleavy said,
Yes.
You know what I'm going to say?
Yes, there is an incongruity.
Go ahead.
Sorry, continue.
No, what do you think I was going to say?
Go ahead.
That if your mission statement essentially has read, yeah, it's very important that we got to maximize Steph Curry's window, and that's the goal, doesn't keeping Kuminga fly in the face of keeping Steph happy?
Yes, but not if there's not a player out there that is going to get you, or more importantly, get Curry what he wants, which is the best chance to compete for a title. I'm not even talking about winning a fifth. That to me is not there's nobody, again, I don't think there's anybody out there that catapults the Warriors to a place where you look at this roster and says, they can get Steph a fifth. I just don't. But if you think that Kuminga is a player that this season, next season, within the next 3 years, can step into the role of the alpha for this team, well, then you can kind of have it both ways. And so, yes, you're right. There's an incongruity with the Warriors of trying to maximize Steph while also, kind of have it both ways with the future. But that's the needle that they're trying to thread.
Right.
And I also don't think that they necessarily have a choice. The reason why I used desperate to make a trade, because I think one of the reasons why they have chose to now basically promote Kuminga overnight,
right,
is because they're desperate. They don't have anybody else that can go get a basket, or at least do it consistently enough. Steph needs help. Wiggins has not been, or maybe ever been, a guy to just throw the ball to and turn into a 25-point-per-game scorer. Kuminga is the only player that has the ability on their roster to, you can envision doing that. And they haven't been able to score the ball whatsoever. Their first 15 games, I think they had one game where they didn't crack 100. During that 6 of 7 losing streak, they had 3 or 4 games where they didn't break 100. They haven't been able to score the ball. So they need the only player right now that's on the roster that can legitimately do that and help them there is JK. So yeah. I think they've been desperate.
Let's go to let's go to Cody. Cody's in Portland, and then I'll share with you a theory I have that could be described as a conspiracy theory. But go ahead, Cody. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
So I have a couple thoughts in regards to the Warriors making a trade this season. One, about a buy low candidate I think would work well for the team, and then would like to chime in on a potential Kuminga trade if that's all right.
Sure.
Ooh.
So I think the first trade I was talking about, a kind of a buy low candidate that would make sense, would actually be Colin Sexton out of Utah. Someone called a little while ago and talked about Jordan Clarkson, who's a great scorer, doesn't play much defense, and actually his scoring has gone down the last couple of years, and he has shot under 30% from three-point range. Colin Sexton is a guy that's going to come in, play tenacious defense, run the offense. He's also shooting above 40% from three this season. And you might also be able to get Walker Kessler out of Utah, who's been reportedly available for trade over the last couple of seasons. I think that would be a strength in numbers move, similar to any of those trio of players out of Brooklyn. And regarding Kuminga, I don't think there's any star who's widely available that's going to instantly take us to be a title contender. Jimmy Butler's past his prime. Brandon Ingram wouldn't be that much of an upgrade. And when it comes to Zion, I agree. He would be a great fit with the Warriors as an inside scorer, but his injury history really scares me. And if you ask me, Steiny, over the next 5 years, do you think it's more likely that Zion Williamson averages over 60 games a season over that 5 years, or Kuminga makes an all-star game or two over the next 5 years?
Ooh,
I'm probably going with Kuminga.
That's a good question.
Good stuff, Cody. Do I have to answer it? I don't feel like it.
Well,
I'd probably.
Considering that Zion, I think through his first 5 years in the league, 6 years in the league, has averaged less than 40 games a year, your money's probably on Kuminga. But honestly, I don't know if either are a great bet.
I got a stat for you.
Amari.
How many games did Zion play last year?
Well, I know because I was looking at it earlier.
70.
Yep.
70's the new 84. 70's the new Buddy Hield 84. That kind of surprised me a little bit. A couple things. This is my conspiracy theory.
Okay. By the way, Zion's dealing with the same hamstring injury right now that kept him out for about 53 games 2 years ago.
Fair point.
Yeah.
Okay. This whole idea, all right, and it started last year of, the Warriors are looking for a big fish. Big fish. Big fish. It's like, why do you think they're saying that? It's for one person and one person only, Steph Curry. And to me, there's something about, okay, could you have gotten Paul George? And if you could have, was there somebody you didn't include? And I don't know why they did or didn't get Paul George. Maybe the Clippers never wanted to move him to the Warriors in the first place. Or why did Lauri Markkanen's name come up? Why is Jimmy Butler's name coming up now? Trades are hard. But if Joe Lacob and the word, Joe Lacob's getting the word out, I think it's more being done to appease Steph Curry that they're trying to do something than the reality that they might actually be able to pull something off.
But wouldn't that just piss him off more if they don't end up actually doing it? Like, you're in every single trade talk, you're in every single trade rumor, and eventually Steph is just going to roll his eyes and saying, yeah, let me know when you actually do something.
Maybe.
I mean, it's kind of like the San Francisco Giants saying they're in on all these big-name free agents. Like, they just got one, and that's great. But the last couple of years, every time you heard Giants are interested in X, you just roll your eyes.
Right. Well, I'm not at the rolling my eyes stage with the Warriors, but I do think, they've become the new team like the Lakers where every single name is linked to them. And I think they've sold the idea of this big fish when the reality is it's a long shot, whoever it is. Because the only guy who's a big fish is, to me, a big fish is somebody who, you're right, changes their fortunes from a team that maybe could be a 5 or 6 seed to a legitimate championship contender. Well, if we're talking about players like that who might be available, I think we're only talking about Giannis. If we're talking about Butler, if we're talking about Ingram, I don't know that necessarily would do it. And I don't know if Steph Curry wants Jimmy Butler. I think he probably would, but you're going nowhere if you don't get to the playoffs healthy. And if you're not healthy going into the playoffs, maybe you don't even make the playoffs if guys have been banged up.
Yes, but also what happens if and when you get to the postseason and you flame out? Like let's say the Warriors do get a top 6 seed this year, and all probability they'll be, bottom 2 as opposed to top 4, and you just get waxed in the first round by Dallas or Denver or Minnesota, maybe. I don't know. One of those top teams.
Without making a deal.
Without making a move. And Kuminga, in his first real postseason series, I know he played a little bit 2 years ago against the Lakers and the Kings, and
let's say he has growing pains.
But if he is going to be a 1, or if he is going to be a real starter for this team, this is going to be his first postseason. I mean, and a lot of times players do not succeed in those spots, or they're not the best version of themselves.
Right.
And Steph says, wow, what if that was Jimmy Butler? And you guys didn't do anything about it. I don't know. I also think Curry's smart enough to know that, if you make a trade like that and it doesn't work, then you're effed.
Right.
But
I wonder how Steph, what he believes in his heart about Paul George and Markkanen. I wonder if he thinks, you know what, we could have made a deal, but they didn't want to go all in. Or Steph would say, you know what, that was never really going to happen. Because I do think there's a difference between the two. I mean, because I'll be honest with you, on the surface, if you could have gotten Markkanen and you thought he was the guy, but you didn't include Podziemski, well, that if I'm Steph Curry, I'd be like, what? I would. And I don't want Markkanen, and I don't like Markkanen. And I don't think is there anybody out there that right now, somebody said, you could go get Paul George or Markkanen for the exact same price that theoretically you could have gotten them in the summer. I don't think any Warrior fan's doing it.
Well, I think all the fans that want Vucevic.
Well, I'm talking specifically about Markkanen and Paul George.
Oh, they like choose one or the other?
Well, no, what I'm saying is they made a run at Paul George. They didn't get him. They made a run at Markkanen. They didn't get him. And what I'm saying right now is I know Markkanen can't be traded, but if Paul George right now, Philly says, we'll move Paul George, and the Warriors are like, well, let's offer Philly essentially what we offered the Clippers, and Philly's like, we love that deal. I don't think the Warriors are doing it now.
Ooh, I actually disagree.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. Because the money that the Sixers gave Paul George is the money that allegedly the Warriors were going to give Paul George.
Right.
And if the deal, which included a combination of Wiggins and Kuminga, but not both, according to the summer rumors.
All right.
If Philly would take that deal, and I think maybe one first-round pick, I do think the Warriors would consider that.
Boy. I mean, what would that deal even look like if Wiggins is not included?
Well, I think Wiggins would have to be.
He would but then if you want Paul George, you're probably going to have to give up Kuminga too, right?
What if you don't have to?
Well, then that's a different story.
Okay, so if it's, let's say it's like Wiggins, Podziemski's the other young guy they want, Melton's filler,
Sure.
GP2's filler, and somebody else for Paul George, you don't think Curry wouldn't want that?
I think Curry would want it. I do think Curry would want it. I would.
So
I'd be so scared.
So your starting five would be Curry, somebody at the two, Buddy Hield, Lindy Waters, whoever, Paul George, Jonathan Kuminga, and Draymond Green.
Yeah, that would be the team. I just, man, Paul George scares the hell out of me. You know,
you don't like his podcast, huh?
I actually like his podcast, and he's pretty likable on that podcast.
Podcast P?
Yes. I just, as you know, I've got an allergy to players over 34 right now.
Well, the Warriors got two of them.
I know. That's why we can't have another one. We absolutely, positively can't have another one. Not right now. I think the Warriors would still love either of those players. By the way, I'll tell you who I'm out on. No interest at all. Walker Kessler.
Why not?
I don't like him.
Well, I also think that he's way too expensive. That's the other thing about, and maybe I didn't think about Sexton because he plays for the Jazz. Anytime you trade with the Jazz or with Danny Ainge in general, you're going to lose that deal. So you better be damn sure that the player you get is someone you want. So,
right.
But I want to say Walker Kessler, he's been in trade rumors before. The Jazz were asking for like multiple first-round picks for Walker Kessler. He doesn't even start on some nights.
Yeah, I don't. You know what? He's another guy that I'm biased against because I feel like when he plays the Warriors, he just stinks. He just doesn't hurt the Warriors. And I never want a player on the Warriors who they could handle in terms of defensively. What's he averaging? 11? He's 11-11.
Well, you don't have to handle him. I mean, the advantage is he's like 7'2".
I know, but I mean, I'm out. I'm out on Walker Kessler. He's only 23 though.
I would think about Paul George. I'm just saying.
Would you really?
Yeah, I would.
What about you, Ken? Paul George.
You reap what you sow, brother.
Paul George.
He doesn't like him.
Didn't he just hyperextend his knee not once but twice already?
Well, let's see. Maybe.
Same knee.
Curry's got knee tendonitis. You still like him?
Yeah, but he's on the team. Paul George isn't with the team yet.
Paul George has played 12 games this year. So he's played half the games.
That's a lot for him.
Look at Paul George. Last year he played 7. I mean, that's the other thing.
Played a lot of games last year.
Right, on a contract year. He played 74 in a contract year. Can we get Chris Middleton? Would he be available? He's coming back from injury. He's
always coming back from injury. I mean, my God. The Milwaukee Bucks have been waiting for Chris Middleton to come back from injury for like 3 years.
Let me see how old he is.
Middleton? He's like 34, I think. I don't know.
I thought his name was, it's KHR. Okay. Chris Middleton is 33.
Oh, boy.
Played, last 2 years, 33 and 55 games. He's played 2 games this year. And I'm sure they've been recent.
The other part about it is what level of team could you envision yourself getting to with a player alongside Steph? I've seen Paul George. I know people don't like him. And maybe he doesn't play that many games. But when he does, he has gotten the Clippers further than almost any point in their franchise by himself because Kawhi Leonard didn't play in the one series they made the Western Conference Finals. It's one of the reasons why this offseason I kind of like the idea of Kawhi, trying to get him because he's a little bit different. His issues are beyond Paul George. But my point is, I do think the Warriors would consider a player of that age and on the back end of their career if it didn't cost them Kuminga and it gave Steph a real running mate. I mean, I think that's what they're trying to do, is trying to figure out how they can swing a trade maybe without moving Jonathan Kuminga.
The one thing about, look at this. You just mentioned his name. 1 day ago, Kawhi Leonard appears to be nearing a return. You know who's out for a while is Brandon Ingram, actually.
Yeah, was it sprained his ankle?
Yeah, but they I guess it's a high ankle sprain, and they're talking about out indefinitely. So Brandon Ingram's probably not going to play for, I don't know, at least 2 or 3 weeks, I would think. So, which would mean he'd likely come back right before the trading deadline.
Who do you think the boys like we got coming up, Willard and Dibbs?
Of all the guys we've named?
Yeah.
If I know Dibbs.
He's out on all of them.
They're both out on Butler.
For sure.
Okay, give me another name.
Well, I'm saying of the names that we've talked about, who are they?
Oh, I got you.
Who are they in on? Ingram?
No.
Like Ingram?
No. And Willard's not going to be in on a guy like Zion, I don't see. Let me tell you what they'll do. They'll do what they always do. They'll take the easy way out, and they'll say, I like Dennis Schroeder.
I don't have nothing to say.
And then we'll say, well, okay, fine. You like Dennis Schroeder. That's not what we're talking about. They'll obfuscate is what they're going to do.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, go get Tyler Hero. Yeah, you can. Okay. All right, well, that's what I like.
All right, we got crossover time next, and that segment was brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is...
Oh, my baby, my darling. Am I going to embarrass you now with all your fans out there?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I talked to my mom last night. Oh, hey, by the way, it's crossover time.
I saw her on Facebook today. And
she's never off Facebook.
She looked amazing. She's 90.
We're friends.
Oh, please. 87.
My bad.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. It is the crossover.
I didn't mean to jump the read, and I apologize again.
I got it right.
I saw her on Facebook with a couple of former students who are like your age, my age, and she's, glowing. Your mom's amazing.
She's all right.
87. She's more than all right.
She's all right. She's solid. She's solid.
Mary's a favorite of the show.
She's elite.
So get this. 2 days ago, we go out and get the Christmas tree. And
real or fake?
Real.
Okay.
We have one of each. We put a fake one up in the same place, and then we get a real.
Which one's in the front room?
The real one.
Okay.
And
it's a beautiful room, Mark, with like vaulted ceilings. It's wonderful.
You had me at second room. I'm like, wow, Rich. All right, go ahead.
Well, lovely home, and his front room has probably 14-foot ceilings, perfect for a Nerf hoop court.
It's really good for a Nerf hoop court.
Yeah, and so the front room tree is probably a 9 or a 10-footer.
Yet my 10-year-old hasn't been invited over yet. Anyway, you're trying to tell a story. Go ahead.
I can't let him.
Yeah.
There's really not much of a story, except I got to go home and get the tree up today because I tried to do it Sunday, and I just couldn't get it up. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus.
Cut that.
I'm out. I'm out.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
I was waiting until...
That is so good that just happened. I'm very excited about that.
I couldn't get the tree up.
Yeah, too late.
Remember the other week?
Also works.
Remember the other week when you were talking? Remember when you were talking about, like, if it's ever your turn to get laid off, that's it? You're out of the business?
Sure.
You're never out of the business now. That will be played on Bay Area Sports Radio in the year 2088.
Oh, it's gold.
It'll be played tomorrow, I can tell you that.
I told you the one time. Well, anyway,
right.
I'm trying. You know how you have the screws at the bottom that you got to screw into the base of the tree?
Me, yes.
I feel like the base of this tree isn't solid enough. It's like rotting a little bit.
Oh, that's
so
not
it's
good.
not holding.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Do you have little spikes at the bottom too?
Just yes.
Okay.
But
I already
okay.
Yeah. I yelled at my tree. I got it, but my kids were laughing at me because I yelled at it because it's like an Eminem song. You got one shot. You got one shot to get the tree in center. If you put it over on like one spike of the three spikes, now the screws don't reach it. It's going to fall over. It's a big mess.
It's
and
awful.
the kids don't want to help. They want to laugh at you.
It's awful.
Yeah.
And I want to get that thing up so bad.
I mean, just
and I'd love for it to be up.
It just doesn't end
when people come home to see it.
Oh,
all right, I'm done.
God.
My work is done here.
You're damn right it is.
It's great.
Oh my God,
it was gold.
All right.
Yeah.
Still not to the point where I have a Christmas tree. Or if it is, it's got to be plastic. I think that's probably what most of my friends are doing. The real trees, it's just too much of a hassle. Also, a lot of people don't have cars in the city, so you gotta borrow stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
It was a lot easier when I was living in the East Bay.
If you do want to get a fake tree, and I don't really like the term because the tree is real in terms of the emotion that you get from the tree, invest in a good one.
Okay.
And shout out King of Christmas, which is where I got my tree 3 years ago. The first one I got was from Target, it was good. But, eventually, this string of lights goes, and then this goes, and that goes. King of Christmas, really high-quality artificial trees.
Is that the one right off Moraga Road? There's a place that sells Christmas trees every time I go to St. Mary's College that's right there.
Yes.
Yeah, that place is fantastic.
That place is an absolute money-making machine. That thing went up like November 1st, and trees are flying out of there.
When is it acceptable to put up a Christmas tree in your guys'
You mean
opinions?
Like on the calendar? Like
yeah.
what date?
Does it have to be after Thanksgiving?
I tried to do it Sunday, and I just couldn't get it up.
For me, it does. For me, it does.
Keep it on the short list.
I got members of the family that won't even allow Christmas music until after Thanksgiving, which I reject. But that's them. But yeah, I would never put up a tree before Thanksgiving, but not because it's any rule. It's just going to die before Christmas. But when to do it has a lot to do with when Thanksgiving is. Thanksgiving was so late this year that I know a lot of people went and got their Christmas tree that weekend. Like after the Thursday of Thanksgiving, it was December by the time we got back to work. People were like, let's do this. Let's do this right now. We're here. We're in the holiday spirit. We're off work. Let's ride. So we did it Monday following Thanksgiving. And it's about the earliest I've ever done it, I think.
The problem I'm having is, so you put the tree on its side, and then you put the base on, but then every time you tilt it, then the base comes off on the one side because you can't lift the whole tree up.
Yes, you can. That's how I do it. That's what I'm saying.
It's too heavy.
No, it's not. What do you mean?
He's got a 10-footer.
Well, then that's your problem.
And he can't get it up.
Yeah.
Apparently.
But I tried to do it Sunday, and I just couldn't get it up. You know what? Grow up.
Your tree is too big. How about that?
Have you guys ever tried having the tree on its side and using a rubber mallet? Smack the you know what?
Mallet.
That's what I'm going to try to do. By the way, we have John Sally on tomorrow.
No way.
John Sally. Yeah, he's coming on tomorrow.
Goon better be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm
pretty sure.
I mean, who did you think it was when it actually was John Sally?
It'd be amazing if it was.
I thought it was John Fogerty.
That's right.
Well, he said next time he was bringing Fogerty because apparently they're neighbors.
That was the most unbelievable part.
That's what doesn't. I mean,
we're going to get clarification tomorrow.
I can't even. The story just never. It keeps getting better. It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't.
Anyway,
I got John Sally mixed up. Well, the boss got John Sally mixed up with John Fogerty. And then I told it to John Sally, and he goes, John Fogerty's my neighbor. And we kind of let it, I'm like, get out of here. He said, no, he is. But I don't know if he was telling the truth or not.
That's true. We're going to find out tomorrow.
Yeah. Who should the Warriors go out and get?
I do like this Brooklyn idea.
John Sally.
That's starting to percolate.
Schroeder?
Well, not just Schroeder. I think that Cam Johnson is a wonderful idea. That makes all the sense in the world to me. I know that, Dorian Finney-Smith is a name that's come up. That's a little bit of a throw in to the potential deal, but it's not that it doesn't work. He'll knock down a shot, do some things that the Warriors need. I guess my question is who's going in the other direction? Those three names for Brooklyn add up to $50 million. What does Brooklyn actually want? Do they want Kuminga or do they just want draft capital? I don't know. I played on the ESPN trade machine this morning. I think we were obligated to do so. This works. Melton, Wiggins, Payton, and Waters. That works. That's just throwing in some numbers that make it work. But I don't think that they can do a deal where Wiggins and Kuminga are both going unless you're getting somebody really, really effective coming back the other direction. But I don't know. I guess we've been fed for a number of weeks now that the Warriors are big game hunting. And I think I'm becoming a little bit more comfortable with the idea of mid-game hunting. I think that they need to make a trade, but the name value thing, giving up Kuminga or Wiggins for Jimmy Butler, no thanks.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on Jimmy Butler. He's 35, Dibs.
Yeah, and I know that you actually, Evan, were great earlier talking about how he has told Miami that he would opt out. I don't know if I necessarily believe him if he comes here, and if he opts in, that scares me. And if he doesn't opt in and he wants a new contract and you end up getting nothing for him, if he does opt out and then you get nothing, and I know you get the salary slot, and that was great that you mentioned that earlier because I hadn't thought of that, but I would rather have a team this year that has a chance to compete and you still retain more of that financial flexibility next year.
Yeah, again, I was trying to make the case for it because I just think it's interesting when you see the name, you're like Jimmy Butler Warriors. I feel like it doesn't make a lot of sense, but there has to be a reason. And I feel like we've been trying to figure that out all day. Like why now? What's the reason of why the Warriors are connected to all of these different teams or players? And I'm with you, Willard. I think it ends up being a lot like what happened this summer, where the Warriors are involved with Paul George or involved with Lauri Markkanen, and they end up with Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson, and DeAnthony Melton. And that has actually turned out to be probably the correct choice. So I just don't understand why, again, with everything that they've done this summer that's helped them get to the place where they are, that we're back to, well, they need a star.
Well, I will answer that thought this way, because they're still not good enough. They're still not, and I don't think they think they're good enough.
But Jimmy Butler doesn't get them to, even if they could somehow magically do it and keep who they need to, I don't know if that makes them a championship team.
I don't know either. I don't know what's in the stew of a potential trade, but I do understand that in the fourth quarter of basketball games, they feel like they need somebody who they can give the ball to who can go get them a bucket. And I don't think that they fully feel like they've got that right now, especially when they might be shorthanded. And so, yeah, they're shorthanded in people who can handle the ball and start things on offense and find their own shot and all that. So to a degree, I understand the allure of a Jimmy Butler type skill set. That one doesn't necessarily make sense to me because it's too old and too expensive for what you'd have to give up.
And as it relates to Kuminga, hold on a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And I'll say the last week with Jonathan Kuminga, I've said you got to be real careful if you're going to end up moving him because he's still only 22. And I got to say, the last, 2 of those last 3 games that he's played, I'd be lying if I said that an impression hasn't been made on me a little bit. And it doesn't, look, let's face it, he great against Houston, terrible against Minnesota. Not terrible, but good, bad, good.
Yep.
And I'm kind of willing to live with that with him if that's the way you're going to use him this year, knowing, you're not going to win them all. And he may have some growing pains in the process. But, it's just starting to really hit me over the head that this guy's only 22 still. You know what I mean? And he's not a complete player, and he still has some weaknesses. But, boy, I just would hate to not be a good team in 2 years and not have him, and he's playing on another team, and it's like, man, he's pretty good.
It's interesting, though, because the conundrum that you're facing is if he really is a guy that you love, well, then you're going to have to pay him probably 35 or 40 or 45 a year in the offseason. And is that something that you want to do? And if you believe that he can be your number one in 3 years, in 4 years, in 5 years, then, okay, you go ahead and do that. But that really kind of hamstrings your ability to do anything else. If you make no moves and you keep this team and you ride the year out, and then Kuminga plays great, and then he's up for a deal, and some team offers him, $5 and $200, and you think, man, 40 a year, we really want to keep him, and you give him $40 million a year. Well, now that's your player and that's your guy, and so I do think it becomes difficult unless you are totally sold on him being your future number one. I don't know if you can afford to keep him in the offseason.
Well, I think that's why they're kind of standing pat for now, and I expect them to. But also, I think that's kind of the money that Kuminga wanted this summer anyways. So the Warriors were in a position where, if you are, go out and prove it, and maybe at the end of the day, we'll pay you that money. But I don't know. I don't know what you guys think. I would rather give someone like Jonathan Kuminga $35 or $40 million a year than pay Brandon Ingram $50. Which is what he reportedly wants.
Agreed.
I'm absolutely with you there. But
what about paying Cam Johnson 23 or 24, which is what he's making? And he's on what, 3-year deal?
I think he's got a year after this, a year or two.
Okay.
And he's at a good price. But I also saw what the Nets just got for Mikal Bridges, who is not even a prominent featured player in New York. And so I feel like, yes, the idea of Cam Johnson would be great, but I think he'd be far more expensive than what people just assume that he already is.
The thing with Kuminga that I never really understood was there was a report that he and the Warriors were far apart. And so I thought, okay, well, he wants 50 and they want 30. And then I hear, Kuminga wanted 35 to 40. Well, that's not that far apart, really, as far as I'm thinking. If you could sign, you can't sign him right now. But at 35, I'm probably giving him 35.
Well, I think the Kuminga conversation is the one that you still can play out. I sort of feel like all this Warrior trade talk has been split into two different things. Cam Johnson, by the way, has 2 more years after this one.
Yeah.
At a total of $45 million. So you'd get him for 21.5 and then 23.5 after this year if you were to acquire him. But anyway, I think the conversation's been split into 2 things. We've been hearing all offseason, the big game hunting. We need a star, need a star, need a star. Then Melton got hurt. And now it's not just we need a star, we need a new Melton. We need somebody who can do what we brought him in here to do. And that's handle the ball, back up Steph Curry, get a team into its offense late in the game, be a glue person. And so now there could be 2 deals. And so there could be, let's find the Melton replacement ASAP, and then let's get 2.5 or 2+ more months of information on Jonathan Kuminga in this role before you decide what you want to do with him at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with doing it that way. The one thing I was telling Evan, and tell me if you agree with it, and we've talked a lot about DeAnthony Melton, and yes, he was good for 6 games, and I said, well, how can you really miss that? But what's interesting to me is, had Melton not gotten hurt, and that was who he was, how is Pods going to play? You know what I mean?
He wasn't playing as much. He wasn't.
And so, that's kind of unusual to me, too, is, okay, you're going to go out and get Dennis Schroeder. Well, I thought Pods was your guy. You know what I mean? How can, if he was supposedly untouchable and you think he's a future all-star, well, he wasn't going to play if Melton stayed healthy and was playing like he was playing. Oh. And so why are you going out to get Dennis Schroeder?
Well, I think that's okay because you have 2 more years of Pods making $2 million.
That's true.
Yeah, you said future. If you think he's a future all-star, but this is about now.
I do think there might be something to Steve Kerr looking at this team and saying, we got to get somebody better than Pods right now. I think that's possible.
And somebody better than TJD, and somebody better than Kevon Looney, and somebody better than a lot of guys, honestly.
Looney's been playing great.
Yeah, he's been great. He's been great.
Issue with Looney.
But I don't either. But if you want to look at the roster, and you've got Steph and Draymond and Wiggins, and then you've got players 4 through 11 who are all, you're good now, you're not good now, you're playing well, you're not playing well. Buddy Hield's a great example. Buddy was unbelievable, and then he was god-awful, and now Buddy's back. And so,
is that a good game? Yeah,
right. But what does that mean for the next week, 2 weeks, 4 weeks? I mean, outside of Steph and Draymond, you haven't had a lot of consistency.
I actually don't look at the Looney. I know TJD's been really frustrating of late, but I don't look at that position as what the Warriors need to fill or upgrade. I see whatever Melton was scheduled to do, that skill set, that needs to be handled. And then you probably need somebody who is able to get their own shot and score the basketball in a half-court defensive set late in a basketball game. I don't really I know everyone always wants a big guy. You can get a big guy, but we yelled that they did at the trade deadline 3 years ago that they didn't have a big guy, and then they won a ring. So they can win with Kevon Looney.
Yeah, I mean,
they already have.
And they might also be able to add another rim protector.
Sure.
I think there's players out there that are relatively cheap that they can try and acquire. I see this team throwing out these big names and being in on everybody, and then just kind of trimming the hedges at the deadline. And maybe that's what ends up helping them. Dallas obviously did that last year and wanted to run, but they had 2 established stars in the building that basically just needed a little bit of help. What the Warriors are trying to, it seems, is basically upgrade a bunch of parts of this roster, and I don't really know if that's realistic. So as far as trying to find a half-court late-game scorer, are you better served condensing 4 or 5 players and going out to get that guy? I don't necessarily think so. I think they're better off just waiting and figuring out if they can do that internally, because if they can't, well, then you're not a player away anyways. If it turns out that this season is more like the 6 and 7 stretch than the 12 out of 15 stretch that they went on, well, then why would you go acquire a big name star anyways? To me, you go and get a running mate for Steph if you figure out that's the player that you are away from contending. And I don't know if this roster is good enough to contend with an extra player like that.
No, but we may know more in February.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. I don't think the big game idea is now. I just don't think that's a December question. I think right now the Warriors would like to at least maximize what they currently have, and they don't feel now like they can do that without what DeAnthony Melton was scheduled to do. So I think that like, to me, why we're hearing this now and this Brooklyn thing is because that's the thing that would scratch. They're going to try to see if they can fill that role while staying flexible for, are we contenders this year? And if we're not, then what's available come February that's really big.
And I agree. It's probably not the time to make the trade, but this is the time to start talking about trades you may make. You know what I mean?
Well, it takes a while.
And exactly. And so
trades are hard.
They are.
They are.
They are hard.
I mean, they are really hard. Yeah,
they're really hard.
Yeah, they pulled off a 6-team trade in the offseason, so
just like the tree, can't get it up.
That's true.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me interrupt with this fascinating and phenomenal news.
Oh. No way they committed or they traded somebody.
No.
Jimmy Butler.
No. Willie Adames has passed his physical.
Okay.
He's passed his physical. He's actually going to play. He's going to play shortstop for the Giants.
For a couple years.
Oh. Anyway,
Congrats.
press conference scheduled.
All right.
Yep.
Hey, by the way,
Kyle
Shanahan talked to the media. They practice later today, the 49ers.
They do?
Yeah. But Isaac Guerrero won't practice, according to Kyle Shanahan.
Neither will Nick Bosa or Trent Williams.
And it's a walkthrough.
They won without him.
Okay.
Yeah. So
what happens tomorrow?
Tomorrow, it's just, getting
walker through.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Getting into the red zone stuff.
So that means Guerrero will not have practice before the game if he plays.
Well, no. Tomorrow there is still. There's it. I don't think the designations, I think, come out today, right? They come out tonight.
All right.
The injury designations.
2 days before, yeah.
Questionable, whatever. Yeah. I think they come out today, but it's a different kind of a week because it's Thursday. So, no, I like he indicated yesterday, Guerrero was very unlikely to do anything today, but that it did not mean that he was not going to play Thursday.
All right.
Next man up.
That's going to do it. You have any guests today? Or
we do.
Oh, okay.
Steiny,
sure.
We do. First of all, Mark Schlereth is coming on the show.
Okay.
Always with all the injuries, Doc Pandia, and I will say unconfirmed but hopeful something. We're big game hunting, Steiny.
Yeah. Yeah.
So hopeful that something.
I know who I think it is.
Something Warrior related.
Oh, no, I'm wrong.
On a large level, it's not Willie Adames.
That's what I thought it might be. A Warrior guy.
No. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We are working.
Is it going to be Jimmy Butler?
Which Warrior would you want to talk to, Steiny?
Any of them?
Well, take out Steph and Draymond. And Wiggins.
Yeah, because you're not turning 70 today.
I'll tell you the guy I think's a great interview is Kyle Anderson. I like Kyle Anderson a lot.
Okay.
Trying to think who else. Buddy Hield would be upbeat, would be very upbeat.
Mm-hmm.
Pods is already booked on 4 other interview shows, so you probably won't be able to get him.
Pods is already coming on at 2:30 and 3:30.
Right.
So, I can get 2 sentences out of him. Wiggins would be a top one.
Keep going because you
Trace Jackson Davis, I'm out on.
No.
Well, you haven't yet gotten to the name that I want more than any other name.
How come you're not playing?
Gary Payton II.
Payton?
No, keep going.
It's kind of weird that you haven't guessed this.
Moody? Kuminga?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Kuminga.
Let's talk to Jonathan Kuminga.
You know what? Good luck. I think he's better in a face-to-face interview than a phone interview. Now, is he coming in here?
I believe they're in Houston.
Possibly.
Yeah.
We're not going to give that away.
With that kind of connection.
I told you we were working on something big,
All right.
Steiny. Something big.
Hey. Don't go anywhere, everybody.
Yeah.
Where are they working on it?
Keep it on 95.7 again. Mm-hmm.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys.
Stay cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's do this. You heard it. Mark Schlereth is coming on in 45 minutes. Doc Pandia, and as always, especially this time of year, there's plenty of injuries to go through. We're working on the Warriors as they land their plane in Houston, getting ready for their big game. Tomorrow night, it's Willard and Dibs. 888-957-9570 is the number. And here's the question. Just agree with my premise, even if you don't.
Okay.
Okay? Just please.
Sure.
If you do anything for me today, just agree with my premise.
Sounds good.
All right. The Niners should probably have a better record.
I agree, Mark.
Right? Like they're a better performing team than that. I know you are what your record says you are. We can Bill Parcells this thing, and you're not wrong. But agree with my premise that when you watch the Niners play, you're like, oof, I mean, they blew some games they probably shouldn't have blown. And like they should have a better record, right?
You are what your record says you are, but if I look at the 3 losses in division, you probably should have won 2 of them. And what Seattle did, that's football. Seattle came down, they beat your defense, they scored. That one to me wasn't blown as much as the other 2 were blown. So yes, they should have a better record.
Yeah, I mean,
premise affirmed.
Outplayed the opponent in those 3 games based on a lot of the metrics that we use to decide whether or not someone's outplayed an opponent. But yeah, they're all like, that doesn't mean you win the game. That doesn't mean to win the game. You got to do the thing all the way to the end. I get it. All right. So, but if we accept that premise, you know what I want to know? I want to know where your heart and mind go once you agree with that premise. So the Niners are 6-7, and if you buy the premise that their record should be better, and then I tell you, for example, this is kind of what inspired this today. I saw this number, and it blew my mind. And I know there are other analytics pieces out there that many have used throughout the year to suggest, well, the Niners, remember the DVOA week?
Yeah.
We're like, oh my gosh, they're one of 8 teams that's in the top right corner, which means they got a plus offense and a plus defense. They're one of 8 teams, and they have far and away the worst record of those 8 teams.
Yeah, that was EPA, but same thing,
whatever.
same diff.
You know what I'm saying? A bunch of letters. You put a bunch of letters together and they mean something.
Things.
Whatever. So here's the latest, and I hadn't seen this one before. Yard differential, okay? And yard differential, I'm
YD.
sure. I'm sure you get it. Like, pretty simple. Have you outgained your opponents, or have they outgained you? And who is the best at outgaining their opponent? And yards, you don't get any points for them, but it is a pretty good indicator of who's doing a better job of moving up and down the field. And usually the team that's moving up and down the field is going to win the football game most of the time. So check this out. The top 4 teams this year in yard differential. It's a good week to do it, too, because the Niners had just a bananas yard differential at halftime of their game against the Bears on Sunday. So number 4 at plus 973 yards, the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
Baltimore Ravens. Number 3, plus 991 yards. The Detroit Lions. Now, doesn't that surprise you a little bit? Don't the Lions feel like they're just steamrolling people all the time? Guess who's got a better yard differential than the Detroit flipping Lions?
Who, Mark?
The San Francisco 49ers,
Jeez.
who are number 2 at 1,040 yards better than their opponent. Only behind one other team. Can you guess who it is? Number 1 in the league is? I hope you didn't say Chiefs.
No.
You all know better than that.
Yeah. Probably Philly.
I bet some of you might have said Bills, but Dibs, you're right. It's the Philadelphia Eagles at 1,129 yards. Those are the top 4 teams in terms of, dude, we're going to get that yard and you're not. So both sides of the ball. We're doing it. You're not. Number 4, the Ravens. Number 3, the Lions. Number 2, the 49ers.
Yeah.
At 6-7. And number 1, the Eagles, who've won 9 in a row. So here's my question. When I tell you that, does it make you hopeful or mad?
I'm more hopeful than mad.
Okay.
I'm kind of done being mad because I know why they blew those games, and it has nothing to do with yard differential. It has to do with bad plays, bad mistakes, a missed field goal, a botched punt coverage, which I don't believe plays into what you're talking about when you go to cover a punt. That is not yards in yard differential at all. A PI on Devondre Campbell that set up a drive or kept a drive going, that doesn't factor into that. So what you're saying, it means that the Niners are a good team, and all the advanced metrics, the basic metrics, put aside the record, they all tell you the same thing. The Niners are really good, and they should have more wins than 6 wins, but they don't. So I don't get mad at that. And if the year ends and they don't go to the playoffs, well, then maybe for me, that's a time that I would get mad. But I'm not giving up.
Well, okay, sure. So, and that's fine. That's where my mind goes to. It's kind of like the closer I get to Thursday night, I do feel like a 1-2 punch over the next 5 days could actually mean something for 49er football. And this is the 1-2 punch. And it's a huge if. But if they beat the Rams on Thursday night and the Packers beat the Seahawks on Sunday, we got action. That's my belief. The NFC West has got action if that happens. And I know a lot of people, if you bounce around and look at this on social media, a lot of people, there's a way that a 4-way tie at 9-8, and here's what needs to happen. And then they'll list 18 games that need to go a certain way. And I'm like, that's not going to happen. That's like, there's no way that this one scenario of 18 games, it's not going to play out that way. I would much rather go week to week. And it is my belief that if the 49ers beat the Rams and the Packers beat the Seahawks, we've got action.
Yeah.
And there would be the renewed belief in me. The closer I get to this, it's not that I'm going to predict a 5-game win streak. I still find that highly unlikely. And a win over the Bears does not suddenly make me think, quote, the Niners are back. I don't think that at all. But I guess this is what I'm saying. In terms of late season magic that you hope for as a fan, this is more realistic than most, because I do still believe that this football team is largely underperforming. This is going to sound stupid now, but kind of like only on the scoreboard. And that's the only thing that matters. Yeah. I'm fully aware of that. But at the end, I know people want to do the math brain thing. You are what your record says you are.
Yeah.
I don't believe 6 and 7 teams are always built the same. I don't believe 11 and 2 teams are built the same. Like, give me the Eagles and the Vikings. They have the same record. Are they built the same? I don't think so. I find one of them much more effective and scary than the other. That's just me.
And that would be the Vikings?
I think the Eagles are much better than the Vikings right now.
You mentioned the grid before about the EPA expected points added based on your performance on offense and defense. And you talked about the teams that were in the top right quadrant, which are teams that are above the norm in offense and above the norm in defense. And right now there are only 5 teams in that upper quadrant: Buffalo, Detroit, Philly, Green Bay, and Minnesota. Those are your 5. And then I look at the teams on the border, and you see San Francisco and Kansas City, their logos are on top of each other. They're almost imperceptible in terms of the advanced analytics. Who's better? One team's 11 and 2, one team is 6 and 7. And so that, for me, bolsters your argument about, what this team could be or should be, because according to the EPA grid, and, Pittsburgh is a team that is really close to being over in that right side. Seattle's also close. The Chargers are close. But the Niners and the Chiefs are almost identical in advanced metrics, yet one team's 11 and 2 and one's 6 and 7.
12 and 1.
Oh, they're 12 and 1. I'm sorry. Yeah, apologies.
Flipping 12 and 1.
Sorry, Andy.
Incredible, And I love this text right here that just came in, Comcast Business Text Line. Mark, this is a good listener, somebody who's tapped into our station, and we appreciate it. Mark, numbers are numbers and numbers are numbers.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there are several other metrics that point to that they're not very good this year. Well, let me say it this way. No, there aren't. Now, there are. No, not metrics. There's just a record.
Well, there's stats. If you think stats are not metrics, stats are metrics.
Stats are metrics, but what I'm
they're
saying,
numbers.
if you want to zero in on certain moments of the field or pieces like this thing, that a yardage differential in theory is talking about your offense, it's talking about your defense, it's talking about almost every player on the field. I think we know where the 49ers have struggled this year and shown themselves to, quote, not be a good team. It's when the special teams unit is on the field. That's one of them.
32nd in net punt average.
Yeah, absolutely disastrous.
So that's a metric that doesn't show up in your,
correct.
Your stat.
Correct. But also the special teams is, while important, on the field very, very rarely. And it's not enough for me to say, well, that makes them a bad team. That's a bad unit. And it is absolutely.
Well, it cost you at least one game.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling that it hasn't been addressed in a different way up to this point under Kyle Shanahan. I don't really get that. So I'm going to give everybody that one. Certainly in the red zone this year, they have not been a good team. Getting better in the last hit.
Up to 22nd.
Up to 22nd. So still below the middle.
Surging to 22nd.
Surging, yeah. They were really bad there.
They were number one last year.
And so all of those things, absolutely, they go into the stew.
Opponent red zone percentage, the 31st.
Okay.
So these are all things that, as
absolutely.
we go beyond the numbers, these are reasons to me why you're 6 and 7.
Well, and you're right. You're right. But those are a little bit more finely pointed than others that are talking about the entire flow of the game.
Sure,
is my point. So look, and look again, that's the point. That's what we're all doing here, talking this out, right? You get to look at whatever you want to look at. And I'm going to sit here and I am going to firmly believe that the Niners have underperformed. They are better than this. And because I think they're better than this, I'm with you when I ask that question, and y'all can weigh in. 888-957-9570. When you hear that the Niners are outgaining their opponents at Lions and Eagles levels, does that make you hopeful for what's left or angry because of what's happened? I'm hopeful. You're hopeful. The other half of our room on our show, I think, angry. Right? Grandy, would you agree with that? That ticks you off when you hear that.
Yeah, the stats that you share, to me, it makes me feel more frustrated than anything else because if you are that good and all those metrics that suggest that, then how the hell do you explain the fact that they're below 500?
Win the game.
Disaster class of a season.
I don't disagree with you. I think it's just kind of a matter of like where we want our brain to go in a moment like that. Do you sort of kind of want to look forward or do you want to look back? And I'm not going to sit here and tell you either one is wrong. The answer can be both.
And for me, I'm hopeful now with reserving the right to be angry later. Because if this does not result in a playoff berth, then I'll be angry and I'll look back at the red zone defense, the fourth quarter points allowed where they've given up 9 points per fourth quarter all year long, the red zone offense, the special teams. These are things that I am reserving the right to be angry about later.
Kyle Shanahan spoke today. We've got some things to play for you, the injury report for sure. But let's continue to get into this, and we welcome in your calls right now at 888-957-9570. When you hear that the Niners are right next to the Eagles and Lions, in fact, ahead of the Lions in terms of outgaining their opponents this year, does that make you hopeful or mad? 888-957-9570. Stink Mark Schlereth joins us in a half hour. We're sponsored by Safeway. It's Willard and Dibs.
I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
Head to Safeway this week for this digital deal and tons of other offers for their members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin pack, $5.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.
Dab Nation, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
You know what, JK? I probably have that coming to me after last night.
He's right.
My God.
Dude, you picked the Cowboys.
It was the right pick.
No, it wasn't.
Well, it turned out to be a losing pick.
You are what your record says you are, Dan.
I'm 20-21.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that you were on the right side when the scoreboard said otherwise.
I'm not saying that I was on the right side, but when you look at the pick at its essence, I feel good about the pick. I like the pick, and the pick should have been the correct pick, but Dallas Cowboys are not really coached at all.
It's funny that you're willing to use shoulda, coulda, woulda when it's about you.
No,
but not the teams we talk about.
No, for sure. For sure. The Niners should be 9-4.
Probably.
But they're not.
Or correct.
And I should be 25-16.
Nah.
But I'm not.
You've gotten away with some this year too, right?
It's gone both ways. Last night was horrific.
By the way,
all you have to do is not get near the ball.
Right. There's people who don't know what we're talking about. Your Fade the Dibber pick last night was the Cowboys plus, what was it, 5.5?
Didn't even matter. You guys were clapping and dancing and singing.
And we were right.
Yeah, you sure were.
Listen, when given an opportunity, you bet against the Cowboys. That's the rule. I'm raising children who do a Thanksgiving family pool every year, and I tell them, it doesn't matter if you think the Cowboys are going to win. Pick the opponent and put them low. That's what I did. I had the Giants at 2. It was one of only 2 games that I missed in the entire pool, and I won money. Why? Because I didn't pick the Cowboys because that's bad juju. Period. It's bad juju to pick the Cowboys and sit down and root for them. And you got a hard lesson taught to you last night.
Thanks, yeah.
Because, by the way, even if you don't mess that punt up.
Thanks.
And I'd argue that football players, that's how they are. See ball, grab ball. But anyway.
See ball, grab ball is excusing a grotesque lack of coaching and education of the players.
That also gave the Bengals the ball at their own 40-yard line and has nothing
to do.
Dallas
40, I believe,
it has nothing to do with Jamar Chase being given an entire half of the field to walk into the end zone. Normally, when a team gets the ball with 2 minutes left to go in a tie game, it's going to be a field goal.
But when you block a punt and you don't go near it, you get the ball, and then you have the opportunity to go down there and still mess it up.
Correct.
And not kick a field goal and win the game.
Young man thought he was going to grab the ball and get some more yards. He's going to head the other way.
Does not understand the rule where a punt is blocked. The only thing you can't do as the receiving team is go near the football.
Well, or you can grab it and take it to his house.
Right.
Which is what he thought he was going to do.
And we all were so quick to, rip Darrell Luter Jr. last year for staggering into the football.
That's a different play.
It's similar.
He wasn't trying to make a play. He didn't even know the ball was landing on his shoulder.
His own teammate was saying, get away, and he didn't get away. And in this case, you could see the coaches on the sideline all screaming, no, no, no.
Sure.
And he runs over and tries to make a play,
have you ever watched
which is the one thing you can't do.
Have you ever watched a football game before?
Yeah, Mark, a lot of football games.
Have you ever watched a football game where you don't yell at the screen at one point? What are you doing?
Have you ever watched a football game where a punt is blocked and the team runs away and they don't touch it? Yes. That's called every time.
Yeah, no, not every time, because not every time does the ball actually lollipop into somebody's lap where they think that they can actually get a bunch of yards out of it.
They can get,
and then he dropped the ball.
You can get whatever you want to get out of it, but the only thing you can't do is touch the football.
That's what you're mad about.
I'm not mad about anything.
Don't drop it.
I'm not mad about anything. All I said to you during the break is that was a bad beat.
It was a bad-ish beat.
That was a bad beat.
I've seen worse.
It was a back-to-back play
it was way less
of a bad beat where they muff the punt, and then your defense decides to not play defense.
Well, they're the Cowboys. They haven't done it all year.
They played pretty well last night.
That was nowhere near as bad as your Broncos-Browns beat the Monday night before. That was a way worse beat than that one.
That was a worse beat.
That was a worse beat.
I've had a handful of them, point. But
that's all. It was a bad-ish.
Yeah, I'm not complaining about it. It's what you do when you make picks.
No doubt. And the world does seem right when you're under 500. I'm just telling you. I woke up today and I'm like, yeah, look at that sun.
I woke up today and I thought, this is exactly what this bit was to do. I make a pick that legitimately looks to be the right pick, and then somehow, some way, it turns out to be the wrong pick.
707 Dibbers sounds like you hung out with Darryl Strawberry last night. Did you hang out with Darryl Strawberry last night?
It'd be a lot more up-tempo if I did. Although Daryl's on the he's on the good side.
Yeah, I've always liked Daryl Strawberry. I like Daryl.
I don't know if you ever watched the ESPN 30 for 30 on Doc and Daryl.
I did.
Pretty good.
It's pretty intense.
Yeah, and it reminds us of our youth watching them. Both.
They were amazing,
and they could have both been like super Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
And neither one of them will go in the Hall.
Nope. Because life's got a whole lot of vices.
But yes, it's not the nose candy. It's life with a 2-year-old is why I sound like this.
Yeah, that's probably part of it.
Blame it on the toddler.
Yeah.
Little cesspool.
888-957-9570. When you hear this specific thing, and again, one of the reasons I grabbed this, and I know, I'm sure some people are going to be like,
you're cherry picking.
Well, you're just, why does that number matter?
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Right, but some of them are more indicative than others, in my opinion. When I look at a number like this and I see that the Eagles are number 1 and the Lions are number 3 and the Ravens are number 4.
Good teams.
That's sitting there telling me that's right, even though the Ravens suffer from a little bit of this too. Lost a lot of close games. They've coughed some away. I'm thinking of that Raider game earlier this year, stuff like that. But Lamar Jackson, for good portions of this year, we've looked at him and gone, dude, that's the best player in the NFL right now. And I still believe that, even though he's not going to win the MVP because they haven't won enough football games. They might not even probably won't win their division because of the way the Steelers are playing. But I think the Ravens are a better team than the Steelers. The Ravens, there's another one, by the way. The Ravens have a kicker who's gone mental. He's a great player, great kicker, but he's gone mental, or maybe it's physical. He's getting older, but he's not making kicks anymore, and it's costing them games. However, they remain here on this list because I believe when they line up with the opponent, more often than not, they're better. They're better than the other opponent. Play by play, they have the answer for the opponent more often than the opponent does. And I believe the 49ers are one of those teams as well, but they're suffering from it more than anybody in the league this year. So I think there's room for both answers. What we're saying, basically, Niners are number 3 in the league in yard differential,
right,
outgaining their opponents. When you hear that, does it make you hopeful for what's left or angry in terms of where we've been? I think there's room to say both.
For sure.
There's absolutely room to say both.
Well, if you look at all their games, and I'm just looking at the game log right now, they've been outgained in games 5 times, and they're 0-5 in those games.
Yep.
Minnesota outgained them by 7 yards.
Minnesota outplayed them. Absolutely outplayed them. And the Chiefs outplayed them.
The Chiefs outgained them by 19 yards.
Yep.
So your differential is interesting because even in a game like that, where they got outplayed, they only got outgained by 19 yards. Seattle actually outgained them by 12 yards when they beat them. Green Bay outgained them by 84 yards. Buffalo outgained them by 143 yards.
Jeez.
Those are the games that they lost. And then you look at the Bears, they outgained Chicago by 290 yards.
Yeah.
So your number, which is about 900 and something.
It's over 1,000. It's over 1,000.
Of total yards.
Yeah.
A lot of that came against Chicago. 290 yard differential to the good.
But 700 plus in the other games too. And those include the losses where you just said they've been outgained. So
But a lot of those were narrow, like Minnesota, 7 yards. You got outgained. In Kansas City, you got outgained by 19 yards.
The Minnesota game's a close football game.
Right.
It's a one-score game.
Kansas City wasn't really that close.
It didn't feel as close.
Outgained by 19 yards.
Kansas City doesn't gain a lot of yards.
Seattle was a close game. You got outgained by 12 yards.
But example, go back to the Rams game. What was that, week 2, week 3?
Week 3.
Week 3. All right, go back to that Rams game. What, you have it in front of you?
Yep.
What is it?
You outgained them by 129 yards.
Good freaking Lord.
Yeah.
That is not a losing game. It just can't be a losing game.
Yep.
But it was.
You outgained the Jets by 135 in the opener.
There you go.
That's a win. You outgained the Patriots by 215 in week 4.
Easy win.
That was a laugher. Even when you boat raced Seattle, you outgained them by 125 in week 6. So in their wins, a lot of them were just padded by big yardage totals.
How about Tampa? What was that one?
Tampa was 198.
Look at that. And you needed a game-winning field goal, a foot inside the right upright.
Well, because your kicker missed 3.
Right.
And, you know, So your yardage numbers are great, and I do think they're indicative of an overall picture of a team that's really good. But when you start to drill down on why they're 6-7, special teams is a huge part of it.
Sure.
And red zone, both ends. Your red zone offense stinks, and your red zone defense has been embarrassing.
This is why I think that this is a point today. And again, I'm not trying to ride a fence. I just think that there's room for both answers, and it's a matter of what you want to focus on right now as an individual. But there's no two ways about it in my mind. The 49ers are 6-7. They shouldn't be. The reasons that they're not are, I would argue, more their fault than not. Like there are some healthy, not your fault reasons. You know, the things that Charvarius and Trent have gone through, the injuries, the timing of those injuries, the seriousness of those injuries, the players who were injured. There's a healthy list there, but I think the list of it is your fault is longer and more important when it comes to winning a football game. Like even when you have no McCaffrey, you had no Debo, you had no George against the Rams, right? Okay, so
they had no Puka, no Cooper.
And they had no Puka, no Cooper.
Right.
And then you watch the game and you're like, my God, the Niners are way better. When you watch that game, just close your eyes or remove the scoreboard from actually, you could even keep the scoreboard on there for the majority of the game. The Niners looked way better. And then all of a sudden, there's a jailbreak and a list of things that happen, and you lose the game. And those are the 49ers' fault. Those are the 49ers' fault. So I look back on it, and I still shake my head that the 49ers are where they are. But I also think in the land of fandom where you fight till the end and you hope until the end and you hope against hope and you think to yourself, hey, maybe my team, you've watched me do it each year with the Giants. You watched Goo do it with the Giants last year. The math still works.
Yep.
When you're sitting there trying to convince yourself that you're still in it even when you're not in it. You know what I mean? This particular 49er team, I think that this hope against hope that we're doing is more realistic than other hope against hope situations.
So you're willing to say that the math still works?
Well, I am willing to say that the math still works, but I'm not even thinking about it in terms of math. I'm just thinking about it in terms of I believe that the San Francisco 49ers are one of the 7 best teams in the NFC. And
they're probably one of the 7 best teams in football.
And if that evens out in the end, they still can do this. I don't think it's crazy to think that they start winning some of these games down the stretch. It's not like they should be overwhelmed Thursday night. It's not like they should be overwhelmed the following Sunday in Miami. We'll talk about Detroit when we get there, if and when the Niners happen to be 8-7 at that time. They might be overwhelmed in that one. We'll see. We'll see where we're at when the time comes. But I just even though I admit this kind of a team, remember when we asked Matt Barrows, came on, and I'm like, the premise that we're all looking at, a 5-game win streak, that sounds silly to you? And he was like, yeah, kind of does. And I get it. But now one of those 5 wins has happened, and it was in a dominant fashion. And while I still find that to be totally unlikely, I don't know, man. If somebody's going to do a turnabout, this is the team. That's what I think.
Yes, it could be the team, but I look at what you're facing, and you're facing a Ram team healthier than they were on a short week at home. You're going to have to travel to Miami, a team that's going to be playing for their playoff lives, a team that's playing better than they were earlier in the year. You're going to have to take on a couple of divisional opponents and face a Detroit team chasing a 1 seed and a Detroit team that nobody really has had an answer for. So on the surface, yeah, the Niners could be a team, all the numbers, the EPA, the DVOA, the advanced metrics, the yards, whatever, their record should be better, all the rest of it. That all leads you to think that they could do it. And I'm with you, but I look at the slate of games that you're going to have to face. Short week with the Rams, Miami, and you got the Lions still looming.
It's going to be incredibly hard.
Really hard.
Yeah. And probably not going to happen. I'm not myopic enough to say otherwise. You want to hear this from Brock Purdy?
Yeah.
I think this is pretty interesting. because there's been a lot of talk the last 2 weeks about two guys in particular, George Kittle and Deebo Samuel. George Kittle, because he had the comment after the Buffalo game that was sort of like, don't ask me why I didn't run that many routes. And then he also had the comments after this game about, well, now we're showing the fight and the urgency that we've been looking for all year. And then Deebo goes to Twitter yesterday. I'm not struggling. I'm just not getting the ball. And has since deleted the tweet, by the way.
Oh, deleted.
He has deleted the tweet.
Stand on it.
Stand on what you tweet.
Exactly.
Stand on what you tweet.
Stand on it. Stand on what you say. Stand on what you do.
Thank you, Draymond. Brock Purdy spoke about both things. Listen to what he said about George Kittle's involvement.
You know, just how we scheme it up and everything. For me, it's like I trust in the game plan. I trust in our guys to go and make plays, and I just try to take what the defense gives me. I don't walk up to the line of scrimmage in a play and go, I'm going to go here, 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 just because. Like, there's a reason why I go to a certain guy, and it's per coverage, and I'm just trying to get to my answer per play. So George has had a great year. I think he's done a great job of catching the ball and then getting yards after and you know, sparking us in that sense. But you know, that's sort of just how I go about it. But definitely when you walk up and you see, you know, man coverage in situations, that's where it can be like, all right, like I like my guy here in this situation or matchup, and I'm going to do what I can to get him the ball. I think that's a little different. But when you're going through progressions against zone and things like that, it's different. So
I like what he's saying there. He basically, you know, the whole idea of like, dude, just throw it to George.
Right.
I think there are plays where he might say before the snap, that's likely to be where I go. I like this matchup. I'm going to look there first, and so I'm going to lean in that direction. Obviously, I'm not going to throw it if it doesn't end up being there. But there are a lot of plays where that's not real quarterbacking. It's how I play Madden. I've told you that a bunch of times.
Same way.
I decide exactly where I'm going to throw the ball before the play starts because I can't run through progressions on this gizmo in my hand to A, B, C, Z. What's the button on the
X,
underneath?
triangle, circle,
like, what
R1,
are we doing?
L1.
I'm like, the guy in the left slot, that's the A button. That's where we're going. And if it gets picked, who cares? It's a video game. But this is real life. And Brock Purdy is not going to decide before the ball is snapped where he's going, because if he does that, I believe he becomes vulnerable. Defenders can read eyes.
He becomes Jimmy, is what he becomes.
Well,
and if you watch Jimmy G and all his film, he had a hard time going from one receiver to the other and working through progressions. And all you have to do is go back and look at the Bears tape. And I look forward to Greg Cosell tomorrow breaking this down. I didn't see a lot of plays where Brock had to go to a second or a third read. A lot of his stuff was just open. He'd get back and he'd look at his primary read, boop, and it was George. And George was open. And a lot of the plays that they called were screens to George, and those were plays where Deebo ran down the field to draw the defense away, and then George kind of slipped out, and he had three blockers in front, and it worked like a charm.
Yep. Those were, I mean, again, I said it yesterday.
Two of the biggest plays.
I thought Sunday was Kyle Shanahan's best play calling performance of the year. All right, then what about the aforementioned Deebo Samuel and the issue of his social media comments yesterday? I'm not playing poorly. I'm just not getting the ball. Purdy addressed that.
I mean, Deebo and I talk all the time, and he's like one of my best friends on this team. Like, I absolutely love Deebo and what he's done for me and helping me out. We talk all the time. And, yeah, I think he's right. Like, he's doing great right now with what we ask of him in the offense, and he's not struggling. Like I've said before about, you know, like guys like Ricky or last year with Ayuk for a little bit. Like, there's just moments, I guess, throughout seasons where, you know, guys just don't get the ball, you know, just depending on, like, scheme or, like, what the defensive scheme is and, you know, them taking guys away. So I want to get Deebo the ball every play if I could. I want to have him break all the records as best as possible. I want Deebo to do Deebo things, and we all do in this building. So it's just how the games have gone. But I love my guy, and I'm going to do everything I can to, you know, give him the ball. So
yeah, I mean, not a surprising answer that Brock is going to find a way to back his guy, to try to throw water on the whole thing. And again, there's a piece, to me at least, to what Deebo's saying that has some truth to it. But I also think that that's wrong time to say it, wrong way to say it.
Yeah.
I don't think Deebo has lost a step. I've told you that a bunch of times. I can't really quite put my finger on exactly why the production has been so different. I just personally don't put it on that because he looks just as fast to me. He still looks like he's got his burst. It's just not getting the ball in space. But that does not mean that Twitter and I'm doing great, but I'm not getting the ball. You could have said it. Option one would be say nothing. But option two, you could have said it. I just said it a little bit differently than I'm not getting the ball. I just don't know the productivity in that. But Brock's answer is not surprising. Kyle talked about it too.
Yeah, I do think that Debo, I don't know if he's lost a step, but he doesn't look to be as explosive in scrimmage plays. Now you look at him in kick returns when he's able to get the kickoff and get ahead of steam. Yeah, he still looks as fast as ever when he's able to build up ahead of steam. And I was looking at all of his plays yesterday as I went through the game one more time. And, you know, one of the most frustrating runs was when he was in the backfield in the pistol and Brock gets the snap and he hands it to him. And they actually had run a play where they're pulling Dominic Pooney from the right side over to the left side. So it's a guard pull on a shotgun snap or a pistol snap. So he gives it to Debo, and Pooney comes around from the right side to the left side of the formation, and Pooney just whiffed on his block. So Debo gets the ball, and he goes right behind Pooney, right in the hole that Pooney was supposed to create, and Pooney just missed. And the defender, the linebacker, came right through and pow, hits Debo at the line or behind the line of scrimmage. And you could see the frustration from Debo because that was a play that if Pooney would have hit his block, Debo would have been able to get to the second level and actually do something with the ball for a change.
Want to play for you what Kyle Shanahan said about Debo and the situation in the social media. A little breaking news on the baseball free agency front. Max Fried, who was tied to the Giants yesterday by Buster Olney, has signed a new deal with the New York Yankees. So the lefty goes from Atlanta to the Yankees, 8 years, $218 million.
Oh, God.
Now that, I'll tell you why that's
too rich.
It's significant for the
8
Giants.
years?
Well, it's significant for the Giants because whatever that is, in terms of AAV, I believe Corbin Burns will get more. And the Giants are hot after him, and so are a lot of other teams. So, 8 years. Fried's younger, I think, than Burns.
Yeah.
But $218 million.
That's a lot. That's a little bit more than 27 per is what that is.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to look up his age because I do think that's obviously a part of that. Max Fried.
Yeah, because 8 times 27 is 216.
Actually, Max Fried is 30. Max Fried is 30, and I think Corbin is too. I think they're the exact same age. Indeed, they are.
That's
they're
just
both
too
30.
many years for a pitcher.
Well, you're going to have to do it if you want him. I mean, I think that Corbin will beat that. He'll beat that deal. So, or it's going to be commensurate. It's going to be about the same. So, anyway, we will play for you what Kyle Shanahan said about the Debo social media posts coming up. We will talk to Mark Schlereth coming up. Schlereth, a couple of weeks ago, said this performance coming up in Buffalo is going to tell me everything I need to know about the 49ers. And you know what happened. So, what does he think now? We'll find out about that. Coming up next, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here, and I'm glad you're talking about Fremont Bank, Mark, because it's my bank, and it's been my bank now for more than 6 years, and I'm so happy with the bank because it's a family-owned bank, and when you go in there,
Three wide receivers set. 1st and 10 from the Chicago 40. Off the play fake. Catch is made by the tight end, Kittle. Inside the 20, the 15, and finally taken down inside the 10-yard line of the Bears.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All of a sudden, the Niners look like the Niners for 1 week. So where's it been? Where's it going next? Too little, too late? All fair questions. Willard and Dibbs, glad you're with us. We'll get back to your calls shortly. We'll let you hear what Kyle Shanahan said about Debo's social media posts. But let's hop in with our good friend, Mark Schlereth, who joins us every couple of weeks. River Island's guest line, Odyssey NFL Insider. Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day be delicious. Hey, Mark, what's going on?
How you guys doing, man? Great to talk to you.
We're fantastic. We're remembering the last time you were on. The Niners were about to play the Bills, and you were kind of thinking that, boy, we're going to see what the Niners are made of. This is make or break, and obviously they were awful. So what did that make you think about the Niners?
Made me think that they're done. It's like stick a fork in them. They're like, they're still, 2 games out behind Seattle right now. Game out behind, I think they're tied with Arizona, game out behind the L.A. Rams. The L.A. Rams in that division control their own destiny, and we saw what they did to the Buffalo Bills. Unbelievable performance by the 2 wide receivers in Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp and Matthew Stafford. So I still think the same thing. I think they've dug themselves too big of a hole. They have not been able to compete offensively. They have not looked the same that they normally look, and have not created the explosive plays that we're used to watching them, create. And I think right now it feels to me to be a little too late.
So the win over the Bears didn't do a whole lot for you.
Oh, no, it was great. I mean, it did. Like you watch it, and you're like, oh, there's the Niners. Where's that team been all season? Like, where's that offense been all season? So, yeah, it didn't make me feel like all of a sudden, oh, they got a chance. I just think they've dug themselves too deep a hole.
And so you look at a Ram game coming up on Thursday, and you may have Nick Bosa coming back, and Trent Williams we don't yet know to be certain. But you look at this matchup with a Ram team that has Nacua this time, and Cooper Kupp maybe is going to go. Is it one of these games where the 49ers are playing well enough to maybe win this, or are the Rams just too hot right now?
No, I don't think the Rams are too hot. I think the Niners, they played like they did against Chicago. I think they can beat just about anybody. That's a big if. And, it's really interesting. One of the things that the Rams have done, we talk about Kupp being back. We talk about Puka Nacua being back. We talk about all that stuff. But one of the things the Rams made a conscious effort in is they were like, hey, man, we've neglected our offensive line. We have not run the ball very well. Sean McVay, anytime you talk to him, he'll always talk about the illusion of complexity. Hey, man, we're going to show you a lot of formations. We're going to motion. We're going to do a lot of things that like Kyle Shanahan does. They work together, right? But really what we're a downhill run team. We want to run the football. That's what we want to do. So that's what I expect from them. I expect them to run the ball well. And those 2 wide receivers block like they're tight ends or offensive guards. I mean, those 2 guys are pretty incredible. So the one thing that they have done, because San Francisco had their way with the Rams for a while, and they made the games tighter a year ago. And the one thing the Rams have done, they've been like, hey, man, we can't beat San Francisco if we can't match them, at least close to match them physicality-wise. And so that's a change they've made. That's a conscious decision that they've made.
Mark Schlereth with us on Willard and Dibbs. Stink, I wonder if you could, you probably played at a time where you didn't need to worry so much about people tweeting after games or whatever. But like, how would you feel if you won a football game and then the next day a teammate is on Twitter saying, I'm doing fine. I'm just not getting the ball. How would you react to that as a teammate?
It'd irritate me and piss me off. By the way, you lead the team in drops. So, Mister, I'm getting along fine. Like, the thing Debo's a phenomenal football player. Phenomenal football player. And you became who you are because of your versatility. Because they could line you up in the backfield. I truly believe that Debo Samuel could line up in the backfield and rush for 1,200 yards as a running back. So they ran you at the running back position. They used you in the jet sweeps, the orbit sweeps. They used you in the screen game, the bubble screen game, the rip and tear screen game. They used you, in a myriad of different ways, the deep overs and everything else. You're built like a fullback. Like, you're an incredible football player, and your versatility has made you a superstar and got you paid millions upon millions of dollars. But that's not good enough, right? Because, I'm not being paid as much as Brandon Ayuk, or I want to be an ex-receiver. I want to be something I'm not. I want to be a real boy. At some point, accept who the hell you are and be grateful for what they've done in creating a superstar. I don't understand, why it's not good enough to be who you are. And what they've done for you is created generational wealth. And you've worked hard. I get it. I mean, you're a great player. But you're not Justin Jefferson running the X. You're not that guy. So I don't understand where the disconnect comes from. I don't understand the disappointment. I don't understand. And it always comes from the wide receiver position. At what point did we make these guys so valuable? They're so self-consumed, because it's always one of these guys, it feels like. I mean, in Philadelphia, it's A.J. Brown. At what point did we overvalue them to the point where they feel like they're above the team? I don't understand. You should make him line up one-on-one and play guard for a whole practice and get a mouthful of Rydell every play and start to understand what other guys have to do for you to even sniff a football. Because it bothers me. And that's one of the things about Kyle Shanahan that I know this to be true. Understanding other people's issues and problems. He is so big on that from a coaching standpoint, coach to coach, player to player. You need to understand what other guys have to go through, that other guys have to sacrifice so that you can have some success. And then we're going to pout because we only got we got 3 balls thrown to us. We only had 2 receptions for 22 yards. We've got, 1 TD on the season. So now we're in pouting mode. Right? And not that we won a game, that we handled them offensively and being excited for George Kittle and the day he had. And, we can't be excited. We got to pout about the lack of production we had. And that amount of selfishness, honestly, it just irritates the piss out of me.
No doubt, especially when you contrast it with Jauan Jennings, Stink, and you see the way he's going out there and playing and making plays. Does that give you a little bit of a lift, seeing a player like Jauan who's kind of embodying exactly what you're talking about?
Absolutely. And let me just be clear, man. I'm a huge Debo fan. What that guy has been able to do throughout his career, and the thing, for the playing the running back spot and all the different things he's done, I think it's incredible. And I think it's just one of the cool things that I've ever got to watch. And it just is bothersome, I guess. And Jauan Jennings, man, that dude, I called a game last year in San Francisco against, I think, Seattle. And that dude is they got to rip that guy off of people. He's trying to kill people. And I love it. He's just a football player. And they developed so many of those guys in San Francisco. And I don't know what the disconnect is, but, I said this a couple of weeks ago on television, man, he just seems disgruntled. It just seems like it's not the same. And, we made light of, the Pepper Tabor stuff, and the choking people and all that kind of stuff. But the bottom line is something hasn't been right. Something hasn't been right within that locker room or with him. And I think, I think that tweet, you can dismiss it or you can say whatever you want about it. But ultimately, that's one of those things that doesn't lie. That's one of those, that's things that I always joke around, things that don't lie. The running game, small children, drunk people, and yoga pants. Yoga pants don't lie. So, all those things don't lie. And that's what he was feeling at that particular point in time. You could take it down, but the damage is done.
Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. And we are talking with Stink. Mark Schlereth right here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. So, listen, Stink, we could look at the records, and I get all that, but you watch a lot of ball. Seahawks, Cardinals, Rams, Niners. When you just watch those teams, who do you think's the best team?
I think it comes down to the Rams and the Niners. And obviously Seattle's winning right now, and they're making some plays, and Big Cat Leonard Williams is probably playing the best football of his career. But I honestly think the two best teams, when I watch those teams, the deficiencies up front for Seattle are alarming. They're winning in spite of their lack of being able to block and do things. So that's an alarming watch for me. But the two teams that I look at and think those two teams can play are the Rams and San Francisco.
And you mentioned that the run game, one of the things that doesn't lie, along with young children and yoga pants, which is, I'm going to be stealing that, by the way, absolute
It's going to be the name of my
genius.
fantasy team next year.
Yoga pants don't lie.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pretty good, but
Anyway.
you look at the Niners on the ground.
By the way, yoga pants, a privilege, not a right.
A lot of this is getting written down, by the way, Steve. You're in your bag today. The ground game, McCaffrey out and Mason out, Garendo maybe out. Can the Niners still do it as they're down now to their fifth string running back?
Yeah, isn't it incredible?
Right.
It goes like father, like son, man. It was just like we would one guy roll out, another guy roll in, one guy roll out, another guy roll in. I remember a streak there. We had TD for 2,000 yards, and TD gets hurt in 1999, and Orlando Scary comes in and runs for 1,200 yards. And then in week 1 the next year, week 2 the next year, Orlando Scary goes out, and Mike Anderson comes in and runs for 1,400 yards. And it's like it was just a factory. So do I think they'll be able to run it? Yeah. Ultimately, everybody goes, well, it just is the system. It's the system, this, that, and the other. And that's, that has a lot to do with it. It's a lot of the coaching. I watch more film than I probably should. But, man, there's so much good coaching. Bobby Turner is an amazing coach, and he does a great job of helping those guys understand what the scheme is, where the weakness of the scheme is, the likelihood of being able to press, whether you're going to have to cut back, where the weak link is, where the strong point of the defense is, like all those things. And you can see those guys understanding that, setting their blocks up, cutting accordingly, all those things. And one of the things that Mike Tomlin once told me, and I loved it and I stole it, that you guys are going to steal my stuff, is that not every run needs to be a buffet. Sometimes you just need to have an appetizer. And so many backs try to make every run a buffet, every run a breakout. And what ends up happening, instead of getting a nasty 3.5 that keeps you on schedule, you get a 1 or a 0 or a -1 because you're trying to be a star. And that system is not coached that way. Bobby Turner does not coach it that way. Bobby Turner, if you take a 4-yard gain and make it a 1-yard gain because you're going to spill it outside and try to, outrun the defense, outflank the defense, your ass is going to be on the bench. And so it's coached that way. And I just think those guys are exceptional coaches that really understand the running game, the strengths, the weaknesses. So every guy is coached exceptionally well. And that's why every guy, to me, has success. And I always say, hey, the year that Mike Anderson had 1,400 yards, TD would have had 2,100. Because he's that good and he makes up for a multitude of sins. But still, you can have a lot of success regardless of the guy's your starter or your 4th or 5th string.
Mark, you're so good on breaking down the offense, but I do want to ask you about the 49er defense. Their new defensive coordinator, Nick Sorensen, has not really made himself popular with the fans so far. And Jordan Love and Josh Allen ran all over them without Nick Bosa. But then suddenly they hold the Bears to 2 yards at the first half. Did they figure something out, or were they just playing the Bears?
Yeah, I think probably a little bit of both. Listen, man, it's hard when it's not just one coordinator, right? It is how many different coordinators have they had year after year? It was Wilks. Who was before that? There was, there have been multiple guys. And so you've heard multiple voices, multiple nuance, multiple changes across the board. And every guy wants it done a little bit differently. And so, I have this kind of 10,000 hour rule. And I always think about it the way that I approach the game. Man, I've run this particular play 10,000 times. You've defended it 200 times. It's the Globo Gym effect. I'm better than you, and I know it. And so let's run this play that I'm really good at. And there's not a defense you could line up in. There's not a look that you can give me that I haven't repped 100, 1,000 times. And so ultimately, when you go through defense coordinator after defensive coordinator, from Saleh to whoever else was next to, it was DeMeco, from Saleh to DeMeco Ryans to Wilks to Sorensen. Like, that is hard because every little piece changes, every little nuance changes. And it sounds like a small deal, but it's a big deal. And continuity is important. And then you're hearing a different voice, and then you're saying, like, you don't have success with it one time. You're like, well, shoot, when we did it with so-and-so, we had a lot of success, and I was doing it differently. I was playing this style a little bit differently. I was playing this technique a little bit differently. I was playing this leverage a little bit differently. And the way it was explained to me before made sense, but the way this guy's explaining it doesn't mean it's wrong. It just doesn't make sense. And so, like, those are hard things. Those are hard things. And, like, I even look at Seattle. Like, Seattle, we talk about your division. Seattle came in. They were awful early defensively. They actually dumped two of their starting linebackers and picked guys up off the street. And they're playing a lot better. But they've played the system for a while, and then they got a couple guys that fit better to that system. So part of great coaching is fitting your system to the guys' eyes and what they see and how they play. And so all that stuff takes time. And unfortunately, when you start a season, that's one thing you don't have. You can't say, hey, let's roll into this for 9 weeks and figure it out. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, you can't make up continuity, and you can't make up, the experience that you have with a coordinator who's been there and a team that's been there as well. I want to ask you, Mark, about philosophically what the Niners do, because they don't blitz very often, yet they don't seem to play a lot of press man coverage. How important is it for a defense to marry what you do with the front four with how you cover on the back end?
Everybody, like every defensive coordinator I talk to when I sit down with them, they always talk about marrying the pass rush, with coverage. And like all those things are incredibly important. And, talking about nuance and how this stuff works, I was having a conversation with Eric Mangini today. We were just talking football. And I was like, one of the things that I always thought of as a player is on this particular play, like, I want to know the global perspective of what we're doing. I want to know what my tight end's doing. I want to know what my fullback is doing. I want to know what my halfback is doing. I want to know the releases. I want to know the depth of the routes. I want to know how many hitches the quarterback has. I want to know what the timing of the route combination, when the ball is out. I want to know all that stuff, right? So I can adjust to accordingly. And then I want to know, like, hey, where's the quarterback set up? On play pass, where is he set up? On 3-step drops, like, does he drift in the pocket based upon what we're throwing? Like, all these different things are important to me, because the first thing I thought to myself as a player is, like, I'm walking up to the huddle and I go, where can I not get beat? That's my first thought is, where can I not get beat? Where do I have help? Where do I have leverage? Where do I have a fullback or a tailback releasing through the B gap? How can I funnel a guy to where there's traffic, and that traffic will help the foot traffic of a back or a tight end or whatever is going to help me block the guy. So those are the things that you think about. And when you haven't been coached, and you don't have that continuity, guess what's lost? That nuance. And the difference between being good and being average is nuance. This whole game is nuance. And there's so many little tricks, and there's so many little things that take you from good to great and great to exceptional. And when you don't have a lot of time on task, it's really hard because you know how you learn? By getting your ass kicked. That's how you learn. You know, I always joke around, you can't upkick a 4-eye. And for those who don't know what a 4-eye is, a 4-eye is a defensive end that's lined up on the inside shade of an offensive tackle. And an upkick is a short set where you actually fake run. Well, you know how I learned you don't upkick a 4-eye? Because when you upkick a 4-eye, it turns your body and it gives you a soft edge on the outside and a soft edge on the inside. You know how I learned that? By upkicking a 4-eye on a 3-step drop and get my ass kicked and giving up a sack. That's how I learned it, right? And I was like, oh, shoot, you know. So we had, like, my production crew, we have a joke. Like, when somebody says something and maybe it doesn't make sense or something says that, or something that didn't go right, we always say, we look at each other and go, guy upkicked a 4-eye. Yeah. What a moron.
Yeah.
You know?
All right, Stink. So even if they go 7-7 and win this game Thursday, you still think they're dust, huh?
I do, unfortunately. But, hey, listen, man, I'm the biggest Niner fan because I'm a huge Kyle Shanahan fan. And you know, Mike Shanahan is a dear friend and a mentor of mine. So I'm always rooting for the Niners. But I just think they put themselves or dug themselves too big a hole. But I had a coach that used to tell me all the time, the only place you ever start on top is when you're digging a hole. So maybe they can get out of it.
Well, yep. I mean, there's no doubt about the fact that it is unlikely. Mark, thanks, man. Great stuff today.
All right. Be good.
All right. There he is. That was Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise Mayo. Game day be delicious.
So much goodness in there.
That was a lot, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he went
strong words about Debo.
And strong words about the Niners' chances.
Yeah, well, the Niners' chances are non-existent, and I did like what he said.
Not non-existent, well, not good.
I like what he said at the very end is you're never further on top than when you're digging a hole.
Yep.
In other words, as you start digging the hole, you get further down in the ground. So, yeah, they've dug themselves a hole, but a win here, and it keeps hope alive, so to speak.
Yep, no doubt. And you know, the Debo thing, to me, that's actually why it matters. This isn't going to affect the game on Thursday night. I don't think it's necessarily going to affect Debo, and I don't think at the highest of levels, you know, Kyle Shanahan, the organization, it's an annoyance. But as I said yesterday, not a big deal, but a deal. But Mark just told it to you. This stuff matters to teammates, and Debo has already smacked a teammate in the head already this year too. I mean, I'm with him, man. Why do so many of the wide receivers always have to take it here? Why?
Yeah.
Why? Especially when there are guys like Juwan Jennings who seem to be just completely the opposite. We're sponsored by the California Lottery. You can weigh in on any of this. We promised what Shanahan said about Debo. We'll have that in a little bit, but also coming up next, it is time to unveil a healthy bunch of Warriors rumors that started to percolate this week and especially this morning. So we'll have that for you next. This is Willard and Dibs.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, give scratchers from the California Lottery.
game, and then the next day a teammate is on Twitter saying, I'm doing fine. I'm just not getting the ball. How would you react to that as a teammate?
It'd irritate me and piss me off. By the way, you lead the team in drops.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, real talk.
Yeah.
Like, this stuff happens, man. Like, I know that what gets me about it is you'll see stuff like this, and it's tucked into this cesspool of junk known as Twitter that so many of us are either forced to be a part of or just whatever. It's become a part of what we're all doing and checking things out. And I do think social media has actually a lot to offer. I also think it's a complete danger zone.
Yeah.
So all at the same time. But tucked into that, when that happens, I feel like a lot of people go, oh, man, this is an emotional sport and an emotional guy, and a lot of people are coming at him. So, it's not a big deal. Stop making it a big deal. And I'm like, that's what players think. So it is a big deal. It is a big deal. Deebo Samuel this year, I think we could have a healthy conversation about this question. Stop trying to figure out if he's lost a step or if the play calls are right. Just answer this question. Has Deebo been a good teammate this year?
I don't think so. I mean, he seemed to be a little bit mad. He seemed to be angry at the long snapper over a missed field goal. He came at his kicker, and the long snapper got in between the kicker and Deebo, and then he kind of choke pushed him away.
Remember, Kyle Shanahan said said Tabor overreacted.
Right.
Tabor overreacted, not Deebo.
Right. Which, I mean, I take that for almost nothing because you're not gonna go at your highly paid receiver. You're gonna throw your long snapper under the bus, and maybe Tabor did overreact. I don't know what was said. We can't really read lips in that moment, but has Deebo been a good teammate? I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I'm not in the locker room, neither are you, so it's hard to really say that, but I look at what Deebo has done and now what he's tweeted and things he said openly. Doesn't really seem like he's been there for his team.
Do you know what's tough about this? Some of this for me is organic. Deebo Samuel, when he plays, is one of those guys who, when he breaks out into the open or when he breaks a tackle, there's extra juice. A lot of people can break a tackle, but I'd argue, for example, when Christian McCaffrey breaks a tackle, you're like, wow, that guy's really good at football. When Deebo Samuel breaks a tackle, the stadium gets inspired. He's a boombox boy. He is homegrown. We've been watching him do it for a long time. We know in our memory bank that there was a season he seemingly saved by himself. He has been a heart and soul type of a character on this football team. It just feels different when things are going well for him. So when they're not, it's not surprising that a lot of those things are what suffers, like the heart, the soul, the inspiration, that energy that goes through the fan base when something good happens. It's just, it's missing right now. But I think to what you just said, you're not in the locker room, I'm not in the locker room, we're not teammates, we're not 49ers. So I don't know what they think. I don't know what they feel about this situation. But Deebo is starting to move into the second half of his career, and he's developing a podcast. He's in the media a lot more. Deebo's not someone who used to enjoy that. Now he's in the media a lot more. Although when he's by his locker being talked to by the media, he sort of has that look in his eye, like he's looking at people like, will you go away, please, right now? And I'm going to give you a one-word answer. So I don't know, man. I don't know what all the teammates think and feel about Deebo. What Brock just said is that's one of my best friends on the team. I don't know. I don't know if he's bothering his teammates or not.
I'm sure it's bothering them that they have to answer questions about it, answer questions about Deebo's tweets. And I know that Deebo talked today before practice at his locker. Cam Inman has a story on the Mercury News website, and Deebo admits that he's a little frustrated. He's frustrated right now, and I'm sure he's frustrated that they're 6 and 7, and he's also frustrated that he's not getting the ball. And it's interesting what you said about Debo when he breaks tackles. It's because he plays with such a great amount of violence when he has the football. When he gets the ball, he's looking to not avoid tacklers. He's looking to hurt tacklers. He's looking to run through people and run over people, not run around people. McCaffrey, when he breaks a tackle, it's fun to watch because as he gets to the point of contact, he gets really small. He shrinks his body really tight, and he's able to shake off the effort, and then he kind of widens out again, and boom, the burst, and he's gone. Debo gets it, and he runs with those, I don't want to say weird, choppy steps, but the way he runs, it's a little bit of it's like a shuffle. It's a choppy. It's really quick steps, and he runs with such aggressiveness, and he's got that really big trunk, and he's a thick football player, you know? And so when he goes to get contact, it's fun to watch because defenders get punished. And this year you haven't really seen that from Debo.
Here's Kyle Shanahan on Debo's tweets and getting him the ball.
Debo and I talk every day, so, I understand Debo saying that. Debo wants to help us out, and the only way he helps us out is getting the ball more, and we'd like to get it to him more, and we'll continue to work at that.
Kyle was asked if they would like Debo to keep those thoughts in the building instead of on social media.
Yeah, we'd always love things to stay in-house. That's probably why I don't mess with social media. I'm sure I'd get worked up and stuff, too, if I was reading stuff about myself all the time, and then I'd maybe make a tweet or something. That's is it a distraction in our building? No. We've got to answer questions about it. It's the first time I've talked about it. It's right here, but Debo and I see each other every day and talk about stuff every day, so my advice is to not let outside frustrate you, because just answering those things isn't going to help you in any way. Usually only hurt you. But as far as what we deal with in our relationships and our team, it's water under the bridge.
So no big deal, says Kyle, but yes, it'd be better to not do that. It's interesting the way he answered it, though. He's not saying it'd be better to not do that because it's bad for the team. It sounded to me like he's saying it'd be better to not do that, Debo, because it's bad for you.
Yeah, it's also bad for the team. And he did say that up front, we'd like to always keep that stuff in-house and stuff, and that's what every good team would prefer. But in this day and age of social media and players having their platform, and especially Debo, who is now branching out and getting on a bunch of podcasts and doing his own thing, he's going to speak his mind. He should. He's allowed to. But when you do something like this, you send out a couple of tweets and then you delete it, it's just going to open yourself up to a certain amount of criticism.
Yeah, but you know what? With all that said, man, you said something interesting a couple minutes ago when you're like, he's admitted that he's frustrated. And this is always the way I've looked at it, and I'm not perfect when it comes to this at all, but how you react when you're frustrated, dude, that says everything. That says everything. That's the hard stuff in life. How do you react when you're frustrated? We've all been there. We've all fumbled in that situation. We all try to learn to be better. That's what ends up happening most of the time. That's why he deleted his tweet. He spent some time breathing and then went back and went, you know what, this isn't worth it. I'm taking this thing down because the comments probably weren't good. And Kyle's right. It only makes it worse when you react to emotion with emotion and all of that. But to me, we got to stop doing the whole they're frustrated. Well, how you react when you're frustrated is on you. It's on you.
One of the few things you can control in life is your own emotions, your own feelings, your own reactions.
And I'm not going to be hypocritical to not feel some type of way about Debo right now when I said everything that I said all summer about Brandon. Brandon let all of this get to him, and it was an awful offseason. It was awful, and it starts like this. It's subtle. It starts like this. But where's this going next? What if we get to Christmas, the Niners are eliminated, and somebody writes an article on NBC Sports Bay Area or in the Merc about how Debo is probably going to get cut after June 1st. Now what? Now how are you taking the field against the Lions, Debo? Are you moving to the back of the line to make a statement?
Well, those conversations have already begun. The talk about, Debo, and I heard it this morning on the roast about
him getting cut?
About Debo.
Well, they've been going since before the draft.
Right, but even with the restructure, you look at this team going forward and you've got Pearsall and Ayuk, and you've got Debo and Jawan and Cowing. Sure, he's
but it's
on the team,
truckload of money in the wide receiver
and it's
room.
a lot of people, and you also have young, inexperienced people in the room, and then you've got Brandon making a bundle and Debo making a bundle, and Debo coming up on being 30. I think he'll be 30 next year. He'll be 20. Actually, he'll be 29 in January.
Yeah, exactly.
29 in January. So, next year will be the year in which he turns 30. So these are realities of all football players. And Debo hasn't scored a touchdown for the 49ers since October 10th.
That's crazy.
When he says to Cam Inman, that's 2 months ago today, Cam had the quote, he speaks on his deleted tweet, quote, "a little frustrated for sure." So, yeah, I get that. Your team's not winning, and you're not getting the targets you think you should get, and you haven't scored in 2 months. I can see where you're frustrated.
Yeah. But do you respond to that by making everybody else frustrated? And I'm not saying that he's necessarily done that, but again, we want you to hear this. Mark Schlereth, offensive lineman, and those guys are cut from a certain cloth. Offensive linemen, because of the position they play, they do not want to hear people talk about me after you win. They just don't. They don't. Who came to Jalen Hurts' defense yesterday with A.J. Brown going out? Wasn't an offensive lineman, but it's linemen. Linemen, they're in the trenches getting hit on every play, and they do not want to celebrate wins by seeing teammates on social media going, yeah, but what about me? They don't like it. And listen to Schlereth when we asked him about Debo's tweets.
It'd irritate me and it pissed me off. It'd irritate me and it pissed me off. By the way, you lead the team in drops. So, Mr. I'm getting along fine. Like, the thing Debo's a phenomenal football player. And you became who you are because of your versatility. Because they could line you up in the backfield. I truly believe that Debo Samuel could line up in the backfield and rush for 1,200 yards as a running back. So they ran you at the running back position. They used you in the jet sweeps, the orbit sweeps. They used you in the screen game, the bubble screen game, the rip and tear screen game. They used you, in a myriad of different ways, the deep overs and everything else. You're built like a fullback. Like, you're an incredible football player, and your versatility has made you a superstar and got you paid millions upon millions of dollars. But that's not good enough, right? Because, I'm not being paid as much as Brandon Ayuk, or I want to be an X receiver. I want to be something I'm not. I want to be a real boy. At some point, accept who the hell you are and be grateful for what they've done in creating a superstar. I don't understand, why it's not good enough to be who you are. And what they've done for you is created generational wealth, and you've worked hard. I get it. You're a great player, but you're not Justin Jefferson running the X. You're not that guy. So I don't understand where the disconnect comes from. I don't understand the disappointment. I don't understand, and it always comes from the wide receiver position. At what point did we make these guys so valuable? They're so self-consumed because it's always one of these guys, it feels like. In Philadelphia, it's A.J. Brown. At what point did we overvalue them to the point where they feel like they're above the team? I don't understand. You should make him line up one-on-one and play guard for a whole practice and get a mouthful of Rydell every play. And start to understand what other guys have to do for you to even sniff a football. Because it bothers me. And that's one of the things about Kyle Shanahan that I know this to be true. Understanding other people's issues and problems. He is so big on that from a coaching standpoint, coach to coach, player to player. You need to understand what other guys have to go through, that other guys have to sacrifice so that you can have some success. And then we're going to pout because we only got we got 3 balls thrown to us. We only had 2 receptions for 22 yards. We've got, 1 TD on the season. So now we're in pouting mode, right? And not that we won a game, that we handled them offensively and being excited for George Kittle and the day he had. And, we can't be excited. We got to pout about the lack of production we had. And that amount of selfishness, honestly, it just irritates the piss out of me.
Schlereth, obviously, that's pretty strong. And I look at it, and we said it yesterday. It's not a big deal, but it's a deal. Here would be what I would say to Debo if he were sitting here. What did this do for you? That's my only question. It's not you didn't take everybody down. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. What did this do for you? What did this do for you to go to Twitter and tell everybody you're actually still every bit as good as you used to be, but you're not getting the ball, and you do that after a double-digit, like three touchdown win? What does this do for you?
What do you think he would say to that? I mean, it's just him speaking his truth.
Yep.
I'm just getting my message out.
I think
I'm just,
I actually think he would say, look, I'm feeling frustrated, and in that moment, I chose to respond. But I would also argue that he would admit right now that once he sat down and thought about it and watched what it didn't do anything for it. And I can prove it because he took it down.
Exactly. So your frustration, and you go out there and you tweet, and does that make you feel better? It might make you feel better in the moment, but as you reflect on it, you're still in the same situation. You still aren't getting the ball as much as you want. You still only have 1 touchdown. You still only have 40 catches on the year. So even though you are frustrated, and maybe that's a way to alleviate some of the frustration, it's a short-term fix.
How about Richard and Gilroy? Hey, Richard, thanks for calling. 888-957-9570. How do you feel about Deebo as a teammate this year? Richard, what's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing? So I just wanted to add to or piggyback on your comment, is that I think these athletes at this level kind of dismiss or miss a key word at this level of play, and that's professionalism. Trying or having the ability to act like a professional at this level of play is being missed. And I blame maybe social media, maybe this generation with the amount of entitlement these kids feel that they are kind of entitled to. And I kind of feel like the fact that he deleted the tweet is unacceptable as a professional and needs to take accountability for that. Maybe in plain words, man, I think he's just acting like a big crybaby. That's all I got to say, guys. Thanks.
Richard, thanks for the call. Actually, as far as accountability, as far as what he might say about it, he was asked too. Here's Deebo at his locker today to expand about the tweet that he said.
You care to expand on your feelings or what you wanted to convey with that?
I mean, you read what you read. For sure.
I missed the second part. You read what you read?
No one knows what the second part
is.
is.
And the second part is...
Can you play it again?
Yeah, sure.
See if I can catch it.
You care to expand on your feelings or what you wanted to convey with that?
I mean, you read what you read. For sure.
Something for sure. For sure.
That's what I heard.
It ends
you read
with
what you read.
For sure. You read what you read.
Well, and then he said, I'm a little frustrated, for sure.
No, I think
that's what Cam Inman had reported that he said.
No, I think he said you read what you read, and meat should be cooked medium rare for sure.
Yeah.
I think that's what he said.
Yeah, based on what Cam had tweeted, I think that's the part where he said, I'm a little frustrated for sure. That's what Cam had reported that he said.
Super easy follow-up question to you read what you read. Why'd you take it down then?
And how do you know what I read? I mean...
Well, because that's what he wrote.
Right. You read what you read. Well, I mean, what does that mean? Like, why are you frustrated?
It means he's standing on it.
He didn't really stand on it because you took it down. That's not standing on it.
That's why I said that's the easy follow-up question.
Right.
Stand
on it.
Yeah.
Stand on what you say.
And
stand on what you do.
And then why'd you take it down?
Well, it's funny that you talk about stand on it playing Draymond Green, because I'm just looking at the Draymond Green podcast, and he's saying how he blacked out during the night celebration to Rudy Gobert.
I'm sure...
Draymond's saying that he blacked out. So Draymond's not really standing on it.
Stand on it.
Yeah, unless he truly did black out, which I don't believe.
No, but I understand what, if you want to accuse him of exaggerating, I think that it was an incredible emotional release.
Sure.
Is what he means. Like
and I didn't see the full clip, but I just saw the headline of, I blacked out during the night ceremony. So we can all talk about stand on it. And if you tweet something and then you delete it, you're not standing on it. And yes, he's a little frustrated, but if I'm the head coach, I would much rather have him come to me and say, Kyle, I would like it if you could design more plays where I'm the primary. Because I mentioned this to you before. You watched the Bears game, and there aren't a lot of plays that were designed where he was the primary.
I still think you and I see this differently as far as what Deebo was responding to or what made him send that. And this is part of the problem. Just like getting a text message. You can't see the tone behind it. You don't know the tone behind, will you meet me here at 4? Will you meet me here at 4? hey, would you meet me here at 4? You don't know that when it's words. So I see why you read that. I'm not getting the ball, and you think he's shooting at Purdy and Shanahan. I personally think he's shooting at fans and media. I think that Debo did that because his feelings are hurt, not because his numbers are hurt.
But fans can't get him the ball. So
no, they can't. But he wasn't like he's to me.
Well,
again,
then his response, if that's the case, was misguided.
Well, my read is when remember what the first part of the tweet is. Whatever it was, I'm playing just fine. Like, in other words, he's responding to people who are all saying that he's lost a step.
Right.
That's what I think. I could be wrong, but that's how I read it.
Yeah, I read it to say that he's not getting the ball, and the people who can get him the ball are the coach and the quarterback.
888-957-9570. We have a new cleaned up version of Debo.
Okay.
Here we go.
Care to expand on your feelings or what you wanted to convey with that?
I mean, you read what you read. A little frustrated for sure.
Yeah, you win. A little. Yeah. But only a little. A little frustrated for sure.
Right. A little frustrated for sure. I mean, he didn't throw a helmet. He didn't run over and bark at the head coach like we've seen Travis Kelce do with Andy Reid when he did put hands on him.
Yep.
And, you've seen many a wide receiver come off the field and demonstrably throw the arms up and throw the helmet down and make a big scene out of it. He just went to Twitter and tweeted a couple of things and deleted it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think anybody is pitching this as a big deal, but it is not. I'm with Schlereth. It's not the right thing to do in this situation. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570. That's the number. Doc Pandia joins. Coming up next, we get an update on all of the injuries, both Niners and Warriors. Greenlaw, Bosa, Trent, Garendo, Wiggins, Curry. We're getting into all of that coming up next. Plus, we'll start taking your phone calls on all of the Warrior trade rumors that are out there. Which one is the deal for you? Which one would you do? We'll take calls on that coming up. Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, earn up to 5 times reward points on hundreds.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
You want LeBron James?
No.
Why not?
He's too old.
You only get just for 1 year.
Right.
I'm not going to answer that.
Tell me how that'll work.
Appreciate it.
You gonna trade like 5 guys for LeBron James?
No. I mean, he makes the same exact amount of all the guys in Brooklyn that everybody wants today.
I don't want all 3 of those guys.
You don't?
No, not all 3.
That's the word.
That they want all 3.
No, yes, that's who's available. I don't know that they'll do it, but
yeah, I just want the one.
You just want Schroeder?
That's right. That's right.
Your bar is too low.
Cam Thomas, no thank you, ball dominant. Cam Johnson, too expensive. There's going to be a lot of teams who want Cam Johnson.
Maybe not that expensive. All right, we'll get to that. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. It's time for Clear to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment. Bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. We checked the salaries match, and Doc is allowed to come on the show. It does not mean we have equal salaries. Hi, Doc. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're good. Let's tell us about Isaac Guerendo's foot. A foot sprain and then football 4 days later. Your thoughts?
So I think in general, the main things you worry about with a foot sprain, number one, you want to rule out the bad Lisfranc injuries and you want to rule out the turf toes. And then if you rule those things out, it typically becomes a issue of how can you do in terms of pain relief? Is there any mobility issues? Is there any stiffness? With a full week, that typically most foot sprains can get better. But with 72 to 96 hours from Sunday to Thursday, the limiting factor may simply be he's got too much soreness and pain, and it's hard for him to be effective. Not that it's going to cause more injury, but he's just not going to be able to play at that position. And I think it's part of the position and the short turnaround that makes this hard for him.
What sort of a pain management from an injection standpoint could you use and utilize for Guerendo in the foot?
If it's related to like a specific joint, or there's maybe like one tendon or one particular ligament that may be, in a very specific area, you can do some cortisone in that area. But if it's more global, like you've got multiple tendons and just your foot just generally hurts, then it's difficult. Then you talk about taping, bracing, and hopefully putting on a stiffer sneaker would help. But hopefully if it is something more isolated to one particular area or a joint, then yeah, there are things that you can inject to help make the pain better without worrying about, is there something structurally wrong?
We'll see if Dre Greenlaw plays. If so, what is the right way to sort of re-indoctrinate someone after an Achilles injury, and what should fans expect in terms of his performance?
I think in general, you would definitely limit the number of plays that he has. He just hasn't recreated that full explosiveness, unpredictable nature. You just can't do that in the practice setting. So I think number one, with someone who's coming off that type of injury, you'd probably limit the number of snaps. And number two, I think timing's going to be off. I think the biggest thing that people talk about when they come back from that Achilles is they suddenly have to make a sudden movement. They have to react very quickly, and there's that fear that that's going to happen again. So it's going to take several plays for him to feel confident that that Achilles is not going to kind of have that issue again. That's what you commonly hear with these athletes. So I think maybe a little bit of timing issue, maybe a little less power. As he gets further along game after game, hopefully that confidence comes back. He's more comfortable coming off that surgery.
Nick Bosa's missed a small handful of games with the oblique issue. What do you expect to see come Thursday as far as Nick Bosa being able to return or not?
I think it's really just based on how he's feeling. And I think that, he's had enough time for, a general and oblique injury to heal from a structural standpoint. I think the hard thing is that if he's having a little bit of soreness or can't twist or can't really kind of stabilize himself, then it's really a game time decision for him. And even though things may be structurally healed, if there's a little bit of soreness or he just doesn't feel confident, then it's another week. So once again, that how he feels leading up to Wednesday, Thursday are really going to determine whether he plays or not.
Doc, can we revisit something on Brock Purdy? I was just forever interested when you said that shoulder could be sort of related potentially to what happened to the elbow a couple of seasons ago. Now he reports, no, I feel fine. He looked good throwing the ball the other day. Does that kind of calm all of your fears, or is this something still to monitor?
I think it does calm my fears. I mean, in general, like he may have just simply could have been sore, could have taken some impact on that area. So I think the fact that he turned around and has looked good, and there's not any kind of lingering issues. You're not hearing about an MRI showing some rotator cuff or labral issue. I think it's a very good sign. And I think because he had that elbow injury, when you hear shoulder, you get a little bit more concerned. But let's just say he was another quarterback that didn't have an elbow issue and you heard shoulder soreness, you'd be like, oh, fine, not a big deal. Let's just keep going. So the fact that he's turned it around this quickly is a positive sign. Typically, larger structural issues will continue to linger. Just taking a couple weeks off wouldn't necessarily help that.
Double short week here for the Rams and the Niners, but how much worse is it on the body to have a short week here in December as opposed to back in September?
I think it's much worse. I mean, you typically need, as the season goes on, more and more time to get your body ready for a game. I mean, in general, even just muscle soreness, fatigue, the normal kind of aches and pains takes 72 to 96 hours. And then you have these lingering injuries and things that these players have. So suddenly you're going from Sunday, turning around playing on Thursday. So it really is, can people push through? How much discomfort do they have? And where you really see it is you don't necessarily see, and they've studied this, injuries on Thursday. But then you look at the next couple of weeks, and then you start seeing people break down. So having a short turnaround at the end of the season is worrisome. Hopefully everyone comes out healthy and there aren't any major injuries leading in the next couple of weeks.
Doc, what's your read on the Andrew Wiggins ankle situation?
Yeah, this kind of diagnosis of ankle impingement, really what that is something, whether it's inflammation, it can be scar tissue, sometimes it can be bone spurs. It's kind of this grab bag term for there's something in the ankle joint that's causing him to potentially have decreased mobility and have pain. The vast majority of athletes, that usually comes from kind of repetitively playing, and he's kind of, that type of player who's going to do that, very explosive. The fact that they're kind of giving him a little spot rest makes me think this is probably more just an inflammation issue as opposed to there being a bone spur or something else that's causing that mobility to go down. So something to watch. I mean, it is, a little bit worrisome that something like this is cropping up earlier in the season, but hopefully they're just being very cautious. They're using that term kind of more loosely, and hopefully he'll be back because he's been such a critical part of the season and kind of going back to that 2022 performance that he had.
Steph missed a game with the bilateral knee tendonitis. Then he came back and looked pretty good. What's your concern level for Steph, not only in the short term, but throughout the year having to deal with this knee tendonitis?
Yeah, not super concerned about it. I mean, I think for him, if there's any athlete that takes care of his body, understands the rehab process, understands how to kind of work on things like that, it's Curry. And, even though you put the ankle issues aside, because that's more of a structural issue that became more chronic, besides having these random traumatic injuries or like an MCL or a foot sprain, Curry really hasn't had those degenerative type issues that would crop up at this age. So the fact that this is kind of really his first issue that comes with potentially playing a lot and kind of the wear and tear, it's a good sign. The good news is that for him at his position, not a lot of repetitive jumping, not banging in the pain a lot. I think it's going to be a lot of load management and him kind of managing this more than it being kind of a warning sign like an Achilles tendonitis or something else that you get in someone who's younger like a Christian McCaffrey.
Doc, great stuff as always, and we thank you, my friend.
No problem. Take care, guys. Have a good one.
There he goes. Doc Pandia. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. All right. Warrior Trade Talk is on tap for sure. And we're going to throw out a few deals. And again, not necessarily the specifics of them, but the names that are being thrown around for sure. We're going to get into this coming up next. Would love to hear from you on which deal makes sense to you at 888-957-9570. Just to kind of clean this up, though, the Debo situation that we've been talking about, Jason in Redwood City wants to weigh in. Hi, Jason. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, thanks to you guys for having me. I think this Debo situation has been completely blown out of control. We're just coming off a Super Bowl loss, and I think there's so much high expectation for this team and all the injuries we had and all the drama and stuff like that. I think if we could sneak into the playoffs, I don't think any team would want to see us. I'm very confident in Kyle Shanahan, despite all these trade rumors, all this stuff going on. I think if we could sneak in there, get some luck on our side, we'll be able to make some noise and at least return the NFC Championship game, my honest opinion. At
least, right, Jason? I mean, I hear what you're saying, but it sounds to me like you're glossing over the assignment that is still ahead of them here in the regular season.
Definitely intimidating for sure, but I mean, you have to stay faithful, right? We've had so much success over the past few years, and everybody's worried. But I think Kyle, he has to get in his bag, and I think he will. I think we'll definitely get to the playoffs. And if not, I think we still have one more year. So,
Jason, thanks, appreciate it. I don't think anybody's blowing it out of proportion. We're sitting here having a conversation. We've repeatedly said this is not a huge deal, but it's completely fair. It is on these players to handle the frustration and not have it go a different direction. And Deebo Samuel, whether it was Tabor Pepper's fault, Deebo's fault, or whatever, is shoving on the sideline. They had to have a conversation afterwards. Now there's tweets. Now they've got to all answer questions about the tweets. He goes to delete the tweets. Nobody's making a big deal out of it. But it's a deal.
Right.
It's a thing. Boy, if anybody made a big deal out of it, it was Mark Schlereth. And he was asked the question in this format. How would you feel if you were a teammate and he's played in the league?
Yeah. And he said he'd be pissed off. And he would love to see all these players go in there and play guard, which is what he played. Play guard for one practice and have Rydell, the name of the helmet, which I love, the old school helmet, the old Rydell helmet. Have Rydell pushed in your face all practice long, and then we'll see how much appreciation you have for exactly what it is you get to do as a wide receiver while all the big uglies are in the trenches doing all the dirty work for you.
We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. The Warrior trades that are, I don't know, being discussed at least, are coming up. And also, one other 49er thing. Of all the stuff we've been talking about, there's the Deebo, there's what Kyle said, there's what Purdy said. Wait till we hear what Fred Warner said with regard to the indication that they've not been playing with urgency until Sunday. You're going to want to hear this from Fred. It's next on Willard and Dibs.
Check engine light on. Take
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
You want to hear what Fred Warner has to say about the Niners not playing with a sense of urgency?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sounds to me. Well, we'll play it.
Okay.
I think you might have
You're teasing me now.
Well, I think you might have taken offense to the concept.
Possibly.
I don't think it's like, George, you're wrong. I just think that, again, people say things and then we try to interpret what's going on, and I think that the interpretation in some way may have offended Fred Warner. You tell me. Take a listen. This is Fred Warner on all of the talk about the Niners not being desperate until last Sunday against the Bears.
I know there's been talk about desperation around the building ever since that game this past Sunday. I haven't really talked about it much because I felt like that was already like the feeling the last few weeks. It just hadn't really come together like you wanted it to. I think it just really showed through and through all three phases. When you do execute and you win in a big way like we did on Sunday, then all of a sudden that's going to be what everybody's talking about. But I don't want it to get lost that like we didn't go out there in Green Bay, we didn't go out there in Buffalo saying, oh, let's just hope that we win. Like, trust me, I felt desperate as hell going into both those games. It just didn't work out. And then, you keep working hard, keep chopping wood, carrying water, and then all of a sudden you get into a game and things, finally look the way they're supposed to look. And it didn't happen just because last week we just, like, all of a sudden decided we want to. This was weeks in the making.
Okay. All right. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, it's one thing for him to say it, and I believe it, but then you watch the way they played against Buffalo and Green Bay, and it didn't look like they had the same level of urgency that they did on Sunday. So, and I thought when George Kittle said what he said, I did feel like a little bit of that was directed at the defense, even though he was quick to say, I'm not pointing fingers and I'm not naming names. What I've seen from the defense is less of urgency and less of a forceful defense. And then you watch the game on Sunday and just put on the tape of the opening Bears drive or the first couple of drives. Those dudes are flying all over the place trying to hurt people.
Well, I think there's an underrated thing that happened on Sunday, and it's the return of Talanoa Hufanga. I think that there are things that happen because the safety is exactly that. He's the free safety. He is back there. He is the last line of defense. He can see things. And by the way, that secondary around him, very young. He's still very young.
Yeah.
But like incredibly young with the likes of Mustafa and Renardo Green out there. And I think that they needed a little bit of direction that Jair Brown, quite frankly, is either too young or ineffective in doing. And so it just looked to me like assignments were being handled better. That's what it looked like to me. And so from Fred's standpoint, here's what I think about that. It's really hard for us as people when someone says, like, I bet we all do this. You tell me, Dibs, if this is how you kind of react to this. Boss comes into a room, any workplace. Boss comes into a room and says, hey, we need to do a better job of blank. What's the first thing that goes through your head?
Well, I'm doing blank.
Exactly.
It must be Willard.
You and me.
Willard's not doing blank.
Right. You ain't doing blank.
He ain't doing blank.
That's how we think.
Yep.
So Fred, like any other human being, is like, George, are you talking about me? And I tried to say this on Monday. This was my reaction to George. I don't know if I'm right, but I feel like what George was talking about was not this tangible thing that you can hold in your hand. It's not like, oh, there's a sense of urgency, and number 54 didn't have it, and number 77.
54 does have it.
It's just
Fred Warner.
Right, it's this thing. It's this thing. Did you feel it or you don't feel it? You've been in relationships before.
Yeah.
Some weeks, you're feeling it.
Yeah.
Some weeks, you ain't feeling it.
No.
And that's not directed at one person. It's the whole collective for whatever reason, and it can be really hard to sort of put a finger on it. So that's what I like me as a 49er fan, I would prefer that the conversation from George doesn't go there. I mean, you even asked me yesterday, who do you think he's talking about? I don't think he's talking about anybody. I think he's talking about the room.
The collective.
The room did not feel urgent.
Yeah.
For whatever reason.
Well, and you can look across the board at things that Didn't happen on Sunday. And look at the offensive line. They didn't commit a lot of penalties. I don't know if they committed any penalties. False starts. I know Dominic Pooney, he had the one false start, I believe, but the offensive line, they played a clean game. And the skill guys didn't drop the football. And the running backs ran with force. And the one thing, Mark, that stood out to me more than anything else was that the defense played downhill. The defense, even on the play where Swift absolutely pulverized Malik Mustafa. You remember the hit where Mustafa comes in and he tries to just put a hit on Swift, but Swift had the lower ground. He had the leverage, and he popped it right into Mustafa. He had come in and tried to put a lick on. The defense was playing a lot more forcefully.
Well, for me, this is like Thursday night, and my apologies if it sounds like we say this every week, but Thursday night for me,
it's a must-win, Mark.
It's the witching hour.
The witching hour.
It is, where losses become wins and wins become losses. If you don't speak red zone, my bad. But those of you who speak red zone know what I'm talking about. It's for multiple reasons. It's not just, it's a division opponent, you get back to 500, all that. That's all true. And I think that like any realistic shot at this thing is dead if the Niners don't win Thursday night. And if they do win Thursday night, it becomes very realistic that the Niners can still get involved in all of this. You know, like even if it's a wild card, don't forget, you don't have to catch Seattle. Maybe you just catch Washington. They're 8-5 also. Like there's a way in for the 49ers. You have to win Thursday, but it's not just that. From Nick Sorensen not trying to blitz, from the young secondary getting torched, all of these things, you are now being challenged by a Super Bowl champion veteran quarterback and his full complement of very talented receivers with a running back behind him who, quite frankly, scares the hell out of me.
And he should, because he gashed you last time you played him.
You need to stop that group. If you can, I will believe that you're real. If you can't, this was all fluff in the wind.
Yeah, it's over. It's over.
But it's not even just that. It's like you weren't, like, all my points are wrong. Oh, you're actually good. Your record just doesn't show it. No. You have to be able to do this. And so this idea of, they're back, that's what the defense needed to look like. Do it to the Rams. I know they're just 7-6, but the Rams, this is a real offense now that's really going to challenge the depth of your secondary. And if you can do it, I will believe that you are still a playoff level team in the NFC.
And even if you win, it's not as simple as, the division or Washington, the wild card, because there's other teams out there, such as Atlanta, a team that's fading, but if they win, they'd also be 7-7. So there are other teams that could rise up and make it more difficult.
Sure.
I don't think that 9-8 gets it done as a wild card. I think the wild card is going to need to be 10-7.
Probably.
So if you wind up 9-8, your only route might be the division, and at that point, you'd need a lot of help. So it feels like 10-7 is going to be the record that you're going to need to even have a chance at the wild card, let alone win the division.
I mean, I guess put it this way, and this is getting way ahead of ourselves, and so it's stupid, I get it, but this is just the way that my heart will feel. If you can slow this offense down, then I will believe that you have a shot on a Monday night at home against Detroit.
Yeah, well, I mean, any given Sunday, any given Monday.
The NFL, Detroit is just scraping wins out right now. They're amazing, but they're challenged, right? Like they're not unbeatable.
They're challenged, but
nobody's
they scraped
unbeatable.
One out with 34 points on the board.
Right,
so,
and then they squeaked one out over the Bears with 23 points on the board while the Bears just watched the game go away for no reason.
Much. Yeah, that was on Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, right. It was the Bears' previous game before this one.
Yeah.
I'm just like, we've learned our lesson. The teams don't look the same every week.
No, of course not.
Someone asked me, how the hell are you going to slow the Rams down after what they did on Sunday? Well, they're not going to look like that.
Well, they might look better.
Maybe. Right. And maybe the Niners will look like crap.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how many times we need to learn this lesson that these teams, what you saw them do last week does not mean they'll do it this week.
It's all matchups.
Right? If they were going to do that, betting would be easy.
The old show, NFL Matchup, was called NFL Matchup for a reason because it's all about the matchup. And think about what we saw on Sunday with the Niners defensive line and Yetur Gross-Matos with 3 sacks. He had 4.5 sacks as his career high previous, and he had 3 in a game, and the D-line had 7 as a unit without Nick Bosa. So if you want to look at that, then you say, okay, the group is ready. They're ready to roll. They're going to make life miserable for Matthew Stafford. Well, it's about matchups, and the Bears' offensive line is not as good as the Rams' offensive line. So can the Niners' D-line take what they did against Chicago and build on that, even without Nick Bosa? Can they make things uncomfortable for Matthew Stafford?
Or does Nick play? We don't know that he's not going to play. You know, I know John Lynch said publicly today, like Guerrero didn't practice today, but he said publicly, Guerrero's got a shot. You got a shot now.
Yeah.
You got a shot to play. He and that he, the player, is really trying to convince the Niners that he can go in this one. And why wouldn't he? I mean, this is his big chance.
Yeah.
I get it that Isaac is probably absolutely desperate to get on the field. Hey, before we get to the Warrior trade stuff, it's Tuesday, and the Niners played last week. You know what that means.
Is it Grandy's grades?
Let's go.
How did the 49ers...
We finally get to do one of these after a win, huh? And after a dominant win.
Somebody might get better than a C-. Yeah. I'm excited.
A lot of them. Yeah. A lot of them, actually. We'll start, as always, at the quarterback position. Brock Purdy did not play the whole game at quarterback because the Niners were up by so much that Brandon Allen came in. And he threw an interception, by the way. But Brock Purdy was very good in this football game, efficient as he has been all year. Maybe underthrew a couple of passes, so I can't give him an A+, but it was an A performance for Brock Purdy on Sunday.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I don't do A+, but if I did A+, I probably wouldn't give him one for the same reason. It wasn't so much the Guerrero underthrow, because that was just a beautiful blooper throw that he made. It was the one to Juwan where if he could have stepped into that one, that would have been a touchdown. Guerrero caught the one and rolled about 6 yards to the 1 yard line, but those are throws that are just spectacular, especially the Guerrero one. I can't wait to ask Cosell about that, because I think that was one where he changed the play at the line of scrimmage and he got Guerrero one-on-one, and that was just an unbelievable throw.
So what grade are you settling on?
An A.
Oh,
That's
you're giving him an A?
An absolute A, yeah.
Okay. Boy, everybody mark today down. Write it down. I am
down
going to give
Brock
Purdy the lowest grade of the group.
It's crazy.
What is happening right now?
Whoa. What's wrong with you?
I'm not ready to give him an A because of this and this alone. And it'll be, you want to call it an A- B+. Brock was fantastic. I'm not taking that away. And I'm not bothered by a couple missed throws. I'd argue we're the only fan base in America that their quarterback can go 20 to 25, go for over 300 yards, not turn the ball over, win by 3 touchdowns, and we show up Monday morning and we can remember all 5 incompletions and we are mad about them. It's really stupidity. It really is, in my opinion. However, I'm not bothered by the incompletions. I'm bothered by one of the completions. And he can't do this. Do you remember the play very early in the game where he was rushed right in his face and he threw sidearm underneath the defenders, the play that popped straight up in the air?
Juwan got it.
And Juwan got it. You can't do that. That's the crap that turns into pick sixes. And you've got to find a different way to have that jailbreak, get rid of the ball thing, instead of throwing it into a collection of arms. It's what he did in Minnesota and turned into a pick, and you lost the game by 6. That's the play that I would love to see Brock get rid of. And for me, I knock him down a few points for it.
Wow. Harsh.
All right?
That's rough.
That's that.
That's rough.
Hey, you don't come into my grade book.
Up next, skill positions. That's wide receivers, running backs, and tight ends. George Kittle was obviously incredible in this game. Juwan Jennings had a couple of touchdowns. Isaac Guerrero, before he got hurt, was getting over 5 per carry. Even Patrick Taylor came in, had himself a touchdown in the fourth quarter. Deebo Samuel wasn't impressed once again. Ricky Pearsall had a hold that took away a touchdown, also slipped on a route. Overall, for skill positions, an A-, an A- for the group.
I'm going to give them an A. I was not bothered by Deebo Samuel's performance. I didn't see anything, for instance, again, like if he gets tackled a yard behind the line of scrimmage, I don't blame Deebo for that. There were no drops. There's going to be a miscommunication here or there. I'm certainly not going to get on someone for slipping on natural grass. What I saw were skill position players that made all the plays that were available. The team moved up and down the field. They got a huge lead early. They held on to it. I really didn't see any of those players do anything that was worth a demerit. I give them an A.
I had an A- as well, and I like that you pointed out the Pearsall. And also, I'm sorry, but someone's got to say it. Keyshawn Vaughn, you got to do more with your two carries.
Yeah, only 2 yards a carry. Not
Unacceptable.
Great. Yeah, not great.
Yeah.
Up next is the offensive line. Interesting because they were down to both their second-string left tackle and left guard to begin the game, and then Ben Bartch goes down, so the Niners down to their third-string left guard for the majority of this game. But all in all, it was still a relatively successful day for the O-line. They opened up holes in the run game all game long. I felt Brock Purdy was pressured still a decent amount, even though the sack numbers weren't there for the Bears defense. A B+ for the offensive line.
Yeah, I gave him an A- because of everything you said. The one that kind of got me is when Brock took that absolutely massive hit in the fourth quarter where he was kind of tangled down low and then he got bent all the way back. That was a scary, scary hit. But you're right, Grandy. They didn't have, they had one sack, I think, on the day, and the offensive line only had a couple of penalties. So I thought it was one of their best games overall. And you mentioned the Ben Bartch injury, and he was already the backup, so you had to go even deeper. Spencer Burford sighting, and he came in and did pretty well. It was a good game for the O-line.
Yeah, I give him an A. Again, I just don't think it's fair to look at an offensive line and be like, there was a sack. You can't win every single individual battle throughout the game. What I saw as a collective was Brock Purdy had time. He had time a lot. The running backs had holes. Largely they did I look for two things with the offensive line. Does the quarterback have time, and did you not commit penalties? And for me, both of those were A-level work. So, yeah, the big guys get an A from me.
Let's switch over to the defensive side of the football. We begin with the front seven. That's the defensive linemen and the linebacking core. If I can split this up into two groups, I thought the D-line was absolutely awesome in this game. Of course, you had Yetur Gross-Matos, who had 3 sacks. You had Leonard Floyd, who had 2 sacks. Even Malik Collins from the interior with a sack as well. I wasn't overly impressed with what the linebacking group did, so the front seven as a whole gets an A, but that is buoyed by an incredible performance by the D-line.
Yeah, I'm gonna move that down a little bit, B+, because like you said, I just, first of all, the defense gave up 2 yards in the first half. So we can say that largely everybody was doing their job, but I am much more impressed by the defensive line. And look, they don't have their best pass rusher, so I acknowledge that too. But I also think that some of the success the D-line had was because of young player mistakes by Caleb Williams. I think a more experienced quarterback doesn't get sacked nearly as many times. They did have time to get rid of the ball in a lot of cases. So some of those were coverage sacks or young quarterback sacks. But it's all nitpicking. But, yeah, B+ for me for that group.
So far, this grade book is like my kids' grades in high schools. It's straight A's right now. Today, for the front seven, 7 sacks, and Caleb Williams didn't have a chance to beat you with his legs. And also, it needs to be said that Devondre Campbell had probably his best game as a 49er. Devondre Campbell, again, played very well. He had 7 tackles as a linebacker. Didn't make any real coverage mistakes. The front seven was awesome in this game. It's an A.
I thought there was one moment where Caleb Williams was able to break a tackle of Fred Warner. I don't know if you saw after the fact when Caleb Williams spun around him, the two were kind of jawing after the fact. It wasn't Fred Warner's best game either, but we know he's playing with a broken ankle. Up next is the secondary. Good to see Talanoa Hufanga back. Made a couple of plays, playing with the club on his hand. That was fun to see. And then there was a moment in the second half where Malik Mustafa goes out. He was shaken up for a little bit, and Jair Brown had to come back in. And Jair Brown immediately gets beat over the middle for a Rome Odunze touchdown, his second. Odunze also beat Mooney Ward for a very nice touchdown in the back right corner of the end zone. Secondary was good, not great. A B for me for the secondary.
That's the letter that I had in mind. It was nothing disastrous, but a couple of touchdowns for Rome Odunze, and I am now officially in the uncomfortable zone with Jair Brown.
Yep.
And that's terrifying because Hufanga gets hurt a lot, and it's a young group, and they've suffered injuries and all kinds of problems in that group. And so Their depth at that position is severely challenged right now, and to know that they're going to constantly be one play away from relying on him is a scary thought. He's had a very poor season, and it was not a great game there, but the rest of the group was really strong.
Yeah, A- for me. Only 2 mistakes in the plays that you pointed out. They had no explosives in the past game. They had no completions for more than 20 yards, and Jair Brown gets beat by Roma Dunze for the touchdown, but we already were in garbage time mode, so plays are going to happen against your secondary. Other than that, they were spectacular. You mentioned Hufanga and Mustafa in run support, again, rolling up. I thought the defense was so aggressive and so strong early in the game, and that was the secondary as well. In run support, I gave him an A-.
Yeah, first half especially, man, they were so good everywhere. Up next is special teams, and surprise, surprise, worst grade of the day goes to special teams. A C- for me. I know there wasn't anything terrible, but you had multiple penalties on kickoffs, and this is still a group that just cannot get out of its way with making simple mistakes that almost few other teams in the NFL make on a consistent basis.
I wasn't as offended as a C-, but I will go C+ because, as you said, there's no disaster. But Kyle Shanahan addressed it today. If anybody wants to know why Jake Moody twice couldn't get his kickoffs to the 20-yard line, you want to know what he said? Just straight shanked him. He shanked him. He shanked a ball that's not moving with nobody rushing him. He shanked him, and he did it twice. We are officially, I know a lot of you have already been there for a while, we are officially in the I do not know about Jake Moody zone, a third-round draft pick just a year ago. It's leaning in the wrong direction with regard to Jake Moody right now, in my opinion.
Special teams had a great game relative to what they've done all year. I gave them a B.
That's a low bar.
They have a new punter. Mitch Wishnowsky will not be back as the punter. Pat O'Donnell is a better punter. He's more consistent, and he was able to pin Chicago inside the 10-yard line again. The Jake Moody kickoff is a bit of a curiosity. I think one of them, he was trying to bounce it, and he didn't get it to the kicking zone. But other than that, Jacob Cowing was fine on punt returns, didn't fumble. And I know I'm setting the bar extraordinarily low, but this is what we've had all year. I gave him a solid B.
Fair enough. If you're grading on a curve, it makes sense.
Yeah.
And last but not least is coaching. I'll be quick. They finally break their streak of me giving them Fs. An A for the coaching staff. Saw some creativity. I saw the juice from the opening kickoff from the very beginning. This was a well-prepared team. It was a well-coached game. Shanahan going for it on 4th and short. Shanahan making the right calls on 2 of his 3 challenges. A good game from Shanahan.
And even at that, when he challenged the spot, he probably knew he was going to lose, but he was going to call timeout anyway. So you might as well challenge it. You're going to call timeout to set the right play or make sure that you know what you're going to do on 4th down. So even that one didn't bug me. And guess what? They ran screens, Mark. They ran a couple of screens. They ran a couple of draws. I've been waiting all year for that. Shanahan had a great day of calling plays, and give Sorensen credit. His defense came out, and they were revved up.
I co-sign on it all. I've said a couple times, Kyle Shanahan's best play calling day of the year. And while Nick Sorensen still didn't get too creative, he was right, at least in this one, that he didn't have to. So I'll co-sign on that and give the coaching staff an A. Good stuff, Grandy. Good stuff. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank. Thanks. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. All right, coming up, what Warrior trade do you want to see? There's a lot of rumors out there. We'll share all of them with you. Which one do you want to see? Plus, we think that a Warrior player is going to be on the air with us from Houston within the next half hour. So stay tuned for all that. It's Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Abundant Life weight loss and just to brag for a little bit about how much weight I've lost, which is 25 pounds.
Tips on 95.7 The Game.
What do you like? Come on. What do you like? What do you like? Sit down at our beautiful establishment. Here's the menu. Let me give you a few minutes to look that over, sir.
All right.
But can I get you anything to drink to get you started while you look that over? Do you need anything to drink?
Just a little tea. Little tea with honey.
Yeah, you do need some tea.
Yeah.
No, you're doing better. Great. Let's drink.
Starting to fade a little bit here late in the show, but I'm trying to hang in there.
Nah, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. I'll order a Manhattan.
Just one.
Just one.
Yeah.
Just
the one.
And we're going to drink it slow.
Yeah.
Slow. Okay?
Attaboy.
All right. And then let's open up the menu.
All right.
All right. On your left, you will see today's specials. We have Jimmy Butler with a béarnaise sauce.
Man.
With mixed vegetables.
Expensive.
Exactly. And then down below that, you'll see LeBron James and his son.
Man, I don't have the appetite for that. That sounds really filling to me. And would you really have to get them both?
That's
I thought about that.
That's a stupid rumor that is circulating.
Because he has a no-trade clause.
Correct. And
one of only, I think, 3 players in the association.
It's LeBron. He already forced a team to draft his son. Why wouldn't he do that too? And keep in mind, and we can go through all of this. If LeBron's going to be traded from LA, it's because he wants to. Not because the Lakers want it and not because the Warriors want it, because LeBron wants it. But let me tell you, I'm not just throwing that out there willy-nilly either. The reporters have been discussing it. Windhorst, Wilbon, Stephen A., everybody's addressed it. And just because it's on a debate show does not mean it's real. But Windhorst is a reporter. And here's what I have learned through the years with LeBron James. If LeBron wants it to happen, so does the NBA. And it happens.
Yeah.
Like, prove me wrong. What does he want? I don't want Wiggins. I want Kevin Love. Done. I want Miami. I want Bosh. I want Wade. I want my... Done. I would like to go back to Cleveland. Done. I'd like to go to L.A. now. I'm ready for my post-career. Great. Now you're in L.A. And oh, by the way, I'd like you to draft my son with your second-round pick, and let's actually put him in a real game right away.
A couple of them, yeah.
As a rookie.
Yeah.
These things have all happened. If LeBron sees the Lakers as no longer a potential for him to win, and he believes that the Warriors are, he will twist people's arms. And the Warriors already called on it once.
Right.
We know this. So
easier to do last year when you had a lot more salary that you wanted to shed than you do now.
Correct.
And I'm just looking at LeBron, and you can't put it in the trade machine because he has a no-trade clause.
Correct.
But he makes $48.7, and the Warriors can't take on any additional money, so they'd have to part with $48.7. So you start to add, DeAnthony Melton at $12.8, and Wiggins at $26. So now we're at $39 million.
I think you need GP2, and you're just about there.
$48 million. Yep. That's about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'd have to give LA 3 or 4 first-round picks.
I don't
2
know.
or 3 first-round picks.
I don't know.
And a pick swap.
I don't know. I actually think the pick thing is going to be a higher price in maybe some other spots where they would have a lot of options. Again, if the Lakers want to trade LeBron, I don't even know that there would be a market for it outside of the Golden State Warriors. And again, it only happens if he wants, therefore he goes exactly where he wants.
True.
So you're not, I don't know how hard of a bargain you're driving.
But if you're the Lakers, you probably want Kuminga instead of GP2, honestly.
Good for you. You don't get him.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like
the Lakers don't have to trade LeBron James.
They do if he tells them to.
Well, they can just ice him. They don't have to trade him just because he wants to be traded.
You don't know the way the Lakers do business.
I do.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, you know far better than I do, but the Lakers are not the same Lakers that you remember when you were there. It's a different organization now.
I'm looking at their behavior since LeBron has gotten there, and I think that Jeannie Buss and everybody involved is doing things exactly the same way. If LeBron says, trade me, he's gone before he gets to the word me. I'm telling you. That, like, they will do what their star tells them to do. Especially this star. So anyway, that's the left side of the menu.
Sure.
Over here on the right is non-star stuff, but potentially useful stuff.
Yeah, like tapas, smaller bites.
The three
Shared
names.
plates.
Yeah, the three names that came out today with regard to the Brooklyn Nets, and this absolutely was reported by Shams and others as somebody who the Warriors are interested in, or a group of people that the Warriors are interested in. You've got Cam Johnson, Brooklyn Nets, not to be confused with Cam Thomas.
Yeah.
Turns out they are two different people.
Or Cam Newton.
Or Cam Newton.
Or Cameron Brink, who plays for L.A.
Correct.
Sparks.
We definitely wouldn't have confused them with her. But anyway.
I'd rather have her than Cam Thomas if we're ranking our Cams. But go ahead. Even though she's coming off the ACL.
Yeah, but Cam Thomas is just not what I would call a Warrior.
He's Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole.
I don't know if he's that.
He's just a volume scorer and a volume shooter.
Not a good defender,
right.
Yes. I don't know if he's that cocky.
I don't know if he falls down all the time.
I don't know if he falls down all the time. I don't know if he gets under the skin of his teammates, whatever. But anyway, be that as it may. Cam Johnson, great 3-and-D guy. I think a phenomenal fit. It appears Director of Sports Lucas Alexander may actually have a crush on him. It's that intense.
League Pass Luke is back.
Thank you. And then there is Dorian Finney-Smith. That is also a little bit of a 3-and-D guy, a little bit more 3 than D, but that's somebody you watched him with the Mavericks in years past. He can knock down a three-pointer. And then there's Dennis Schroeder, who, and this is this is a Chris Paul vibe to me, because Dennis Schroeder is not my favorite basketball player, but would I welcome him on the Warriors in this moment at this time? My gosh, he really fits. And I know I buy what some said on this station earlier today with regard to a backcourt of Schroeder and Curry is tiny. But I also think you got to think about this, not just necessarily the final 5 minutes of the game, because I don't even know if he would necessarily always be in there for the final 5 minutes of the game. But this is somebody who in spots could help set up Steph Curry when he's in off-the-ball mode, and be on the floor when Steph Curry is not on the floor. I think that would be his main role. So that's the rumor that hit today, and I do think that there are two sort of different trade talks that the Warriors are exploring. There's the big fish thing. That's the view from 10,000 feet. And then there's the right now thing, which is we need someone to do what DeAnthony Melton was supposed to do on this team, because right now we don't have it.
Yeah.
So there's your menu. What do you like?
Well, I'd like to start my meal with Dennis Schroeder. Let's just do a Melton for Schroeder, which according to the NBA trade machine, it works straight up. Now, you probably have to give Brooklyn a little something, even though Schroeder is going to be expiring, as is Melton. Melton's not playing. And if you're Brooklyn, your goal right now is to shed salary. They are rebooting. They want to start this thing over. And if they can save a little bit of money, then they'll save money. But you probably need to sweeten it with a pick. So maybe it's a couple of second-round picks. And, second-round picks in the NBA aren't really worth that much. So you could part with a couple of picks and get Schroeder for Melton. And I'll start my meal with that. And then as we get closer to the deadline, we can talk about an entree. And my entree would be Cam Johnson, a guy who can do a lot of the things that you need a player to do on this team.
Oh, now, why? If you're going to the same team, why are we ordering at two different times?
Because
why am I taking two trips?
You may get to that spot and you may realize that you don't need it anymore, as opposed to making a big bold play now, which I think would involve Jonathan Kuminga. And I was reading reports earlier about Brooklyn, and Brooklyn's not just going to give away players without getting a real compensation package back.
Right, but what they're going to want, again, if you watch what Brooklyn has done, largely, yes, they do bring in some young players, but they have a truckload of draft picks. And we got to remember that when we're talking about Warrior trade possibilities, because I understand that at times we'll throw something out and you'll be like, why the hell would the other team do that? Of course they're going to want Kuminga. Well, maybe. But understand that if you want Jonathan Kuminga, it means that you're about to break somebody off $35 to $40 million, potentially, depending on how that player comes in and plays. And that may not be what the team wants to do. The team may actually want financial flexibility and draft assets. And so I don't know there might actually be teams who find Andrew Wiggins to be more attractive than Kuminga, because Kuminga, soon enough, one way or another, is going to make more than Andrew Wiggins for a longer period of time. So, I don't know that Kuminga, for all of these potential teams, I don't know that he's actually the top prize. It could be the picks that are attached to these players. It could be the expiring contracts. I mean, that's why Melton is involved in all of these deals. Right. He's he will play 0 minutes for the acquiring team. But he's attractive because it's $13 million almost off the book.
Yeah. Just running this through the trade machine. Wiggins and Melton for Cam Johnson and Dennis Schroeder. It's a green check mark. That actually works in terms of...
Say it again.
Wiggins and Melton for Cam Johnson and Dennis Schroeder.
All right, let's talk about that.
Well, I think
you like that.
I do like it, and there's a couple things I think that Brooklyn might like about it. One, Andrew Wiggins is a bargain at $26 million, and the other thing is teams in the NBA have a salary floor. We have to keep that in mind. You can't just go full Oakland A's and not pay anybody. The salary floor this year is $126 million, and I'm assuming that will go up next year. And next year, if you take Cam Johnson off their books, they're only right now paying $55 million worth of NBA player. Ben Simmons comes off their books, and Bogdanovich comes off, Schroeder comes off. So they're going to have to find some players to actually pay
for sure
and play.
For sure.
And if you can get Wiggins, Wiggins is he's a good player for $26 million, and he's a guy who's going to outperform that contract. So he might be, if you don't love Jonathan Kuminga and you don't want to pay him $40 million a year, perhaps Andrew Wiggins is a guy you look at and say, that's a player we'd take on.
Well, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. I want to go back to that for just a sec. Are the Warriors better the second they do that? I believe they are. I want to backtrack, though, and say, my God, I think Andrew Wiggins is playing phenomenal this year.
Yeah.
And I am a big fan of Andrew Wiggins. I want Andrew Wiggins on the Warriors. But timing is everything. And in this moment, where I do believe the Warriors have arrived at Goodville, but not Greatville, they're not good enough. They're good, but they're not good enough. And we know the Warriors. They're not playing for third place. They don't care. They do not care. They want to play big. They want to play for keeps, all of that. And if that's what you want to do, then here's what I would say. I would say you absolutely need to find another ball handler, somebody who can create and score and help them late in games and help them when Steph has a knee tweak and help them when Steph is off the floor, all of that stuff. They need someone who can do that. Schroeder probably does that. And then outside of that, knocking down threes and playing great defense is the way that this basketball team will win. And Cam Johnson, if you just spotlight those things, is an upgrade on Andrew Wiggins. And Melton is not playing basketball.
Right.
So if you ask me if they're better turning Wiggins into Cam Johnson and Dennis Schroeder, the answer is yes.
No doubt. No doubt. And, Dennis Schroeder is a career 84% free throw shooter, 89 this year, which has been a little bit of a sore spot for the Golden State Warriors.
Totally.
And I also think that Schroeder, the way he goes about playing defense, and I know he's getting older and he's not the same defensive player, but there's a reason why you don't love him, and it's because
he's an instigator.
He's a gnat. He's feisty. And he gives you that sort of a defensive bite that I think that this team would love to have, because you have a good bunch of wing defenders. And Wiggins, to go from Wiggins to Schroeder is a step down defensively. But to go from Cam Johnson to a guy who's not playing defensively, that's a step up.
This is what Shams Charania wrote specifically about these Brooklyn Nets.
Okay.
And we'd love to hear from you right now. Who is the target you want? You want the Nets package? You want Jimmy Butler? Do you want LeBron James? Do you want to bring up another name? 888-957-9570. We will take your phone calls right now on who you would like to see the Warriors get, because we can tell you this, the Warriors think they need to make a trade. That's what the Warriors think. That's why all of this is coming up constantly. The Warriors have the same opinion that most of us do. They're good, but they're not good enough. That's how I feel. They're good, but they're not good enough. And I think they feel the exact same way. I think Steph Curry feels the exact same way. And they're good enough right now to tread water and hang in there, hanging around. Hanging around. They can do that. But if, like, again, are you serious? What are you serious about? And the Melton thing, I think, shook their trees. And so they feel the need right now to have someone other than Brandon Podziemski in that role, or at least to help bolster Brandon Podziemski. So, again, here's what Shams wrote. Quote, the Nets have received trade interest and opened exploratory conversations around forwards Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith and guard Dennis Schroeder. After trading Mikal Bridges to the Knicks last summer, the Nets were looked at as a seller. The Warriors are among the teams that have expressed interest in those three players. So again, keep in mind the way he wrote that. He did not say they're interested in talking to the Nets. He said they're interested in those three players. And then listen to what he writes next. This is actually really important to me. Quote, rival teams believe the Warriors are open to using injured guard DeAnthony Melton's $12.8 million expiring salary along with draft incentives to make a potential deal for that salary range. There is nothing in here that says Jonathan Kuminga.
Right.
And I get that they're going to have to get the salary up there somehow, and you can't just do it with draft picks. But there's nothing in here that says what the Brooklyn Nets are looking for is Jonathan Kuminga. What this says to me is that Brooklyn is looking for draft picks and expiring salaries. The Warriors have both to offer. They're going to need somebody to buffer that number up, and it's probably not Kuminga. It's probably Wiggins. So how do you feel about this deal if it means Jonathan gets to stay? That, to me, right now is my favorite part of it because it gives you 2 more months to assess Jonathan Kuminga in what is seemingly this new role that they're giving him, and then you can make further decisions in February, whether that's have more trade talks at the top of the market or extension talks or what have you surrounding Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, just more information, certainly. I wonder about Brooklyn and if they're going to trade Cam Johnson, and I think that he probably is a guy who's primed to move. He's got 2 years left in his deal after this one, and he's going to make $43 million over the next 2 years. So if you're looking for financial relief, that would be a player. Nick Claxton's another one, but he's a younger player, and he's under good team control, and his contract also is going down year over year. So you probably would rather keep him. And as I was mentioning before, you got to keep somebody. You can't just play a bunch of guys on a minimum salary. The team, the league has a salary floor, but I ran this one through the trade machine for Cam Johnson, Melton, Kuminga, and Guy Santos, and it works.
Just for Johnson?
Yes.
That's too expensive.
Well, Melton doesn't play.
Yeah, but that's Jonathan Kuminga.
Right, but then if I'm Brooklyn, I'm going to look to get something back that I actually like. And if it's Andrew Wiggins, then good. And other than that, I'm not just going to take your detritus or your leftovers.
No, that's not what they're
just because I want to shed salary.
Again, you'd like what Brooklyn, I'm taking from this report, what Brooklyn wants is flexibility and draft picks. They do not want, I'm not saying that they don't like Jonathan Kuminga or wouldn't want him, but I don't think what Brooklyn is looking to do is acquire a player that's about to cost them $200 million. I don't think Brooklyn wants that. That's not like, why would they, you know what I mean? I don't think Kuminga, in a weird way, is as attractive as Melton to Brooklyn.
Well, right, because Melton's just going to be off the book. Right.
Kuminga does the opposite. He escalates.
Well, you got to take somebody. It's an escalation sensation is what it is.
It is. Yeah.
In theory. I mean, I don't know if he's going to make $200 million. I don't know what the number is going to actually be. But
it's a big number. It's a big number. You're not getting Jonathan Kuminga for less than, I don't know, like 150 million total
for 5 years.
On that next extension.
Exactly. Well, if you're Brooklyn and you want to rebuild and you really like Jonathan Kuminga, and if he continues to play the way he's been playing, then he becomes more attractive. And if he is trending toward being this kind of player, an explosive guy who can carry a team for stretches, maybe it changes your tune.
I don't feel like the Warriors are ready in this month of December to trade Jonathan Kuminga. Not unless what they're doing is an elaborate ruse to build his value by putting him out there, upping his role, having Draymond Green do press conferences saying he's him, he's the next one, this organization's heading in his direction. Unless they're doing all of that just to gas him up, maybe they're not above it.
Well, they've done it before.
Yeah, but not to this level. I mean, I don't think they ever did that with Jordan Poole.
No,
they
did it differently. They paid him.
They paid him. I didn't hear anybody say he's the future face of the organization.
Then they paid him, and then they played him,
right?
And then they dealt him.
It's a lot of peas.
Yeah.
I
ran out of peas.
That's okay. Mike in Oakland. Let's take your calls on this. What trade do you want to see him make? Mike, you're on Willard and Dibs. What's going on?
Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
At one point in time, Brandon Ingram was available, and I kind of liked him alongside of Steph. I was trying to figure out maybe what we would have to give up, maybe to give him between Kuminga, Melton, maybe even Wiggins.
Mike, can I be straight with you? This is my opinion about Brandon Ingram. The Warriors don't want him. I get where you're coming from. I got nothing against anybody who thinks they should. I don't think the Warriors see Brandon Ingram as a fit. I don't know how familiar you are with when Steve Kerr was coaching Team USA. Brandon Ingram was there. It didn't go well. There's obviously a huge financial ask there for Brandon now and into the future. I just don't think I don't think the Warriors are in on Brandon Ingram.
Got you. Yeah, I'm just thinking of that second scorer for Steph. So, yeah.
I get it, Mike. Thank you so much. I get it. I mean, it's funny because the players we're talking about are all of the sudden, they're not the players we've been talking about. We've spent the entire offseason and the start of this one going, they need that number 2 dog. And now suddenly we're talking about a bulk trade that has a bunch of different pieces, and none of them are number 2s.
Right.
That's not what any of these guys are.
No, they're all like 2s and 3s, and that's what the team already is. But if you could upgrade, and Cam Thomas is a guy who could come in and be your number 2 scorer, but I don't think that his game necessarily fits with what the Warriors do. Here's one I just ran through. Brandon Ingram to the Warriors in exchange for Wiggins and Melton.
I'm out.
Even for just Wiggins and Melton.
I just don't think Brandon Ingram is a fit. I don't think Brandon Ingram is a fit. I think he is a yawn on the defensive end. And what's his contract? What are we looking at with Brandon?
$36 million this year.
And then what? How many more years?
I'll come up with that, but it's, I think, 3 more years or 2 more years.
Brandon Ingram's contract is, let's see, his 4 years. He is not a free agent until, 2025, 26. So he's expiring. That's not the worst thing in the world, but at the same time, so now you're giving up Andrew Wiggins and your flexibility. Melton is a real chip with regard to all of this trade talk, to essentially put all your chips in the middle of the table for Brandon Ingram as a number 2 scorer
for half a year.
And he's going to come in and learn a new system, which he already didn't like. It doesn't feel like the spot to me. And again, they're looking for a ball handler.
Yeah.
And this is not that.
I don't really like the player anyway. I just was throwing that in the trade machine just to see what that might look like, with Melton, of course, being the centerpiece of everything.
Atco in Oakland is next up. Again, we're taking your calls. What trade do you want to see the Warriors make? 888-957-9570. Hey, Atco, what's up?
What's going on, guys? For the caller who just called about Brandon, he just got hurt last night, I think.
That too.
Yeah. And I would say Cam Thomas. I was listening to Plus Minus Par with Anthony Slater the other day after the Oklahoma City loss, and they said what this team is missing right now is Jordan Poole. So I would say Cam Thomas. Thomas, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thanks, Atco. Appreciate it. Cam Thomas is the young guy on Brooklyn who is, he's a
24.7 a game.
He's a bucket getter. He's not good on defense. I disagree that what this team is missing is Jordan Poole. I disagree. That was a completely different set of circumstances when that worked out 3 years ago to win a championship. Yes, he was fantastic throughout the regular season. He could take over when Steph was out, and therefore he could effectively be your lead scorer. You could put the ball in his hands. He could break you down. He can knock down his free throws. And by the way, he looks better again this year.
Yep.
He really does. But that player had Andrew Wiggins at his height. That player still had Klay Thompson on the team. It was just a different stew. There were different ingredients on that. And I don't think that was sustainable. And I don't think you can repeat that. I understand somebody saying that what the Warriors are missing is somebody who can do a lot of those things, but I'm stuck on what Steve Kerr said before the season. I am going to demand that this team scraps, claws, and goes crazy on defense. And they've been doing it. They're one of the best defensive teams in the league. That's not a Jordan Poole thing.
No, it's not. And I don't think it's a Brandon Ingram thing either. And the caller, Atco, made a good point that he did get hurt last night, and now he's out indefinitely. And that's why I look at Dennis Schroeder as a piece that actually fits, because of what you were saying before about reasons why you don't necessarily love him. Is he's feisty, he's an instigator, he's a great defender for his career. He has a positive defensive win share in every single season. And Cam Johnson is very similar to that. He's also a good defender.
Can I ask this question too? And we'll keep taking calls on this. 888-957-9570. Who do you want to see the Warriors go get? You want to know what is just a cockroach and is just so sticky is this Jimmy Butler idea. I've not met a damn person who thinks it's a good idea. And it won't go away. Why is that rumor still out there? Who are you giving up for Jimmy Butler? And at age 35, I can understand the skill set. It's very alluring to have somebody who can really score the basketball at a high level. I understand that, but that just does not feel like a Warrior type move. And who are you giving up to get him? Because the salary is through the roof. What is it? Is it 45? Is
48.
it more? 48?
48. Yeah, so we'll just put Wiggins in and Melton and GP2 and you need to throw in a little bit more even.
Probably Lindy Waters. That's I would
go with Gee.
Fine, go with Gee.
Gee got to go.
Does that work?
Yeah,
okay.
It does.
All right, so say
Wiggins,
it again.
Melton, Peyton, and Santos for Jimmy Butler.
It's not the worst thing I've ever heard. It's not the worst. What kind of draft capital is that going to cost you?
Yeah, you probably have to throw in a pick as well.
Oh.
And, Jimmy Butler has a player option for next year. And earlier with Steiny was mentioning how he's already told Miami that he won't opt in to 52.4. But maybe if you trade for him and he comes here, he decides, I like it here, I'm opting in. And that kind of hamstrings you for next year.
And keep in mind, with all trades like that, where you're getting back one player and trading away like 4 players, you have to save yourself enough money to where you can go and sign other players. Because if you're already at the minimum guys on your roster, you have to have at least 14. So if you're trading away 4 to get one major contract back, you need to save money elsewhere to sign other players of the veteran minimum.
Which I don't even know how they would do. Because as we know, with teams that
you got Quentin Post, who you elevate.
No, but the point
Reese
is
Beekman.
Right, but financially you're capped. You're capped. So you
because they use the DeAnthony Melton They use the exception on DeAnthony Melton. Yes. They are capped. They only have like $400,000 left.
Right.
And that's not enough to sign anybody.
There you go. Like you have to have enough league minimums to throw bodies in there, and they wouldn't. That becomes very, very challenging.
This deal would give you a net savings of about $1.3 million.
Okay.
So that's one player basically right there.
Yeah.
And then you
probably need 2 more.
You can Quentin Post and Reese Beekman. How you doing?
Yeah.
How's that make you feel? And also,
it's not honestly, it doesn't make me I'm not nauseous over it.
Steph, Dre, Kuminga, Butler,
and
TJD, Slow-Mo,
Looney.
Buddy, Looney. It gives you that big
Poughkeepsie kid.
Yeah, top of the rotation piece, TJD.
I mean, it's not the worst thing I've ever heard. It's not the worst thing. I don't know that interests. Does that interest Miami? Again, I don't know what's the draft capital situation, but There's a if you can figure the money out there, that does feel a little go for it right now.
Yeah.
Which
Steiny made an interesting point earlier about Kuminga going to Miami because he loves Spoelstra, as all of us do.
Yep. It's a good
and,
coach.
He's thinking, man, you got a 22-year-old going to Miami to play for that organization. It kind of makes you shudder what Jonathan Kuminga could become. Now, he's getting better here, but you send him to a place like that, and you would hate to see Kuminga in 2 years all of a sudden just be a dominant force.
Like, to me, if you're a big Warrior fan, you're allowed to have all your feelings you want about their homegrown talent. Yeah, of course, obviously. And you can be a big Jonathan Kuminga fan. Over Thanksgiving, I was told by my mom, well, I don't want him to see. They should not trade Jonathan Kuminga. Like that.
The 5 for his Ellen Willard.
Please. She does that.
Mark,
why would they trade Jonathan Kuminga? Can you help me fix my phone? I like him. He's good. He flies. Okay, fine. You can love Jonathan Kuminga. But to me, you have to bake into this conversation the circumstances. You have the best thing that's ever happened to your organization and a ticking clock. And therefore, if you want to honor that and you want to go for it, you have to be willing, potentially, if you decide you're not really comfortable with the price for extending Kuminga anyway, you've got to get yourself comfortable with the idea that 2 years from now, he might be awesome somewhere else. And you just have to eat that. You're just going to have to eat that if that's the way it goes. You know what I mean? Like, I think you have to take that chance potentially.
Yeah. I mean, if you think that the move that you're going to make is going to be worthwhile. So you bring in Jimmy Butler for half a year and he decides not to exercise his player option. Well, then you've traded a very cost-controlled Wiggins and, GP2 and Melton are both off the books anyway. And Guy Santos, I used to love him until he started hating on my picks, but basically...
And laughing at you in the process. Amazing.
I hate your picks.
Yeah.
Basically... Hey, area. It's Guy Santos here. Hey, Dibs. Your picks stink.
Your picks stink. It's pretty funny.
The little cute laugh at the end is the best part. But anyway,
basically, you're trading Wiggins for half a year of Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
And
he's a better scorer.
And he made a good point earlier, Evan Giddings, that you would then have that salary spot to use. Jimmy Butler's 48 and change. You'd have that slot to go out and use that in the offseason. So it wouldn't be getting rid of Wiggins for nothing.
I mean, unless he opts in.
Well, then you got Steph making 59.6 and Jimmy making 52.4. So that right there is $111. You throw in Draymond, you're at 136. And Moses, 147. And Buddy and Kyle, you're at 167. How you going to sound Kuminga?
Yeah.
Now you're going to be over the tax. You're back in the second apron.
Yeah. Can't do it.
Won't do it.
Is it Rajay in Alameda? Hey, Rajay, I hope I said the name right. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Yes, hi. I would like to call, and I just wanted to say I believe that the Warriors should trade for LeBron James. And the reason why I feel like that is because LeBron is a great player. He can be a mentor for the younger guys that are there, and he can put up points still. And, he's an all-around great player. And I believe him and Steph Curry, with the connection and bond that they have, it could really bring a lot of great things to that team.
That one becomes also, Rajay, thank you very much. Who are you giving up? That one's more complex from this perspective. The Lakers and Warriors getting together on a deal is hard. They don't really want to help each other out. And so what the Warriors would have to offer to make the LeBron thing work, I would bet Laker fans wouldn't like. I tried this on Ephraim on Sunday night.
He's a Laker fan, right?
He's a huge Laker fan.
Huge.
Like one of them crazy people. And I threw it at him. And he's open to the idea of moving on from LeBron. He thinks that this is getting pretty stale, the LeBron and AD thing. But then I threw back at him what the Warriors would give up. And he's like, oh, no. No, we're not interested in that. Not interested in that.
What'd you tell him?
Well, it's centered around Wiggins.
Yeah.
They're not getting Kuminga. The Warriors aren't sending Jonathan Kuminga to the Lakers. Are you crazy? They're not doing that. And it doesn't work. Like, again, all of these high-priced guys, oddly, we always talk about Kuminga with them, but it's really hard to trade Jonathan Kuminga for one of the high-priced guys because you only make $7 million.
Right.
You've got to use Wiggins as well, and I don't think the Warriors want to trade them both.
No chance. No chance. So
how do you do it?
Well,
how are we getting to $48 million when the key piece is only making $7 million?
That's a great question.
Thank you very much. You're going to get $41 more million without using Wiggins? I'll save you time. It's not possible.
Well, and then you get into the problem that Grandy so eloquently explained about roster spots, and if it's a 4-for-1, if you're trading...
It might be a 7-for-1.
Well, seriously, if you trade Melton and Kuminga and Buddy and GP and Looney, that gets you close, but that's a 5-for-1. And how are you going to fill out your roster now?
Yeah, and you stink.
Well, you got Bronny coming back.
Oh, thanks.
Bronny and Pods coming off the bench.
I mean.
Thanks.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Mike in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike, thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks, guys. I just want to say, I think the move, out of any move, if we're trying to go for the blockbuster, and I'm still saying it today, is it's got to be Giannis at this point. I just think that, we have the capital to do it. If a move was to happen, and Steph and him are, BFFs and everything, but we have the capital to do it. But I'm not saying that we should do it. But if we were to make a big move, that's the guy that we need to actually go for. I just think that, with that in mind, yeah, we're going to have to take a lot of capital outside, take a lot of capital of like the players that we have at that point. And I just don't see anything else that could work. But we also would still have a future with Giannis also. And so I just think that that's the best move to do. I would prefer, if anything, not to make a move and just see how it plays out. But if we can, put Steph, Dre, and Giannis together, I mean, that could be, I mean, that's a super team right there.
Well, Mike, I don't disagree with how alluring, thanks, Mike, Giannis is. I don't disagree with that at all. I will start with the same point I just made, though, about LeBron. If Kuminga is the centerpiece, and for someone like Giannis, you would think that he would have to be in the deal, I don't see how it gets done without giving up Wiggins also, and then a bunch of other pieces too, and now you have roster problems, financial roster problems, and actual roster problems. Oddly, somehow, you could get Giannis, and I could see you being a worse team because you're so top-heavy, and two of them are Steph and Dre, who are old and need rest and in and out of the lineup.
You want the trade machine results?
Yeah. Go ahead. What do they got to give up for Giannis?
Giannis is making 48.7.
That's all?
Yeah. Well, just interesting you say that because next year it's 54, then 58, then clears throat for once, not because he's sick. 62.8.
It's not even that big a deal, isn't Steph's already almost making that.
Well, I think that'll be the year that Steph's not under contract. So
Right. But my point is like...
If Steph wants to extend for 67, then what are we even doing? But the trade would be Wiggins, Melton, Kuminga, and enemy number one, Guy Santos, who's a part of every trade now. Guy, you got to go. That trade actually works. Yeah. But John Hollinger's analysis of the trade, the Bucks would benefit by 8 wins.
8 wins.
The Warriors would lose 7 wins.
And there's another problem.
7 wins.
The Bucks have won 8 of their last 10 games.
Damn it.
They are back to having a winning record, and they are in the top 6 in the East. That talk of this being a dumpster fire from 2 weeks ago doesn't look much like a dumpster fire.
Life comes at you fast,
So
man.
I do think that the Giannis idea is not something that doesn't have legs. I just don't think it has legs now. That's probably an off-season thing. It's not a win a championship this year thing. It's probably a transitional next year, see if you can win as Steph has the curtain falling, and then Giannis becomes your next centerpiece type of a deal. So I'm not calling it off the table, but the Warriors right now, I believe they are of the mindset of 2 things. They're always of the mindset of big game hunting if it's available, but secondarily, they're very much uber focused on this season, and their trade target I think might have changed from can we get another star to we need somebody who does what Melton was supposed to do. And that's a much smaller deal, but they feel like that can help them win games. And so that kind of a deal could happen as quickly as Christmas.
Yeah. Or it could drag out until February,
Sure.
depending on who that is.
Sure, it could.
That's why I think the idea of a Melton for Schroeder, which is not a big blockbuster trade, that's the kind of deal that if you did it earlier, that would add wins as opposed to wait until February.
I don't hate it, but again, Melton is a chip in any trade. So if you take him off the table, it's going to limit potentially what else you can do in February. So to me, if you're going to talk to the Brooklyn Nets about multiple players, do it all at once. Do it all at once. Because you are still, it's not like anything's going to happen right now with the Warriors where they're going to like just fall off a cliff.
Yeah.
Or skyrocket. They're not going to fall out of this thing. They're good enough to win a lot of basketball games as currently constructed. You're not in like, the sirens are not going off, but they could if we get past the holidays. Alex in Oakland next up. What up, Alex? What you doing?
What's up, fellas?
What's good?
I got the best idea I think I heard anybody on the radio say today. Why don't the Warriors let Steve Kerr and the coaching staff develop and coach the players that they got and be done with it? Why just coach the players you got, develop the young players that you got, and be done with it? Because the same players you're trying to get, you can turn them into the players you want. You got them right there. Turn them into the player you want them to be.
But Alex, is it simple? Like you don't know that. You don't know exactly what they can become. You don't know if developing them. And I get where you're coming from, where I think you're kind of saying that the Warriors and Steve Kerr aren't good at developing young players. I'd argue back a little bit on that, but that's kind of beside the point right now. I don't think you ever fully know exactly who someone's going to become, number one. And number two, we've done this on the radio a lot. I think the person who has the biggest problem with your idea is Steph Curry. Like they don't want to develop for 2 years from now. He wants to win this year.
Tell you like this, looking at basketball as a whole and how you coach players as a whole. Kobe Bryant wasn't Kobe Bryant in his first couple of years. Steph Curry wasn't Steph Curry in his first couple of years. But what happened? They developed. You got to develop the players. It's not like you go win a championship this year.
Well, see,
and
they don't agree with you there. They don't agree with you, Alex. And you're not wrong, but just because that was Kobe and Steph, like, how many of those are there? So that's all. I just have I don't necessarily see it as if you develop them, they'll definitely be stars. They might be, but they might not be. And the Warriors don't have a whole lot of time, you know, Alex?
I do, but looking back, my last point, looking back, since everybody's trying to get this score, looking back, and you can't change the past now, but you did not discipline Draymond Green and you let your future star get away. You paid that dude a lot of money to do exactly what he was doing, but you let him get away because you didn't discipline Draymond Green. So don't cry and clamor for another player now. Develop the ones you got, and you're going to be okay.
Alex, thank you for calling. And on this one, we don't quite see it the same way, because here's what I still think a lot of people forget. If you're still mad at the way the organization handled the Jordan Poole situation, I get it. And if you like the way Jordan is playing this year, I get it. But here's what people forget about Jordan Poole. His basketball team has won 3 games this year.
This year?
They have won 3 times.
Yeah.
They have the worst record in the entire NBA, and it is not close. So when you say, man, there's your scorer, there's your future star. No. There are so many people who can score 20 points a game and get beat by 15.
He's having a good year.
He's having a good year, but not really.
Well,
because it's not winning basketball. I'll say the same thing about this guy all along.
They beat Denver 3 days ago.
Great.
He had 39.
Cool. They're 3-19.
They came back the next night against Memphis. He had 9 points. They lost by 28.
There you go.
That's Washington in a nutshell.
Well, and it's Jordan Poole in a nutshell. I do not believe that Jordan Poole was their future star. I do not believe that Jordan Poole will ever be a star on a winning team.
Is Jonathan Kuminga their future star?
Don't know yet. If I had to guess, I'd say no.
And I agree with you, but I mean, he sure is turning a lot of heads. But
yeah, he's a good player.
But if that is what you believe, if you as an organization, if you are Mike Dunleavy and I am whoever, Steve Kerr or whoever else is a power broker in the front office, if we believe that, then it behooves us to make a trade that involves Jonathan Kuminga.
I agree. But yes, the jury is still out, but it's a complex question because it's not even just about, is Jonathan Kuminga somebody who can fill it up with 25 a night? Does he fit what you do?
Right.
Does he fit this time? Does the timeline fit? All of these things. And so, yeah, I can see the Kuminga thing taking at least 2 more months. They've upped his role. I think they want to see what he can do, and I think that speaks volumes. They've upped his role not just because they're like, boy, we'll start winning all our games if we up his role. They're like, no, all right, it's time to see it. Let's see it. Are you worthy of $40 million a year or not? Here you go. You're starting. So we'll see. Manly Man is on the phone. Manly Man in the city. Hi, thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. 3 things, and I'll make them quick and I hope to get your feedback. Number 1, what's his name from Miami? It's too old to
Jimmy
bring
Butler
over in a trade.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler, thank you very much. Had a brain freeze. He's too old. Don't bother with him. Number 2, 2 of the players from the Nets would be okay. Cam Johnson and the German star. Schroeder. Those both can play, even though Schroeder's small. He's fast enough to make it up on the offensive end, and he hounds people like Gary Payton. So those 2 guys would be fairly affordable. Probably only cost the Warriors 1 first round and a couple of seconds at the most. 3rd, and the most, 4 actually. 3rd, I don't think he can afford LeBron from LA. There's just too many players we have to give up and too much money. But I was reading on the Bleacher Report yesterday that Fox from Sacramento was available, and the trade that they had on the Bleacher Report was very, very enticing and not very expensive.
What's that?
That would be one great player. The Fox from the Sacramento Kings. He was mentioned in a trade, and I don't remember the team that was trading with him, but they had him only getting 2 first-round picks and 2 or 3 other players that were not superstars in any way, shape, or form. And that would be a great pickup to get for us because he can play offense, he attacks the basket, and he can shoot the 3. He's not great at it, but he does. And he would be the future of the franchise in 2 more years when Curry leaves.
Manly Man, okay, I'm glad you brought this up. Thank you very much for the call. There is a buzz around De'Aaron Fox in Sacramento. My first question is, would the Kings even engage the Golden State Warriors in that conversation?
No. I mean,
that's kind of my inclination too, is that I love, let's have the conversation, but I feel like it's kind of a non-starter because of the 2 teams we're talking about.
Agreed. And the 2 owners we're talking about.
Yeah.
Vivek Ranadive, who used to be a minority owner here and left to start his own thing, and that little brother complex and the fact that the Kings want what the Warriors had. So you're not just going to trade the Warriors your best player in the interest of what? Starting over again? They finally have something cooking in Sacramento. They've got a competitive team. They've got a core group of players that are loved by the fan base. They got the neat little beam. They've got a new arena.
I feel like you're overstating how they're feeling about what's going on right now. Sacramento's very frustrated. They have a losing record right now.
Right. But they're a week away from being the 7th seed.
I don't know. The DeMar DeRozan thing has not been an easy fit. There is talk of a De'Aaron Fox, move. I just don't think the Warriors, I don't think they could get their hands on him. I don't know if they have what Sacramento would need. I don't know that he's a perfect fit for what the Warriors need. There's the financial commitment. But above all is what you said. I just don't think these two teams would. I don't think Sacramento would send De'Aaron Fox to the Warriors. I just don't think they would do that. That's too political, almost. Do you know what I mean?
For sure. For sure. He's got 2 years left in his deal, and he's making almost 35.
I love the player. I love De'Aaron Fox. That'd be incredible if you were a Warrior. But I do not think that's a possibility.
Just got his signature shoe in the Curry brand.
Fair enough.
It looks pretty nice.
There you go.
And Steph was wearing them.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Oh, maybe he's recruiting them.
Yeah. Still. I know players got a lot of power. I don't know if they got that much power. We're sponsored by the California Lottery, and we're not done with your calls. We're taking your calls all the way up to the buzzer. 888-957-9570. Who do you want to see the Warriors get? There's the Brooklyn package. There's LeBron. There is Jimmy Butler. There is the whole other category. Go ahead, dial it up right now. We'll take your calls on Willard and Dibs.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, give scratchers from the California Lottery.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
We've been on a roll. Hey, want to go over to 95.7 The Game on Twitter, and you can vote. You can vote. I know voting day is mainly past, but it's been up there for a little while now. What proposed trade idea intrigues you the most if you're the Warriors? Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers. Or a trade with the Brooklyn Nets for Cam Johnson, Dennis Schroeder, and Dorian Finney-Smith. Which one are you voting for?
I would vote for number 3, even though I don't necessarily want Dorian or Finney or Smith.
Why? What do you got against DFS?
Nothing, but
why?
I would I would rather just get the 2 players. Get the 2. Cam Johnson and Dennis Schroeder. I don't think you need to go full on 3 for 3.
Well,
then you're kind of back where you started, where you've got too many bodies and not enough spots.
No, not necessarily. It depends on who gets thrown in there, and part of this is going to be what Brooklyn wants. Clearly, Brooklyn would like to clear space. And so that might, again, when we talk about, why would Brooklyn do it without Kuminga? Well, here's what Brooklyn gets. They get Melton. That's expiring. And they may be able to take some of their other contracts that they are trying to get off of their books and get them off of their books. And then it's cleared, So I don't know exactly what everybody's motivation is, but there's a reason those 3 names have all come up at once from Shams. There's a reason. And I'm with you. That's what I voted for. And guess what? We're winning.
So that's $50 million worth of nets right there.
Mm-hmm.
Johnson, Finney-Smith, and Schroeder.
Yeah, it's not that hard to get there, though.
Well, Wiggins. And
Melton.
Sorry, Melton, you're in every deal.
Yep.
And then
you're talking like GP2 and Lindy Waters.
Again.
And you're home.
Guy Santos has got to go.
I tried that. It didn't work. Lindy Waters makes another $500,000.
Oh, he does?
Yep. Over literally it comes down to that. I tried on the trade machine for what you just said. I tried to send Guy out of here for coming after you and your picks, but it didn't work. So I had to change it to Lindy Waters.
And Lindy Waters. Yeah, Guy falls short by
Lindy Waters.
No, because
what you think I was talking about? Ricky Waters? What are we doing?
That'd be pretty cool if you could include him. This one falls $113,000 shy.
Exactly.
When it's Guy.
Right. So try it with Waters. You're going to get a green light.
Check.
I did this at 10 o'clock this morning.
It's so funny. Lindy.
Do it. Watch what happens.
Booyah. Yep.
Winner.
Brooklyn loses 1 win. The Warriors gain 1 win.
Well, we'll be the judge.
That's according to the Hollinger analysis.
Yeah, exactly. But obviously there's a lot more that goes into it. Let's go to Josh on 580. What's up, Josh? What's good?
What up, fellas, man? Happy Tuesday. So,
yes, sir.
When it's always fun to talk about, possible trades. I think the Warriors right now, what we're talking about, they need a star if they're going to get over the hump, right? We're talking about the Nets. It's a bunch of role players. You already have good, solid role players. More role players isn't really going to do anything, right? So you think about trying to get a star player, you got to think about guys that are
Whoa.
Go on.
Stars that really want to get out, or teams. Hold on.
No, Josh, we lost you. We lost you, brother.
Hold up.
We lost you, and then you came back from the dead. You're like DeMar Hamlin on the radio, man. You're like, you're back.
I'm back.
All right, so reset your point. All we heard was that you think the Nets are a bunch of role players, and we need a star.
Got you right. So we need a star, right? So if you need a star, you got to find a team, kind of like fantasy football, where you got to get the best player from the worst team because they got to make something happen, right? They got to kind of be a disgruntled situation. There's not a lot of players like that besides Jimmy Butler, and he doesn't really work because he wants to get paid too much, and he's really not good enough to really make the impact that he was maybe 2 or 3 years ago. So what I look at, which I heard a lot in the rumor mill a couple weeks ago, which I thought was very interesting at the time, was Vucevic from the Bulls. The Bulls aren't going anywhere. Vucevic is a former All-Star. He's making $20 million a year. You wouldn't necessarily have to give up too much. Put it in the trade machine, see what it spits out. But you wouldn't have to give up too much to get him. He's a stretch 5. You can add, a presence down low. You can give him the ball when you kind of need some clutch buckets to kind of run the offense through him. You can pass it a little bit. He's playing pretty good this year. He's under contract for next year. Then after that, he's off the books. So I just thought that was an interesting name that was floated around a couple weeks ago that the Warriors were interested in. It kind of died out. But to me, that makes the most sense because he's a good enough player that he really impacts the team by a lot, and you don't have to give up a lot to give him. And I think the Bulls will be willing to get off of him because they're not going anywhere. They're kind of stuck in purgatory, so they might have to start over again. So that, to me, out of all the names, is the kind of the name to go to because he's not getting paid a lot. He doesn't want to get paid a lot, and he can actually help you win games. So just a quick food for thought that we haven't talked about that I think is worth talking about.
Josh, thanks.
Yeah.
Lot to chew on here.
Melton and GP2 for Vucevic, it works.
Well, and
you'd have to give him a pick.
More than a pick.
Right.
More than a pick. Like that, because obviously you're not giving them, sorry, GP2, you're not giving them anything in terms of player capital. The whole thing would be about picks and expiring deals. Okay. There's a lot to chew on there. In theory, I agree with everything Josh just said. The only two things I didn't agree with are one, when he says, nobody's talked about this. And I'm like, we have. We spent a lot of time on Nikola Vucevic last week. But Josh, I love where your brain's at. Here's the only real issue with it, is that I do think that in this moment, the Warriors' needs have pivoted a little bit. We love the idea, us fans, we always have, of a big man, and a big man who can score. So Vucevic is right. It's not that expensive.
That's why we spent a whole month on marketing.
There you go. He's a 2010 guy. He seems to fit the Warriors. I get it. The problem is the Warriors in this moment sound to me to be almost a little bit more activated about an immediate need at a ball handler position. They lost Melton, and Pods is having a bad year. And the Warriors are looking at their season, and they're going, this wonderful start we have is teetering. And I think they think that's the reason. And Vucevic does nothing for you there.
Yeah.
I think that they think that right now they would still have the exact same problem. So it doesn't take Vucevic off the board. Maybe that's a February thing. But I think right now they want to use some assets to fix an immediate need, and he doesn't fix it.
Well, the immediate need could be fulfilled from within if Pods could play better. Then you'd have that ball handler.
Sure, but that's, I mean, you're what are you? You're over a quarter of the way of the season in, and they're waiting.
Yeah. He hasn't been great. He's been inconsistent, and he's been a little sloppy with some of the passes that you're asking him to make.
He has Steve Kerr slamming a table.
Yeah.
Like, that got underplayed. I'm sorry. That got so underplayed.
Well, and you made a good point about the fact that if Steve Kerr brought this to the public, how many times behind closed doors has this already been addressed?
48.
Right, exactly.
48. And he admitted as much to us. He said that he was being strategic. He said that he's already talked to him multiple times.
And he said he doesn't just say things without thinking them through, and he says things that he's pretty sure that he wants to say.
Like he's frustrated.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, this is a young player, let's make a tweak. He's like, dude, you're not hearing me. He's very, very frustrated. And so I think there's a lot going on behind the scenes with Pods right now. And the words you hear the team use are always pressing. He's trying too hard. He takes it too seriously. He needs to relax. That's all true, but you're in a results-based business. And so the Warriors can sit here and go, well, we feel confident that he'll work it out. Or maybe they don't, and maybe they don't even care. Right? They've shown in the past. You don't have time to sit here and let people work it out. Steph Curry's career is going away. Did I call him Steph Career?
Yeah.
Steph Curry's career. It's getting late in the show, brother.
Steph Curry's Curry.
Steph Curry's Curry. Steph Curry's career is ticking, man. No time to let him work it out. So
Melton, Pods, Lindy, and Gee for Vucevic. Done.
Now there's nobody handling. Who's handling the ball now? Steph's playing 48 minutes every night.
That's it.
That's one way we could do it.
Pat Spencer. Number 61 in your program, number 1 in your heart. Ladies and gentlemen, Pat Spencer.
I don't know if either of those things are true. I think the 61 part is.
Facts.
But as you know, I don't know.
No, numbers are numbers, and you're not good at player numbers.
Those are not my numbers.
Nope.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Thank you. All right. You know what's coming up?
Gucci.
Yeah, it's a lot more of this. Everything going on with the Warriors. Man, and tomorrow night's kind of special, right?
Quarterfinals,
NBA Cup. The Rockets and the Warriors already have a little thing going. If there's one team in the world that the Rockets think has their number, it's the Warriors. Şengün, questionable.
Yeah, my guy.
Questionable.
I love the goon.
Yeah. So
you can't spell Şengün without goon. These are just facts.
Except for
do you know how to spell his name?
But it's gun. It's not goon.
It's all about the pronunciation.
Well, you said
Sensation.
spell.
And I needed to crack on Steiny earlier because it's not an umlaut. It's an umlaut.
I don't even know what the hell you just said.
Because he said, because apparently Evan called him Schroeder once on accident, and Steiny said, I do this to Goose, so I got to do it to you, Evan. It's Schroeder. There's an umlaut, and it's actually an umlaut.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
Is that those two little dots on the top of it? Is that
Two dots.
You could have given me an hour, and I wouldn't have even had a guess at what that thing is called.
It's an umlaut.
An umlaut?
Yeah.
Or an umlaut?
I was just going to crack him, but it was nitpicking, so I let it go.
Well, you're good at that. That's all good.
Whatever.
Your picks.
My nitpicks don't, though.
Yeah, no, they
They're
don't.
pretty good.
Don't bet on the Cowboys. You want to do this again tomorrow?
I'll let you know. Today went pretty well, though.
Yeah, you were questionable.
Yeah.
And you are again.
Faded a little bit of the Michael Crabtree in the last hour.
That's okay.
Fade route.
I'm fading, and I want y'all to fade with me. It worked, too. Warriors Roundtable, Kevin Dana, Gary St. Jean standing by, and it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Many architects and builders.